Hey everyone. Hope you're all doing well. We're all about bringing high-quality web novel audiobooks to life, and most of our content is completely free to enjoy. Just a quick note, web novels and web novel audiobooks aren't the same thing. Simply reading a novel out loud doesn't always make for a great listening experience. That's why I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and careful editing for every chapter to make sure the narration flows naturally and immerses you in the story, just like reading it yourself. These audiobooks are not just direct copies of the original novels. I've adapted them for a smoother, more engaging experience. And to be fully transparent, these adaptations are made for commercial purposes, so some chapters are paid content. But don't worry, this process is fully copyright compliant. I do all of this because I truly love web novels and audiobooks. I'm a huge fan, and this story is one of my personal favorites. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: I Am a Legendary Boss audiobook, Versatile Mage starting with the White Tiger Pendant, Naruto the Wind Calamity, the Necromancer is amassing troops like crazy in the apocalypse, the mighty dragons are dead, Naruto, leader of Hidden Grass Village, Naruto Uchiha's Unserious Saga, your lord has a screw loose, Apocalypse I can see the health point bar, killing monsters drops loot, Starsea Fleet Age of the Lord, my monster fuses everything, Naruto, I traveled with a max level account, Fate in Bleach Unlimited Blade Works, killed for 100 years in Hueco Mundo, Aizen invited me to Soul Society, the world Conquest giving birth to become a god, my master only breaks through on the edge of death, Bleach the Invincible Slacker from Rukongai, Naruto's Special Shop, One Piece the strongest female pirate cruise, Reborn as Danzō's grandson, must I offend the entire ninja world, Naruto starting with snatching the Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto Card King, in Hueco Mundo with Shindu template, Naruto the Hidden Danzō, my journey as fourth Kusagakure, Naruto Troublesome Ninja Haruto, Naruto the Hyuga Mastermind, Bleach the strongest Shinigami, Bleach the 5th Division Captain, Fate Ultimate Antagonist, Fate of DXD, Fate I Heard After Death, you can ascend to the throne of heroes, Fate DXD Archer Reborn, Fate beginning with Type Moon, a Berserk Heart, Fate Grand Order Insert, One Piece take the Uchiha clan to the Grand Line, One Piece don't worry, I'm a doctor, building harem and dungeon with monster girls, DXD, Multiverse the day-to-day life of the Sephiroth hero, I'm the bad guy but heroines are obsessed with me, in Naruto, I have an affair with Mikoto and Kushina, many children bring happiness, a shameless start, Naruto Reborn with a Tenseigan, Naruto sleeping invincible, One Piece, life choice ask me to kiss marine goddess Hina, reborn as the genius son of the richest family, start by eating jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, the days of being the richest man in the ninja world, the Witcher and Madara Uchiha, villain I possess the dragon Yang Dao physique, all saintesses turns into villainesses, all beautiful girls want to stick with me, interdimensional farming in another world, Naruto from Hidden Leaf Village to One Piece, and more. Most of our content there is free, and it's the best place to follow and support our work. The default audio speed is set to 3x, but if that's too fast for you, just let me know, I'm happy to adjust it. Got a favorite web novel you'd love to hear as an audiobook? Drop a suggestion. I'm always open to new ideas. And don't forget to follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X for the latest updates, new releases, and behind-the-scenes content. Thanks so much for your continued support and happy listening. Chapter 1, Centenarian of Foundation Building, More Children, More Blessings System. Congratulations to the Ancestor. Today, the Ancestor has achieved foundation building, and tomorrow Golden Core is within reach. The Ancestor's prestige will surely spread throughout the land. The Ancestor is mighty. Our Lee family will surely rise to greater heights. An atmosphere of jubilation filled the air within a vast estate spanning over 10,000 acres. Guests were arriving one after another, bearing all kinds of precious gifts. Today marked the day when the Ancestor of the Lee family achieved foundation building. With one step into foundation building, one was no longer immortal. In the eyes of ordinary people, a chi refining cultivator was already similar to an immortal, and a foundation building cultivator was even more elusive and exceptionally rare. The Ancestor of the Lee family was a secular person and one of the few immortals that mortals could come into contact with. Consequently, there was a significantly large number of guests in attendance today. Upon closer inspection, a pattern among the guests could be seen. Many of them were accompanied by young and beautiful women. Moon, although the Ancestor of the Lee family is over 100 years old, he is an immortal who appears to be only about 20 years old, radiating an air of dignity and nobility. You must conduct yourself well. If he is interested in you and takes you as a concubine, our whole family will prosper more." At this moment, a wealthy businessman dressed in opulence was advising his beloved daughter. There were many individuals like him, providing such counsel to their daughters. The reason was simple: the ancestor of the Lee family was a unique immortal. The distinction between an immortal and immortal was significant. Other immortals rarely made appearances in the ordinary world. For the sake of cultivation, many immortals would avoid contact with women and actively renounce their worldly desires, let alone marry and have children. However, the ancestor of the Lee family went against the norm. After attaining the status of an immortal, the ancestor of the Lee family began taking in concubines almost every year, and sometimes even multiple concubines in a single year. Despite being 100 years old, the ancestor possessed a timeless handsomeness and youthfulness that surpassed even that of a teenager. Furthermore, despite having numerous wives and concubines, the ancestor treated each and every one of them with kindness. Even if they couldn't achieve immortality themselves, they were able to enjoy lives of wealth and prosperity under his care. The protagonist of the event, Lee Su, was sitting at the head of today's banquet, accepting the congratulations of his descendants. His mood was buoyant. While it had taken him 100 years to achieve foundation building, but the moment he succeeded, his strength and status underwent a dramatic transformation. Lee Su held a high position in the cultivation world as a foundation-building cultivator. At least within the region where he operated, he commanded considerable respect from others in the realm of cultivation. Many people would respectfully address him as senior. Another reason for Lee Su's contentment on this day was the return of all his descendants. When he first transmigrated into the fantasy world, he was a solitary 20-year-old boy. But now, 80 years later, Lee Su had thousands of descendants. Among them were hundreds of children, as well as grandchildren and great-grandchildren in abundance. The courtyard was packed with thousands of Lee Su's descendants, proof of his thriving family. Lee Su's prosperous lineage could be attributed to his consistent practice of taking concubines and expanding his family over the past few decades. Over the course of 80 years, Lee Su took in over 100 concubines, each of whom bore him several children. This large number of concubines ensured a prosperous future for the Lee family in terms of population growth. Lee Su's motivation for having so many concubines was simple. Upon crossing over to a world where immortals and gods truly existed, he did not want to be an ordinary person with a limited lifespan. His goal was to practice cultivation and achieve immortality. However, Lee Su faced a significant hurdle in his spiritual journey. His spiritual root was extremely weak, almost non-existent. He could not retain spiritual energy without a strong spiritual root. He could not retain spiritual energy no matter how hard he cultivated. Even if he had access to precious resources, he would not be able to establish a solid foundation in his lifetime. Moreover, acquiring enough cultivation resources was a difficult task. Fortunately, being a time traveler opened new possibilities for Lee Su. While one door closed with his weak spiritual root, another bigger one opened. He obtained a unique ability granted by the More Children, More Blessing system, a golden finger available to time travelers. This system rewarded Lee Su for having numerous descendants. Each additional child he had would extend his lifespan and increase his cultivation level. The greatest impact was observed in the first generation of descendants. Lee Su could increase a certain degree of his lifespan and cultivation level with every son or daughter's birth. However, the effect diminished with subsequent generations. The effect was halved for grandchildren, and it continued to decrease for great-grandchildren and beyond. Furthermore, if any of Lee Su's descendants possessed a spiritual root and engaged in cultivation, he could benefit from their progress. However, spiritual roots were rare, and among Lee Su's thousands of descendants, only one had a relatively ordinary spiritual root. Generally, the probability of offspring having a spiritual root was higher when both parents were cultivators, and the strength of the cultivator influenced the probability. Many female cultivators, focused solely on their cultivation, showed little interest in starting a family or having children. On the contrary, Lee Su desired to marry a fairy and was even willing to grant his partner the status of a legal wife. However, due to his poor spiritual roots, it would be challenging for him to find a fairy who would be willing to marry him, despite his handsome appearance. As a result, Lee Su's concubines over the past 80 years consisted of ordinary women. Though they were ordinary, they possessed remarkable beauty. Even with the assistance of the system, Lee Su could not extend the lifespan of these women. The only thing he could do was to treat them well, provide them with the best life possible, and allow them to enjoy wealth and honor without any regrets. Despite having numerous women, each one of them remained deeply infatuated and grateful to Lee Su until their final moments. As long as I reach foundation establishment, it won't take too many years to achieve golden core, Lee Su thought while accepting congratulations from future generations. It took him 80 years to reach the foundation establishment and become an immortal in the eyes of ordinary people was because initially Lee Su found it difficult to take in concubines. The system required them to be willing and have a facial score of at least 8. It was easy to find a few concubines who met these criteria but difficult to find too many. Only after Li Su reached the chi refining stage and became an immortal in the eyes of ordinary people, now it became somewhat easier for him. Li Su had no worries about his lifespan since he had numerous offspring. His lifespan had already exceeded 1,000 years, comparable to that of a nascent soul cultivator. However, his cultivation level remained a challenge. The cultivation base rewarded by the system was calculated based on Li Su's spiritual root level. With his current number of descendants, Li Su's cultivation level should have surpassed 1,000 years, surpassing even nascent soul with a stronger spiritual root. However, due to Li Su's weak spiritual roots, he could only achieve foundation establishment at best, even after over 1,000 years of cultivation. This highlighted the extent of his poor spiritual roots. Nevertheless, spiritual roots could be enhanced. In the more children, more blessing system, Li Su had a method to improve his spiritual roots by giving birth to offspring with strong spiritual roots. Chapter 2, The Patriarch Takes Another Concubine. For every descendant with spiritual roots, Li Su's own spiritual roots would be slightly strengthened. The stronger the spiritual roots of his descendants, the greater the enhancement for Li Su. Furthermore, the cultivation of these descendants could also benefit Li Su. However, spiritual roots were extremely rare and mysterious. Even immortals could not significantly enhance their spiritual roots or understand the rules governing their birth. Currently, Li Su only had one descendant with spiritual roots, and it was no easy task to have a descendant with such rare qualities by mating with an ordinary woman. However, now that Li Su had reached the foundation establishment stage, even at 100 years old, the probability of giving birth to a descendant with spiritual roots was higher when mating with an ordinary woman. Additionally, Li Su's strength and status were favorable since he had successfully established his foundation. He might be able to marry a chi refining cultivator stage immortal. If that wasn't possible, Li Su could continue to take ordinary concubines, and the difficulty would be lower. By taking more concubines, he could accelerate the pace of childbirth and increase the chances of having descendants with spiritual roots. As the Li family continued to expand, Li Su's family experienced a constant increase in size. While the subsequent generations had diminished the increase in lifespan and cultivation strength to him, this decrease could not be reduced to 0. Consequently, Li Su remained confident in him to reach the golden core stage at a faster pace. Meanwhile, the congratulations from his descendants continued to pour in. With Li Su's advancing cultivation level, the influence of the Li family in the secular world continued to grow. The descendants of the Li family were well aware that their current status and wealth were owed to Li Su. If Li Su showed particular favor towards a descendant, this one's status would greatly improve. Consequently, they all cleverly sent generous gifts to please Li Su. After the descendants had finished congratulating and presenting their gifts, it was time for the guests to do the same. Suddenly, a voice called out, "The national teacher of Wu presents a red jade bracelet." The guests erupted in excitement. The national teacher was also an immortal who held considerable authority in the secular world. Li Su soon received the exquisite red jade bracelet. It was a splendid gift that could nourish the body when worn on the hand. He couldn't help but think of a person who always wore a cold expression. In the past, that person had been his senior. But now that Li Su had reached the foundation building stage, the difference in their status was not significant. Shortly after, dignitaries from the Wu Kingdom, where the Li family resided, sent their congratulations and gifts, with some even visiting in person. The entire estate became filled with liveliness and excitement. Following the dignitaries were wealthy merchants who had business dealings with the Li family, and many of them brought their daughters along. Is that the Li family patriarch? Some of the girls glanced at Li Su from a distance and found themselves immediately captivated. There were numerous rumors about the Li family patriarch in the Wu Kingdom. It was widely known that Li Su had a penchant for taking concubines, especially in recent decades when he had taken in a particularly large number. However, the rumors also spoke of how well the Li family patriarch treated his women. Although some of the girls had heard that the Li family patriarch was remarkably young, they found it hard to believe that a 100-year-old person could look even younger than a 17 or 18-year-old boy. Coupled with Li Su's handsome appearance, some of the girls who were brought by their parents and initially held reservations suddenly found their resistance weakening. A Li family patriarch like him seemed like a favorable prospect, even as a lover. "Patriarch, this is my daughter Zio. Zio has always admired you, patriarch," said the wealthy merchant, seizing the opportunity at the lively banquet to introduce his daughter to Li Su. Beside him stood a beautiful and graceful girl, her head lowered shyly. The allure of being close to Li Su was undeniably captivating for these young women. Is the patriarch taking in concubines again? And so, on the second day of the celebration, the Li family was busy. Li Su was preparing to take on several concubines at once. The descendants of Li Su had grown accustomed to this, and no one dared to voice any objections. Instead, they began making preparations for the event. Although it was merely the addition of concubines, the standards of the Li family exceeded those of many wealthy families when it came to marrying wives. At the very least, a grand sedan was the basic requirement. Moreover, a grand wedding procession with drums and gongs was also expected, creating a spectacle for all to witness. It's the Li family. It appears that the Li family's patriarch is taking on concubines once again. I envy the Li family's patriarch. Despite being 100 years old, he can still marry so many beautiful young girls. I heard that even the Pearl of Lingshui City is marrying him this time. So what if he's 100 years old? He's immortal. Being able to marry an immortal is a blessing that can't be earned in 8 lifetimes. As the Li family's wedding procession made its way, it attracted a great deal of attention, and people couldn't help but discuss it. On that night, Li Su lifted the red veil and beheld the face of a young girl, whose beauty rivaled that of a flower. Other than immortals, no one remained forever 18 years old, but there would always be 18-year-old girls. With a flick of Li Su's finger, the candles were extinguished. It was going to be another romantic night. Chapter 3, Flying Immortal Sect. For the next month, Li Su remained in the villa, relishing the blissful life of a newlywed every night. His current existence was so extraordinary that even immortals would envy him. Should it be done by now? After a month of cultivation, Li Su thought that all the newly acquired beautiful maidens should have conceived by now. With everything arranged, Li Su embarked on a solitary journey, riding his horse and departing from the villa. Galloping tirelessly, it took him 3 days to reach a rarely visited mountain. Li Su retrieved a flying sword and infused it with true essence there before stepping onto it. Despite being in the middle stage of chi refining, where controlling a flying sword was possible, most cultivators at this level refrained from doing so to conserve their spiritual power. It was during the foundation establishment stage that controlling a flying sword became more common. However, since Li Su had recently entered foundation establishment, he practiced frugality. Upon stepping onto the flying sword, Li Su's speed increased, swiftly taking him deep into the mountains. After several hours of flight, he arrived at an unassuming location. Taking out a token, he infused it with spiritual power. The token emitted a radiant light, revealing a hole just large enough for a single person to pass through. Li Su dismounted the flying sword and ventured inside. Passing through the opening, he suddenly found himself in a place enveloped in spiritual energy, with a towering mountain before him. At the foot of the mountain stood a magnificent gate, adorned with 3 characters, Flying Immortal Sect. This sect was one of the immortal sects near Wu Kingdom, which, together with 2 others, privately held sway over several secular countries in the vicinity. The national teacher of Wu Kingdom was a core disciple of the Flying Immortal Sect. Li Su himself was also a disciple of the Flying Immortal Sect. It was this prestigious identity that bestowed upon the Li family a unique position within Wu Kingdom and facilitated their smooth development. Li Su walked toward the gate. "He's Senior Brother Li. I heard Senior Brother Li has reached foundation establishment," exclaimed an immortal disciple from the Flying Immortal Sect, spotting Li Su and approaching him eagerly. "Congratulations to Brother Li for successfully establishing the foundation." The disciple congratulated. "Our Flying Immortal Sect now has another foundation establishment cultivator." Soon, other disciples noticed Li Su and joined in to offer their congratulations. Although it had taken Li Su 100 years to reach foundation establishment, the cultivation world respected his strength. Regardless of the time taken, once someone reached foundation establishment, they were considered a foundation establishment cultivator. Many people with better spiritual roots than Li Su might never reach this stage in their entire lifetime. Therefore, the Flying Immortal Sect disciples saw no reason to ridicule him. "Congratulations, Brother Li, on your success in establishing the foundation. It was not an easy feat to achieve at 100 years old. Please accept this as my gift to you," said a foundation establishment stage disciple, approaching Li Su and handing him a pill. This foundation establishment stage disciple was only in his 40s and had already reached the mid-foundation establishment stage in terms of strength. Li Su's successful establishment of the foundation surprised many people, and this friendly gesture from the disciple further demonstrated goodwill. "Thank you, Senior Brother Gong." Li Su expressed his gratitude. Li Su's arrival did not cause a significant disturbance. Many disciples of the Flying Immortal Sect were in seclusion, and only a few people were guarding outside. After conversing with the guards for a while, Li Su continued his journey toward the main peak of the Flying Immortal Sect. There stood a magnificent golden palace. Li Su arrived outside the palace. "Please announce that Junior Brother Li Su, an outer disciple, has came to collect the reward for establishing a foundation," Li Su said to the female cultivator guarding the palace. Indeed, this time Li Su had come specifically to claim his rewards. After successfully establishing a foundation in the Flying Immortal sect, one could receive foundation establishment period magic tools, solidifying pills, and other highly valuable items. Soon, Li Su entered the palace. The interior was spacious, and seated at the head was a woman dressed in white. "Greetings, Sect Master." Li Su bowed respectfully. This woman was the Sect Master of the Flying Immortal sect, a powerful cultivator in the late Golden Core stage. When Li Su first transmigrated, he had encountered her while she was injured. He had offered her a small helping hand, and it was precisely because of that act that Li Su, despite his mediocre spiritual roots, could continue enjoying the status of an outer disciple in the Flying Immortal sect. The woman in the white dress raised her head and cast a glance at Li Su. Then, she raised her hand and tossed a small bag to him. Li Su took a look inside and found 5 or 6 pills. "I thought you would never be able to establish a foundation in this lifetime, but I did not expect you to successfully achieve it at the age of 100. These pills should be able to slightly extend your lifespan," the woman in the white dress said in a cold tone. "Thank you, Sect Master." Li Su expressed his gratitude. "I have instructed the refining pavilion to craft a magic tool for you. You can wait here for 10 days. The woman in the white dress added. "Okay, Sect Master." Li Su replied. The woman in white glanced at Li Su and finally spoke. "As a cultivator, one should avoid getting too close to the opposite sex and forming worldly attachments." She paused for a moment, realizing that given Li Su's aptitude, he might have already reached his limit by achieving foundation establishment at the age of 100. In fact, it was already beyond her expectations that Li Su could achieve such a feat at that age. Thus, she decided to let Li Su do as he pleased. Perhaps in a few decades, his lifespan would be exhausted, and he would turn into dust. Even if a cultivator reached the 10th level of foundation establishment, they could only live for a little over 200 years. Li Su might not even be able to reach that level. At this point, the sect master's interest waned, and she waved her hand dismissively, losing her enthusiasm for further conversation. "Master, I will take my leave," Li Su tactfully said while leaving the room. However, his mind was filled with the thought that if the master could bear a child for him, the chances of having offspring with spiritual roots would increase. But to ask a golden core cultivator to have a child for him? It seemed like an unattainable dream. After leaving the main hall, Li Su returned to his residence in the Flying Immortal sect, a simple and plain courtyard. The living quarters were not luxurious, but the location was favorable, and the spiritual energy was abundant. If Li Su intended to cultivate on his own, this location would serve him well. However, in the 80 years since he arrived there, Li Su had never truly focused on cultivation. His progress was too slow. He preferred to work hard, exercise physically, and strive to have more children. Li Su planned to wait in the sect until the refining room completed crafting his magic tool before leaving the Flying Immortal sect. During his stay, Li Su received several visits from fellow disciples of the sect. "Brother Li, I never expected you to achieve foundation establishment. I fear I will never be able to attain it in my lifetime." That evening, a female cultivator visited Li Su. Female cultivators were scarce in the Flying Immortal sect, and she was one of the ones introduced by Li Su. She held a fondness for him. Although her spiritual roots were superior to Li Su's, they were still limited, and she could not access many valuable resources. Hence, the possibility of her achieving a foundation establishment in her lifetime was very low. Chapter 4, The Old Ancestor Nabbed an Immortal Zio, "Take these pills." "I don't need them," Li Su said after contemplating for a while. He handed a few Peiyuan pills, which he had received as rewards, to the female cultivator Ningzio. Ningzio was taken aback by Li Su's gesture. Peiyuan pills were highly valuable elixirs for the foundation establishment period, and it was not easy for an average cultivator to obtain them during this stage of cultivation. "Senior Li, these pills are incredibly precious. You should keep them for yourself," Ningzio said, touched by Li Su's selflessness. She couldn't accept such valuable items. Peiyuan pills were immensely beneficial for foundation-building cultivators, let alone chi-refining cultivators like herself. However, Li Su insisted and firmly grabbed her hand, forcing the pills into her palm. "Senior Li," Ningzio protested, feeling moved by his unwavering determination. At that moment, a mixture of emotions washed over her. She felt gratitude towards Li Su for his generosity, but she also experienced a sense of shyness. It was the first time she had such intimate contact with a man as she held the pills. An idea formed in her mind. She realized that if she couldn't successfully build her foundation, perhaps choosing a life partner and starting a cultivation family wouldn't be a bad alternative. Some chi-refining cultivators made this choice when they realized their limitations in achieving foundation building. In the martial arts world, there still existed cultivation families, albeit not particularly powerful ones. These families mostly consisted of chi refining cultivators who lived a comfortable life by attaching themselves to immortal sex and avoiding unnecessary conflicts. The entire family would benefit if they were blessed with an outstanding descendant with spiritual roots. Senior Lee. Ningxiu called out softly, her gaze filled with tenderness and affection. Although she had heard rumors of Li Su having many concubines, she understood that it was a common practice in this world. Furthermore, Li Su was still a foundation-building cultivator, not yet reaching the golden core stage. As soon as he felt Ningxiu's gaze, he discerned her intentions. Understanding her desire to bear his child, he gently held her hand, contemplating the possibility of having a chi-refining cultivator give birth to his child if a golden core cultivator couldn't. Ningxiu's body trembled slightly, a mix of excitement and nervousness coursing through her. A few days later, as Li Su embarked on his journey back, Ningxiu accompanied him. The news of the patriarch of the Li family taking a new concubine quickly spread throughout the surrounding area, stirring excitement and gossip. People marveled at the fact that the patriarch had chosen a fairy-like woman as his wife. Although Ningxiu was still a chi-refining cultivator, her exceptional beauty made her resemble an immortal in the eyes of ordinary people. After marrying Ningxiu, Li Su immersed himself in his cultivation, diligently practicing day and night. Several months passed, and Ningxiu became pregnant. To their delight, not only Ningxiu, but also the concubines Li Su had taken previously became pregnant as well. Li Su couldn't help but smile. A few more months passed, and his children were born one after another. "Husband, this child has an 8th grade spirit root," Ningxiu exclaimed with joy after giving birth. She eagerly measured the child's spiritual potential, which was excellent. Li Su knew that their first child possessed a remarkably high-grade spirit root, an 8th grade, to be precise. It was a significant improvement compared to his own spirit root, which hadn't even reached the mixed spirit root level. The birth of this child also provided a substantial boost to Li Su's own spiritual potential. "Your number of descendants has exceeded 10,000, granting you 100 years of cultivation and strengthening your spirit root to a certain extent." A voice rang out, delivering another piece of good news. In the following years, the number of Li Su's descendants continued to increase, bringing him great joy and fulfillment. To ensure the growth of their lineage, Li Su also encouraged the family's descendants to have as many children as possible. As an incentive, Li Su offered rewards for each additional child. Surprisingly, not only did they receive rewards for having more descendants, but it also brought them greater happiness. It was a classic case of more children equating to more joy. Investing 100 years in cultivation. If only my spiritual foundation could be a tad stronger, Li Su pondered. He could already sense that his cultivation had once again surged forward. At this stage, he progressed from the initial stage of foundation building to the 3rd level. The results of his 100 years of cultivation surpassed his previous endeavors, primarily due to the strengthening of his spiritual foundation. Chapter 5, Give Birth, Give Me Lots of Children. Soon, Li Su discovered that the many children, many blessings system had undergone a new change after the number of his descendants exceeded 10,000. The new change entailed an additional reward for every concubine he took, which was a youth-preserving pill. Although the pill couldn't extend one's lifespan, it could bestow eternal youth. Looking at it this way, the rewards from the system change based on the number of my descendants, Li Su pondered. The accuracy of the many children, many blessings system was truly remarkable. The system's rewards were not contingent on Li Su's individual strengths. After Li Su reached the foundation establishment stage, there were no substantial changes in the system's rewards. However, once the number of Li Su's descendants surpassed 10,000, a significant change occurred. When the number of Li Su's descendants exceeded 1,000, the many children, many blessings system didn't provide tangible rewards but elevated Li Su's majesty. It ensured that the entire Li family, including Li Su's descendants, revered him as the patriarch without any disobedience. Now that the number had surpassed 10,000, the rewards had evidently improved. Although the cultivation world contained a youth-preserving pill, the materials required to create it were rare and difficult to obtain, making everlasting youth hard to achieve. Consequently, the system's rewards were far superior. Furthermore, with an increasing number of descendants in the future, there might be even more changes to come. Nanming, the Li family's business can now expand to the entire Wu Kingdom. You and your siblings should discuss and divide the territory amongst yourselves. Li Su's calm voice resonated in the main hall. "Yes, father," replied several elderly men and women in their 60s and 70s with the utmost respect. These elderly individuals were all Li Su's children. The contrast was striking. Over 100 years old, Li Su still appeared youthful, while his first batch of children had already grown old. The distinction between immortals and mortals was vividly apparent. Furthermore, the reward for childbirth is doubled. After marriage, every descendant of the Li family must bear a minimum of 5 children. If they have more than 10 children, The reward will be doubled once again," added Li Su. "Yes, father," they responded. Naturally, they wouldn't dare to voice any objections to their father's fascination with outsiders. In fact, they wouldn't dare to oppose any of his decisions and could only dutifully comply. "These few pills should be able to extend your lifespan," Li Su said as he distributed the pills bestowed upon him by the sect leader to his children. Although these children were capable, they were already advanced in age, and Li Su had no use for the pills himself. Thus, he decided to give them to his children. "Thank you, father," the children exclaimed happily as they gratefully accepted the pills from Li Su. After organizing everything, Li Su quietly departed from the main hall and returned to his estate. Yes, Li Su had resolved to further increase the rewards and encourage the Li family's descendants to have more children. Naturally, this would necessitate the expansion of the Li family's business. Although cultivators didn't value worldly wealth, the Li family had grown so vast that most of their descendants were ordinary mortals who required such material prosperity. "Are you pregnant again?" Li Su asked Ningxiu. She was displeased and furrowed her brow. Her first child was just 6 months old, and she was pregnant again. It hadn't even crossed his mind. Ever since she gave birth to their first child, Li Su had been pulling her towards him almost every day. How could she not get pregnant? Being Li Su's first immortal, she knew he took extra care of her. Li Su smiled, leaning his head against Ningxiu's belly, listening intently. Although he hadn't felt any fetal movements yet, as a foundation-building cultivator, Li Su could already sense the presence of the tiny life within her womb. "Haha, wonderful." Li Su's face lit up, and he pulled Ningxiu close, kissing her passionately. Seeing her husband so happy, Ningxiu's frown gradually faded, replaced by a joyful smile. Even though she had conceived again so soon, she felt content as long as her husband was happy. A few months later, Ningxiu gave birth to their second child, but unfortunately, the child did not possess spiritual roots. It was challenging for two cultivators to conceive children with spiritual roots. Even if they were both immortal cultivators, it remained highly improbable for all their children to possess spiritual roots. However, one of the new concubines that Li Su had taken in the past 2 years had given birth to a child with spiritual roots, albeit of mediocre quality. Nevertheless, having spiritual roots was still a significant advantage. As a result, the Li family now had 3 descendants with spiritual roots. Li Su had arranged for numerous maids and matrons to care for these 3 children, intending to send them to the immortal sect once they reached the age of 12. It was crucial for their bodies to fully develop before commencing their cultivation practice, as starting too early could have adverse effects. Li Su's own spiritual roots had also grown stronger. Under his new system of incentives, the Li family had seen a considerable increase in members this year. Bear more children, as many as possible. Now that his own lifespan was no longer a concern, Li Su had decided to become a procreating machine, dedicating more time to expanding his offspring. With a larger pool, there would always be 1 or 2 descendants with spiritual roots. Moreover, there were rewards for increasing the number of offspring, which fueled his motivation. Consequently, Li Su's frequency of taking concubines significantly increased. After entering the foundation building stage, many affluent families in the Wu Kingdom sought to marry their daughters to Li Su, making it easier for him to acquire concubines than before. "Husband, how am I getting pregnant again so easily?" Ningxiu voiced her worries again. It wasn't simple for cultivators to conceive, yet Ningxiu seemed to possess a particularly fertile physique. Under Li Su's cultivation, she became pregnant again less than a year after giving birth to their second child. They had been married for less than 4 years, and she had already conceived 3 children. Wow, how is she so fertile? Li Su wondered happily. Chapter 6, Scattered Cultivator Gathering, Fluttering Young Man Still No Spiritual Roots? Nevertheless, even after the birth of Ningxiu's 3rd child, there was still no indication of any spiritual roots. It seemed that the development of spiritual roots was not something that could be easily granted. In the martial kingdom, some families of chi refining stage cultivators were referred to as immortal cultivator families. However, in reality, only a few immortal cultivators resided within those families. Although Li Su was disappointed that his child lacked spiritual roots, he saw each additional offspring as a potential source of cultivation growth. "Husband, the biennial gathering of wandering cultivators is about to begin. Will you go?" On this particular day, Ningxiu remembered an important event. The gathering of wandering cultivators? Li Su had heard of it. It was a gathering organized by wandering cultivators from several secular countries near the Martial Kingdom. The Martial Kingdom and several nearby secular countries were controlled by 3 immortal sects. Joining an immortal sect was not easy. Individuals with slightly inferior spiritual roots could only become outer disciples of the sect. If they failed to make progress over several years, they would not even be able to maintain their status as outer disciples and would be forced to become wandering cultivators. This was an unavoidable outcome due to limited cultivation resources. The sects could not afford to support individuals who did not contribute to their progress. As a result, many wandering cultivators were created under such circumstances. If it hadn't been for Li Su owing a favor to the leader of the Flying Immortal sect, he wouldn't have been able to stay in the sect for such a long time. Additionally, thanks to Li Su's connections, Ningzio was also able to enter the Flying Immortal sect. Li Su rarely participated in gatherings of wandering cultivators before. He followed a different path of growth compared to other cultivators. However, when Ningzio informed him about the upcoming gathering, Li Su became interested. After making arrangements, Li Su took care of things at home. Since Ningzio had recently given birth to their third child, she decided to stay with the Li family. "Zio, I am leaving," Li Su said. On that day, Li Su mounted his horse and departed from the Li family, heading towards the border of the Martial Kingdom. The wandering cultivators gathered in the middle of several secular countries, where there were vast areas with few people. These areas were rarely visited by people and often had some dangers. Ordinary people did not come here. After several days of travel, Li Su arrived at the border of the Martial Kingdom. He left his horse at a relay station and continued his journey on a flying sword. "Senior, are you heading to the gathering of wandering cultivators?" Shortly after taking flight, a figure ascended from below and respectfully inquired, "Sir." Li Su glanced at the person. This individual seemed to be a cultivator at the chi refining stage, possessing decent strength. To ordinary people, cultivators were considered as immortals. In society, a typical postnatal master could easily handle 10 or even dozens of opponents. A prenatal master, on the other hand, could take on hundreds or even thousands of opponents without breaking a sweat. To ordinary people, prenatal masters were already considered unattainable. Even a chi refining stage cultivator couldn't match a prenatal master's power. Li Su simply responded, "I happen to be going there too." The cultivator said, "So let me lead the way for you, senior." The cultivator, sensing the spiritual power fluctuations emanating from Li Su, displayed surprising respect. It seemed that the cultivator had never met Li Su before. Li Su did not decline the offer, and soon they arrived at a highland surrounded by steep cliffs that were difficult to climb, even for apes, guided by the cultivator. Around the highland, occasional flashes of sword lights could be seen, indicating cultivators who had flown up on their swords after reaching the base of the highland. Some were seen scaling the cliffs, likely prenatal masters. Upon hearing about this gathering of cultivators, many prenatal masters would often join in to broaden their horizons and have some fun. "Senior, the immortal desolate peak in front of us is the location of this cultivators' gathering." Eagerly the cultivators spoke next to Li Su. Two sword lights approached the immortal desolate peak. "They must be two chi refining stage seniors flying on their swords from such a distance," observed a prenatal master on the cliff with a mixture of envy and awe. As prenatal masters, their societal status was decent, but as long as they couldn't reach the chi refining stage, they would always be considered ordinary. Immortal desolate peak. Li Su landed on the highland. The highland was fairly flat, covering an area of about 10 square kilometers with a length and width of approximately 3 kilometers. Several buildings stood upon it, serving as a gathering place for scattered cultivators during their annual meetings. The scattered cultivators were mainly gathered in the middle area. Some had set up stalls, displaying the treasures they had collected, while others gathered in small groups of 2 or 3, exchanging information about the world of cultivation. Li Su's arrival drew the attention of many scattered cultivators. Not every immortal cultivator possessed extraordinary looks, and cultivators as handsome as Li Su were even rarer. At that moment, Li Su appeared like an 18-year-old, exuding vitality and vigor without a hint of aging in his body. Certain female cultivators noticed him, and their eyes lit up. What intrigued these cultivators was Li Su's strong spiritual pressure. "He is the ancestor of the Li family from Luoshui, and I heard he has already reached the foundation establishment stage," someone whispered, recognizing Li Su. "Wow, a foundation building senior. No wonder I feel so much pressure from him. How can he look so young?" Another person wondered. "I am not sure. Maybe he has some kind of anti-aging technique. Let's go and greet him," someone suggested, and others agreed. "But he's a disciple of the Flying Immortal sect. How did he came to participate in the scattered cultivators gathering?" The person who initially spoke expressed surprise, prompting similar reactions from the surrounding scattered cultivators. Some cultivators took action and approached Li Su to pay their respects, drawn by his presence and reputation. Chapter 7, The Walking Hormone. Your reputation precedes you, and your name is known throughout Wu Nation. It is truly an honor to meet you today, senior. Surrounded by a group of scattered cultivators on Immortal Desolate Peak, who greeted Li Su with respect. "I never expected that you, senior, were the renowned patriarch of the Li family in our Wu Nation. Please forgive my ignorance for not recognizing you earlier." said a late-stage chi refining cultivator who had brought Li Su to the mountain. A few years ago, Li Su was only in the chi refining stage, and even as a disciple of an immortal sect, he would not have been so famous among scattered cultivators. If a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage was dedicated to the cultivation, they rarely went out and therefore would not have much fame among scattered cultivators. Li Su's fame mainly came from the fact that he was an immortal sect disciple who had stayed in the mortal world for a long time. While other cultivators cut off worldly desires, Li Su went against the norm and took many concubines, even starting a prosperous mortal family. Combined with Li Su's foundation establishment at the age of 100, his name slowly spread among scattered cultivators after a few years. In a way, foundation establishment at 100 years old would have a greater impact on scattered cultivators. It also gave hope to some cultivators with poor qualifications that if Li Su could achieve it, perhaps they could also achieve this. Although many scattered cultivators had heard of Li Su, few had actually met him. Seeing many scattered cultivators paying their respects to him, Li Su did not act overly aloof or enthusiastic. He maintained the attitude of a foundation establishment cultivator, occasionally responding to the greetings, which made the visiting cultivators feel exceptionally honored. "What's going on over there? It's so lively. It seems to be a senior at the foundation establishment stage, and I heard that it is the ancestor of the Luoshui Li family. The Li family patriarch? The one who took in over 100 concubines?" At this moment, a few female cultivators who had come together saw Li Su surrounded by many scattered cultivators and inquired about his identity. These female cultivators were simply curious, nothing more. Li Su had stayed in the mortal world for a long time and took in so many concubines, yet he could still achieve foundation establishment at 100 years old, which naturally piqued their curiosity. Looking from afar, these female cultivators saw Li Su standing out from the crowd. Why does he look so young? A few female cultivators were stunned. During the chi refining stage, as true essence flowed and nourished the body with spiritual energy, it could also delay aging and increase lifespan. But this delay was limited. Although Li Su was in the foundation building stage, he was ultimately a 100-year-old foundation builder. Not only did Li Su look young, but he also had an extremely sunny and energetic demeanor. His eyes were bright and full of vitality, exuding strong masculine energy. Time had left no trace on him, not even a single wrinkle. Even a youth-preserving pill would not achieve this. Moreover, a youth-preserving pill that was useful for mortals might not be useful for cultivators. This made the few female cultivators somewhat skeptical. Was he really Senior Li? Yes, he is Senior Li. Senior Li is truly skilled in maintaining his youthfulness, with outstanding temperament, no different from an 18-year-old young man. No wonder he was able to build his foundation at 100 years old. Next to him, a wandering cultivator who was selling some cultivation techniques at his stall said confidently. After a few female cultivators received confirmation, their gazes unconsciously lingered on Li Su. Before seeing Li Su, they had only heard about the news related to the ancestor of the Li family in passing. Subconsciously, their impression of the ancestor of the Li family was just that of an old man who is attached to the secular world and aging. However, they did not expect that Li Su would completely overturn their impression of him when they saw him today. His temperament and demeanor were particularly outstanding, and his appearance struck a chord with them. "Let's go over and pay our respects." After seeing the wandering cultivators go to pay their respects to Li Su one by one, a female cultivator pulled her companion and said, "There are rarely any foundation-building cultivators at the gathering of wandering cultivators. It is a rare opportunity to make a good impression on someone like him and perhaps even receive some guidance from him." Even if there was no guidance, leaving a good impression was also a good thing. That was why many wandering cultivators came to pay their respects. Shortly after, several female cultivators arrived by Li Su's side. "Luigi pays respects to Senior." One of the female cultivators said simply, without using too many polite words. Li Su nodded slightly in response to show his courtesy. "Senior Li is too young. My heart was pounding when I talked to him," Uchiha said to the female cultivators. After paying their respects, the female cultivators stepped back to the side. One of them whispered, "Me too, Uchiha. Your parents are planning to marry you off to the Wang family, but you don't like that guy from the Wang family. In my opinion, you might as well marry Senior Li. Although the King family's patriarch is at the foundation establishment stage, he probably won't reach it in his lifetime." The other female cultivator lightly nudged Uchiha with her elbow and said, "Your face is turning red." Since we came to Immortal Desolate Peak and met Li Su, he had been like a walking hormone, attracting your attention. Although you might not have realized it, you had developed feelings for him. Now that the female cultivator said this, why wasn't her face turning red? Even if her face turned red, the words of that female cultivator just won't go away. Rather than marrying the fat and greasy boy from the king family who had only just reached the first level of chi refining, it would be better to marry Li Su. Looking at Li Su being surrounded by many wandering cultivators like a star, her heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. On Immortal Desolate Peak, the number of independent cultivators who came to pay their respects finally became sparse. However, there were still some who came occasionally. This gathering was not only for exchanging insights into cultivation and information about the world of cultivation but also for trading items such as pills or spirit stones. Chi refinement pills that were useful for the chi refinement stage could be traded if lucky enough at this gathering. However, there were no foundation establishment pills left. Pills that could help with foundation establishment, such as foundation establishment pills, were quite rare within the sect and naturally would not appear at an independent cultivator gathering. On the other hand, it was also an opportunity to meet other cultivators and expand one's network. Li Su also turned around. This was his first time attending such a gathering. "Senior, my daughter has admired you for a long time. Let my daughter accompany you to visit the assembly." At this time, a couple came up with their daughter and said to Li Su courteously. The Zhang family wants to use their daughter to form a marriage alliance with Li Su. "Uchiha, if you don't take action soon, someone else might beat you to it," the other cultivator teased. Chapter 8, Drill Tents Senior, they should be immortal cultivators from the 4 Chi kingdoms, and the group over there should be from the northern Yan kingdom. On the Immortal Desolate Peak, a woman with a pretty face introduced herself to Li Su. This woman was named Zhang Yuer, and her cultivation level was at the 2nd level of chi refining. Her parents were chi refining cultivators, and she also had spiritual roots, although they weren't that great. Her parents seemed to want her to establish a relationship with Li Su and left her with him before departing. This time, many wandering cultivators came to the gathering, not only from the Wu Kingdom but also from other secular countries. At this moment, a sword light approached from afar. "Another foundation establishment senior is here. It's Senior Bei. Senior Bei has come several times before." Some wandering cultivators recognized the arriving cultivator. Senior Bei is also a foundation establishment cultivator, but he is a wandering cultivator. It is said that Senior Bei's talent was originally ordinary. Still, he obtained some fortuitous encounters several decades ago and made rapid progress, finally successfully establishing his foundation 20 years ago. Zhang Yuer explained. Li Su looked over, and the cultivator named Bei looked like he was quite a bit older than him. The other's strength seemed pretty good, but the attention of the female cultivators on Immortal Desolate Peak was still mostly on Li Su. When the other side arrived, he was also welcomed, and many casual practitioners went forward to meet him. Even though they were both foundation establishment cultivators, Li Su was much better than Bei in terms of looks and temperament. For the same cultivator who established the foundation, in terms of appearance and temperament, Li Su should completely beat the cultivator named Bei. In the foundation building stage, if there was no beauty and temperament like Li Su, many female cultivators in the chi refining stage would not pay too much attention. I didn't expect that fellow cultivator would also be interested in attending the wandering cultivator gathering. I am planning to recruit some wandering cultivators to hunt demon beasts in the Blackwood Forest. I heard that a fellow cultivator is a disciple of the Flying Immortal sect. I wonder if you are interested in joining me? After the cultivator's surname Bei came, he quickly noticed Li Su and sent an invitation. Li Su said, "I am not interested in hunting demon beasts." The cultivator surnamed Bei politely bowed after seeing Li Su's refusal and was then surrounded by some interested rogue cultivators. For rogue cultivators, hunting demonic beasts in special and dangerous areas was a way to obtain cultivation resources. Still, it was also very risky and could result in the loss of their lives. The Blackwood Forest was fraught with danger, and it was extremely dangerous for chi refining stage cultivators to go there. However, if accompanied by a foundation establishment stage cultivator, they could venture to the outer perimeter and perhaps gain something valuable. However, Li Su had no interest in this. If he were to go, he would not go with this unfamiliar cultivator surnamed Bei, but rather return to Flying Immortal sect to find teammates or go alone. "Senior, may I be so bold as to ask for your guidance?" A group of casual cultivators who were exchanging ideas saw Li Su coming, and they were still there talking for a long time. A female cultivator couldn't help but speak boldly. "Guidance?" Although Li Su did not cultivate himself, he still had insights into cultivation. The cultivation he obtained from the system's rewards was directly given to him, but along with the cultivation, he also received insights into cultivation. This type of reward made Li Su's foundation more solid as if he had cultivated for over 1,000 years. It was not like rootless water or foundationless walls. In other words, Li Su now had insights into cultivation that were equivalent to over 1,000 years of cultivation. Although his spiritual root was very poor, these insights were genuine. Seeing some female cultivators eyeing him expectantly, Li Su cleared his throat and began to earnestly offer guidance. "Let's go over there," said Uchiha, approaching with 2 companions. Soon, many rogue cultivators gathered around Li Su. The innermost layer of these rogue cultivators was mostly female cultivators. Li Su's explanations of cultivation insights were easy to understand and enjoyable to listen to. Because his spiritual roots were very poor, his insights were suitable for these rogue cultivators with similarly poor spiritual roots. Li Su did not try to conceal the fact that his spiritual root was poor. After all, at the age of 100, nobody could possibly think of him as a genius or anything like that. So, soon, the wandering cultivators all listened with rapt attention. The female cultivators particularly stared fixedly at Li Su. As some of the female cultivators stared, they didn't know what they were thinking, and their gazes would sometimes become unnatural, and their cheeks would occasionally turn red. After talking for a long time, Li Su saw that more and more wandering cultivators were gathering around, and they were all listening with great interest, so he had no choice but to continue. After talking for another half day, it was already dark, and several layers of wandering cultivators had surrounded them. "It's getting dark, okay? Everyone disperses and lets the senior rest." Zhang Yuer hadn't had enough, but she still considerately tried to help Li Su out. Senior's teachings were truly enlightening, and he has shown me the way. "Senior, please accept my bow." One wandering cultivator was grateful and bowed to Li Su. The other wandering cultivators realized what was going on and expressed their thanks to Li Su in their own ways. "Senior, this is for you." At this point, a female cultivator stuffed a white handkerchief into Li Su's hand and ran off while blushing. Their expressions became quite meaningful when the surrounding wandering cultivators saw this scene. However, Zhang Yuer's expression changed because this kind of wandering cultivator gathering also had a hidden function, which was an opportunity for some hopeless foundation-building cultivators to find a partner and form a cultivation family. And once a female cultivator gave a male cultivator a handmade handkerchief or another love token, it meant that she approved of him. If the male cultivator used the handkerchief to enter the female cultivator's tent at night, it could lead to a beautiful event. Among cultivators, sometimes there were not as many complicated formalities as in the mortal world. Not every wandering cultivator gathering could succeed. Generally, it was good if one pair could be formed at a gathering. But this time, a female cultivator publicly gave Li Su a handkerchief. "Quick, Uchiha." Seeing that a female cultivator was taking action, 2 of Uchiha's companions pushed her forward. Uchiha gritted her teeth, finally took out a handkerchief, stuffed it into Li Su's hand, and ran off while blushing without looking back. Another one. The surrounding scattered cultivators were all envious. The first female cultivator who gave Li Su a handkerchief was quite attractive, and the second one, Uchiha, was even more young and beautiful. Some male cultivators who had no hope of reaching the foundation establishment and were looking for a Dao companion were extremely envious. However, envy was useless because they didn't have Li Su's charm. Li Su was not only a foundation establishment cultivator but also had an explosive appeal to women. Just being strong wasn't enough. That Bay surname cultivator, who was also at the foundation establishment stage and had attended the scattered cultivators gathering twice, had not received a handkerchief from any female cultivators. As cultivators, even if some female practitioners had no prospects of achieving a foundation establishment, they refused to settle for less. "Yuer, what does this mean?" Li Su pulled Zhang Yuer aside and asked, "I still don't quite understand what is going on." Zhang Yuer hesitated whether to hand over her handkerchief. Hearing Li Su's question, she explained in a low voice. "Is it possible to do it like this?" Li Su was startled. This time he came to the scattered cultivators gathering to get to know some female cultivators and marry a few fairy maidens in order to give birth to more children with spiritual roots. However, he did not expect it to go so smoothly. It seemed that he had underestimated his own charm. If he had come when he was in the later stage of chi refining, he might have been able to marry a fairy maiden and have children with spiritual roots. "Senior. If you like. Yuer is also willing." At this point, Zhang Yuer whispered in an extremely subtle voice. Chapter 9. The Ancestor wants to accept the immortal again. "I will send someone over, and we will have a proper wedding ceremony," Li Su said to Zhang Yuer. Zhang Yuer blushed and softly replied with a yes. She had developed more feelings for Li Su, as he was not rushing to take her but rather willing to go through the proper procedures of a wedding ceremony. Although the world of cultivators was different from the world of mortals, and many cultivators did not care much about ordinary etiquette, as a chi refining cultivator, her lifelong events were still somewhat important to her. Now, seeing that Li Su valued her so much, Zhang Yuer couldn't help but feel moved. After spending some time talking with her in the tent, Li Su took a handkerchief and went into another tent. Inside was the first female cultivator who gave Li Su a handkerchief. When Li Su entered, The female cultivator was so embarrassed that she couldn't speak and fiddled with her clothes, feeling like she was at Li Su's mercy. Li Su sat down, and his voice became gentle. After a few words, the female cultivator's nervousness ceased, and she became more attracted to Li Su as she saw him willing to sit and chat with her patiently and with care. Thus, Li Su spent some time chatting with her, and the female cultivator Shenzhou became even more deeply attracted to him. Initially, she had just fallen in love with Li Su at first sight and impulsively gave him her handkerchief. However, after getting to know him better, she found that although Li Su was a foundation-building cultivator, he was not as cold as many others of that level. He was quite patient and caring towards her. This made Shenzhou like Li Su even more. Even if Li Su took her as his concubine now, she would be willing to do so with all her heart. Although, Li Su was still not in a hurry and instead made a promise to marry her properly. With the previous concubines he took, even if they came from poor families, Li Su still held proper wedding ceremonies for them, making the event very grand. Li Su believed that taking concubines was a way to strengthen the Li family and utilize the more children, more blessings system to enhance himself. He would never mistreat his women. At least, he would ensure his concubines that they had no regrets in this lifetime and that they would not suffer any hardships by being with him. After spending the night with Shenzhou, Li Su finally appeared in the tent of Lu Uchiha. Ah! Senior Li. Lu Uchiha sensed movement and realized it was Li Su. She exclaimed in surprise, as she was the youngest of the 3 female cultivators present. You are so young? Even if your spiritual roots are not the best, joining a sect might give you a chance to build a foundation. If you follow me, you will only be in the Li family. Li Su said as he approached Lu Uchiha. Although the tent was quite dark, it didn't affect Li Su's vision. Upon hearing his words, Lu Uchiha felt wronged, and tears started to well up. Did your parents force you into this? Li Su asked. Although he hoped to marry more fairy maidens with spiritual roots, it was only under the condition that they were completely voluntary to marry him. Being forced by her parents was not voluntary. Lu Uchiha shook her head and whispered about her family's situation. Her family was also a small cultivating family. Her parents were chi refining cultivators, and she had a younger brother with spiritual roots. Her parents wanted her brother to join a sect, but his qualifications were not good enough. However, if they had the help of another cultivating family, her brother might be able to join a sect in the Four Chi Kingdom. Many of the immortal cultivators in these immortal cultivating families were eliminated by the immortal sect. Although they were eliminated, a small number of immortal cultivators still had some connections in the immortal gate. Especially some immortal cultivators in the late stage of chi refining, even if there was no hope of establishing a foundation, they still kept in touch with some disciples of the immortal sect. So, Lu Uchiha's parents planned to use her to exchange for her brother's future. This was not because of favoritism towards males, but more importantly, her brother's qualifications were slightly better than hers. In the world of cultivation, spiritual roots were too important. There seemed to be no way around it. Everyone's lifespan had its limits, and with a slightly inadequate spiritual root, it might not be possible to establish a foundation in one's lifetime. Even building a foundation was challenging enough, let alone ascending further. Lu Uchiha had no choice. She didn't want to marry until today when she saw Li Su. She had a good impression of Li Su. She wanted to get rid of the fate of marrying into Wang's family. So, she boldly gave away her handkerchief to Li Su. Hearing this, Li Su understood. Senior, I don't want to use you. If you don't like me, I will leave. If you don't mind, I am willing to follow you. After sharing her story, Lu Uchiha quietly expressed her innermost thoughts. She didn't want to return to her own family anymore. Li Su gently held her hand. That night was both calm and turbulent. The next day, the gathering of scattered cultivators continued, usually lasting 3 to 4 days. Li Su didn't rush to leave, as many cultivators were still waiting for his guidance. After Li Su stayed here for another day, he left on the 3rd day. When he came, Li Su was alone, but when he returned, another person was beside him. That was Lu Uchiha. Lu Uchiha didn't want to return to her family, so she left with Li Su. As for Zhang Yuer and Shenzhou, who also came from small cultivation families, Li Su planned to send someone for a marriage proposal and follow the proper procedures. As for Ning Xiao, who had followed Li Su from the beginning, her parents had long passed away, and she had no other relatives, so she also went home with Li Su. The patriarch is back. Li Su returned to the estate a few days later with Lu Uchiha. Upon returning, the Li family became busy. The estate was large and mainly served as Li Su's residence. Other descendants of the Li family lived below the estate in a city by the Hua River, where most of the population consisted of Li's people and a large number of servants. Soon, the Li estate was decorated with lanterns and streamers. The patriarch is going to marry another fairy. This news spread throughout the estate and the surrounding areas. Chapter 10, 3 Immortals in a Row. 1. Li Mansion is always filled with joy. Yes, I heard that the Li family ancestor has recently married 2 immortal maidens in a row. Immortal women are just amazing. Li's family ancestor is over 100 years old, yet his health is better than mine, like a man in his 30s. That's for sure. Otherwise, why would the immortal maidens marry him? As the grand wedding procession passed through the largest city of Hueco, it attracted many onlookers. For the people of Hueco, witnessing the Li family ancestor taking on new wives every 1 or 2 years was a rare and lively event. Moreover, every time the Li family ancestor married, the family would host a grand feast. Apart from the normal guests, the Li family would also set up a banquet by the Hueco River, and anyone who wished to join in could enjoy a feast to their heart's content. For many poor families, the best meal they could have all year was during the Li family ancestors' weddings. Therefore, many people followed when Li Su took on new wives. They were happy to partake in the festivities. There were also many people eagerly anticipating Li Su taking on new wives so that they could have a good meal at the banquet. After Li Su established his foundation, the frequency of his marriages increased significantly in recent years. It added much delight to the people living in Hueco. Inside the Li mansion, decorations were up, and preparations were made. This time, the bride was Zhang Yuer. After the wedding, as night fell, Li Su entered his room. Zhang Yuer was sitting there nervously. She was wearing a red veil. Li Su lifted the veil. Underneath the veil was a beautiful woman with a shy expression and delicate features like lotus petals and willow-like eyebrows. The room went dark. "Dear husband, I think I am pregnant." After more than half a month, Uchiha felt like she might be pregnant. Great. Li Su was overjoyed. For Li Su, the more offspring he had, the chances of having a child with strong spiritual roots would be more. Li Su spent a little more time with Uchiha. Although he had many women, they didn't engage in palace intrigues like those in the imperial palace. The relationship between Li Su's women remained very harmonious. As Li Su took on more immortal maidens, there would inevitably be some differences between them and his other women. It was not about Ningzio or any other women acting superior or isolating a few immortal women, but rather that there was a distinction between immortals and mortals in this world. The other women of Li Su would unconsciously defer to the immortal women. However, Ningzio and the others were not interested in managing the family's affairs, so the management of the family's affairs was left to some of Li Su's concubines, who had good character and handled things fairly. Li Su gained fame in Hueco City for accepting a few immortal women as his disciples. After Shenzhou got married, Li Su did not plan to take any more concubines for a year. If any of his concubines got pregnant, Li Su would spend time with them daily. However, after Zhang Yuer got pregnant, Shenzhou and Uchiha did not get pregnant for a long time. Some ordinary women might get pregnant immediately, but it might take more time if they were cultivators. Li Su wasn't in a hurry either. After more than half a year, the youngest Uchiha finally had Li Su's child. The following year, Zhang Yuer successfully gave birth to another child for Li Su. "Master, this child has spiritual roots." Zhang Yuer was overjoyed because she and Li Su's first child also had spiritual roots. Li Su was also quite happy. This child brought the number of his descendants with spiritual roots to a total of 4. 2 months passed, and Uchiha still had not given birth, but Ningzio's belly had grown larger again. Ningzio was not worried because she knew that the more children she had, the happier Li Su seemed to be. After being married to Li Su for so long as Li Su was happy, Ningzio was willing to do whatever he wanted. Moreover, after reaching the foundation building stage, Ningzio also wanted more offspring. If one had extremely good spiritual roots and could continuously make rapid progress and increase their lifespan, they would rarely consider the issue of offspring. Even if they did consider it, it would often be after the other person had grown to a certain stage. However, many cultivators who were hopeless in reaching the foundation building stage had a limited lifespan, so they naturally considered this issue. In some ways, descendants were equivalent to the continuation of life. Ningzio's 4th child finally had spiritual roots, but they weren't as good as the first child. Li Su didn't care as long as they had spiritual roots. It benefited him by enhancing his own spiritual roots. Chapter 11, Break 10, 2. After Ningzio's 4th child was born, Li Su had 5 descendants with spiritual roots. Among the 5 descendants with spiritual roots, Ningzio's first child was the best one. The grade of her first child's spiritual root was around the 8th grade. These 5 descendants greatly increased Li Su's spiritual roots. Each additional child brought a 1-year improvement to Li Su's cultivation base, which was several times that of the previous 1-year cultivation base. In the entire Li family, Li Su always encouraged his descendants to have more children. Therefore, newborns continued to increase the Li family population. Another year passed, and Shenzhou finally had Li Su's child. But this child had no spiritual roots. Li Su also went out a few months after the child was born. On this trip, he brought his first descendant with spiritual roots to the Flying Immortal sect. He could also pick the Lingxi from the Flying Immortal sect. This offspring, who had just turned 12 years old, was ready for preliminary cultivation. Li Su was not being groomed within the family, but placing his son in the Immortal sect would provide him with better resources. After reaching the foundation establishment stage, Li Su could receive 100 pieces of spiritual stones annually from the Flying Immortal sect. Li Su didn't have much need for spiritual stones in the past, and he would go to the Flying Immortal sect to get them once every few years or even longer. Li Su stored all these spiritual stones. He did not need spiritual stones to improve his own cultivation. He used all these spiritual stones for Ningxiao and the others. He only stored a small part of it. If there were a battle in the future, it could still be very good to use the spiritual stone to restore spiritual power during the battle. Brother Li, don't worry. We will take good care of him. With Li Su's relationship, his first descendant easily entered the Flying Immortal sect. Of course, if Li Su's progress within the Flying Immortal sect was too slow, he might be eliminated in the future. Each immortal gate had certain rules and requirements. Like the Flying Immortal sect, there were certain requirements for joining the sect every 10 years. The requirements for every 10 years were relatively lenient. The most rigid requirement was that if you could not build a foundation before the age of 60, you would be eliminated from the Immortal sect. Certainly, if one had reached the late stage of chi refinement by the age of 60, they could still obtain the status of a registered disciple in the Immortal sect. However, they won't be able to enjoy benefits such as receiving spiritual stones. Li Su could be considered as the only exception in the Flying Immortal sect. After sending the first offspring to the Flying Immortal sect, Li Su received the Lingxi and returned to the Li family. In the blink of an eye, another 7 or 8 years passed. Li Su lived a fulfilling and busy life for the past 7 or 8 years. He still maintained the rhythm of taking concubines every year but had not married a new immortal in recent years. The 5th floor of the foundation building has reached its peak. Li Su thought and smiled. Although the number of people in the Li family had not changed qualitatively in recent years, still Li Su's cultivation continued to increase. It took him nearly 80 years to build the foundation at the age of 100. But after the establishment of the foundation, in just a dozen years, he went from the 1st floor of the foundation to the peak of the 5th floor. This progress was really significant. The promotion from the 1st floor of the foundation establishment to the 5th floor was much more difficult than the promotion from chi refining to the foundation establishment. This rate of progress was even more modest compared to some talented individuals with exceptional spiritual roots. Such a big improvement was due to the increase in the number of his descendants with spiritual roots, which improved his own spiritual roots. The increase in the number of the Li family was like a snowball, getting bigger and bigger. In the beginning, the speed was slower. After the total number of descendants increased, the Li family continued to spread even more. Even if it was the 3rd or 4th generation, each additional descendant could improve Li Su's cultivation. Master, he's born, he's born. An old lady came in a hurry and said, Luigia give birth to another baby. You have a new spiritual root descendant, and your spiritual root has been slightly improved. You have a total of 10 descendants of spiritual roots, gaining 100 years of cultivation and refining experience. A prompt appeared on the system panel. Seeing the prompt on the system panel, Li Su couldn't help but smile. Looking at it this way, Luigia gave birth to a baby for Li Su as another offspring with spiritual roots. Finally, the number of his descendants with spiritual roots had exceeded 10. The 4 immortals Li Su married greatly contributed to having offspring with spiritual roots. Only 2 of the 10 offspring with spiritual roots were born from other concubines. The remaining 8 were born by his 4 immortal women. The combination of immortal and immortal cultivators had a higher probability of giving birth to offspring with spiritual roots. However, the spiritual roots of these 10 descendants were not particularly good. But in Li Su's opinion, they were already very good. Moreover, after the number of spiritual root descendants exceeded 100, additional rewards were triggered. Li Su was rewarded with an additional 100 years of cultivation, not only that but also 100 years of experience in refining weapons. In other words, Li Su went to learn about 100 years of experience in refining weapons. Good. Li Su was very satisfied. From this point of view, in the rewards of the many children and many blessing system, the total number of Li Su's descendants was important, but the quality was equally important. After the reward arrived in the account, Li Su slowly absorbed the cultivation experience contained in these 100 years of cultivation base, as well as the experience of 100 years of refining equipment. Chapter 12, Are you in the later stage of the foundation building? 3. 7th floor of the foundation. After absorbing the 100-year cultivation base, Li Su suddenly found that his cultivation base had reached the level of the 7th floor of the foundation building. The 7th floor of the foundation building was considered to be the authentic late stage of the foundation building. From the 1st floor to the 10th floor, every 3 floors was a small stage, and the 10th floor was the peak. Not only that, but with 100 years of experience in refining weapons, Lee Su also had a certain level of skill in refining weapons. For cultivators, cultivation was the right path. Alchemy and tool refining were also very good auxiliary means. Pills could make immortal cultivators grow faster, and magic tools could make immortal cultivators stronger in combat. To a certain extent, a good magic weapon could even challenge the immortal cultivator to a higher level. Of course, cultivation was fundamental. If he didn't have enough cultivation, the high-level magic weapon wouldn't work, and if he let the magic weapon absorb all his spiritual energy, the magic weapon won't even work. Cultivation was time-consuming and labor-intensive. He might accomplish nothing if he was distracted by alchemy and weapon refining. Therefore, only a small number of immortal cultivators with alchemy and weapon refining talents would choose alchemy and weapon refining. Naturally, Lee Su didn't waste his energy on learning alchemy and weapon refining before. The system had rewarded 100 years of refining experience, which was not bad. If there was a need in the future, Lee Su could also refine weapons by himself. It's better to go to the Flying Immortal sect to improve the reward of spiritual stones every year and then participate in this casual practice gathering, Lee Su thought. In the early stage of Foundation establishment, you can receive 100 spirit stones from the Flying Immortal sect every year, which will be doubled in the middle stage, and then doubled in a later stage. Thinking of this, Lee Su stepped on the flying sword and set off. After reaching the late stage of Foundation establishment, the real essence in his body was extremely strong. The spiritual power flowed continuously, so he would not ride a horse slowly. This time, the speed was very fast. Lee Su came to the Flying Immortal sect in just a few hours. Brother Lee. At the mountain gate, the disciples of the Flying Immortal sect on duty greeted Lee Su. Junior Brother Lee, it's been a long time to see you. Hey, your spiritual pressure. More than 10 years ago, when Lee Su had just established the foundation, the middle stage foundation establishment disciple he had met saw Lee Su greeting him and realized something was wrong. The spiritual pressure on Lee Su's body was impressively higher than his. The eyes of this mid-stage foundation establishment disciple suddenly widened. More than 10 years ago, he was at the 4th level of the foundation building, and more than 10 years have passed. With his unremitting efforts, he had only broken through to the 5th level of the foundation building. The 5th floor of the foundation building was still considered to be in the middle stage of the foundation building. But he never thought Lee Su's spiritual pressure surpassed him in the past 10 years. Didn't this mean that Lee Su might have reached the 6th floor of the foundation establishment? But how was this possible? He established the foundation at the age of 40, and Lee Su only established the foundation at the age of 100. How could it be possible for him to progress so much faster than him? Therefore, this disciple in the middle stage of the foundation establishment was suddenly stunned. Other disciples of the Flying Immortal sect were somewhat puzzled when they saw his appearance. They didn't notice any significant difference. As foundation establishment cultivators, the spiritual pressure emerging from their bodies was quite intimidating. Seeing this, Lee Su didn't explain much. He bowed his hands to the disciple in the middle stage of the foundation establishment and entered the Flying Immortal sect. Junior Brother Lee, how could he improve so fast? Seeing Lee Su leave, the mid-stage foundation establishment disciple finally came to his senses, took a deep breath, and said, "What's wrong, Senior Brother Huang?" The surrounding Flying Immortal sect disciples asked curiously. The disciple in the middle stage of the foundation establishment said, "Brother Lee, his cultivation level may surpass mine." He changed his words quickly. In the world of cultivation, strength was everything. Even though he still called Lee Su junior brother. But Lee Su's spiritual energy had surpassed him. Now he was his senior brother. What? Why is Senior Brother Lee's entry so powerful? Didn't he build his foundation at the age of 100? The surrounding Flying Immortal sect disciples all felt a little unbelievable. On the other side, Lee Su soon came to the main hall of the Flying Immortal sect. This was the Hall of Foreign Affairs, where the disciples of the Flying Immortal sect received their spiritual stones and some tasks. Lee Su, who had been in the Flying Immortal sect for so many years, rarely participated in some activities organized by the Flying Immortal sect. Since Lee Su sent a descendant, he hadn't came to collect spiritual stones for several years. Now that he had reached the later stage of foundation establishment, it was a perfect opportunity to catch up and boost his accumulation of spiritual stones from the previous years. Lee Su, you haven't claimed it for 8 years. These are your spiritual stones. The elders of the Foreign Affairs Hall were squinting their eyes and taking a nap. They handed Lee Su a bag of spiritual stones when they saw Lee Su coming. One piece of spiritual stone was not big, and several pieces of spiritual stone overlapped, equivalent to the size of a mahjong tile. Add note, A mahjong tile refers to one of the small rectangular tiles used in the game of mahjong. Li Su saw that it was 800 yuan in total. He was about to speak when the eyes of the Elder of the Foreign Affairs Hall suddenly opened. The turbidity in his eyes disappeared instantly, and he stared at Li Su repeatedly. The expression in his eyes was rather startled and uncertain. Li Su, are you in the late stage of Foundation establishment? The Elder of the Foreign Affairs Hall asked with some uncertainty. In his perception, Li Su's aura was indeed correct in the late stage of the Foundation establishment. For other disciples, such as the core disciples of the Flying Immortal sect who had outstanding aptitude and whose spiritual roots were above the 6th rank, the Elders of the Foreign Affairs Hall would not ask more questions. But this was Li Su. It was credited to Li Su's kindness to the sect master that he could stay in the Flying Immortal sect and enjoy a free ride for so long, despite establishing his foundation at the age of 100. The foundation was built only at the age of 100, and as a result, it took more than 10 years to go from the first level of the foundation to the later stage. This made the Elders of the Foreign Affairs Hall dare not believe it. Chapter 13, The Sect Leaders Surprise Elder Zhu. I have just reached the 7th level of Foundation establishment. Li Su said in front of the Foreign Affairs Hall. Having lived for over a century, Li Su naturally wouldn't be as restless as those youngsters. Reaching the advanced stage of Foundation establishment was certainly a commendable accomplishment, but in Li Su's perspective, it was not worthy of excessive astonishment. Good. The Elder of the Foreign Affairs Hall finally accepted this fact and looked at Li Su with some surprise. I didn't expect you to enter the realm so fast. You only need to pass the true energy test, and we can increase your annual supply of spiritual stones. The Elder of the Foreign Affairs Hall took out a special crystal ball and said. Li Su drove the true essence and injected spiritual power into the crystal ball. The true essence was fundamental, while spiritual power was equivalent to mana. The crystal ball lit up and looked quite gorgeous. Add note, in Chinese, mana is commonly translated as folly, or linglai. It refers to a form of supernatural energy or spiritual power that can be utilized for magical or spiritual purposes. Indeed, you have reached the 7th floor of the Foundation building. Your annual supply of spiritual stones has been adjusted to 400 yuan, but you haven't received them for 8 years. I will go ask the master for instructions. The Elder of the Foreign Affairs Hall pondered for a moment and said. All the other disciples received spiritual stones annually, but Li Su was never active in receiving the spiritual stones. This time, he didn't come to claim it for 8 years. The Elders of the Foreign Affairs Hall faced a dilemma, uncertain from which year the 400 spirit stones should be counted for Li Su. According to the rules, it would be reasonable to start this year. But Li Su's status was special. So, the Elder of the Foreign Affairs Hall decided to ask the head of the sect before making a decision. Soon, the Elder of the Foreign Affairs Hall came to the place where the sect master was in seclusion. The last time Li Su came, he happened to meet the head of the sect in the main hall. Normally, the head of the sect retreated to the back mountain. After the briefing, the Elders of the Foreign Affairs Hall met the head of the Flying Immortal sect. You mean he has reached the late stage of Foundation establishment? After the head of the Flying Immortal sect got the news, there was a hint of surprise on her pretty face. As a strong person in the Golden Core stage, there were not many things that could surprise her. But this matter surprised her. In her opinion, after Li Su established the foundation at the age of 100, he would at most progress to the 3rd or 4th floor of the foundation in the remaining years. Then he would run out of life and become a cup of Lois. But she never thought that after more than 10 years, Li Su had reached the late stage of foundation establishment. It was beyond her expectations. Yes, sect leader Li Su has been away. It seems that he may have some fortuitous adventures. The Elder of the Foreign Affairs Hall said. This was his guess, and it could only be explained by an adventure. In the world of cultivation, if one's luck was extraordinary, such as discovering a cave left behind by a powerful cultivator, even if their spiritual roots were slightly inferior, one might still have a chance to rise to power. Spiritual root was indeed the key, but another key was resources. The expression on the head's pretty face returned to calm. During the past 8 years, treat him as if you were in the late stage of foundation establishment and inquire if he has any specific needs. If they are not excessively costly, try to fulfill them. Yes, sect leader, replied the Elder of the Foreign Affairs Hall respectfully. The Elder of the Foreign Affairs Hall retreated. Li Su, as per the instructions of the sect leader, you will receive the treatment of the later stage of foundation establishment for the past 8 years, along with these remaining spiritual stones, stated the Elder of the Foreign Affairs Hall after a brief pause. After a while, the Elders of the Foreign Affairs Hall handed Li Su a bag of spiritual stones. Li Su accepted it gratefully, saying, "Thank you, Elder. By the way, do you need anything else?" inquired the Elder of the Foreign Affairs Hall. Li Su replied, "Elder, I really need something." He presented a list. The list comprised materials for refining. With 100 years of refining experience under his belt, Li Su intended to give it a try. The elder of the Foreign Affairs Hall glanced at the list and remarked, "These are all refining materials. Are you planning to learn refining?" Li Su nodded and said, "Yes, elder, I am eager to try it. Immortal cultivators should prioritize cultivation. Refining artifacts is not an easy task to master. However, since the sect leader has instructed me to guide you, if you wish to try it, I will acquire these items for you," the elder of the Foreign Affairs Hall advised persuasively. Before long, the items were handed over to Li Su by the elders of the Foreign Affairs Hall. Nothing on Li Su's list was too costly. Items that were excessively expensive were not easy to obtain. Those items could be exchanged using contribution points earned by making significant contributions to the sect. Throughout the years since Li Su joined the Flying Immortal sect, he had been quietly developing his Li residence, making minimal contributions to the Flying Immortal sect. So, how did he acquire his contribution points? This time, he had planned to exchange the spiritual stones, but he never anticipated that the sect leader would directly instruct the elders of the Foreign Affairs Hall to provide them to him. "Thank you, elder." Li Su expressed his gratitude to the elder in charge of the Foreign Affairs Hall before departing from the Flying Immortal sect with his gains from the visit. Chapter 14, The Immortals' Harvester. Wuxia's sword light flashed across the sky. "I don't know which senior it is. Flying so fast. At least he is a senior in the late stage of chi refining. Maybe it's Senior Li. I wonder if he will attend this year's Wandering Cultivators Gathering. He guided me a decade ago, and I have made significant progress since then." In the dense forest below, two casual practitioners at the chi refining stage were enviously discussing. The Wandering Cultivators Gathering occurred every 10 years and was about to commence again. Numerous wandering cultivators were approaching Immortal Desolate Peak and its surroundings. "Senior, we were just talking about you earlier, and now you are really here. That's wonderful." Upon Li Su's arrival at Immortal Desolate Peak, wandering cultivators started flocking to him. 10 years ago, Li Su provided invaluable guidance to the wandering cultivators here, saving them from unnecessary detours. They were extremely grateful for his assistance. Seeing Li Su's arrival, many wandering cultivators were delighted. They knew that his advice was tailored perfectly to their needs. Even seeking guidance from other talented cultivators with exceptional spiritual roots didn't yield the same results as Li Su's teachings. Naturally, it was impossible for a mediocre person to learn from the experience of a genius. Though these wandering cultivators were immortal cultivators themselves, they remained aware of their own limitations. Compared to 10 years ago, there were significantly more wandering cultivators in attendance, with numerous new faces among them. Once again, there was a slight shortage. "Look, that's Senior Li. Senior Li is younger than the legend. Not only is he young, but Senior Li is also too heroic." In the distance, some female cultivators caught sight of Li Su, their eyes filled with admiration. Since the previous gathering of wandering cultivators, Li Su's reputation had spread further among their ranks. Many female cultivators flocked around him. As various wandering cultivators attended the event one after another, some of them sought advice from Li Su. Li Su provided guidance when a streak of sword light approached. He recognized him as the cultivator surnamed Bei. It had been 10 years since their last encounter, but Li Su could sense a significant improvement in Cultivator Bei's abilities. Based on Zhang Yuer's information, Cultivator Bei had established their foundation 30 years ago. When Li Su met them a decade ago, he estimated that Cultivator Bei was at the second level of the foundation establishment stage. But now, Li Su could feel that Cultivator Bei had advanced considerably, possibly reaching the middle stage of foundation establishment. He was likely at the 4th or even 5th level. If Li Su was still at the 3rd level of foundation establishment, he could not accurately detect the changes in his cultivation. But after Li Su's strength improved greatly, his cultivation base was already much higher than that of Cultivator Bei. This cultivator, surnamed Bei, didn't make any cover-ups, so he naturally noticed the change in the opponent's cultivation base. It was impossible for a cultivator surnamed Bei to have a golden finger. It was very rare for a casual cultivator to break through the 3rd floor during the foundation building period in 10 years. If this guy really had such excellent aptitude, why didn't he enter a sect? Li Su quietly suppressed his own aura. Perhaps it was intuition. Seeing this monk surnamed Bei twice in a row made Li Su feel that this guy was not good. 10 years ago, a monk named Bei had taken away a group of casual cultivators, but this time Li Su didn't see any of those cultivators among the attendees. When Cultivator Bei arrived, his eyes brightened upon seeing Li Su. "I didn't expect to encounter you again. It seems you have a fondness for this place," Cultivator Bei remarked with a hidden meaning. At the last Wandering Cultivator Gathering, the news that Li Su accepted 3 fairies one after another had already spread. This guy probably thought that Li Su was here again for the young and beautiful female cultivators. To some extent, the guy guessed correctly. This time, Li Su's presence did have that factor. 10 years ago, despite having spiritual root descendants, he already had 10 of them. Even if Ningxiao and the others gave birth to Li Su's children again, the probability of having offspring with spiritual roots decreased. After the union of two immortal cultivators, the likelihood of having descendants with spiritual roots increases. However, as the number of offspring increases, the probability diminishes. Furthermore, it was challenging for a woman to have an unlimited number of births. Regardless of their physique, reaching a certain level makes conceiving difficult. Hence, Li Su planned to seize the opportunity of this wandering cultivator gathering to take a few more beautiful female cultivators home. Don't you have the same idea, fellow cultivators? Li Su replied casually. Haha, I am seeking more assistance. The last time we went to the Blackwood Forest together, I gained a lot, and I am still reaping the benefits. Brother Li, let's join forces. Together, we can hunt down the second-order demons without letting a single one escape. Cultivator Bei extended another invitation. Li Su said, sorry, I am not interested. Cultivator Bei appeared slightly disappointed, but he didn't push further. Then I won't bother you, Brother Li. After the monk named Bei departed, Li Su resumed guiding the wandering cultivators. The number of arriving cultivators continued to rise. Among all the locations, Li Su's place attracted the largest gathering of wandering cultivators. Night fell. Senior, this is for you. When they were about to leave, a nun shyly handed a handkerchief to Li Su. This was a female cultivator from the Four Qi Kingdoms. Once there was the first one, there was the second one. Soon, another nun put a pair of embroidery into Li Su's hand and then ran away while blushing. Seeing that the female cultivators presented tokens of love to Li Su one after another made other casual cultivators envious. Such scenes were unheard of on Immortal Desolate Peak in the past. Although these female cultivators had limited aptitude and no hope of establishing a foundation, they were also fairies in the eyes of ordinary people. They were unwilling to compromise themselves before finding someone they truly connected with. Forming a pair was already considered remarkable in previous gatherings of casual cultivators on Immortal Desolate Peak. But with Li Su coming twice in a row, nuns were giving him tokens of love. And not just one. It seemed like he was reaping a harvest of fairies. Some wandering cultivators were worried that if Li Su came a few more times, he might harvest all the outstanding female cultivators. Not all female cultivators were as beautiful as flowers. There were still some female cultivators with average looks. But it might be it was the effect of the spiritual roots. The female cultivators with spiritual roots were more attractive than ordinary people without spiritual roots. The 3 female cultivators who gave Li Su a token of love 10 years ago were quite outstanding among the female cultivators. This time, it was still outstanding. After all, Li Su possessed strength, status, charm, and good looks. If he weren't outstanding, even if a female cultivator had feelings for him, she would feel ashamed and hesitant to act. Chapter 15, Can't Stop. When Li Su returned to his house, he was accompanied by another immortal. A female cultivator named Shinzainayu. She presented Li Su with a token of love on Immortal Desolate Peak. Despite her age, Shinzainayu still appeared youthful, thanks to the efforts of many female cultivators who invested their true essence in maintaining their appearance or sought beauty-enhancing pills like the resplendent youth pill. This resulted in some female nuns appearing younger than male monks. However, this pursuit of beauty sometimes hindered their progress in cultivation. "Sister, come quickly!" exclaimed Ningxiao as she welcomed Shinzainayu. Having lost her parents, Shinzainayu accompanied Li Su directly home from Immortal Desolate Peak. Li Su had spent nearly 3 days there. During his stay, 4 female cultivators presented tokens to him, but he ultimately chose only 2 of them. One had an eccentric personality that didn't resonate with Li Su, and the other lacked the desired appearance. While Li Su was not solely focused on looks, the system requirements dictated that appearance was necessary to receive rewards and ensure the continuation of his lineage. After marrying Shinzainayu, Li Su arranged a welcoming ceremony for the other female cultivator whom he had chosen. She hailed from a family of immortals. Since there were only a few cultivation families in the Wu Kingdom, those who learned of Li Su's penchant for taking concubines saw an opportunity to establish connections with him through their daughters. These immortal cultivating families primarily consisted of monks in the Qi refining period, with no hope of reaching the foundation establishment stage. If their descendants possessed average spiritual roots, it was only natural for them to desire a prestigious alliance for their family. However, choosing the right person for their daughter was crucial. Li Su was an ideal candidate for several reasons. His strength alone made it difficult for an ordinary cultivator family to have a member reach the foundation establishment stage. Some Foundation establishment period monks preferred not to be burdened by mortal affairs. Li Su's reputation also played a role in attracting families. Despite his inclination to take concubines, he treated his women well. Moreover, Li Su was neither peculiar in his preferences nor lacking in appearance. He possessed both high-quality looks and a commendable character. A cultivation family intentionally sent the second immortal whom Li Su married to become a spouse for his own daughter. However, not all cultivation families could establish a marital relationship with Li Su, as they didn't always have suitable daughters. Beauty was not a trait every daughter possessed. Some female cultivators were young and focused on entering the immortal gate, giving little thought to marriage. Thus, in the entire world of cultivating immortals within the Wu Kingdom, suitable female cultivators were scarce. The patriarch of the Li family has taken another immortal as his spouse. Yes, it's quite a lively affair. The banquet held by the Li family this time is said to be exceptional. Have you attended it yet? Of course, I went. The Li family's ancestral home is truly generous. They even arranged banquets for the homeless people. In the city of Luosheng, many common folks still hold Li Su the living immortal in high regard. Soon after Shen Zainayu married into the Li family, she bore Li Su's child. And just like Ningxiu in the beginning, she couldn't stop there. Within 5 years, she gave birth to 3 children for Li Su. Among them, 2 children had spiritual roots. Another female cultivator named Mo Ling, whom Li Su recruited, also had 1 child with spiritual roots. This brought the total count of Li Su's descendants with spiritual roots to 13. Though the number of descendants with spiritual roots had only increased by 3 in the past 5 years, the overall population of the Li family was steadily growing. In this world, people tend to marry at a relatively young age, around 15 or 16. The new generation of Li family descendants had grown up, eager for rewards. They married early, further expanding the Li family's population. This also contributed to Li Su's cultivation advancing to the 8th stage of the foundation building, a notable achievement given the increased difficulty of each subsequent stage. While there was no qualitative change in cultivation that came with reaching the next stage, Li Su found contentment in his progress. In his leisure time, he indulged in a new hobby, refining weapons using the 100 years of refining experience acquired through rewards. He could craft high-grade magic weapons with the help of materials obtained from the Flying Immortal sect. Monks in the middle and late stages of the Foundation establishment could barely wield such artifacts. 100 years of refining experience. This magic weapon is impressive. It should reach the level of a superior grade artifact. A cultivation family paid Li Su a visit on a particular day, expressing their desire to establish a marital relationship with him. News of Li Su's late-stage Foundation establishment cultivation had gradually spread over the past 5 years. While the transmission of such news took time, it wasn't of much importance. However, once the news reached those cultivation families seeking a connection with Li Su, they couldn't resist their excitement. This family, in particular, took the initiative to bring their daughter for the visit. My daughter has long admired you, Senior Li. Chapter 16, Immortal women are going to be swooned by him. The ancestor of the Li family is once again taking in an immortal. This time, it is said to be an immortal from the eastern region, and her family members are also immortals. In the bustling city of Luo, people were excited as they witnessed the grand wedding procession. Numerous spectators poured out onto the streets to join in the festivity. In Luo City, the act of the Li family's ancestor taking concubines was already a lively event. In recent years, alongside the concubines, the ancestor had also started accepting immortals occasionally. It had become a popular story in the surrounding areas of Luo City. Banquets were spread out miles around the Li residence, and the celebrations were in full swing. This time, Li Su, a strong man in the later stage of Foundation establishment, was marrying an immortal from the relatively powerful cultivation family. The family hailed from the eastern province of Wu Kingdom and boasted 3 generations of descendants. Although the first generation of the family had emerged from the Immortal Gate, their later generations did not possess exceptional spiritual roots, preventing them from rejoining the Immortal sect. While this cultivation family maintained some connections with the disciples of the Immortal sect, over time, those disciples either got eliminated or advanced further in their cultivation, making it impossible for them to establish a foothold. To ensure the stability of their family, they approached Li Su, known for his fondness for taking concubines. Being relatives with Li Su, a formidable cultivator in the later stage of Foundation establishment, would bring stability to their family. Coincidentally, the youngest nun from the family's 3rd generation had developed a deep liking for Li Su after meeting him. So, this marriage had been fixed. Accompanied by the sounds of gongs and drums, the welcoming procession entered the Li mansion. Following the ceremony, the bride was led to the bridal chamber. Li Su stepped in, gazing at the beauty before him. Li Su was stunned. After the visit from the cultivation family in the eastern province, Li Su successfully established a marital bond with them. This news of Li Su spread throughout the Wu Kingdom's world of cultivating immortals, capturing the attention of many. In the past, news about monks in the Foundation establishment period would not have garnered such widespread interest. However, Li Su was different. Having established his foundation at the age of 100, he had reached the late stage of foundation establishment within a mere dozen years. He had also participated in 2 casual practice gatherings, earning a favorable reputation among fellow cultivators. During these gatherings, several beautiful and talented female cultivators had even presented him with tokens of affection, adding to the romantic tales surrounding him. This made Li Su's story particularly remarkable, drawing attention from all quarters. Zioxia, although you are still young, your spiritual roots are just about in the 9th grade. Joining the immortal sect has become quite challenging with their new requirements. It is said that several female cultivators who married the patriarch of the Li family have made remarkable progress in their cultivation. If you were to marry him, you would undoubtedly achieve even greater heights. You haven't met the Li family's ancestor, but his exceptional nature is well known. If I hadn't married your father, I would have been tempted myself. Within a cultivating family, a couple was persuading their young daughter. While she was in her 20s, which would typically be considered a young age for an ordinary person, for a cultivator, a female cultivator in her 20s was still considered young. The age of cultivators did not matter if they held strong spiritual powers. For instance, the head of the Flying Immortal sect had lived for hundreds of years, yet their physical condition surpassed that of an 18-year-old girl. Under her parents' persuasion, the young female cultivator finally decided to visit the Li family. Before long, her parents brought her to the Li mansion, where she met Li Su Sr. Her parents eagerly greeted him. Is he the Li family's ancestor? The nun was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that the young, handsome man emanating such a strong aura of masculinity would be the rumored patriarch of the Li family. He was completely different from her imagination. Merely seeing him caused her heart to race. Any subconscious resistance she had held in her heart had vanished without a trace. Please have a seat, Li Su said. Li Su had already engaged in a warm conversation with her parents. The female cultivator sat there, playing with the edges of her clothes, occasionally stealing glances at Li Su. Her heart was filled with thoughts of him. And then, a mere 3 months later, the Li mansion's welcoming procession set off once again. The Li family's ancestor taking in an immortal once more. This is the 3rd one this year. At this rate, he will take all the immortals in our Wu Kingdom. In the city of Luo, people began to watch the lively scene again. Some poor families were happy because they could have a good banquet again. Chapter 17, Population Growth, Marrying a Princess Master, He's Born, He's Born. In Li's residence, happy events continued. Li Su's new concubine gave birth to a child. This baby's spiritual root was not bad, and it was the same as the first child of Ningxiao, which was an 8th grade spiritual root. Typically, possessing an 8th grade spiritual root allowed one to join any of the 3 major immortal sects as an outer disciple without any issue. Whether or not they could establish a foundation depended on various factors. An 8th grade spiritual root, with favorable resources, a willingness to work hard, and decent understanding, held hope of establishing a foundation within one's lifetime. Practice in cultivation, to a certain extent, was a race against time. In theory, as long as a person's lifespan was unlimited, regardless of how poor their spiritual root might be, they could still build a foundation. Li Su's extremely poor spiritual root, combined with the cultivation base bestowed by the system, was equivalent to over 1,000 years of cultivation, enough to establish a foundation, wasn't it? Of course, there was no way if there was no spiritual root. At last, we have surpassed 20,000 descendants. On Li Su's 122nd birthday, the number of Li Su's descendants finally surpassed 20,000. It had taken nearly 80 years for Li Su's descendants to reach 10,000, but only about 20 years to double that number. Some of Li Su's descendants had passed away due to old age. After Li Su's descendants exceeded 20,000, the system rewarded him once again. His cultivation base remained at 100 years old without any further increase. The spiritual root had also been slightly enhanced. Another reward was that every time Li Su took a concubine, he could get a life extension pill that increased his lifespan by 30 years. There were different types of life-extending pills, but in the system, they uniformly increased the lifespan by 30 years. This was more precious. In the world of cultivating immortals in the Wu Kingdom area, longevity pills were relatively rare, mainly because these kinds of life-enhancing pills and spiritual herbs were rare. The pills that increased lifespan were more precious in the Flying Immortal sect. Ordinary disciples had no chance of obtaining them. The few pills Li Su got last time were rewarded by the head of the Flying Immortal sect after she saw him build the foundation. I have reached the 9th floor of the foundation establishment. The reward this time, combined with the sporadic enhancement of cultivation during this period, successfully allowed Li Su to go from the 8th floor of the foundation building to the 9th floor. Breaking through another layer was the peak of the foundation building. His cultivation had improved a lot again. Advancing in the foundation establishment stage brought considerable progress with each step. This was due to the strength of one's true essence and the purity of spiritual power. In the Wu Kingdom, the Li family had become a colossal force. Li Su alone boasted 20,000 direct descendants. When considering the Li family's servants, workers, guards, and other staff, the total exceeded 100,000. Some of the Li family's descendants had even gained positions in the royal court, increasing their influence within the Wu Kingdom. Master, people from the imperial city have arrived. On this particular day, the emperor of the Wu Kingdom dispatched a delegation to the Li residence. Soon, Li Su became aware of Emperor Wu's intentions. The emperor sought to arrange a marriage between a young princess and Li Su. The status of the princess was inconsequential, the emperor did not make any demands in that regard. This princess also possessed a spiritual root, albeit a very poor one, incapable of entering the immortal sex, with a minuscule chance of establishing a foundation. Husband, the royal family of the Wu Kingdom is likely concerned that we may eventually surpass them. Ningxiu observed, perceiving Emperor Wu's true intentions. The Li family's influence in the Wu Kingdom grew, and Li Su's descendants entered the royal court. Although Li Su had no interest in secular power, the same couldn't be said for the Li family's descendants. Previously, when Li Su was weak, he posed no threat. However, the situation had changed now that Li Su had reached the late stage of foundation establishment and held a special status within the Flying Immortal sect, which was secretly controlling the Wu Kingdom. Furthermore, Li Su had been continuously marrying immortals. Cultivating families within the Wu Kingdom began attaching themselves to Li Su one after another. With even a slight increase in Li Su's strength, it would be entirely feasible for the Li family to replace the royal family of the Wu Kingdom. Currently, the Wu Kingdom's royal family still outnumbered the Li family. Members of the royal family were also focused on producing more offspring with spiritual roots, hoping to increase the number of immortals within the royal bloodline. This ensured the stability of their status. Yet, offspring with spiritual roots were not simply born on demand. The number of immortal cultivators within the royal family remained in the single digits. The immortal sex desired an obedient royal family, not necessarily a powerful one. Even if the royal family's offspring were sent to the immortal sex, their cultivation might not be particularly outstanding. Over 100 years ago, in the Forchi Kingdom, the emperor's ambitions had led to the forceful replacement of the imperial family by the immortal sect, resulting in the installation of a new imperial family on the throne. Upon perceiving the royal family's intentions, Li Su remained indifferent. After all, the royal family had sent a princess with a spiritual root. As long as she was willing, it was a perfect match for Li Su. And so, a few months later, the Li mansion buzzed with activity once again. With the marriage of the princess, the royal family of the Wu Kingdom put on a grand display. This wedding had a profound impact throughout the Wu Kingdom. Naturally, the royal family held far greater influence than ordinary cultivating families. Observing the royal family's proactive gesture in offering a princess for marriage to Li Su, other cultivating families began pondering their own strategies. Why did we end up with 3 sons and no daughters? A cultivating family, full of male offspring, found themselves quite frustrated. Chapter 18, Even the royal family arranged a marriage between the fairy and the ancestor of the Li family. I heard the fairy is young, beautiful, and also a princess. The Li family's ancestor is truly fortunate. What's the matter with the royal family? The ancestor of the Li family is an immortal who even pleases many other immortals. Speaking of which, it would be amazing if the patriarch of the Li family became the emperor, but unfortunately, as an immortal, he probably doesn't care about the throne at all. Yes, we can't even become a local magistrate in this lifetime, but the Li family's patriarch doesn't want to be an emperor. That's the privilege of being an immortal. The news of Li Su marrying the royal princess caused a lot of discussions in Luo City. In the eyes of ordinary people in the Wu Kingdom, the royal family still held a high status. The royal family even had their own immortals. However, it was unexpected that they would send one of their immortals to marry the ancestor of the Li family. Rumor had it that she entered the Li family as a concubine, which indicated the immense power of the Li family's immortal ancestor. Among the immortals, they were all highly powerful beings. Being such a powerful immortal, Li Su was adored and praised by everyone for his kindness and influence in Luosheng. The candlelight cast a red glow in a warmly lit room. Sitting on the edge of the bed was a beautiful woman dressed in a magnificent red robe, the royal princess. Li Su gently removed her red veil. She was indeed young, just coming of age. Despite having spiritual roots, she had not even reached the chi refining stage due to her young age. Nonetheless, she possessed a striking appearance with enchanting phoenix eyes and delicate willow eyebrows, a classical beauty. She was known as the Pearl in the Imperial City. Initially, she had some reservations, but after meeting Li Su, her doubts vanished swiftly. With her inability to cultivate foundations in her lifetime, she saw no reason to hesitate when presented with a chance to spend her life with a good man. Li Su fulfilled almost every woman's fantasy: powerful, handsome, and exceptionally devoted. It was love at first sight for her. Li Su extinguished the candle. "Husband, why are you doing this again?" The little royal princess expressed her concern. Within 3 years of marrying Li Su, she had already given birth to 2 children, and now she was pregnant with another one after only a few months. Li Su hadn't left her side for the past few years, always staying with her. After over half a year, the little royal princess gave birth to a child with spiritual roots for Li Su, making a total of 20 descendants with spiritual roots. This marked a significant milestone for Li Su. The quality of spiritual roots was highly unpredictable. Sometimes, even ordinary couples could have offspring with 6th ranked or higher spiritual roots. Spiritual roots above the 6th rank were considered rare within the 3 great immortal gates. Whenever one appeared, they were accepted as core disciples by the 3 major immortal sects, gaining access to concentrated cultivation resources. Despite Li Su's amicable relationship with the head of the Flying Immortal sect, the resources he received were not comparable to those enjoyed by core disciples. The 20 descendants with spiritual roots provided Li Su with an additional 100 years of cultivation and formation experience, pushing him to the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Finally, after this cultivation breakthrough, Li Su stood at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Although the gap between the 9th and 10th levels of the foundation establishment stage was significant, the past 100 years of cultivation enhanced Li Su's spiritual roots, providing an even better foundation for advancement. Now, he stood only one step away from the golden core stage. However, this step was not an easy one. In normal circumstances, after reaching the peak of the foundation establishment stage, breaking through to the golden core stage required accumulating strength and continuously condensing true energy. This process took a considerable amount of time, and for individuals with poor aptitude, even with abundant spiritual stones, their lifetime might not be enough. After all, reaching the peak of the foundation establishment stage itself took a significant amount of time. The gap between the peak of the foundation establishment stage and the golden core stage was much greater than the distance between ordinary people and the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Once a cultivator broke through to the golden core stage, there was a world of difference compared to the foundation establishment stage. A cultivator in the foundation establishment stage typically lives around 200 years, whereas a cultivator in the golden core stage had a lifespan of at least 500 years, more than doubling their years. Furthermore, the strength of a cultivator also undergoes a qualitative change. Li Su's cultivation breakthrough in the presence of 20 descendants with spiritual roots had set the stage for his next challenge, the golden core stage. Li Su's path was different from that of others. Relying on the cultivation base rewarded by the system, I wonder if I can break through to the golden core stage, Li Su thought. In terms of cultivation alone, considering his current level of spiritual roots, he might need to accumulate another 1,000 years, or even longer, to meet the requirements for reaching the golden core stage. This was despite his spiritual roots having significantly improved over the years. If it were his original spiritual roots, even 10,000 years of cultivation might not be sufficient. However, Li Su was not in a hurry. He had plenty of time. Formation, he thought. Li Su absorbed the 100 years of formation experience he had gained. In addition to enhancing his cultivation, the increase in the number of descendants with spiritual roots also provided Li Su with other cultivation opportunities. Moreover, formation experience, to some extent, was independent of spiritual roots. While spiritual roots were necessary for cultivation and the arrangement of formations, experience played a crucial role in arrays and weapon refining. It also contributed to one's understanding of these practices. Therefore, the 100 years of refining experience he previously obtained, as well as the 100 years of formation experience this time, did not heavily rely on Li Su's spiritual roots. This allowed him to excel in refining weapons and formations. The formation experience he gained contained numerous basic formation methods. However, when it came to more powerful formations, Li Su still needed to learn. Of course, grasping the basics wasn't difficult, given the available experience. Li Su occasionally tinkered with formations, setting up some around the Li family's mansion. Unlike refining equipment, which required materials and posed some difficulties in collection, formations were simpler. Li Su dissolved some of the magic tools he had previously refined, separated certain materials, made some array flags, and then arranged the formations. It was a perfect fit. With the formations in place, the security of the Li mansion was enhanced. Although the current area where the three major immortal sects were located was generally peaceful, and nothing out of the ordinary occurred, nobody would dare provoke Li Su without good reason. While Li Su possessed various means to handle such situations, it was always better to be cautious and prepared for unexpected events. "My lord, where is the mansion?" On a particular day, Li Su brought his women outside the villa and activated the mountain guard formation. Then, the women witnessed the villa disappearing. "Your formation is incredibly powerful, husband." The female cultivators immediately recognized it as a formation. Ningxiao flew over but couldn't locate the villa's original position no matter how hard she searched. "Ningxiao, I am giving you this formation disc. If I am not around and you encounter danger, you can activate the large formation." Li Su handed Ningxiao a formation plate. She was the first female cultivator he had taken under his wing, and Li Su entrusted many responsibilities to her without any worry. Chapter 19, Summons from the Sect Leader. Li Su had expended many resources to set up the Li family's mountain protection array. The following day, he departed once again for the Flying Immortal Sect. Over the past few years, Li Su had visited the sect several times, mainly to enroll his 12-year-old descendants for training at the Flying Immortal Sect. The progress of these offspring in their cultivation would also indirectly benefit Li Su. Currently, the feedback he received was not significant, but if the number of descendants increased in the future, it could potentially contribute to his own growth. Soon, Li Su arrived at the Flying Immortal Sect. The disciples on duty at the mountain gate greeted him with heightened enthusiasm. "Brother Li, it's been a while," they exclaimed. This time, the disciple guarding the mountain gate was a new member of the foundation building stage, as these disciples were rotated every few years. Given that immortals spent most of their time in cultivation, Li Su's reputation underwent a significant transformation after reaching the later stage of foundation establishment. The attitudes of the Flying Immortal Sect disciples towards him had changed considerably. Many of them engaged in discussions about Li Su during their spare time. Li Su proceeded to the Foreign Affairs Hall. His first objective was to acquire spiritual stones. Since reaching the peak of foundation establishment, his monthly allocation of spiritual stones increased by 200, amounting to 600 in total. "Li Su, have you reached the peak of foundation establishment?" inquired Elder Zhu from the Foreign Affairs Hall, his seemingly dozing appearance belying his true strength as an early-stage golden core cultivator. Li Su nodded and replied, "Yes, Elder Zhu." Elder Zhu stared at Li Su in astonishment. 10 years ago, Li Su had only reached the 7th level of foundation establishment. However, within a decade, he had ascended to the 10th level, a remarkable feat. Although Elder Zhu would not be surprised if Li Su possessed a 6th-grade spiritual root or higher, such spiritual roots were exceedingly rare. Even a 5th-grade spiritual root would have been commendable for such progress from the 7th to the 10th level of foundation establishment. How did Li Su manage to achieve this with his spiritual roots? "Elder Zhu, is there something on my face?" Li Su inquired, feeling uneasy under the elder's scrutiny. "Haha, Li Su, you are fine. Here are 1800 spiritual stones. Since you have reached the peak of foundation establishment, you can obtain a gathering pill when you are ready to break through to the golden core stage. It will aid you in your advancement," Elder Zhu explained. "Thank you, Elder." Li Su expressed his gratitude. "Obtain the pill when you are prepared for the breakthrough. Don't procure it too early, as gathering pills are highly valuable. Acquiring it prematurely may attract unwanted attention," Elder Zhu cautioned. "Thank you for the advice, Elder," Li Su acknowledged. Li Su was well aware of the potential dangers in the cultivation world. While disciples of the 3 great immortal sects were generally left undisturbed, the realm of wandering cultivators was abundant with betrayal and conflict. While it was unlikely that anyone would provoke the disciples of the Flying Immortal Sect, it was wise to remain cautious. Having received the spiritual stones, Li Su departed from the Foreign Affairs Hall intending to visit the Artifact Refining Pavilion. He hoped to exchange some of his spiritual stones for materials, as he lacked the contribution points required for such transactions within the sect. However, as he arrived at the Artifact Refining Pavilion, a female cultivator approached and informed him of the sect leader's desire to meet him. Curiosity piqued, Li Su followed the female cultivator, who led him to the main hall where the sect leader awaited. It had been over 20 years since Li Su established his foundation at the age of 100, and he hadn't seen her since then. Surprisingly, she appeared unchanged, and if anything, she exuded a stronger aura. Li Su wondered when she would achieve a breakthrough and reach the nascent soul stage. Engrossed in her reading, the sect leader looked up upon seeing Li Su. Her bright eyes appraised his countenance before she spoke. "I never expected you to reach the peak of foundation establishment so quickly. Your spiritual roots are shocking, and as an outer disciple, promoting you to a core disciple would invite discontent among others," the sect leader remarked. "Sect leader, I understand," Li Su replied. However, Given your recent progress in cultivation, I am willing to make an exception. I will accept you as my personal disciple, granting you the privileges of a core disciple. The sect leader offered. A personal disciple? In other words, the sect leader intended to avoid certain rules of the Flying Immortal sect by accepting Li Su directly. For instance, he wouldn't qualify as a core disciple due to his poor spiritual roots. In the past, the sect leader might have forced him to become one despite the consequences. Although core disciples enjoyed excellent treatment, establishing the foundation at 100 years would likely result in alienation from the other disciples and make Li Su an outcast within the sect. The privileges of a core disciple were undeniably attractive, but they also entailed additional responsibilities and restricted freedom compared to Li Su's current situation. His mind swirled with thoughts, contemplating the implications of accepting the offer. Being accepted as the sect leader's personal disciple meant he would become her direct disciple, but what would this mean for their personal relationship? Could he still have a child with her? Chapter 20, He comes to harvest immortals again. Master, what should I do once I become a core disciple? Li Su didn't rush to answer but instead asked his own question. The sect leader pondered for a moment before responding. As a core disciple, your main focus should be on cultivation. When there are no immediate tasks, core disciples are expected to return to the sect and dedicate themselves to practice. I will assign you the best cave, and you will be free to choose your own cultivation techniques. Your treatment will be superior to that of regular core disciples. It seemed that the sect leader had noticed Li Su's rapid progress and was impressed by his talent. Hence she offered to become a direct disciple and enjoyed the privileges of a core disciple in the Flying Immortal sect. Perhaps, the sect leader believed that by accepting him, Li Su could sever his worldly ties, especially considering his extensive involvement with concubines in the mortal world, potentially hindering his cultivation. This approach might work for other cultivators, but it wouldn't be effective for Li Su. Merely practicing in seclusion for years or even decades wouldn't yield significant results for him. Despite his cultivation progressing by leaps and bounds, it was due to his unconventional behavior that seemed unorthodox to other immortal cultivators. Li Su appreciated the sect leader's intentions but knew it wouldn't work for him. Secluding himself in a cave for an extended period wouldn't be productive. The cultivation progress he could achieve in 1,000 years was not comparable to what others could achieve in just a few decades. Furthermore, his newfound golden finger allowed him to take shortcuts in his cultivation, making independent practice redundant. I am grateful for your care and consideration, sect leader. However, I have always been accustomed to a free and unconstrained lifestyle, and I don't believe becoming a core disciple would be suitable for me. I wouldn't want to burden the sect leader. Li Su respectfully declined, bowing his head. The sect leader's gaze fixated on Li Su's face, visibly surprised by his refusal. In the Flying Immortal sect, countless individuals aspired to become her direct disciples or core disciples to enjoy their associated benefits. So why did Li Su decline? The disappointment in the sect leader's eyes was evident. She likely thought that Li Su's infatuation with women and his attachments to the mortal realm influenced his decision. If the sect leader didn't believe his explanation, Li Su couldn't disclose the truth about his golden finger. The sect leader then handed Li Su a token and said, "Since you have made your decision, take this token. As my direct disciple, it grants you the freedom to travel outside and entitles you to additional resources every year." Li Su accepted the token this time without hesitation and expressed his gratitude to the sect leader. He then took his leave, realizing that the sect leader was disappointed. However, Li Su had no other choice. It would be sufficient if he could simply be recognized as the sect leader's direct disciple. Revealing his special ability was not an option. With the token in hand, Li Su easily obtained the desired resources. The token represented authority and provided him with necessary materials for crafting formation flags and an earthfire pill, which would be helpful during refining processes, albeit with a time limit. Having received everything, Li Su left the Flying Immortal sect and headed back to the Immortal Desolate Peak. The annual casual practice gathering was about to commence, and Li Su intended to participate once again. Soon, he approached Immortal Desolate Peak. Senior Li. Along the way, wandering cultivators would emerge from various locations, greeting Li Su. Some accomplished loose cultivators also joined him, albeit maintaining a respectful distance. It has been 10 years, but Senior Li still possesses his heroic aura. Indeed, when I first met Senior Li 30 years ago, I was astounded by his talent. Little did I expect that 30 years later, he not only retains his youth but appears even younger. As Li Su journeyed alongside these wandering cultivators, compliments were frequently thrown his way. With their company, they didn't take long to arrive at Immortal Desolate Peak. This time, the number of female cultivators seemed noticeably higher. Whenever they caught sight of Li Su, their eyes would light up. Some wandering cultivators couldn't help but think, "Here comes Senior Li again. Another round of him charming the ladies." One particular wandering cultivator, aware of his own age and lack of potential for advancement, had resigned himself to finding a female cultivator to start a family. However, in the past 30 years, Li Su's appearance had eliminated any chance he might have had. Now, with even more female cultivators present, he knew his hopes were dashed once again. This year, it seemed that many female cultivators had come specifically for Li Su. Chapter 21, News of the Spiritual Stone Mine. This guy, his strength has grown significantly. On Immortal Desolate Peak, Li Su once again encountered a cultivator surnamed Bei. The cultivator surnamed Bei had attended the Wandering Cultivators gathering many times. He had been coming in recent years. Every time they met, this guy's cultivation had noticeably increased. This time, the cultivator surnamed Bei deliberately concealed his cultivation level, but he still noticed the changes due to Li Su's higher level. This guy had probably reached the 7th stage of Foundation Establishment. The 7th stage of Foundation Establishment represented the later stage of Foundation Building. It was quite impressive. The first time Li Su saw the cultivator surnamed Bei was 20 years ago when he was at the 2nd stage of Foundation Establishment. 10 years ago, when they met again, the cultivator surnamed Bei was at the 4th or 5th stage of Foundation Establishment. After 10 years, Cultivator Bei reached the 7th stage of Foundation Establishment. Was he still considered a wandering cultivator? Some of the core disciples in the Flying Immortal sect don't progress at such a speed. Although Li Su had made much greater progress in the past 20 years, he had the advantage of his special abilities. This guy couldn't possibly have the same abilities as Li Su. How did he achieve such progress in his cultivation? There's something fishy. What's the matter? Li Su was even more certain that there was something off about the cultivator surnamed Bei. Although he suspected something was amiss with the cultivator surnamed Bei, Li Su remained calm on the face. The cultivator surnamed Bei deliberately concealed his aura this time, probably because he heard the news that Li Su had reached the later stage of Foundation Establishment. I didn't expect Brother Li to make such remarkable progress. In just over 20 years, you have reached the later stage of Foundation Establishment. I admire you. Bei said. The cultivator, surnamed Bei, took the initiative to greet Li Su. This guy really knew Li Su. That was normal. It had been 10 years, and news of Li Su reaching the later stage of the Foundation Establishment had already spread. As for reaching the peak of Foundation Establishment, that hadn't been disclosed yet. Apart from the Foreign Affairs Hall elders, no one in the Flying Immortal sect knew about Li Su's new achievement. Brother Bei, you have also made great progress, haven't you? Li Su replied casually. The cultivator surnamed Bei didn't catch the hidden meaning in Li Su's words and said, not at all. I can only take some risks. I can't compare to you disciples of immortal sects who risk their lives for decades to barely reach the 5th stage of Foundation Establishment. This guy thought that Li Su hadn't noticed. Li Su didn't say anything further. He noticed that one of the wandering cultivators who accompanied this guy 10 years ago hadn't shown up this year. There was something fishy about this guy. Li Su had observed that more and more wandering cultivators were leaving for King Mountain. Some of them were tempted by the news of a spiritual stone mine, a rare opportunity to obtain spiritual stones outside the 3 major immortal sects territories. Li Su asked the female cultivators around him if they were planning to go. Senior, I am not going. I will stay with you. One of the disciples said. The other female cultivators nodded in agreement. King Mountain was incredibly dangerous, with countless demonic beasts. The Blackwood Forest was located in the northern part of the mountain, but it was far less dangerous than the core area of King Mountain. Li Su suggested, I think we should return and focus on cultivation. It's best to break through to the golden core stage as soon as possible. He didn't want to get caught up in the commotion. It was best to go back and cultivate peacefully, aiming to break through to the golden core stage as soon as possible. Chapter 22, Blazing ahead. Since arriving in this world, Li Su encountered 2 instances where spiritual stone mines were discovered. The first time was 10 years after his arrival, and it took a considerable amount of time for the 3 major immortal sects to determine the distribution ratio of the spiritual stone mine. The second time was 60 years ago. In both cases, Li Su did not participate and instead focused on developing his own family and increasing the number of offspring. This time, Li Su was also not interested in joining the commotion. While he could gain more spiritual stones by participating, he believed having more descendants was better. Unlike wandering cultivators, he received hundreds of spiritual stones each year, while wandering cultivators might risk their lives for spiritual stones and still not obtain many spiritual stones. So, when news spread about the spiritual stone mine, many wandering cultivators started taking action for spiritual stones. Li Su returned to the Li mansion. Li family's ancestor is going to marry an immortal again. The news spread once more. Li Su was familiar with this situation. He knew Su Yun, the personal disciple of the sect leader, who came from the Flying Immortal sect. Su-yun informed Li Su that a spiritual stone mine had been discovered in Mingking Mountain, and their master was preparing to take disciples there. They might have to compete with 2 other sects and deal with demonic beasts. Each disciple who participates can receive a substantial reward of spiritual stones. As a personal disciple of the sect leader, your reward will be even more generous. Our master asked me to inform you that we can leave now if you decide to go. Li Su considered the situation and realized that he had other responsibilities to handle in his family. He regretted that he would not be able to participate in it. He thanked Su-yun and also expressed his gratitude to the sect leader. After Su-yun left, Li Su returned to the Li mansion. In the following months, Li Su married the female cultivators with whom he had previously formed relationships during the Wandering Cultivators gathering. With each immortal wife he married, the population of the Li family increased, and the number of his ordinary women decreased as compared to his immortal wives. As the number of Li Su's immortal wives grew, the population of the Li family continued to increase. Although the rewards decrease after a few generations, the continuous birth of descendants lead to significant growth in cultivation. During this time, Li Su also received a visitor from the Flying Immortal sect, bringing news from the sect leader. The visitor informed Li Su that the 3 major immortal sects were clearing out demonic beasts in Mingking Mountain. The demonic beasts this time were said to be quite formidable, and the 3 sects had divided the areas without any disputes. Li Su was grateful for the information and focused on his family and responsibilities. Months passed, and the Li family welcomed another disciple from the Flying Immortal sect, who brought a request from the sect leader. The sect leader wanted to ask Li Su for a favor. Chapter 23, Case has been solved. 3 cultivating families were annihilated within 2 months. Li Su's voice resounded within the Li residence. Yes, senior brother Li. Such incidents haven't occurred in a long time. It happened in our Wu nation, and these 3 cultivating families were affiliated with our Flying Immortal sect. Naturally, the sect should send someone to investigate. However, we lack manpower due to our extensive operation at the spiritual stone mine. So, the sect master wants to ask you, senior brother, to take a trip. Explained a disciple of the Flying Immortal sect. After listening to him, Li Su understood. 3 cultivating families in the Wu kingdom had been wiped out in the past 2 months. The destruction of 3 cultivating families was a significant event in the cultivation world of Wu nation. These 3 families had a considerable number of cultivators. The smallest one had 4, while the largest had 6 cultivators, spanning 3 generations. Naturally, the Flying Immortal sect couldn't turn a blind eye to such incidents within their territory. It would undermine the sect's authority. However, the sect was currently preoccupied with a spiritual stone mine and couldn't spare any manpower to investigate the matter. Yet, it was crucial to send someone to assess the situation. Sending a chi refining stage cultivator wouldn't be ideal. At the very least, a foundation establishment stage cultivator, or even one in the middle to late stages, would be suitable. Therefore, the sect master hoped that Li Su would go and inspect the situation on their behalf, showcasing the Flying Immortal sect's stance. As for the investigation, once the matter with the spiritual stone mine is resolved, the sect will send people. It won't take up much of your time, senior brother. The Flying Immortal sect disciple said. Li Su agreed, alright, I will go. To him, this matter was not a big issue. After accepting the task, Li Su made arrangements at home. There was no need to worry about the safety of his family. He had strengthened the mountain protection formation, which could withstand even a cultivator in the middle to late stages of the foundation establishment for a short period. Ningzio also had the communication stone left by Li Su, which could be used for urgent communication. Thus, Li Su had no problem leaving for a short period. Li Su was well versed in formations, and his progress in this field had been rapid. The experience gained in formations was unrelated to one's spiritual roots. It primarily relied on comprehension, which Li Su was not lacking. Li Su is here. It seems that Senior Li is representing the Flying Immortal sect. Some cultivators were surprised to see Li Su's arrival at a cultivating family's residence. Upon seeing Li Su, they realized that he was representing the Flying Immortal sect and had came to assess the situation. These cultivators were wandering, and some had encountered Li Su on Immortal Desolate Peak. It would be best to inform me of the situation. Li Su said to the cultivators present. Senior Li, it's like this. One mature-looking cultivator began explaining. Li Su listened silently. He had already visited the other 2 families that were wiped out, and in both cases, the cultivators had disappeared without a trace, and their bodies were not found. The ordinary people in these families, including descendants and servants, were slaughtered. Fortunately, there was not much loss in terms of possessions. In both families, some individuals managed to escape the catastrophe. For instance, during the incident, a servant girl carried sweet potatoes to the well for washing. Sensing danger, she jumped into the well and survived. However, she didn't witness much. She only saw the moon suddenly disappear. The cultivators in the family sensed the danger and flew out, only to be attacked and defeated. The servant girl was too terrified. She hid in the well, surviving for over a month by drinking water and eating the sweet potatoes she intended to Washington. Eventually, Li Su discovered her. Fortunately, the well was not deep, and the recent weather had been warm. Otherwise, the servant girl wouldn't have survived. At the end of the description, the cultivator said, Huang Lao was a cultivator in the late stage of qi refinement. The fact that the enemy easily annihilated the Huang family, with minimal signs of a battle, indicates that the confrontation ended swiftly. The opponent must be at least a Foundation establishment cultivator. While others were still puzzled by the situation, Li Su had already pinpointed a suspect. He was 99% certain, despite lacking any evidence. It had to be that guy. That guy will be Cultivator Bei, Li Su thought. Although there was no proof, Li Su's intuition was strong, and he felt that there was a 99% chance it was him. Evidence was not crucial to Li Su. In his mind, the case was already solved. Chapter 24, Farewell to the Sect Leader. Definitely this guy, Li Su said with great certainty. Although it was possible that he could be a foreign cultivator or even a demonic cultivator, the strong evidence points to him. However, these cultivation families' residences were usually secretive, and even Li Su was not entirely familiar with all of them. It would be challenging for an external cultivator to find a cultivation family within a short period. If the individual wanted to blend in with the Wu Kingdom's cultivation world, they would eventually become known to the local cultivators. In recent years, there were no reports of foreign Foundation building cultivators. He firmly locked on to this individual based on Li Su's observations and speculations about the Bei family cultivator on Immortal Desolate Peak. The cultivator surnamed Bei's progress was exceptionally rapid, surpassing even Su Yun, a talented cultivator with 5th-grade spiritual roots. This person seemed to possess some mysterious techniques. However, he disguised himself well, and none of the cultivators present suspected him. Li Su's confident identification of this person made the other cultivators look at him with admiration. Li Su assured the cultivators that they didn't need to worry, as the Flying Immortal sect would handle the situation. They could temporarily move closer to the sect if they were concerned about their own families. After comforting them, Li Su didn't linger and promptly left the scene on a flying boat. First, he returned to the Li mansion to check on the situation at home, then proceeded to the Flying Immortal sect. With the identification of the Bei cultivator, Li Su was less concerned about his family's safety. If this individual was responsible for the recent incidents, he would unlikely provoke Li Su directly. As expected, everything was normal at home, which relieved Li Su. He then boarded the flying boat and arrived at the Flying Immortal sect. The elder in charge of the sect's external affairs greeted him. Elder, I have made some discoveries. Does the sect monitor the activities of wandering cultivators? Li Su inquired. The elder replied, we have people keeping an eye on the general movements of wandering cultivators. However, there are many wandering cultivators in the Wu Kingdom, so we can only grasp their overall trends. The elder summoned a mid-level Foundation establishment disciple responsible for monitoring the wandering cultivators' activities. The disciple informed Li Su that several wandering cultivators were still active in Mengking Mountain, including the cultivator surnamed Bei. He mentioned having heard about him when he delivered some goods to the Mengking Mountain a few days ago. Li Su's certainty grew stronger. This cultivator was indeed in Mengking Mountain and remained highly active there. Li Su realized that this individual was intentionally trying to create an alibi for himself, making it seem that he was not involved in the incidents. Given the speed at which a cultivator in the Foundation establishment stage could travel, it would only take around 10 hours to fly from Mengking Mountain to the farthest of the 3 cultivating families that had been wiped out. The journey would be even faster with flying artifacts like a flying boat. Considering this cultivator's strength, they wouldn't take long to destroy a cultivating family. Li Su deduced that this cultivator could complete a round trip within a day. There might be more than 3 cultivating families that this person had wiped out, but their disappearances had not yet been discovered. Li Su admired this cultivator's cunningness, as nobody would suspect him if it wasn't for his keen observation. Li Su, how's it going? Have you made any discoveries? Asked Elder Zhu from the Foreign Affairs Hall. Li Su replied, Elder Zhu, please give me the sect master's location. I need to go to Mengking Mountain. Alright. Elder Zhu handed Li Su a map. After you go out, fly in this direction, and you will reach the area of the spiritual stone mine. Thanking Elder Zhu, Li Su boarded a flying boat and headed straight to Mengking Mountain. The flying boat's speed was impressive, and a massive mountain came into view after more than 8 hours. This is Mengking Mountain, Li Su thought. The mountain spanned thousands of miles and was covered in clouds and mist. The upper half of the mountain was constantly hidden by the clouds. The terrain in this area was complex, and different regions had varying environments. Using the map, Li Su quickly approached the area where Flying Immortal Sect was located. As he approached, a sect disciple responsible for guarding the outskirts appeared. Li, senior brother, I heard you have become the sect master's direct disciple. Congratulations. Thank you. Li Su replied politely. I need to go to the area where the Lingxi mine is located. Do you know the way? A Foundation establishment stage disciple recognized Li Su and informed him about the directions. Li Su's status in the sect had changed, and the other disciples treated him differently. He had reached the pinnacle of Foundation establishment and became the sect master's direct disciple. His previous reputation no longer mattered. The present was what counted. After a brief exchange with the disciples, Li Su followed one of them, flying toward the designated area. Soon, they arrived beneath a vast mountain where numerous Flying Immortal Sect disciples were engaged in battle with monsters. A beautifully crafted flying boat stretched dozens of meters in length in the sky. This boat belonged to the sect master and was known as the Flying Immortal Ship. Renowned for its speed. On the flying boat, the sect master of the Flying Immortal Sect stood, observing the ongoing fight below. At that moment, a monster resembling a sword-like dragon, with a horn crackling with thunder, suddenly charged out of the mountain, shooting a thunderous pillar toward the sect master. Unfazed, the sect master slightly moved her hand, unleashing a white light that intercepted the thunderous pillar. The dragon-like monster's attack failed and swiftly retreated back into the mountain. Li Su was impressed by the monster's cunning tactics, which explained why the three major sects had struggled in their battles. The sect master didn't pursue the monster, seemingly opting for a cautious approach. Before long, Li Su arrived on the flying boat. The sect master noticed him, turned her head, and saw Li Su approaching her. Disciple Li Su, I greet the sect master. Li Su respectfully said. Brother Li. The sect master acknowledged. Su Yun was also present, recovering from a recent battle with a slightly weakened aura. Master, I have found the culprit responsible for the destruction of the three major families. Li Su stated straightforwardly. Oh? Responded the sect master. Chapter 25, If I said it's you master. I wonder if any cultivation families have been wiped out in the Four Qi Kingdom or the Northern Yan Kingdom? Li Su didn't immediately reveal the answer but asked, noticing the inquiring gaze in the headmaster's eyes. Although he had already identified the cultivator named Bei, Li Su wanted to gather more information. Senior brother, our master received news a couple of days ago that several cultivation families were destroyed in the Four Qi Kingdom. Li Longman suspects it was the work of demonic cultivators, but they have been missing for many years. We don't know where they came from, and Li Longman hasn't found any clues yet. Su Yun said. Several cultivation families in the Four Qi Kingdom were wiped out. This news didn't come as a surprise to Li Su. It had been several months since the three major immortal sects came to compete for the spiritual stone mine in the region of the three secular countries. In the past 2 months, 3 cultivation families in Wu Kingdom were annihilated. White-named cultivators were not active in the Wu Kingdom but in the region controlled by the 3 major immortal sects. Having knowledge about the cultivation world in the 3 secular countries, Li Su suspected that this person had killed dozens of cultivators this time. He had targeted wandering cultivators at the gatherings, many of whom had disappeared. While it was normal for cultivators to disappear for a few years, the large number of missing cultivators raised suspicion. Li Su guessed that the cultivator named Bei was afraid of arousing suspicion after kidnapping so many wandering cultivators at the gatherings. Therefore, he chose to target cultivation families this time. Li Su anticipated that after this successful operation, the cultivator named Bei would hide somewhere to digest his gains and improve his strength before coming out again. At that time, he might even choose to target stronger cultivators. Brother, who is the culprit? Su Yun asked after explaining the situation. Li Su still didn't reveal the answer and decided to capture the cultivator named Bei first. He didn't want to be caught off guard, as demonic cultivators were known for their ruthless methods and lack of taboos. Li Su thought it would be safer to request a magic weapon from the headmaster, a weapon that would also pose a threat to Golden Core stage cultivators. This would ensure that he could handle any situation while capturing the cultivator named Bei. Hearing Li Su's request, the headmaster raised his hand and sent a golden talisman flying towards Li Su. It was made of a material similar to gold, known as mysterious gold. The talisman was inscribed with numerous intricate small swords. This is an immortal flying talisman. When activated with spiritual power, it can form an immortal flying sword formation that can threaten even Golden Core initial stage cultivators. Take it for self-defense. The headmaster explained. Li Su gladly accepted the talisman, realizing that it was a rare and precious treasure. He knew that using mysterious gold as the material allowed for multiple uses, making it a talisman treasure. Thank you, sect leader. Li Su expressed his gratitude. Su Yun volunteered to accompany Li Su, as she was more familiar with the surrounding area. Li Su agreed to her suggestion, and they prepared to set off, ensuring they were well prepared to capture the cultivator named Bei. Wandering cultivators primarily operate in 4 regions, and the most recent casual cultivators are in this direction. Su-yun pointed in one direction on the flying boat. Junior sister, have you heard of a casual cultivator named Bei at the Foundation establishment stage? Su-yun asked. I have heard of him. He was seen around the cliff area a few days ago. Su-yun replied. In which direction? Lee-su inquired. Senior brother, this way. Su-yun pointed. The flying boat swiftly headed in that direction. Whoosh! Suddenly, a strange bird emerged from the dense forest, shooting countless feathers as strong as metal. It's a monster! Su-yun exclaimed. She quickly summoned a mirror, creating a barrier that blocked the feathers. Go! Su-yun retaliated with several swift strikes, causing the strange bird to screech. Despite its attempt to shoot more feathers, they couldn't withstand the strikes and were pierced through. Su-yun extended her hand, retrieving the swift strikes. They were small swords known as Flying Immortal Swords, commonly used by disciples of the Flying Immortal sect. Senior brother, many monsters have been attracted by the spiritual stone mine. Although there are no 3rd-level monsters in this area, we still need to be cautious. Su-yun warned. Lee-su nodded, acknowledging his junior sister's impressive strength and combat experience. She had a 5th-grade spiritual root, which meant that if they had children, their offspring would likely possess good spiritual roots. The better their children's spiritual roots, the greater the enhancement it would bring to his own spiritual roots. I am being silly again, thinking about having babies, Lee-su chuckled. The flying boat continued its rapid journey. Along the way, they encountered scattered monsters, all of which Su-yun easily dispatched. After flying for some time, they reached a towering cliff stretching 1,000 feet high. The area below the cliff had crevices leading underground, making it an active region for wandering cultivators. Someone is coming. Su-yun alerted. Are they from the sect? Lee-su inquired. It seems so. Oh, it's Senior Lee. One of the wandering cultivators recognized Lee-su. Senior Lee. Other wandering cultivators flew out to greet him. Though they initially felt concerned due to his status as a disciple of the Immortal Sect and his recent promotion as a direct disciple of the sect's leader, their worries dissipated upon Lee-su's reassurance that he wasn't there to drive them away. Do you know someone surnamed Bei, a casual cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage? I need to find him. Lee-su casually asked. Senior Bei? He went underground. Some monsters have also entered the underground, and Senior Bei is helping us deal with them. One of the casual cultivators replied. Lee-su nodded and asked, has he been here these days? Yes, he's been here almost every day. Senior Bei works tirelessly, sometimes staying underground for several days or even battling for half a month before resting for a day or two. Another casual cultivator explained. Respect was evident in their words when it came to Senior Bei. It seemed that he had some tricks up his sleeve. Taking advantage of his rest days, he could easily commit crimes unnoticed. As a cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage, he could slip away under the guise of rest, and no one would disturb him during that time. After wiping out a cultivation family, he would return, and numerous casual cultivators would vouch for him, making it impossible for anyone to suspect him. However, Lee-su was determined to expose him. How long will he be out? Lee-su asked. I am not sure, but it should be soon. He has been in there for 7 days this time. A casual cultivator replied. 7 days. Su-yun responded. The timing matched. It had been 8 days since the recent eradication of a cultivation family, and as soon as this guy returned, he showed up, creating an alibi. Where did he get in? Lee-su inquired. Senior Lee, it's from here. One of the casual cultivators pointed out. Lee-su nodded and began setting up formations, leaving the casual cultivators curious about his actions but unable to comprehend or inquire further. Soon, Lee-su finished arranging a formation and patiently waited. After about a day, Chi refining stage cultivators emerged from the underground. They appeared somewhat exhausted, with some bearing injuries, but their expressions showed signs of satisfaction, indicating they had gained something valuable. After a while, the cultivator's surname Bei finally surfaced. Senior White, how is the harvest? Lee-su asked. Senior Bei, Senior Lee has something to discuss with you. The Chi refining stage cultivators guarding outside informed him. Curiously, Senior Bei looked up and spotted Lee-su in the sky. He flew up and greeted him, acknowledging Lee-su's status as a direct disciple of the Flying Immortal Sect's leader. Lee-su's gaze briefly swept over him, noticing that Senior Bei had disguised himself well, showing no signs of suspicion. Without wasting time, Lee-su took out an array disc, and in the next moment, the surrounding scenery drastically changed as sunlight vanished, and a powerful formation firmly trapped the area. Senior Bei's expression changed, and he asked, Brother Lee, what does this mean? Surnamed Bei, you have successively wiped out 7 cultivating families in the 4 Qi Kingdom and the Wu Kingdom, killing dozens of cultivators and thousands of mortals. Today, I am here to apprehend you. Li Su declared firmly. Confusion filled Senior Bei's face as he protested, Brother Li, what are you talking about? I have been here all this time, unaware of such significant events. I know it's you. Today is the day of your reckoning. Prepare to die. Li Su forcefully interrupted Senior Bei's words. He unleashed a talisman given by the sex leader, immediately employing his most potent attack. Senior Bei's face turned pale. He never expected that Li Su wouldn't give him a chance to speak and would immediately target his life. Senior Bei's gaze revealed his inner turmoil, but he had no time to ponder further. Li Su launched a devastating assault right from the start. The talisman he wielded was terrifyingly powerful. Cursed! Senior Bei exclaimed. No more time for hesitation. Senior Bei's aura suddenly changed, revealing the cultivation of the later stage of the Foundation establishment. Moreover, his spiritual power carried a hint of blood. The 8th level of Foundation establishment, blood-red spiritual power. He truly is a demonic cultivator. Li Su smiled. From the beginning, Li Su was convinced it was him. Indeed, it was this guy. Chapter 26, Formidable Senior Brother Crimson Spiritual Power. Senior Bei is a dark cultivator. How is this possible? Below, a series of changes left many Qi refining cultivators struggling to cope. These wandering cultivators had no time to speak up. They only saw that after the cultivator surnamed Bei went to greet Li Su sternly claimed that the Bei cultivator had wiped out 7 cultivation families, killed dozens of cultivators and thousands of mortals, and then immediately launched an attack without hesitation. Upon hearing Li Su's words, these wandering cultivators instinctively felt that it was unlikely. Cultivator Bei had been with them for the past few months, and he had been particularly amiable, without the air of a senior in the foundational stage. Cultivator Bei had even saved some casual cultivators. So, there were some casual cultivators who wanted to speak up for Cultivator Bei, but when Cultivator Bei tried to defend himself, his bewildered expression deceived many casual cultivators. Even when Li Su made a move, some casual cultivators wanted to speak up for Cultivator Bei. But the turning point came too quickly. They didn't have a chance to speak. Li Su immediately unleashed a powerful attack, intending to kill Cultivator Bei. Seeing Li Su's resolute killing intent, Cultivator Bei had no choice but to reveal all his cards in order to save his own life. And that's when he was exposed. This guy was skilled at hiding, and in the underground battle, he hadn't aroused suspicion from other casual cultivators. But as a dark cultivator, his most powerful techniques were those of dark cultivation. To save his life, he had to use his strongest abilities, and that revealed his true nature. The sudden turn of events caught many casual cultivators off guard. They had initially been prepared to speak up for Cultivator Bei, but the sudden change left them dumbfounded. In the sky, when Cultivator Bei revealed his strength, a black banner appeared in his hand. The golden flying immortal sword came flying towards him, but without hesitation, Cultivator Bei poured his spiritual power into the black banner. Go. He swiftly waved the black banner, and as he did, black-green flames resembling ghostly fires emerged, swirling madly around him. In an instant, these black-green flames formed a unique ghost fire formation. Upon closer inspection, these black-green flames even took the shape of skulls. The golden flying immortal sword descended, but the ghost fire formed by the black-green flames, under Cultivator Bei's constant waving of the black banner, managed to block the attack. Good guy. Li Su squinted his eyes. This Cultivator Bei was truly remarkable. Despite only being at the 8th level of Foundation establishment, he managed to withstand the attack of the flying immortal talisman using the ghost fire formation formed by the black banner. This black banner must be an excellent dark cultivation treasure. Cultivator Bei must have obtained some kind of dark cultivation inheritance. When Li Su first met Cultivator Bei, Zhang Yuer introduced him. Cultivator Bei had been unremarkable before but suddenly made rapid progress, reaching the Foundation establishment stage 40 years ago. Well, it was 20 years ago at that time, but it has been more than 20 years since Li Su's first participation in the Wandering Cultivator Gathering. In the first 20 years, his progress was not fast. When Li Su first met him, he was only at the 2nd level of the Foundation establishment. This was probably because he had been more restrained at that time. Later on, he kept attacking immortal cultivators, causing his cultivation to grow rapidly. In just 20 years, he went from the 2nd level of Foundation establishment to the current 8th level. The last casual cultivator gathering was just a few months ago, and at that time, he was only at the 7th level of Foundation establishment. In these few months, he relentlessly attacked cultivation families, further advancing his cultivation. He couldn't have created the demonic cultivation techniques himself, and when combined with the black banner, It was clear that Cultivator Bay had obtained some kind of dark cultivation inheritance. Damn it. Cultivator Bay felt extremely frustrated. Besides frustration, there was nothing else. He had planned everything so well, completely avoiding suspicion, and no one could have connected him to the incidents. Even if someone had doubts, he had nothing to worry about. But unexpectedly, he encountered Li Su, who didn't play by the rules. Li Su completely disregarded reason and immediately wanted to kill him without saying a word. Even if the sect leaders of the three major immortal sects intervened, it would be impossible for them to act so unreasonably. The world of cultivation was indeed survival of the fittest, but it still had some basic order. But Li Su was being unreasonable, and he also had his suspicions. He still didn't know how Li Su had identified him. No matter how careful he had been, he hadn't left any traces, had a perfect alibi, and hadn't left any clues. Li Su had no way of determining his true identity. Looking at the current situation, his cultivation was only at the 8th level of foundation establishment. Once his true essence was depleted, he would be helpless. At the current rate of consumption, he could only last a few minutes at most. I can only use that item now. Cultivator Bay waved the black banner with one hand and forcefully threw a black bead with the other. Boom. The black bead exploded near Li Su, and black flames surged violently. In the midst of the flames, there is also a flash of lightning. Senior Li. The faces of many casual cultivators changed as the power of the bead was too terrifying. You truly have another trick up your sleeve, whatever means you have, use them. At that moment, Li Su's calm voice echoed from another direction. He had just attacked Li Su and Su Yun, but they appeared in different locations. Even at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, it was impossible to move so quickly right under his nose. How is that possible? Cultivator Bay's eyes narrowed. I am within the formation I have set up. Can you guess my exact position? Li Su's voice remained calm. He had anticipated that Cultivator Bay was not ordinary and had set up the array not only to trap but also to confuse direction and create illusions. That was why Cultivator Bay's sneak attack had failed. Cultivator Bay's expression grew grim. He was already reaching his limit, and he didn't have many things that threatened Li Su. No matter that he was a dark cultivator, his current strength was too low, and the black banner in his hand couldn't exert significant power. Damn it, if only I had another year. Cultivator Bay was on the verge of spitting blood. And then, he did spit out blood. It didn't even take a few minutes, just over a minute, and his black banner couldn't hold back the flying immortal talisman anymore. The golden flying immortal sword pierced through his body one after another. Puff. Cultivator Bay coughed up a mouthful of blood. In the next second, Li Su appeared before him, striking his palm and dispersing the true essence in his body. A golden rope appeared in Li Su's hand, directly capturing the barely conscious Cultivator Bay. Using the flesh and blood of an immortal cultivator for alchemy, is this what a demon cultivator does? After a while, Li Su's voice resounded. In his hand, there were several blood-colored pills. This blood color. It was indeed real blood. These were pills made from the flesh and blood of immortal cultivators. The faces of the surrounding cultivators changed one by one. No wonder none of the casual cultivators who left with him these years were seen. Some casual cultivators seemed to have noticed this, but they hadn't suspected him because Cultivator Bay had disguised himself so well before. It wasn't until now that they suddenly realized it. I didn't expect Bay. He was a demon cultivator. Thanks to Senior Li, I am truly frightened. Yes, Senior Li has remarkable insight. Even with his excellent disguise, Senior Li discovered him. It's incredible how well the person surnamed Bay hid himself. Many casual cultivators were in awe of Li Su. Cultivator Bay had hidden himself so well, yet Li Su precisely pinpointed him. This made many casual cultivators admire him. It seems that Senior Brother is quite formidable. On the side, Su Yun couldn't help but think as she listened to the casual cultivators talk about Cultivator Bay's past. Previously, she didn't have a deep impression of Li Su, having only heard about him without paying much attention. It wasn't until recently when Li Su's name started to frequently appear in the mouths of the Flying Immortal Sect disciples, that she learned about this peculiar cultivator from the Flying Immortal Sect. Building a foundation at 100 years old, taking concubines and indulging in worldly desires, his cultivation had skyrocketed in the past 20 years. He had reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage. At this rate, Li Su might even achieve the golden core stage in his lifetime. Li Su had effortlessly captured Cultivator Bay without any clues, even without a trace of information about the Liang Gate. In Su Yun's eyes, Li Su's image had once again changed. Chapter 27, Li Su's rising fame. There were still plenty of items in the storage bag of the Cultivator Bay. Besides the pills, there were also some other things. There were also hundreds of spiritual stones. Some of these items should have been obtained from the cultivators of the 7 cultivating families he wiped out. As a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator, he didn't value ordinary things, so these items still held some value. Li Su picked up a book whose cover was missing, but the contents inside were strange. It describes how to use the flesh and blood of immortal cultivators and mortals for alchemy and medicine. The pills made through this method were called human alchemy. Pills made by combining chi refining stage cultivators with certain special herbs were highly useful for Foundation Establishment stage cultivators. These pills also required some time for digestion and absorption. The book also contains even more cruel pills, such as infant pills. The method of using infants with spiritual roots. Just the thought of it gives people goosebumps. Su-Yun curiously glanced at it but immediately regretted it as she almost vomited. Therefore, she quickly moved aside and decided not to look at it anymore. No wonder this guy's cultivation has been advancing so quickly. Li Su said. Li Su put the book back into the cultivator bay storage bag, intending to hand it over to the sect leader for handling. Even if the demonic cultivators progress rapidly, Li Su had no intention of learning from them. As a transmigrator and system host, stooping to such evil practices would be beneath him. It would be more appropriate to rename himself the Shame of the Traveler. In addition to the book, Li Su also found a black slate with strange writing on it. There was also a black token with a simple design and the word holy on it. Li Su tapped the token and found that its material was surprisingly superior, far better than the Flying Immortal Sex token. What is this token? Li Su wondered and decided to keep the token and slate for further research. Li Su also collected the black banner belonging to the cultivator bay. Li Su had no intention of turning these 3 items in and planned to study them. It would help him better understand demonic cultivators in case they were to encounter them again in the future. Afterward, Li Su put the remaining items, including the spiritual stones, back into his storage bag. "Let's go, junior sister," Li Su said, releasing the flying boat and placing the severely injured cultivator bay on it. Su-Yun finally regained her composure and boarded the flying boat. "Senior brother, why are these demonic cultivators so cruel? How can they harm such young infants?" Su-Yun asked. Li Su replied, "Otherwise, why would they be called demonic cultivators? To them, everything in the world is merely a means to enhance their cultivation. Even if it means exterminating an entire nation, they will not hesitate. Fortunately, senior brother, you discovered him. Otherwise, who knows how many more lives would have been lost," Su-Yun said, expressing her gratitude towards Li Su. Su-Yun looked at Li Su with admiration in her eyes. The flying boat quickly approached the location of the main force of the Flying Immortal sect. However, when Li Su's flying boat drew closer, he realized that the sect leader was absent. After a while, the sect leader returned from King Mountain, holding a huge monster head in her hand. Li Su recognized it as the head of the Stegosaurus-like monster. This monster should be a third-order beast comparable to the Golden Core stage, and the sect leader had finally killed it. The disciples of the Flying Immortal sect below cheered. This cunning third-order monster's death would significantly increase the speed of the Flying Immortal sect's advancement. Once this area was cleared and a large formation was established based on the terrain, they could begin mining. The sect leader threw the monster's head onto the Flying Immortal boat, likely having also taken its demon pill. She seemed to be in a good mood. Upon seeing Li Su's return, her gaze swept over him and then on the cultivator bay. "Sect leader, I have successfully captured the mastermind behind the destruction of the 7 major families," Li Su said. Li Su explained the situation to the sect leader. Throughout her words, there was evident praise and admiration for Li Su. After listening, the sect leader's gaze toward Li Su became noticeably brighter, showing appreciation. "You have done well," the sect leader commended. "I will have the Foreign Affairs Hall reward you with 1,000 contribution points. You may keep the Flying Immortal Talisman. Additionally, I will negotiate for some benefits on your behalf at the Liang Gate," the sect leader informed. "Thank you, Master." Li Su expressed his gratitude. The sect leader's gaze shifted towards him, considering saying something further but ultimately refrained. It seemed like she wanted to advise Li Su, but ultimately, she chose not to speak. "Master, this is his storage bag. There are 3 items inside that I plan to study. Rest assured, I will not engage in demonic cultivation techniques," Li Su assured the sect leader. The sect leader felt confident about Li Su and didn't say anything. However, after taking the storage bag, she handed over the hundreds of spiritual stones inside to Li Su, adding a little more to make it a total of 10,000 spiritual stones. 10,000 spiritual stones were not a trivial amount. After reaching the pinnacle of the Foundation Establishment stage, Li Su would only receive 600 spiritual stones per year. It would take 17 years to accumulate that much. "These spiritual stones are for you. If you require any techniques, feel free to choose them from the library," the sect leader offered. "Thank you, Master." Li Su accepted the spiritual stones. The sect leader seemed to have something more to say, but ultimately, she chose not to. "If there is nothing else, I will take my leave, Master," Li Su said. Having settled the matter here, Li Su prepared to bid farewell. Once the Bay cultivator was handed over to the sect leader, she would naturally assign someone to deal with him and likely investigate his background. This person had also wiped out 4 cultivating families in the Qi kingdom, so the Liang Gate would not let him off either. Li Su didn't need to worry about it. The sect leader nodded in response. "Go ahead. Junior sister, see you in the future." Li Su bid farewell to Su Yun. "Take care, senior brother," Su Yun replied. After saying their goodbyes, Li Su boarded the flying boat and left King Mountain. After half a day, he returned to the Li Mansion. Everything in the Li Mansion was as usual. The capture of the Bay cultivator had not yet been spread. Li Su continued to cultivate silently. After spending a few months in this peaceful life, news arrived from the Flying Immortal sect that King Mountain had been successfully dealt with. There were scattered spiritual stones in the area where the Flying Immortal sect was located. The other 2 sects also had their own gains. The spiritual stone mine had been settled. In the future, when the spiritual stones in the 3 sect areas were depleted and expansion to new areas became necessary, disputes might arise, but that was a matter for later. As news of the Bay cultivator's capture spread, Li Su's reputation in the world of cultivating immortals in the Wu Kingdom became exceptionally prominent. Many cultivation families had gathered near the Flying Immortal sect due to the destruction of the 3 cultivation families, so they had heard the news. Li Su became known to many cultivators in the Qi Kingdom, the Northern Yan Kingdom, and the other 2 major sects. Chapter 28, The Immortal is Too Fast to Hold Senior Brother. These spiritual stones were sent by the master from Lilang Gate, a total of 5,000 pieces. After a few days, Li Su met Su Yun in the Li family. "I came to deliver the spiritual stones for you," she said. The 4 major cultivation families controlled by Lilang Gate in the Qi Kingdom were also destroyed by the Bay clan cultivators. If this case was not solved, it would eventually impact the reputation of the Flaming Sun sect. Li Su captured the Bay cultivator, indirectly helping the Flaming Sun sect. Naturally, the sect leader was unwilling to let the Flaming Sun sect lose out on these benefits. So, she especially went to request favors from Lilang Gate. That's how she obtained the 5,000 spiritual stones. Li Su put away the spiritual stones. "Thank you, junior sister. Senior brother, are you really not going back to the sect? Master is willing to spend some effort to help you choose a suitable cultivation method and assist you in breaking through to the Golden Core stage. Breaking through to the Golden Core stage is not easy. Senior sister Zio has been at the peak of Foundation establishment for almost 30 years without any signs of breaking through." After giving the spiritual stones to Li Su, Su Yun said again. Li Su shook his head and said, "No." "Alright, then take care, senior brother. I will also have to go into seclusion when I go back. The next time we meet, it may be more than 10 years later. Brother, I am leaving." Li Su sent Su Yun back, watching her flying boat disappear into the sky before returning to Li Mansion. After Su Yun left, Li Su soon welcomed a new guest. "Senior Li, thanks to you this time. If it weren't for you, the Bay clan might have attacked our family. Yes, we have been living in fear these days, all thanks to Senior Li for dealing with the Bay clan." These were members of the cultivation clans from the Wu Kingdom. Once the news spread, they came to express their gratitude one after another. Several families came at the same time. These families had moved near the Flying Immortal sect out of concern. Upon receiving the news, they rushed over. "Senior, my daughter has always admired you." Some of the cultivator families specifically brought their daughters. In fact, they came as a whole family. After the incident with the Bay clan cultivators, many cultivation families realized the importance of having a strong backer. Although they were attached to the Flying Immortal sect, all the cultivation families relied on the Flying Immortal sect. If they encountered danger, their family might have already perished by the time the Flying Immortal sect intervened. At this moment, Li Su, who liked taking concubines, became the best choice. This incident further spread Li Su's reputation. As the direct disciple of the head of the Flying Immortal sect, Li Su possessed peak Foundation establishment strength, excelling in martial power and intelligence. Finding the Bay clan cultivator so quickly and resolving the issue proved his abilities. Marrying into Li Su's family became the best choice for these cultivation families. If their family was destroyed in the future, descendants would still remain in the Li family. The cultivating families at this time brought significantly younger daughters. Marriage wasn't initially a factor to consider for these young female cultivators, but now they were highly enthusiastic about it. After seeing Li Su, even the pickiest women couldn't find faults. After all, they were not geniuses. While their standards were higher than ordinary people, it was still insufficient compared to Li Su. Li Su had captured their complete attention. Li Su now rarely took in ordinary women. Due to the admiration from female cultivators, he was almost overwhelmed with fairies. With the current population of the Li family, the most important thing for Li Su was to have offspring with spiritual roots. The Li family became lively again. The region around Luo City became lively too. Every time the Li family hosted a banquet, it brought joy to the Luo City area. It wasn't just the common people who enjoyed it. Merchants and traders also benefited. The banquets consumed a significant amount of ingredients, promoting commerce in the Luo City area. In short, countless people near Luo City eagerly anticipated Li Su taking more concubines. For the people in the surrounding areas, it was not only a happy event for Li Su but also for them. If Li Su ever stopped accepting concubines, they would be disappointed. Li Su had become the only one who accepted concubines to this extent. Chapter 29, Family Law Master. Li Su has brought another descendant again. He has brought over a dozen in recent years, but the main issue is that their aptitude is not very good. If this continues, I am concerned that our Flying Immortal sect will become a joke among the other two major sects. A mid-foundation establishment stage elder in the Flying Immortal sect spoke to the sect leader. Over time, Li Su's descendants with aptitude were also growing up. As long as they turned 12, Li Su sent them to the Flying Immortal sect. It started fine, but the number of descendants being sent increased over time. Some members of the Flying Immortal sect began to have reservations about this disruption of the sect's disciple recruitment rules. However, despite having some reservations, no one in the Flying Immortal sect dared to exclude or mistreat Li Su's descendants. Li Su was well liked and respected within the sect. With his strong power and gratitude to the sect leader, the head made an exception for Li Su in the past. In recent decades, Li Su's strength had been growing rapidly, and many people in the Flying Immortal sect were now discussing whether he might reach the Golden Core stage in his lifetime. In the eyes of the disciples, Li Su should have 60 or 70 years of lifespan left. While the time seems sufficient for Li Su to break through to the Golden Core stage, many foundation-building cultivators failed to do so. No one wanted to offend a powerful cultivator who had the potential to reach the Golden Core stage. How many spiritual stones do his descendants need in a year? The sect leader asked. Currently, it's 78 yuan. The mid-foundation establishment stage elder replied. Double the amount for them. I will cover the cost of these spiritual stones myself, and from now on, whenever he sends more, it will be the same. The sect leader stated. Ah. The elder in the later stage of the foundation establishment was taken aback. The sect leader remained silent but looked at him with a calm yet imposing gaze. Yes, master. The elder responded, understanding the sect leader's intention and attitude, and then left. Lando, is he still taking concubines? The sect leader asked the attendant after the elder left. Master, yes. Many cultivation families want to establish marriage ties with him. In the past year, the Li family has held a wedding banquet every 1 or 2 months. Lando replied. The sect leader frowned at this information. After a while, she set aside this matter as she needed to enter seclusion for some time. Pia, the sound of a whip cracking accompanied the screams of pain. In a large square filled with people, including some commoners from the nearby villages, several dozen people had their hands tied and were being whipped by strong men. Some had their thick clothing torn apart, and their backs were covered in bloody wounds. Grandfather, have mercy. I won't dare anymore, never again. One man in his 30s rolled on the ground, crying and begging, in great misery. Similar scenes of pain and pleading played out among the others. However, the whipping continued without pause. Sitting in a high place, Li Su had a frosty expression on his face. This was the day the Li family enforced its strict rules and punishments. Although Li Su was a cultivator and usually didn't concern himself with worldly matters, he had set extremely strict rules for his family. These rules were even more severe than those of any other family. There were rewards and punishments. Li Su encouraged his descendants to have many children. Still, he had a strict requirement that marriages and concubines must be voluntary, and no one could be forced into a marriage using the Li family's influence. Those who resorted to coercion would face family law. Even the act of marrying and taking concubines required voluntary consent. If anyone used the Li family's power to force others, they would face family law. The Li family's law enforcement team was like the sword of Damocles hanging over the heads of Li Su's descendants, ensuring they lived honorable lives. This time, several dozen descendants had committed serious offenses. Li Su happened to witness their misdeeds and became furious. He immediately gathered all the clan members and invited many people from Luo City to witness the punishment. The public enforcement of family law was not a staged event. The Li family's family law had always been severe. When the sound of the whip cracked, even some of Li Su's descendants who had not committed any wrongdoing flinched. This served to establish Li Su's bottom line for all his descendants. No one dared to plead for mercy as Li Su coldly ordered, "Put them in the dungeon for 10 years. If I can still remember them after 10 years, then we will consider releasing them." Li Su left the scene, leaving his capable descendants in charge of the aftermath. After this incident, the Li family's values and conduct improved further. Chapter 30, Getting closer to the Golden Core period. After publicly enforcing the family law, the Li family also announced several measures. Among them, the most effective measure was the establishment of numerous reporting mailboxes in selected cities. If any descendants of the Li family engaged in wrongdoing, people could report them through these mailboxes. The family's law enforcement team would then investigate the reports as a deterrent. Li Su desired a strong family with a noble family tradition, not one that engaged in unruly behavior. Although he intended to leverage the benefits of the many children, many blessing system, which would inevitably result in an increasing number of descendants, Li Su didn't just focus on procreation but also on education. His offspring would receive a quality education, and the outstanding ones would receive more attention. Li Su would also find ways to extend their lifespan. Before Li Su reached the age of 100 and established his foundation, he had limited status, power, and rewards from the system, making it challenging to prolong his life. However, there were many methods available. For each concubine he took, Li Su would receive a life-extending pill as a reward, and he had the authority to distribute these pills. Some young female cultivators didn't need the life-extending pills immediately, so Li Su would prioritize giving them to capable individuals who could effectively manage the family's descendants. Li Su believed that once he had more than 30 descendants with spiritual roots, they might gain 100 years of alchemy experience. At that point, he could try alchemy himself. Of course, the most critical aspect of alchemy was the herbs. To that end, Li Su selected a specific area and set up a spiritual gathering formation. He also obtained some seeds from the Flying Immortal sect and cultivated medicinal herbs. However, where the Li mansion was located had less spiritual energy than the three major immortal sects. Although the spiritual gathering formation could provide a short-term boost, it was still limited. Nevertheless, Li Su could use spiritual stones to enhance the concentration of spiritual energy. These endeavors required time, but Li Su only devoted his spare time to them, ensuring he didn't waste too much time and energy. As Li Su continued to recruit female cultivators, the number of his descendants with spiritual roots increased. Furthermore, among Li Su's offspring, there were descendants who had their own children, resulting in descendants with spiritual roots. The number of Li Su's descendants continued to grow, branching out from generation to generation, steadily increasing. This growth also enhanced Li Su's own spiritual roots. In just 9 years, the number of Li Su's descendants with spiritual roots surpassed 30, confirming his speculation. Among the rewards, there indeed was 100 years of alchemy experience. Li Su returned to the Flying Immortal sect and used his contribution points to exchange for some herbs. He tried alchemy using one of the furnaces available. He successfully produced Qi gathering pills. These pills primarily targeted cultivators in the Qi refining period, and Li Su achieved a relatively high success rate, exceeding 80%. This was already an exceptional success rate. Senior brother Li, your success rate is remarkably high. I never expected you to be skilled in alchemy. An alchemy room disciple was astonished upon seeing the Qi gathering pills Li Su had refined. I studied it in my spare time. Li Su replied. Armed with these Qi gathering pills, Li Su left the Flying Immortal sect, intending to distribute them among the female cultivators. As for the life-extending pills required valuable and scarce herbs, so he didn't exchange them at the moment. It seems I am still a few hundred years away from reaching the next stage. Li Su realized that even though his spiritual roots had been strengthened, he was only a few hundred years away from breaking into the Golden Core stage. He was getting closer. Li Su saw a glimmer of hope. He was gradually approaching the Golden Core stage. Chapter 31, Geometric Growth, 2, Husband, is it sweet? A stunning female cultivator fed Li Su a grape in the Li mansion. Sweet, indeed sweet. I love grapes the most. Li Su replied. The upcoming wandering cultivators meeting drew Li Su's attention. His main goal was to observe changes among wandering cultivators, gather information, and check for any signs of demon cultivators in the three major immortal sect areas. Unlike the immortal sects, wandering cultivators were more down-to-earth and numerous, often privy to small talk and gossip. Seniorly as Li Su arrived, a group of wandering cultivators surrounded him. There were even more this year, including many from the four Qi kingdoms and northern Yan kingdom. The number of female cultivators had also increased. In the Wu kingdom, most attractive female cultivators were already married to Li Su. However, the overall number of cultivators remained significantly smaller than ordinary people. Spiritual roots were rare. Sometimes, a city with over 10,000 people couldn't produce a single individual with spiritual roots. There was also the possibility of undiscovered individuals with spiritual roots. Li Su suspected that many such hidden talents existed in the three major immortal sect areas, but large-scale spiritual root detection was impractical in this world. Under regular circumstances, even if an individual possessed spiritual potential, there would be noticeable distinctions from the norm, such as increased strength, enhanced mental acuity, and overall better vitality. Refined spiritual roots infused a breath with spiritual energy, contributing beneficial effects to the body over time, even without active cultivation. Hence, those with spiritual roots rarely went unnoticed after entering the ranks. Beyond immortal sects and cultivation clans, numerous secular sects existed, along with a greater number of postnatal and prenatal experts compared to cultivators. However, Li Su dismissed these postnatal and prenatal experts as insignificant. In reality, these experts hold some local prestige, often receiving excellent training if their exceptional abilities were recognized from a young age. If proven to have spiritual roots, these experts were often sent to the immortal sects in a process known as forming a spiritual bond. This served as the survival strategy for certain secular sects. On Immortal Peak, Li Su was surrounded by numerous wandering cultivators, who were unusually enthusiastic this time. Li Su learned that incidents of wandering cultivators going missing had significantly decreased after dealing with the cultivator Bay. This Bay cultivator occasionally targeted individual wandering cultivators whenever an opportunity arose, but it was inefficient. Despite the many wandering cultivators on Immortal Desolate Peak, Bay cultivators' cautious approach avoided trouble during their gatherings. Li Su reflected that this cultivator lacked the boldness to accomplish significant deeds. Considering they were demon cultivators, Li Su believed that a bolder approach, setting traps on Immortal Desolate Peak after reaching the later stages of Foundation establishment, could effectively eliminate the wandering cultivators. While some might escape, Li Su thought that after this wave, finding a secluded place to digest the harvest would be more advantageous than the current situation. However, this cultivator's timidity prevented such actions. This indicated that demonic cultivators could only hide like mice in the gutter in the regions of the three major immortal sects. The path of righteousness was flourishing, which was indeed a positive development. It was also possible that the cultivator Bay was preparing to reach the pinnacle of Foundation establishment or even become stronger. This individual even had intentions towards Li Su, inviting him to the Blackwood Forest several times, possibly planning to strike there. By nightfall, Li Su had accumulated a collection of handkerchiefs, embroidery, and other tokens of affection, with even more female cultivators presenting them. Some came from Forchi and Northern Yan Kingdom. This left some wandering cultivators envious. As a result, in the following 1 or 2 years, joyous events continued in the Li family. The Li family ancestor has taken another immortal. Yes, it's a shame. My daughter has just come of age, but now the Li family ancestor only accepts immortals. Joy permeated Dulwo City area once again. Interestingly, there were individuals in that region experiencing melancholy. Due to Li Su's preference for taking concubines, the patriarchal tendencies in the Wo City area had somewhat diminished. Many affluent and even ordinary families hoped to have a beautiful daughter to marry into the Li family. However, beauty was not guaranteed. Some parents found their daughters less presentable. Even those with average-looking daughters found them transformed into immortals after being wedded to Li Su, causing envy and frustration. Unfortunately, mortals couldn't compete with immortals. Immortal concubines, not only stunning in appearance, exuded an otherworldly aura. Many dream of marrying an immortal, willing to die the next day for such a union. After over a year, the Li family's population had grown to 40,000 even faster. Li Su contemplated the population growth model, anticipating even faster growth in the future, potentially reaching geometric exponential levels. After this population breakthrough, 100 years of cultivation were rewarded, alongside an overall enhancement for the family. Li Su's descendants saw a 0.1% increase in the probability of having spiritual roots. Though he initially found it low, Li Su realized that a 0.1% improvement was quite commendable, considering the inherent difficulty of possessing spiritual roots, likely involving celestial rules. The system's ability to provide such a reward for the entire family, coupled with the increasing population, promised lasting effects. Upon this understanding, Li Su couldn't help but smile, appreciating the positive outcomes. Chapter 32, Completion. Naming, you and your group should take these pills. Yes, father. In Li's mansion, Li Su called several elderly children and gave them longevity pills. Each of these children was over 100 years old. They were also primarily responsible for managing the Li family, allowing Li Su to not worry about family matters. The Li family had also grown increasingly powerful, rivaling even the royal family in the Wu Kingdom. They were even more superior to the royal family. Among the Li family's descendants, some hoped for the Li family to replace the royal family, and some descendants used the Li family's influence to enter the court. However, Li Su was not interested in this. Managing a country was too burdensome, and if the current Li family were to replace the royal family, there would be too much to handle. The current Li family could not handle it. Unless Li Su personally took charge, he did not want to be burdened with such responsibilities. Over the years, more time had passed, and Li Su's new fairy consorts had given birth to offspring for him. Li Su now had 40 descendants with spiritual roots. Most of the fairies Li Su had taken in did not possess exceptional spiritual roots. It might be different if it were someone like Su Yun, a genius with a 5th grade spiritual root. Li Su was unsure about the specific details, as he had not yet tried it. After reaching 40 disciples, Li Su was rewarded with an additional 100 years of cultivation. To achieve a breakthrough in cultivation, the descendants with spiritual roots needed to exceed 100, or the number of Li Su's descendants needed to surpass 100,000. At that point, there would be a significant change. Reaching the golden core stage would increase the demand for cultivation, given Li Su's level of spiritual roots. However, Li Su had not yet figured out the issue of cultivation techniques. The rewards from the system did not involve any specific techniques, and Li Su was uncertain which technique served as a benchmark. Li Su was unable to choose. He wondered if there would be changes after reaching the golden core stage. Li Su could feel that his true essence was becoming stronger, and the completion of the foundation establishment was drawing closer. Foundation establishment completion was not a realm but a critical point. After reaching the peak of foundation establishment, cultivators continued to enhance their true essence. When the true essence accumulated to its limit, it signified the completion of the foundation establishment. At that point, they could strive to reach the golden core stage. Li Su felt that perhaps due to his poor spiritual roots, his requirements for reaching foundation establishment completion were higher than others. They could only live for around 200 years for other foundation building stages and must reach the golden core stage within that time. However, from the beginning until now, Li Su had obtained thousands of years of cultivation from the system. Although his spiritual roots were lacking, it made his foundation more stable. Li Su saw hope and focused on procreation. From time to time, he accepted a new fairy consort. Overall, the 3 great immortal gates were relatively calm. Cultivators were immersed in their practice, seeking to break through to higher realms. The secular world was often more exciting. A single cultivation retreat could last several years or even decades for cultivators. However, those 10 or more years of experience were incredibly enriching for ordinary people and could change a lifetime. For most people, the most exciting time in their lives was only a decade or so. After that period, life tends to become more peaceful. Marriage, having children, and then the repetitive daily routines. Although each day held its own highlights, it could feel monotonous over time. Therefore, many people envy immortals without realizing that the life of an immortal was more monotonous than that of an ordinary person. Cultivation consumed the majority of their time. Li Su might be an exception. After a few more years, the Li family's population finally exceeded 50,000. On this day, Li Su stood up after absorbing the reward of 100 years of cultivation. The ever-increasing population had provided Li Su with ample cultivation, and with the additional 100 years of cultivation, Li Su had finally completed his foundation establishment. He had reached the critical point to break through to the golden core stage. At this point, Li Su had a new question. Should he attempt to reach the golden core stage himself, or should he wait for the system's reward? Chapter 33, The Worst Spiritual Route, Achieving the Best Golden Pill. There should be no need for personal involvement in the attack. Li Su felt he shouldn't have to attack the golden core personally. Of course, he could still choose to attack it himself. However, after reaching the completion of the foundation establishment effortlessly, Li Su had no intention of attacking the golden core on his own. When an immortal cultivator reached the completion of the foundation establishment, it didn't mean they immediately attempted to attack the golden core. Even with the completion of the foundation establishment, there was a possibility that one might never successfully reach the golden core stage. Moreover, the success rate of the attack was somewhat related to one's spiritual roots. Therefore, Li Su decided to continue lying down and waiting. He went to the Flying Immortal sect to collect the peak-gathering pill. He also planned to consult the sect leader about the experience of attacking the golden core. While he believed he could simply lie down and wait, there was always a chance that it might not work. Soon, Li Su arrived at the Flying Immortal sect. Do you want to receive the peak-gathering pill? Yes, Elder. Give me your disciple token. Receiving the peak-gathering pill wasn't complicated. Once the foundation was completed, one could receive it. Soon, Li Su obtained the peak-gathering pill. Is the sect leader still in seclusion? When Li Su went to find the sect leader after receiving the pill, he was informed that the sect leader was still in seclusion. If you have urgent matters, I can pass on the message to the sect leader. No need. I won't disturb the sect leader. Li Su left the back mountain. It seemed that Su Yun was still in seclusion. Li Su wandered around the Flying Immortal sect and finally found the elder in charge of foreign affairs. He was ready to ask about the process of forming the Golden Core. Have you reached the completion of the Foundation establishment? The elder of the Foreign Affairs Hall asked. The elder of the Foreign Affairs Hall was astounded. Li Su reached the peak of the Foundation establishment more than 10 years ago, and now, in just a little over 10 years, he completed the Foundation establishment. Reaching the peak of the Foundation establishment and then completing it required much more effort than going from the first level of Chi refining to the peak of the Foundation establishment. Li Su had reached it so quickly. Yes, Elder. Okay. Based on this, it's possible that our Flying Immortal sect will soon have another Golden Core cultivator. Elder Zhu laughed. Li Su then explained his purpose for coming. Which cultivation method are you practicing? The method should have a detailed guide on how to reach the Golden Elixir stage. Just follow it. Other people's experiences may not be suitable for you. Elder Zhu smiled and said. Golden pills are divided into 9 grades. The higher the grade, the larger the golden pill, and the more true essence it can contain. It also results in a longer initial lifespan increase. The grade of the golden pill is closely related to the cultivation method you practice. Some rare elixirs can also increase the grade of the golden pill. But even if the grade of the golden pill is not high, there is no need to worry. Cultivation level is the key. Once you improve your cultivation, you will still be powerful. Elder Zhu shared a lot of knowledge and precautions regarding forming the golden core with Li Su. Li Su listened attentively for over 3 hours. Thank you, Elder Zhu. Li Su expressed his gratitude. You are welcome, Li Su. Keep up the good work, and I look forward to your breakthrough to the Golden Core stage. Elder Zhu left heartily. Li Su left the Flying Immortal sect after seeing that the sect leader was still secluded. Once he returned home, he received more good news. One of his children had just been born and possessed spiritual roots. You have obtained 1 year of cultivation. It is detected that your cultivation cannot increase, so it will be automatically converted into 1 point of energy for forming pills. Upon reaching 100 points of formation energy, you can consume it to condense the golden pill. Note, formation energy helps improve the grade of the golden pill. You can accumulate more formation energy before condensing the golden pill, up to 500 points. These messages appeared on the system panel. Indeed, all I need to do is lie down. Li Su felt relieved after seeing the messages. He didn't need to personally attack the golden core. Once the foundation was completed, his cultivation couldn't increase any further. Completion meant being full, as his body was already filled with energy. At this point, the cultivation rewarded by the system automatically converted into formation energy. With only 100 points of formation energy, equivalent to the previous reward of 100 years of cultivation, Li Su could break through to the Golden Core stage. Without the system, it would take him 100 years of personal cultivation to achieve that level. But with the system and the current strength of Li Su's family, it wouldn't take much time. Moreover, Li Su could accumulate more formation energy to achieve a higher grade for his Golden Core. 500 points, equivalent to 500 years of cultivation. I will accumulate 500 points before making a decision. Li Su made up his mind. With a maximum cap of 500 points, the resulting Golden Core would likely be of the highest grade, even with his mediocre spiritual roots. The worst spiritual roots would produce the best Golden Core. The feeling of having an advantage was truly satisfying. Although the number of immortals recruited by Li Su had decreased in the past 2 years, thanks to his diligent cultivation of his previous immortals and a total population of over 500,000 people, Li Su's descendants with spiritual roots once again exceeded a new threshold in just 1 year. He now had a total of 50 descendants with spiritual roots, although the quality of their spiritual roots wasn't impressive. Still, within the regions of the 3 major immortal sects, no other cultivating family could rival them. Li Su checked and saw that he already had over 170 points of formation energy. The reward of 100 years of cultivation for his 50 descendants with spiritual roots had been converted into 100 points of formation energy. Within this year, Li Su's number of descendants had increased, and he had also accumulated dozens of points of formation energy. At this rate, the cultivation growth brought by his descendants would continue to rise. This meant that Li Su could break through to the Golden Core stage at any time. No rush. Li Su, surprisingly, wasn't in a hurry at this moment. If he continued at this pace, even without significant rewards in the coming years, adding dozens of points each year, it wouldn't take long to reach 500 points of formation energy. Li Su felt content because he could break through to the Golden Core stage at any time. He became more dedicated to his daily cultivation. Chapter 34, Good guys. My spiritual consciousness should be much stronger than other monks at the foundation building stage, Li Su thought. The 2 rewards were also quite good. Li Su's descendants received a reward of 50,000, in addition to 100 years of cultivation, and also had a 0.1% increase in the probability of his descendants being born with spiritual roots. If he could continue to improve like this, it would be great. The reward for having 50 descendants with spiritual roots included 100 years of cultivation and additional optional rewards. However, this time, there was an extra option among the optional rewards, which was the enhancement of spiritual consciousness. Normally, during the chi refining stage, one developed spiritual consciousness, but the consciousness of a chi refining cultivator was very weak. In the early stage of chi refining, the consciousness could not even leave the body, and in the later stage, it could only explore the surrounding area within a few meters. During the foundation building stage, the spiritual consciousness doubled, but it was still not very strong. Generally, it could only sense the surrounding area within a few yards to several dozen yards, and those at the peak of the foundation building stage could sense up to several hundred meters. The improvement of spiritual consciousness was not a focus during the chi refining and foundation building stages, as the main goal was to enhance the cultivation base. Unless one had exceptional spiritual roots, people didn't spend time cultivating techniques to improve spiritual consciousness. With limited lifespan, there was not enough time to focus on advancing cultivation level. So, it was time wasting to enhance spiritual consciousness. If one's cultivation base could not be improved, no matter how strong their spiritual consciousness was, it would not make much difference for a foundation building cultivator. This time, with the reward for having 50 descendants with spiritual roots, an option was given to enhance spiritual consciousness for 100 years. Seeing that it was the first time this option appeared and coincided with the node reaching 50 descendants, Li Su was worried that there might not be another opportunity like this, so he chose it. After making the choice, his consciousness became much stronger. Spiritual roots did not heavily influence the cultivation of spiritual consciousness. Other factors, such as physique, cultivation techniques, comprehension, and more, had a greater impact. Nonetheless, Li Su's spiritual consciousness had become considerably stronger. Although his cultivation base had not yet reached the golden core stage, his consciousness was already comparable to that of a golden core cultivator. Senior brother Su-yun, a familiar face, arrived at my residence. It had been over 10 years since we last saw each other. She had just finished her seclusion, and her strength had advanced once again. Previously, she was at the 4th level of foundation building, but now she had reached the 6th level, advancing by 2 levels at once. Her youthfulness and beauty were still as remarkable as when she was in her 20s. She likely used some kind of beauty-enhancing elixir, combined with her rapid cultivation progress and slow aging, contributing to her excellent physical condition. Su-yun was delighted to see Li Su, and her eyes sparkled with joy. They hadn't seen each other for such a long time, and it was a joyous reunion. "Brother, I heard that you have completed the foundation stage." Su-yun exclaimed happily. "Yes." Li Su replied. "Wow, congratulations!" she exclaimed, genuinely happy for him. They chatted for a while, catching up on their lives. Then Su-yun brought up the reason for her visit. "Brother, do you still have the slate of the cultivator bay?" she asked. Li Su retrieved the slate and handed it to her. Su-yun informed him that Cultivator Bay had finally spoken up, and things had become troublesome. She explained that the trapped demonic cultivator was likely still alive, and Cultivator Bay had accepted a demonic cultivation inheritance. The plan was for Cultivator Bay to reach the golden core stage and then seek help from the demonic cultivator who had passed on the inheritance, thereby assisting the trapped cultivator in escaping. Li Su was surprised to learn that the demonic cultivator was still alive. He had thought that the sect leader had dealt with him. The sect leader seemed to have kept him confined, possibly to gather more information. "What about the token?" the sect leader inquired. Li Su decided to show her all the items he had. The sect leader took the slate and examined it, murmuring something under her breath. Holy Alliance," she whispered. "What is the Holy Alliance, Master?" Li Su asked. "The Holy Alliance is a coalition of many demonic sects. It's unexpected to see their token here. The trapped demonic cultivator seems to be a disciple of the Holy Alliance. He plans to have Cultivator Bay reach the golden core stage and then seek assistance from the Holy Alliance to free him from his predicament," the sect leader explained. Li Su was taken aback. The Holy Alliance, a coalition of demonic sects, had named themselves holy. He had no idea where these demonic sects were located. Moreover, it seemed that even after Cultivator Bay reached the golden core stage, he couldn't free the trapped cultivator. He wondered how powerful the trapped cultivator was. "I am planning to go there and assess the situation. Li Su, accompany me along with Su-yun," the sect leader declared. Once again, Li Su found himself in the presence of the sect leader, discussing important matters. Chapter 35, Underground killing formation and trapped demon cultivator. The boundless black haze spread across the sky as far as the eye could see. This place was the Blackwood Forest, a forbidden land for mortals. It was no exaggeration to say that when the Wu Kingdom sent its army to invade the Blackwood Forest, it was a matter of how many people would die, not how many would come back alive. Even for immortal cultivators, entering the forest in the early stage of chi refining would be a life-or-death situation. In contrast, those in the middle and late stages could only operate on the outskirts. The dangers here were beyond the ferocious beasts. There were also various poisons that were impossible to treat. The monsters in this forest were more sinister than others. Besides the sect leader, there were only Li Su and Su Yun on the flying boat. There was also a captured cultivator named Bei. The sect leader used an ordinary flying boat instead of a celestial flying boat. The three of them set off towards the Blackwood Forest with minimal provisions. According to the cultivator Bei, the Blackwood Forest was the place where the demon cultivators were trapped. The current state of the forest was likely related to that magic cultivator. The sect leader speculated that his original strength was probably above the foundation establishment stage. However, being trapped for so many years and injured, it was uncertain how much power he still possessed. The flying boat boldly entered the Blackwood Forest, a place extremely dangerous for ordinary cultivators, but the sect leader could easily force her way through. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the monsters and poisons that occasionally attacked them grew stronger. The sect leader rarely intervened, leaving most of the fighting to Su Yun. With her 6th-level foundation establishment cultivation, she was more than a match for mid-stage 2nd-level monsters or poisons. Even against late-stage 2nd-level opponents, she could easily beat them. Li Su occasionally joined the fight, using his skills to eliminate mid to late-stage 2nd-level monsters and poisons. After flying for several minutes, the flying boat had covered a distance of hundreds of miles. More powerful monsters started to appear due to the boat's brazen intrusion. Li Su found himself fighting more frequently. Finally, they encountered the cultivator surnamed Bei, who had been captured over a decade ago and had just started talking. The sect leader had been unable to extract information through traditional means, and it was unknown if soul-searching techniques were available in the Flying Immortal sect. It seemed unlikely, as the method was quite sinister and inflicted significant damage to the target's soul, which not all cultivators could perform. With a flick of the sect leader's finger, cultivator Bei lost consciousness. Li Su, bring him with us. We are going in. Su Yun, you will be waiting in the cave for backup? Said the head of the sect. Yes, master. Replied Li Su. This cave appeared ordinary, and cultivator Bei didn't attempt to conceal it. That was a clever move. This place seemed so ordinary that no one would suspect a trapped magic cultivator beneath it. By hiding it, if a stronger cultivator happened to pass by and noticed something amiss, it would not raise any suspicions. The sect leader had a map in hand. Although it was dark below, it did not hinder her. As a cultivator in the later stage of Golden Core, her spiritual consciousness could effortlessly extend over a range of more than 100 miles, even without practicing techniques to enhance it. If she did cultivate techniques to improve her spiritual consciousness or took pills to boost it, her range would be even greater. Spiritual consciousness was vital for Golden Core stage cultivators, so they usually sought ways to strengthen it. Silently, the sect leader descended, with Li Su carrying the unconscious cultivator Bei following behind. His tall figure made cultivator Bei seem like a helpless chicken in his grasp. The path below was winding. After over an hour, the sect leader came to a stop. Ahead, a cave emerged. Next to it, there was an underground river. Inside the cave, there appeared to be nothing of note. She propelled a stone into the cave with a flick of the sect leader's finger. Whoosh! A weathered longsword materialized, instantly shattering the stone. The sect leader attempted to summon different objects, but they were all shattered by the ancient longsword. It's a formation, Li Su thought. Moreover, it was an incredibly powerful killing formation. Did that mean the magic cultivator was trapped within this formation? To trap such a formidable magic cultivator, this killing formation was quite impressive. Among the objects the sect leader had summoned earlier were some extremely durable refining materials, but they crumbled like tofu at the touch of the ancient longsword. Li Su, wake him up, commanded the sect leader. Li Su proceeded to awaken cultivator Bei. He's trapped inside. He can only communicate through the slate. This killing formation is formidable. He used a holy decree to block the sword, but it came at a great cost. Only then could he send a few things out to me, explained cultivator Bei. He mentioned the holy decree, the black flag, and the thunderfire orb he had used. As for the slate, that guy sent it out before he was trapped, and its material was unique, allowing for communication. The book written by cultivator Bei, which contained various evil alchemy techniques, was transmitted through the slate by the demon cultivator, and cultivator Bei transcribed it himself. The headmaster threw the slate to cultivator Bei. After receiving it, Cultivator Bay pricked his finger and let his blood drip onto the slate. No wonder Li Su sensed a faint metallic smell on the slate. The blood continued to flow, quickly filling the inscriptions on the slate. I need to use some spiritual power, Cultivator Bay said. The headmaster loosened his restraints slightly, allowing him to exert a bit of spiritual power. Cultivator Bay activated his spiritual power and began manipulating the strokes of the characters. In reality, the strokes were not characters but lines that could bend and combine automatically. Soon, they formed new bloody words. So that's how it is. Li Su realized. He understood why he couldn't recognize the characters before. Cultivator Bay deliberately scrambled them so they were not recognizable. Tell him that you have reached the golden core stage and ask what to do next, the headmaster instructed. Cultivator Bay assembled the words, and upon inspection, Li Su realized that Cultivator Bay was not deceiving them this time. Once the assembly was complete, Cultivator Bay withdrew his spiritual power, causing the words to fade. After a short while, the lines of the words began moving again, reconfiguring into a sentence. I will give you a map. Go east to the Holy League and find Venerable Blood. Don't trust any disciples. 1 minute later, the lines moved once more, forming a map. It seems that the world of demonic cultivators is incredibly ruthless, Li Su mused. Through these words, Li Su came to a realization. No wonder this trapped demonic cultivator wanted Cultivator Bay to reach the golden core stage before going to the Holy League. It was likely that if this guy went to the Holy League before reaching the golden core stage, he would have been killed by other demonic cultivators before finding anyone. The demon cultivators sent out the Holy Order, which not only served to block the sword but also provided Cultivator Bay with proof of identity. The Black Flag and Thunderfire Orb allowed Cultivator Bay to defend himself during the Foundation establishment stage, specifically against the Flying Fairy Talisman. This demonstrated how cruel the world of demonic cultivators could be. Demon cultivators not only kill immortal cultivators but also each other. It didn't take long for the map to be formed. Li Su recognized a few locations on the map. One good news was that, based on the map, the area of the Holy League was still very far away from their current location. Li Su wondered how this demonic cultivator ended up here. He must have been pursued, Li Su thought. Perhaps this killing formation was set up by those who were chasing him. This formation was capable of trapping a demonic cultivator who might have been at the nascent soul stage in the past, which was quite impressive. Even with Li Su's current knowledge of formations, he couldn't interpret any clues. Li Su estimated that he would need several hundred years or even longer of experience with formations to understand them. If he could master this killing formation, it would be truly remarkable. In the next few instances of gaining 100 years of experience, I will prioritize formation knowledge, Li Su thought. Chapter 36, Heartbroken Sect Leader. How should I respond to him? Cultivator Bay asked. The sect leader stared at the killing formation ahead for a considerable amount of time. The formation was invisible and likely had concealed features, making it impossible to see the demonic cultivators inside. But it would be dangerous to step into that area. The killing formation not only prevented anyone from entering the area but also kept the people inside from coming out. Just reply with good, the sect leader said. Cultivator Bay followed suit and replied with good. The sect leader then asked, once we are out, I will release you. Can this slate be activated by simply dripping blood on it? Yes, just a drop of blood is enough, but you can't be too far away from here. Cultivator Bay replied. Upon hearing this, the sect leader retrieved the slate. Li Su, let's go, the sect leader said, turning to leave. After personally assessing the situation, it seemed that the sect leader wasn't planning to act recklessly. Firstly, the strength of the demonic cultivator inside the formation was unknown. What if they had a nascent soul or even stronger? Secondly, the sect leader appeared to have no solution to this formation either. Even if they were to take action, the sect leader would likely join forces with the other two immortal sects. Therefore, Li Su picked up Cultivator Bay and followed the sect leader without wasting any more words. In a short while, the two returned to the cave where Su Yun was still waiting. Let's go, the sect leader said as they boarded the flying boat. It seemed that the sect leader had no intention of setting up anything here. There was no need for it. The underground cave was extremely difficult to find. Cultivator Bay stumbled upon it while being pursued by powerful monsters. Over the years, he had been the only one to accidentally enter the cave, which explained why the demonic cultivator had given him so many things. The demonic cultivator was likely desperate inside, and someone finally arrived. Naturally, they wanted to seize the opportunity. It just so happened that Cultivator Bay was the one who stumbled upon it. If it were Li Su instead, they would have tried to deceive and accumulate their strength to confront him even when their strength was weaker. Let's go, junior sister, the sect leader said, flying onto the flying boat. Okay, Su Yun responded. The three of them boarded the flying boat once again. The flying boat soared forward, and after about half an hour, the sect leader moved, directing a force towards Cultivator Bay. Cultivator Bay's expression changed, and he screamed in agony. His cultivation was completely destroyed. I promised to let you go, and you cooperated well. Now, you may leave. The sect leader said indifferently. Cultivator Bay's expression changed again. How was he supposed to leave? The area below was teeming with monstrous beasts, and even entering the late stage of chi refining would mean certain death. Now that his cultivation was destroyed, he was just an ordinary person. Flying immortal. He began to say, full of resentment, but Li Su acted and sealed his mouth. Then, Li Su lifted him and threw him down. He kindly supported him and sent him to the ground, next to a nest of poisonous insects, ensuring he wouldn't die from the fall. That was the sect leader's way of letting him go. How considerate she was. Cultivator Bay's expression completely changed. Soon, his screams echoed, but before long, the noise subsided. Given the number of poisonous insects, nothing would be left of him. The flying boat continued its journey. The sect leader showed a certain level of adaptability after all. Li Su found this treatment quite satisfying. Observing the sect leader standing at the front of the flying boat, Li Su couldn't help but find her tall and captivating figure appealing. Moreover, from behind, the sect leader's physique was quite impressive. It reminded Li Su of a phrase. What a great physique. If only she could bear his child, how wonderful that would be. Su-Yun glanced at the sect leader and then at Li Su and suddenly felt that Li Su was more suitable than her to be the disciple of the sect leader. She didn't think there was anything wrong with this arrangement. She found it satisfying as it kept the promise intact. As an immortal cultivator, it was important not to break promises and to follow through with what one said to maintain a strong belief in one's path. How could someone with a deceptive and untrustworthy nature like hers have a firm Dao heart during cultivation? Li Su, how about I arrange for Su-Yun to be betrothed to you? The sect leader suddenly spoke, surprising even Li Su. Well, that came out of nowhere. Li Su almost instantly understood the sect leader's intention. The sect leader wanted to help him sever worldly attachments. Cultivators could have Taoist companions. When two people developed feelings, they could become Taoist companions and cultivate together, supporting each other. It didn't necessarily slow down their progress. However, having too many Taoist companions, like Li Su, would be affected. Unless they resort to some unethical methods, like taking supplements. But that would only lead to the women suffering. Although Li Su had many concubines, they all flourished naturally and not through the use of such methods. Additionally, there were other unethical methods, like the Hueco technique. Note, the Hueco technique is an esoteric practice involving sexual union or intimate physical contact for cultivating spiritual energy and harmonizing sexual and spiritual energies, but those methods generally didn't result in offspring, so no one thought of Li Su in that way. With Li Su's descendants, he could form an entire sect. Therefore, even though Li Su had many concubines, cultivators never considered him following deviant practices. The sect leader thought Li Su was attached to the mortal world. As for your Li family, if you are willing, I can let the Li family replace the royal family. You won't have to worry about your descendants either. The sect leader continued. Indeed, the sect leader's intention seemed to be to use Su-Yun, who was both stunningly beautiful and exceptionally talented, to help Li Su forget about the women in the ordinary world. This way, Li Su could focus solely on cultivation. Su-Yun was qualified for this role. She was not only beautiful but also a genius. Which cultivator within the three major sects wouldn't want to become her Taoist companion? At the same time, the sect leader was concerned that Li Su might still yearn for the Li family. By allowing the Li family to replace the royal family, the sect leader provided a good arrangement for the Li family. It could be said that the sect leader had put a lot of thought into ensuring that Li Su could cultivate like a dedicated and legitimate cultivator. Chapter 37, Win or Lose, I will marry junior sister. After the sect leader spoke, her gaze remained fixed on Li Su. Her gaze didn't exert much pressure. She gave Li Su the right to choose. On the side, Su-Yun blushed, too embarrassed to even look at Li Su. Li Su's heart was also pounding. The sect leader didn't seem to consult with her, but she had already noticed Su-Yun's growing affection for Li Su. Moreover, the sect leader had raised her since childhood, and the sect leader was like her parents. If Li Su agreed, it would be settled. At this moment, Su-Yun was both shy and nervous, but she wanted to hear Li Su's answer. Li Su hadn't responded yet. Su-Yun, the beautiful and well-behaved junior sister, was hard not to like. Even without any special factors, Li Su would still be willing to marry her. Besides, she was a 5th-grade spiritual root. If they had children together, their offspring would have good spiritual roots. And the better the spiritual roots, the greater the benefit for Li Su. Having descendants with powerful spiritual roots would boost Li Su's own spiritual roots. Still, they were only pursuing quantity. With 50 descendants having spiritual roots, Li Su's spiritual roots still couldn't reach the 8th grade. Raising one's spiritual roots was exceptionally difficult. In the regions of the 3 great immortal gates, there were no medicines or herbs to enhance spiritual roots. Perhaps true immortals had some means, but the improvement would be limited. Of course, the main reason was that these 50 descendants had extremely poor spiritual roots. The strongest 2 were only in the 8th grade, and many descendants had no spiritual roots. However, no matter how willing and how many benefits there were, agreeing to the sect leader's proposal meant accepting her arrangement. It seemed that the sect leader hoped Li Su would return to the Flying Immortal sect to focus on cultivation, allowing him to better break through the golden core stage. Only those with heavenly spiritual roots had no bottleneck during foundation establishment. The worse the spiritual root, the more formidable the bottleneck during alchemy. Although Li Su had quickly completed the foundation establishment, the sect leader was even more concerned about him. Therefore she made this suggestion. If Li Su cultivated like a regular cultivator, it would be pointless. However, directly rejecting the sect leader had implications. Firstly, she genuinely had good intentions, and secondly, it might hurt Su Yun's feelings. So, after pondering for over a minute, Li Su finally spoke. Sect leader, I am willing to marry junior sister Su Yun. After Li Su's words, a smile bloomed on the sect leader's face. She looked so beautiful when she smiled. In my heart, I would prefer to marry you, Li Su thought silently. That statement couldn't be said, of course. On the side, Su Yun's face turned red, reaching her neck. She became even more embarrassed. She lowered her head further, not daring to look at Li Su. However, inexplicably, her heart wasn't as anxious anymore. There was even a hint of joy. But for now, the embarrassment took over. Although she was over 40 years old, she had spent most of her time cultivating. There was no age in cultivating immortality. Not only did she have the body of a young girl, but also the heart of one. However, sect leader, my method of cultivation is rather unique. Being confined to one place would hinder my progress. Please rest assured, sect leader, I am devoted to practicing uprightly and will not engage in any evil practices. Li Su immediately introduced another twist. Although the leader's smile was delightful, Li Su wanted to prolong the moment, but these words had to be said. Sure enough, the smile gradually vanished from the leader's face. So, what do you propose? The leader asked. Li Su looked at her. Sect leader, how about we make a bet? A bet? What kind of bet? She inquired. Let's bet on me breaking through the golden core stage within 5 years. Breaking through the golden core stage within 5 years. Su Yun couldn't help but raise her head and gaze at Li Su. The leader raised an eyebrow, her eyes revealing a hint of interest. How do you suggest we bet? She asked. Li Su stated in one breath, if I win, I will marry junior sister Su Yun. However, I request that you allow me to cultivate it in my own way. As for junior sister Su Yun, I will not force her to stay by my side, she can continue her cultivation in the Flying Immortal sect. And if I lose, I will marry junior sister Su Yun and return to the Flying Immortal sect to continue my practice. Li Su swiftly revealed the stakes of the bet. Regardless of the outcome, he would marry Su Yun. Su Yun was a genius with a 5th grade spiritual root, and even if she entered into marriage, Li Su had no intention of keeping her in the Li residence. That would be unfavorable for her. It would be best if she continued her cultivation in the Flying Immortal sect. Unlike the other female cultivators in Li Su's entourage, Su Yun had complete confidence in breaking through the golden core stage. She could accompany Li Su for a long time. Therefore, Li Su had no intention of holding her back. However, Li Su would seek her opinion and perhaps ask her to bear his child or something. It wouldn't cause any problems. Su Yun's face instantly flushed red. But deep down, she felt joyous. It seemed that senior brother Li liked her. Regardless of the outcome, he insisted on marrying her. The leader's gaze swept across Su Yun's face. Whether he won or lost, he had to marry his junior sister. Li Su's bet seemed to amuse her. Very well, I will bet with you, she exclaimed. Chapter 38, This is Bullying the Sect Leader. The flying boat continued its journey and soon returned to the Flying Immortal sect. Li Su, keep the matter about the underground demon cultivator a secret to avoid causing panic, the sect leader said, looking at Li Su. Yes, master. Li Su replied. Take this shocking rainbow pill. It will help enhance your golden core grade, the sect leader said, extending her hand and presenting a pill to Li Su. Thank you, master. Li Su expressed gratitude, although he didn't need the shocking rainbow pill. Considering the bet he made with the sect leader, it would be abnormal if he refused it. According to their bet, Li Su had to marry Su Yun regardless of the outcome. Li Su thought, he can give the shocking rainbow pill to Su Yun when she forms her golden core in the future. Brother, good luck. Su Yun's voice echoed outside the mountain gate of the Flying Immortal sect. As soon as the words left her mouth, Su Yun blushed once again, embarrassed by what she had just said. Why did she say good luck? But based on the bet between Li Su and the sect leader, Li Su had to marry her no matter the result. This made Su Yun's heart race. Despite feeling shy, she still saw Li Su at the mountain gate. Junior sister, wait for me to marry you. Li Su exclaimed, causing Su Yun's face to turn even redder. Observing Su Yun's flushed face, Li Su chuckled and boarded the flying boat, departing from the Flying Immortal sect. Li Su believed that the 5-year time limit for the bet posed no challenge. He could gain more than 70 years of cultivation from the growth of his descendants each year, which equated to over 70 points of alchemy energy. In 5 years, that would amount to 360 to 370 points. He already had over 170 points, so it was more than enough. If Li Su didn't aim to condense a higher grade golden core, he could have broken through to the golden core stage and demonstrated it to the sect leader already. The elder of the Palace of Foreign Affairs did mention that cultivation was more important and the grade of the golden core wasn't a strict requirement, but Li Su interpreted it as a consolation. Who wouldn't want to start at a higher level? Li Su had crossed over for so long without good spiritual roots, struggling to reach foundation establishment at the age of 100 after enduring 80 years of hardship. Although he had the assistance of a golden finger, the initial stages were still quite challenging. He gradually established the Li family, increasing his cultivation and reputation. That was 80 years of his life. For many, that would be an eventful lifetime. However, he had no choice about his low starting point regarding spiritual roots. So what if his spiritual roots were lacking? He would still condense a top-grade golden core. Therefore, even though he could break through to the golden core stage anytime, Li Su was in no rush. After returning to the Li mansion, Li Su attended a gathering of casual cultivators to fulfill the 5-year bet. Thus, the following year, Li Su continued to experience joyous occasions. Recently, Li Su had stopped accepting ordinary women as concubines since he already had many fairy concubines. Of course, the number of female cultivators in the 3 major immortal sects who met the beauty criteria and desired marriage was limited. In the past few years, many female cultivators from other secular countries have been accepted by Li Su. If this continued, he would run out of places to accommodate them. The population of the Li family was steadily increasing. Regarding the sect leader's suggestion of replacing the royal family, Li Su maintained a conservative stance. He truly had no interest in a secular throne. Of course, if the Li family continued to develop and control a secular country, it wouldn't matter much. He didn't want to burden himself with too many responsibilities. Controlling a country was quite complicated, and if any issues arose with his descendants, Li Su would have to handle them. In his view, it would be a waste of his time. Soon, the first year had passed. This year, Li Su's alchemy energy had increased by 80 points. Perhaps due to good luck or the large number of female cultivators he had accepted, there had been 3 new descendants with spiritual roots. One of them was born from his own offspring. In the second year, there were 4 more descendants with spiritual roots, primarily born to the newly accepted female cultivators. The energy of the formed pill had increased by more than 80 points. In the third year, there were only 2 new descendants with spiritual roots, but they were close to reaching the goal of 10. If things continued this way, descendants with spiritual roots would be the first to surpass 60. This is simply effortless. Li Su smiled. At this rate, if one more descendant with spiritual roots surpassed 60 in number next year, he would receive 100 years of cultivation rewards. That would easily reach 500 points of alchemy energy. Winning this bet against the sect leader was a piece of cake. It seemed like he was taking advantage of the sect leader. Chapter 39, 500 points, breaking through the golden core realm soon, the 4th year after the bet with the leader arrived. The success in the 4th year actually depended on the hard work in the 3rd year. After all, even if she was an immortal, she still needed 10 months of pregnancy. It was said that some children with surprisingly good aptitude would show some abnormalities in the womb and might even need to stay there longer. For example, Su Yun was born at 11 months old. At the beginning of this year, Li Su made an exception and accepted an ordinary woman. He rarely took mortal women as concubines now, but Li Su would make an exception if the woman was exceptional. Being exceptional didn't just mean being exceptionally beautiful. Of course, appearance was a mandatory requirement. According to the system's criteria, any concubine accepted by Li Su must score above 8 in terms of beauty, and there was no reward for having more offspring. The system's standards were relatively high. In the eyes of others, a score of 8 in the system might be considered a beauty, with a score of 9 or higher. Being exceptional also meant being particularly intelligent, virtuous, or considerate. This time, Li Su accepted Liu Anayu, known as the most beautiful woman in the Wu Kingdom for the past 10 years, with both talent and beauty. This type of woman attracted the attention of many people due to her exceptional qualities. Even some casual cultivators were interested. She grew up listening to Li Su's stories since childhood. After meeting Li Su at the age of 13 or 14, she could never forget him. So she composed a song for Li Su called The Fate of Flowers, which described the scene and her feelings when she first met him. This song gained widespread popularity. After Li Su heard it, he met her and found that Liu Wanyu truly suited his taste, so he accepted her as a concubine. Although she had no spiritual roots, there was no problem. Li Su simply liked her. Li Su had boundaries regarding his actions, but he would not completely restrict himself. Liu Wanyu soon became pregnant. After 3 more months, a female cultivator gave birth to a descendant with spiritual roots for Li Su. Finally, Li Su's descendants with spiritual roots exceeded 60. Li Su looked and saw that after receiving the cultivation rewards for the descendants with spiritual roots surpassing 60, his alchemical energy had successfully reached 500 points. I wasted some of them, Li Su thought. 500 points were the maximum, and more than 10 years of cultivation seemed to have vanished. He wondered if it would be returned to him after breaking through the golden core. After reaching 500 points, he could break through the golden core. Li Su didn't rush to break through. He chose the reward first. This time, Li Su chose formation experience as the reward for the descendants with spiritual roots surpassing 60. By accumulating formation experience, he could learn and possibly even interpret that killing formation. That killing array was extremely powerful, as it managed to trap a demon cultivator at the nascent soul stage or above for many years, making it highly valuable. Formation experience was a fundamental experience. It didn't imply being low level. Fundamental meant universally applicable experience. It applied to all formations without delving into overly specific ones. The more formation experience Li Su gained, the deeper his understanding of formations became. When encountering advanced formations, it became easier for him to interpret them. Moreover, with abundant formation experience, Li Su could develop his own formations. Of course, studying some powerful formations that took many years of research for others might require a significant amount of time. By leveraging formation experience to learn pre-existing formations, it became incredibly easy. Li Su had 200 years of formation experience, 200 years of alchemical experience, and an additional 100 years of experience in weapon refining. Based on the current trend, during Li Su's transition from the Golden Core stage to the nascent soul stage, his 3 types of experience might all exceed 1,000 years. 1,000 years of experience in formations, alchemy, and weapon refining. By then, he could be considered a master of formations, alchemy, and weapon crafting. As for the rewards for enhancing consciousness, it seemed that some special points would appear. When the offspring with spiritual talents reached the age of 60, they did not appear. After receiving the reward, Li Su bathed and changed his attire. He put on new clothes that were stitched together by his many concubines. Then, Li Su arrived at the main hall of the Li family. He intended to break through the golden core here. You have accumulated 500 points of alchemy energy. Would you like to condense the golden core? The system panel displayed the prompt. Li Su had not made a selection yet. He only needed to choose yes. So, Li Su chose yes. With Li Su's choice, changes occurred. Previously, the alchemy energy was not inside his body but stored in a system. The alchemy energy began to pour into Li Su's body frantically. 500 points of alchemy energy represented a staggering 500 years of cultivation. This was comparable to a cultivator with a spiritual talent close to the 8th rank who had practiced for 500 years. Theoretically, the probability of breaking through the golden core was extremely low, even with an 8th rank spiritual talent. It wasn't impossible, but it required the best cultivation, the best techniques, and an unlimited supply of pills. However, that was extremely rare. Therefore, it was impossible for an 8th rank spiritual talent to cultivate for 500 years. All this energy had transformed into Li Su's alchemy energy. As the alchemy energy entered, Li Su's true essence began to stir, continuously condensing and becoming purer. The alchemy energy completely assisted Li Su in advancing toward the golden core without any risk. Simultaneously, it allowed Li Su's golden core grade to be higher. This process continued for an hour until a golden core had already taken shape in Li Su's danshan. However, the energy of the formed pill continued to pour in without stopping. The size of the golden core grew larger and larger. Finally, the 500 points of alchemy energy were depleted, and Li Su's golden core was fully formed. Li Su let out a long roar. At the same time, even ordinary people could sense a terrifying power in the entire Li mansion and the surrounding area, making their hearts tremble. Within Li mansion, a beam of light shot up into the sky. This was the radiance emitted when the golden core was just formed, similar to the radiance when alchemy was completed but even more astonishing. These 2 types of pills were not the same. The golden core had been achieved. Chapter 40, First Grade Gold Core. Senior brother Lee has gold core. My husband has reached the breakthrough of the golden core stage, said Lee Su's concubines present outside the main hall of the Lee family. The mortal concubines didn't understand the situation yet. However, the female cultivators could tell. Lee Su must have achieved a breakthrough in the golden core stage. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a significant commotion. Although they were only at the chi refinement stage, they knew the huge disparity between their level and the golden core stage. They hadn't even seen a cultivator at the golden core stage, so they had no idea what it looked like. However, they could still sense the change in Lee Su. Has our husband broken through the golden core stage? Lee Su's concubines asked with joy. After marrying Lee Su, they had all become infatuated with him. Lee Su's charm was irresistible to them. In their eyes, no other man had the slightest appeal to them. Their husband had actually reached the golden core stage. In the eyes of ordinary people, they didn't have a deep understanding of the realm of cultivators. Many people only knew that cultivators were immortals and were classified into different levels. For example, Lee Su was a more powerful immortal than many others. Some ordinary people might have heard of chi refinement and foundation building, knowing that foundation building cultivators were more powerful than chi refinement immortals. But they didn't know the specific details. However, Lee Su's concubines had been with him for a long time, and he had also recruited dozens of female cultivators. Even the mortal concubines, through their exposure to this environment, had learned about the realms and status of cultivators. In the three great immortal gates area, golden core stage cultivators were extremely rare. Even among the three great immortal gates, they were few in number. In the eyes of mortals, they were comparable to legendary figures. They had the power to control the world. Now, their own husband had become such a powerful cultivator. Naturally, Lee Su's concubines were overjoyed. Each of them was genuinely happy for Lee Su. Inside the main hall, after Lee Su broke through the golden core stage, he didn't immediately leave. He needed to consolidate his progress. According to Elder Zhu, a 9th grade golden pill is only the size of a checkers piece. An 8th grade golden pill is slightly larger. If my golden pill is bigger than a goose egg, does that mean it's a 1st grade golden pill? Lee Su's golden core was indeed quite large. It was the size of a goose egg. During his conversation with Elder Zhu, which lasted several hours, Elder Zhu did most of the talking. According to Elder Zhu, when one just broke through the golden core stage, a 9th grade golden pill would be the size of a checkers piece. Didn't underestimate the size. Such a small 9th grade golden pill was the dream of countless cultivators, but it was hard to obtain. Elder Zhu didn't know about checkers, so Lee Su estimated its size based on his description. This was only the beginning of breaking through the golden core stage. It was equivalent to a foundation building cultivator condensing all their true essence into a golden pill, and the energy inside was incredibly pure. As one's cultivation improved during the golden core stage, the golden pill naturally became larger, and the energy inside became even more pure. So Elder Zhu comforted Lee Su, saying that even if the grade of the golden pill was low, it didn't matter. The cultivation level was the key. Well, it was just a form of consolation. In Elder Zhu's view, Lee Su's golden pill was likely not high grade. However, Lee Su had just condensed his golden pill, which was even larger than a goose egg. This slight increase in size was due to the fact that a goose egg was oval-shaped, while the golden pill was perfectly round. It was a perfectly spherical shape. With such a large golden pill, it had to be a 1st grade golden pill. The cultivator with the worst aptitude had finally produced the best golden pill. Lee Su was overjoyed. System, don't I get a reward for this? Lee Su glanced at the system panel, but there was no reward. Who said that this system brought blessings? Lee Su achieved the breakthrough in cultivation on his own, and there was no reward. There might be rewards for future breakthroughs, such as when the number of descendants reached 100,000. Honey, congratulations on reaching the advanced golden core stage. After leaving the hall, Lee Su's concubines expressed their joy. Lee Su's descendants also arrived and were even happier than Lee Su himself. Their ancestor had become a renowned expert in the golden core stage. In the eyes of these descendants, their admiration for Lee Su, the patriarch of the Lee family, grew stronger. The congratulatory voices from the descendants continued for a whole day. Naming, we will host a grand celebration 3 months from now and invite people from all over to attend. Send out the invitations and prepare for a large-scale event. Yes, father. With the task delegated, Lee Su no longer had to worry about it. He then informed Ningxiu to distribute invitations to some independent cultivators and cultivation families. After making all the arrangements, Lee Su left the Lee family and headed to the Flying Immortal sect. As he had reached the golden core stage, he had to go back and inform the sect leader. Lee Su wondered what expression the sect leader would have upon hearing the news. Soon, Lee Su entered the Flying Immortal sect. Brother Li disciples on duty came forward to greet him. "Hey, Senior Brother Li, Aurora." This time, a late Foundation Establishment stage disciple was guarding the mountain gate. Li Su had seen him 4 years ago when he left the sect. The late Foundation Establishment stage disciple immediately sensed the change in Li Su's aura. Not only his aura but also his spiritual pressure had undergone a tremendous transformation. Even a complete Foundation Establishment stage couldn't compare to the aura and spiritual pressure of the Golden Core stage. It was a qualitative change. Li Su didn't intentionally release or suppress his spiritual pressure, so the late Foundation Establishment stage disciple felt a looming sense of oppression. It made him feel like he was looking up at a towering mountain. Senior Brother Li. Has he broken through to the Golden Core stage? An astonishing thought emerged in his mind. Other chi refining disciples in the vicinity noticed Li Su's changes and became somewhat uncertain. However, their perception wasn't as pronounced as that of the late Foundation Establishment disciple. Brother Li, have you broken through to the Golden Core stage? The late Foundation Establishment disciple finally asked. Li Su responded with a casual "hm." The late Foundation Establishment disciple's eyes widened. The eyes of the other refining period disciples around him also widened. Chapter 41, Sect Leader. Look at my golden pill is big and round. His at the entrance of the Flying Immortal sect, there was a sound of gasps. In the astonished eyes of the disciples on duty, Li Su had already walked towards the depths of the sect. I didn't expect Senior Brother Li to achieve the Golden Core stage. Yeah, it's so fast. Wasn't it just 50 years ago that he established his foundation? Building a foundation at 100 years old and achieving the Golden Core stage at over 150 years old, it's simply unbelievable. This is the legendary result of accumulated efforts. After Li Su left, the disciples at the entrance of the sect were discussing in awe. They were both amazed and envious that Li Su had reached the Golden Core stage. Except for one disciple in the Foundation Establishment stage, all the disciples here were in the chi refining stage. It was unlikely for an elder in the Golden Core stage to come and guard the entrance. There was a powerful array outside, so even if it was an enemy, they could not break through so quickly without fully activating the array. It would give the Flying Immortal sect enough time to respond. Therefore, a disciple guarding the entrance in the Foundation Establishment stage was sufficient. It was too low to be compared. These chi refining stage disciples were still uncertain about whether they would be able to establish their foundation. And Li Su had reached the Golden Core stage. Not only did his cultivation level advance significantly, but his lifespan also doubled compared to the Foundation Establishment period. How could anyone not be envious of this? Even the disciple in the later stage of the Foundation Establishment was envious. He regretted being dumbfounded earlier and not having the chance to congratulate Li Su. He promised to congratulate and please Li Su properly when he left the Flying Immortal sect. Senior Brother Li will probably become an elder, the disciple in the later stage of Foundation Establishment thought. In the Flying Immortal sect, the elders were all cultivators in the Golden Core stage. Of course, there was still a significant difference among Golden Core cultivators between the early, middle, and late stages. The disparity between the first, second, and third levels of the Golden Core stage was also immense. But with Li Su's breakthrough into the Golden Core stage, he was likely to become an elder and reach a new level. Soon, Li Su arrived at the main hall. Along the way, he encountered some disciples in the chi refining stage. Since the news hadn't spread yet, these disciples couldn't accurately perceive Li Su's changes. Everyone felt that Li Su had changed significantly, giving them the feeling of looking up to an elder. However, they didn't dare to make bold speculations like the disciples in the Foundation Establishment period. Please inform the sect leader that I Li Su have came to pay my respects. Li Su said to a female disciple on duty in the main hall. The sect leader should be at the back mountain. The female disciple went to deliver the message. Senior Brother, have you reached the Golden Core stage? Su Yun, who arrived after a while, asked, noticing Li Su's changes. Li Su smiled and replied, yes, junior sister. Su Yun's expression became interesting because it was evident that she was genuinely happy upon hearing the news. It was her immediate reaction to feel joy for Li Su. But after her happiness, Su Yun remembered the bet between Li Su and the sect leader. Li Su had won. Did that mean he would marry her? Even if he had lost, he would still have to marry her. This made the charming junior sister feel both shy and happy, making her even more endearing to others. Congratulations, senior brother. After a while, Su Yun overcame her shyness and congratulated Li Su. Are you at the Golden Core stage? A voice rang out as the sect leader had arrived. Li Su turned his head and saw the sect leader, dressed in white, not far away. She had already confirmed Li Su's stage from his aura. The sect leader's gaze was bright, clearly showing surprise. She hadn't expected Li Su to reach the Golden Core stage so quickly. They still had over a year until the bet between them. During the past 5 years, the sect leader had wondered where Li Su's confidence came from. She was anticipating the moment when the 5-year period would be over. But she never expected to see Li Su so soon, and on top of that, he had already broken through to the Golden Core stage. After a while, in the main hall of the Flying Immortal sect, the voice of the sect leader resonated. Although she had great confidence in Li Su, she decided to test him to ensure he hadn't taken any shortcuts like a demon cultivator. Once confirmed, the sect leader's gaze revealed an appreciative expression. Her eyes wandered over Li Su's figure, taking in his presence. Since Li Su reached the foundation establishment stage at the age of 100, he had consistently surpassed expectations over the past 50 years. However, this time, his progress had surprised even the sect leader. On the sidelines, Su Yun blushed, perhaps thinking about something significant. Finally, the sect leader averted her gaze, and with a slight raise of her head, she handed Li Su a vial. The pills inside should be beneficial to you. Consume them sparingly, as these elixirs are not easy to refine. The sect leader advised. Li Su expressed gratitude, not bringing up the bet they had made. He trusted that the sect leader wouldn't go back on her word. Take your time to consolidate your cultivation. As for your marriage to Su Yun, once you have stabilized your cultivation, we can choose an auspicious day for the ceremony. Regarding the other matters, follow your plan, as you suggested. However, cultivating at the Golden Core stage is challenging, so it would be best if... The sect leader began, attempting to persuade Li Su. But halfway through, the sect leader paused and let out a rare sigh. She seemed disappointed with Li Su's eagerness to rush things, considering he had reached the Golden Core stage so quickly. She might have wished for him to focus on cultivation. Sect leader, junior sister, I don't need further consolidation. I am planning to discuss this with both of you. 3 months from now, I would like to marry junior sister. Would that be possible? Li Su hurriedly interjected, aware of his urgency. Striking while the iron was hot was crucial. Otherwise, the wedding might be delayed indefinitely. Moreover, since Su Yun was still young, having 1 or 2 children with her wouldn't hinder her future cultivation. Do you not require consolidation? Is your Golden Core ranked above the 6th grade? The sect leader inquired, seeking clarification. After some consideration, Li Su displayed his Golden Core, reaping several benefits. First, it would dispel any doubts the sect leader might have and prevent her from suspecting that he had deviated from the right path. Second, it would make the sect leader aware of his capabilities, so she wouldn't worry or attempt to sever his worldly ties in the future. It was somewhat risky for a Golden Core cultivator to exhibit its core. Normally, only desperate cultivators would resort to such a measure. However, Li Su completely trusted the sect leader, so he spat out his Golden Core without hesitation. The moment the golden pill emerged, the entire hall trembled. The sect leader's gaze fixated on the Golden Core, and her expression gradually transformed. Sect leader, as you can see, my Golden Core is large and perfectly round. It should not be of first-grade quality. Li Su proudly declared. Chapter 42, Elder Li, are you marrying the little junior sister in the main hall? It was evident that the expression of the sect leader had changed significantly. Her gaze was completely captivated by Li Su's impressive Golden Core. Li Su's Golden Core was quite large. This size was remarkable, considering that Li Su had just broken through to the Golden Core stage. Even a 9th grade Golden Core would appear large if the cultivator advanced to the later stage of the Golden Core. But his Golden Core was unusually big for Li Su, who had just made the breakthrough. A larger Golden Core at the beginning meant more potent true essence, greater strength at the same level, and the ability to sustain battles for a longer duration. In short, there were many advantages. Furthermore, with the current size of his Golden Core, it would become even larger in the later stages of the Golden Core. Another benefit was that breaking through the nascent soul stage would be easier with a first-grade golden pill. Of course, many factors determine whether one could break through the nascent soul stage, but a first-grade golden pill faced fewer bottlenecks. After the breakthrough, Li Su would become even stronger. Hence, only those cultivators who had no hope of forming a core in their lives would not care about the grade of the Golden Core. For them, simply forming a core was a blessing. But cultivators with more talent would strive for a higher grade of Golden Core. The grade of the Golden Core was determined during the foundation establishment stage, and the difficulty of advancing increased by over 100-fold after breaking through to the Golden Core stage. The sect leader hadn't expected Li Su's Golden Core to be this large. She walked over, her eyes reflecting a mixture of surprise, admiration, and awe. I didn't expect you to cultivate a first-grade Golden Core. I underestimated you before. You don't need much consolidation now, the sect leader said. Now that there are traces of demonic cultivators in this area, we can't guarantee they won't come looking for you in the future. Until we have enough strength, try not to reveal the grade of your Golden Core. Otherwise, the demonic cultivators will take a keen interest in you. the sect leader cautioned. Li Su nodded and thanked the sect leader for her advice. Very well, according to your plan, you and Su-yun will get married in 3 months. It will be a celebration for you, and I will invite members from the other 2 immortal sects to participate, the sect leader announced. Li Su agreed to the sect leader's arrangement. In addition, it's time to mention your identity. From today onwards, you are an elder of the Flying Immortal sect. You don't need to hold a specific position but will enjoy the privileges of an elder. Generally, you won't need to take action, so it won't consume much of your time, the sect leader added. Li Su accepted the sect leader's decision. Congratulations, senior brother. I didn't expect you to be so amazing, Su-yun exclaimed with admiration in her eyes. The sect leader quietly left, not wanting to intrude on their intimate moment. Once we are married, I will do my best to help you achieve the golden core as soon as possible, Li Su said softly to Su-yun. Her heart swelled with love for her future husband. Meanwhile, the sect leader left the scene discreetly. Staying any longer would only make her feel like a third wheel, witnessing the sweet interactions between the couple. Elder Li. Haha, Elder Li, I didn't expect you to achieve it so quickly. Congratulations, Elder Li, on cultivating the golden pill. The next day, after a grand elder coronation ceremony attended by numerous disciples of the Flying Immortal sect, Li Su was surrounded by elders and disciples. The Flying Immortal sect had 4 elders in the golden core stage. 1 elder was in the middle stage, while the others were in the early stage. With Li Su, there were a total of 5 elders. Among them, only 3 elders were at the golden core stage in the Flying Immortal sect. There was another elder who oversaw the spiritual stone mine in Mingking Mountain. Although the Flying Immortal sect still had 2 other spiritual stone mines, they were nearly exhausted, with only a small amount of spiritual stones left. Thus, there was no need for powerful cultivators to oversee them. After the elder coronation ceremony, Li Su officially became an elder of the Flying Immortal sect. The disciples no longer referred to him as Senior Brother Li but Elder Li. The elders also addressed him as Elder Li instead of using his name. However, Su-yun still called him Senior Brother Li Su as she followed the head of the sect's instruction. But in a few months, she would have to change her address. She would have to call him husband. The head of the sect's title remained unchanged. After the coronation ceremony, Li Su returned to the Li family to prepare for the wedding. Meanwhile, news of Li Su's attainment of the golden core stage spread rapidly after the Li family sent out numerous invitations. I didn't expect Senior Li to break through to the golden core stage. We must attend his celebration. Upon receiving the news, some casual cultivators attended Li Su's wedding. The Li family sent out invitations and issued an announcement welcoming all casual cultivators who wished to attend the celebration. The Li family became bustling and lively. A large number of relatives returned from other places. This kind of event was considered the most significant in the eyes of the Li family's descendants. As Li Su achieved the golden core stage, the Li family's status in the entire Wu kingdom was unparalleled. Even the royal family members were apprehensive, fearing that Li Su might suddenly develop an interest and make his descendants emperors. So, the royal family was the most active in attending the celebration. They sent a large number of congratulatory gifts. It was said that even the emperor was prepared to visit the Li family personally. The Li family was in the spotlight like never before. Amidst this excitement, 2 months quickly passed by. At the end of the 3rd month, Li Su set off with a large entourage for the wedding. The day had came to marry his junior sister. Simultaneously, upon Li Su's arrival at the Flying Immortal sect, the celebration prepared by the sect for him was also underway. The wedding and the celebration were intertwined, making the atmosphere even more lively. The other 2 immortal sects had sent many cultivators to attend the celebration. They had also prepared numerous congratulatory gifts. These gifts would naturally be presented to Li Su. Chapter 43, Is it okay to have 10 children? Dang, the sound of a long bell echoed. Inside the Flying Immortal sect, it was incredibly lively. Apart from the other 2 major sects, there were also some renowned casual cultivators who were invited. This celebration was much grander in scale compared to the elder coronation ceremony 3 months ago. According to the sect leader's plan, the festivities would come first, followed by the wedding proceedings. For the Flying Immortal sect, it was a double joyous occasion. Li Su marrying Su-yun also garnered envy from many cultivators. Su-yun had excellent aptitude and was the sect leader's direct disciple. Moreover, she was as beautiful as a fairy. How could people not be envious? Many disciples of the Flying Immortal sect had initially thought that Su-yun would never marry, but they never expected her to marry Li Su at such a young age. Although there was the factor of the sect leader arranging the marriage, Su-yun was also willing. If Su-yun had no affection for Li Su, the sect leader wouldn't have brought it up. This also demonstrated Li Su's great charm. He made Su-yun, who was young and had a high chance of breaking through the golden core stage, willingly marry him. This celebration was indeed lively. Li Su also got to know many cultivators from the other two sects. One of these sects was the Blazing Sun sect from the Four Chi Kingdoms. The other one was the Seven Star Valley from the Northern Yan Kingdom. The Blazing Sun sect focused on fire-based cultivation techniques and excelled in using fire-based spells. On the other hand, the Seven Star Valley focused on ice-based cultivation techniques. Their true energy contained a cold aura, and they excelled in using ice-based spells. These sects sent elders to the ceremony and brought along many cultivators. Li Su's celebration also allowed cultivators from the three sects to interact. Although the three sects competed and fought over resources, they maintained a certain restraint level. The celebration seamlessly transitioned into the wedding ceremony. Su Yun, adorned with a phoenix coronet and robe, gracefully boarded the bridal sedan chair with a red veil covering her head. The sedan chair was modified from a flying boat, with a large red sedan placed on top of it. Several other large red flying boats followed behind, carrying the dowry. The sect leader prepared these dowries for Su Yun. Since Su Yun was an orphan brought back to the Flying Immortal sect by the sect leader, the sect was like her family. Therefore, many Flying Immortal sect disciples escorted them behind these flying boats. They are here. They are here. What a grand procession. No wonder the Li family's ancestors have been immortal for thousands of years. It is said that the fairy Li Su is marrying this time is especially powerful. You mean a golden core immortal, not a millennium immortal. The area around Li Mansion was already packed with people. The banquets for this celebration were arranged for dozens of miles. Even the Emperor of the Wu Kingdom personally brought a large number of ministers also, including other dignitaries and wealthy families. The Li Mansion also prepared thousands of banquet tables for impoverished families. The impoverished families seated at these banquet tables didn't need to give gifts. They could eat as soon as they sat down. However, there were some unspoken rules, such as not taking leftovers until everyone had finished eating. If they wanted to take leftovers, they had to get the consent of everyone at the table. Immortals hosting the banquet wouldn't dare to cause trouble. Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Many casual cultivators and immortal cultivation families also arrived, making the Li Mansion livelier. Many independent cultivators and cultivator families from the Four Chi Kingdom and the Northern Yan Kingdom came. After this celebration, Li Su's name would resound throughout the cultivation world in the three secular countries. Su Yun's sweetie. As night fell, Li Su lifted the red veil. Under the veil was Su Yun's exceptionally blushing face. Gazing at Su Yun like this, Li Su felt a surge of affection in his heart. This evening became exceptionally romantic. Perhaps because Su Yun was incredibly enchanting, it lasted until the next morning. In the following days, Li Su was fully immersed in happiness. Yun, let's have a few kids, Li Su whispered to Su Yun. After reaching the chi refining stage, female cultivators could choose not to have offspring. Even if certain things happen, they could avoid getting pregnant. Su Yun was still young. Her future was boundless. Li Su didn't intend to pressure her into having children, so he had to seek her consent. There was still a hint of shyness on Su Yun's face, but hearing Li Su's words, she hadn't planned on having children for the time being, softened her heart. She genuinely liked Li Su a lot. So, she softly murmured. Seeing Su Yun's agreement, Li Su grew even fonder of her. Thank you, Yun, Li Su said. How about having 10? Then Li Su's next word startled Su Yun. 10. How long would that take to live? Seeing Su Yun's expression, Li Su teasingly kissed her. Yun, I am just kidding. You still have to focus on your cultivation, Li Su laughed heartily. And then, he devoted himself once again. Congratulations to both of you, junior sister Su and senior brother Li. A few days after the wedding, Li's residence welcomed another guest. It was Kenzie-O, the national teacher of Wu Kingdom. She was also the head's direct disciple, but her talent wasn't as outstanding as Su Yun's. The specific cultivation realm she was in wasn't known to Li Su. However, she was older than Su Yun and started her cultivation journey earlier. When Li Su reached the foundation establishment stage 100 years old, she had already achieved the pinnacle of foundation establishment. It wasn't the same as Su Yun, as Kenzie-O had been stationed in the capital of the Wu Kingdom and hadn't undergone any rotations. She had been in the capital of Wu Kingdom for 60 years. The reason for this was that there was a mysterious wordless stone tablet in the capital that seemed to contain hidden information. While others couldn't see any words on the stone tablet, she seemed to be able to glean some information from it. Her progress there was even faster than in the Flying Immortal sect. Kenzie-O visited a few days ago, but at that time, the celebrations were too busy, and Li Su and Su Yun didn't have time to meet her. This time, she came specifically for that purpose. The last time Li Su saw her was several decades ago. At that time, he was still in the late chi refining stage, while she was a Foundation Establishment cultivator and the head's direct disciple. Li Su's status and hers were worlds apart. When Li Su reached the Foundation Establishment stage 100 years old, she even gave him a rare congratulatory gift. Senior Sister Zio, you must be close to breaking through to the Golden Core stage, right? Su-Yun asked. Kenzio shook her head. Not that soon. I am still a little short of completing the Foundation Establishment stage. After that, breaking through to the Golden Core stage won't be easy, and I am unsure if I will succeed. Senior Sister, you are so talented. I am sure you can do it. Su-Yun encouraged her. I came here mainly to seek Senior Brother Li's advice on the path to core formation. Several decades ago, when I was at the peak of the Foundation Establishment, Senior Brother Li was still in the chi refining stage. I didn't expect Senior Brother Li to reach the Golden Core stage before me in just a few decades. After some pleasantries, Kenzio explained her purpose. She had come to learn. She also felt a sense of awe. In the past few decades, she had come close to completing the Foundation Establishment stage, yet Li Su had undergone a tremendous transformation during that time. Chapter 44, Sect Leader is helpless in the Li residence. Li Su softly shared his experience in alchemy with Kenzio. His alchemical methods were completely different from other cultivators at the Golden Core stage. However, this didn't mean that Li Su lacked experience. The cultivation levels rewarded by the system were not like instant empowerment. Within those cultivation levels, there was a practical experience in training. For instance, with a 100-year cultivation level, Li Su felt he had trained for 100 years. This experience was completely harmless. When Li Su used 500 alchemy points to condense the golden alchemy, he also gained the experience and sensation of alchemy. Moreover, this experience was incredibly authentic and detailed. Since Li Su didn't have to worry about it, he had the time and energy to perceive the various changes during his alchemical process. Li Su shared these changes with Kenzio. Combining this with the information Elder Zhu had shared, these experiences were highly beneficial for Kenzio. Thank you, Senior Brother Li. Kenzio expressed her gratitude to Li Su. Li Su's experience was truly helpful to her. In a few years, Kenzio was confident that she would achieve the complete Foundation Establishment. At that point, she would strive for the Golden Core stage. Senior Brother Li, if I cannot break through to the Golden Core stage, I would like to ask for your help. Kenzio added after thanking Li Su. Of course. Li Su replied. In his view, there shouldn't be any major issues. He was already at the Golden Core stage, and many things in the realm of the three major immortal sects were no longer a concern for him. After Kenzio left, Li Su continued his activities with Su-Yun in the Li residence. When Li Su married Su-Yun, he informed the sect leader that Su-Yun would stay in the Li residence for 1 or 2 years before returning to the Flying Immortal sect to continue her cultivation. Li Su didn't want to delay Su-Yun's progress. Darling, it seems like it's happening again. Su-Yun remarked a few hours later. Just 1 month later, Su-Yun realized she was pregnant. That's great. Li Su's face lit up with joy. Su-Yun was carrying their child. She had a 5th grade spiritual root, and having broken through to the Golden Core stage, their child's spiritual root should be excellent. The child's spiritual root should be impressive. Li Su exclaimed. 10 months passed, and Su-Yun's child had not yet been born. It had already been 11 months. Generally, when a child was born late, it was either due to complications or because they were naturally extraordinary, possessing exceptional spiritual roots. As a Golden Core stage cultivator, Li Su could sense the child's condition, and there were no issues. It seemed they had excellent spiritual roots. Finally, half a month later, Su-Yun gave birth to their first child. After the birth, Li Su used a special tool to test the child's spiritual roots and was pleased with the results. The child had a 6th grade spiritual root. A 6th grade spiritual root. Truly impressive. Haha, Su-Yun, our child is truly extraordinary. Li Su expressed delightfully. Su-Yun smiled sweetly. With their child's birth, the number of Li Su's descendants surpassed 600,000. Li Su once again gained 100 years of cultivation and increased the probability of his descendants being born with a 0.1% spiritual root. The rewards didn't provide any cultivation techniques. After these 100 years of cultivation, Li Su discovered that he had reached the 2nd level of the Golden Core stage. There was a noticeable change in the size of his Golden Core and the purity of its true energy. The 8th grade spiritual root proved to be more powerful. Li Su had accumulated more than 300 years of cultivation, propelling him to the 2nd level of the Golden Core stage. Although the higher the Golden Core stage, the greater the cultivation required, Li Su saw hope. He no longer needed to advance like a snail. After Su-Yun gave birth to their 2nd child, Li Su planned to return her to the Flying Immortal sect. However, an unexpected event occurred. Su-Yun became pregnant again. This was their 3rd child. Su-Yun innocently asked, What should we do, husband? Lisu gently patted her head and said, let's have the child. This will be the last one. Okay. Suyun nodded firmly. In the Flying Immortal sect, a female disciple delivered a letter from senior sister Su to the sect leader. Another one? The sect leader sighed helplessly after reading the letter. Chapter 45. The sect leader is shown off. Another year had passed at the Li residence. Finally, Suyun gave birth to Li Su's third child. It was remarkable that this third child still possessed spiritual roots, although they were relatively weak and hadn't reached a higher grade. This implied that the offspring born from the union with a female cultivator with higher spiritual roots had a higher probability of inheriting spiritual roots. It also suggested that the quality of spiritual roots could improve with each generation. After giving birth to her third child, Suyun took a 2-month rest, and Li Su sent her back to the Flying Immortal sect. As for the 3 children, they remained in the Li family for upbringing. There was no need to worry since the Li family had a plethora of maids and caretakers. These attendants were treated well and dedicated their utmost care to the children. Master. Li Su and Suyun met the sect leader. Suyun was somewhat apprehensive, afraid of being scolded by the sect leader. However, the sect leader did not express any blame. Li Su, your spiritual weapon has been crafted. Currently, our sex craftsmen can only create low-grade spiritual weapons. They are sufficient for use in the early stages of the Golden Core realm and can be used reluctantly in the middle stage. If you can reach the later stages of the Golden Core realm, I will find a solution for you. The sect leader spoke. A spiritual weapon. Using magical tools would be sufficient for cultivators below the foundation establishment stage. However, once they reached the Golden Core stage, even top-grade magical tools would become inadequate. After Li Su broke through to the Golden Core stage, the sect leader prepared a spiritual weapon for him. Creating a spiritual weapon required precious materials. Although the sect's warehouse contained some materials, they were not used casually. With limited materials, waiting until a disciple broke through to the Golden Core stage was necessary, and then creating a weapon tailored to their specific needs was necessary. Furthermore, the Flying Immortal sect refiners could only craft low-grade spiritual weapons. Medium-grade and high-grade spiritual weapons were beyond their capabilities. Low-grade spiritual roots were sufficient for the early stages of the Golden Core realm and could be barely used in the middle stages. Li Su had already met the craftsman who crafted these low-grade spiritual weapons. His strength had reached the later stages of the foundation establishment stage, but advancing to the Golden Core stage was proving difficult. His strength had been bolstered by the considerable resources provided by the Flying Immortal sect. However, his cultivation had reached a bottleneck, and with his expertise in weapon refining, he could only create weapons with low-grade spiritual roots. He was already over 180 years old, and the Flying Immortal sect had likely provided him with various longevity pills, which could allow him to continue refining weapons for the sect for several more decades. It took 4 years to forge this particular low-grade spiritual weapon. When the sect leader handed it to Li Su, he saw that it was a set of Flying Immortal swords. There was no other choice. This was the only type of low-grade spiritual weapon the craftsman could create. The Flying Immortal sword was exceptional. Once it reached the level of a low-grade spiritual weapon, the set contained 24 small swords resembling throwing knives. However, their power far surpassed that of regular throwing knives. Thank you, sect leader. Li Su expressed his gratitude. No need to be polite. Have you encountered any difficulties in cultivating at the Golden Core stage in recent years? The sect leader asked. Difficulties? What difficulties could there be? Li Su had already reached the second level of the Golden Core stage. Sect leader, what difficulties? Li Su inquired. The sect leader replied, there is something I have been contemplating whether to tell you or not. After careful consideration, I think I should inform you. Li Su adopted an attentive expression, ready to listen. Li Su, your ability to condense a first-grade golden pill exceeded my expectations and surprised me. However, do you know that this matter may not necessarily be good for you? The sect leader gazed at Li Su as he spoke. Not a good thing? Li Su immediately understood what the sect leader meant. Indeed, possessing a first-grade golden pill was impressive. But progressing further became much more challenging for a cultivator in the Golden Core stage with a first-grade golden pill. It required greater accumulation. This was normal. A first-grade golden core was larger than golden cores of other grades at the same level. As one progressed to each level in the Golden Core realm, the gap between different grades of golden cores became increasingly significant. The additional power could not appear out of thin air, as energy was conserved. However, this was not a problem for others. Cultivators who could condense a first-grade golden core likely possessed a third-grade spiritual root or higher. A third-grade spiritual root would require powerful exercises and elixirs. With a third-grade spiritual root, no matter which sect you belong to, you could acquire any resources. These were treasures within the sects. Others possessed powerful spiritual roots, enabling them to cultivate faster without worrying. However, Li Su faced significant challenges from the sect leader's perspective. Although Li Su had broken through to the Golden Core, he was already over 160 years old. The time it took for him to achieve the Golden Core stage was considered slow. Li Su's spiritual root was very weak. While the sect leader didn't know the specific opportunities Li Su had encountered, it was clear that even with good fortune, his foundation was lacking. It would already be considered good if he could advance from the foundation establishment stage to the Golden Core stage. After reaching the Golden Core stage, his progress would inevitably slow down. Therefore, having a first-grade Golden Core became an obstacle for Li Su. Each level he ascended would be more difficult than other Golden Core stage cultivators. However, from Li Su's perspective, this was not a bad thing but rather a great opportunity. He was not afraid of being slow. His fear lied in not being strong enough. Li Su was not slow at all. After understanding the sect leader's intentions, Li Su decided that the sect leader didn't need to worry. Why are you constantly concerned about others? Don't you prioritize your own cultivation, sect leader? It's better to reach the nascent soul stage as soon as possible. Once she reaches the nascent soul stage, having more children with me will have an even greater effect, Li Su thought. Sect leader, I understand your concerns. Li Su immediately expressed his understanding. However, sect leader, there's no need to worry. I have my own insights into cultivation. Look, I have already reached the second level of the Golden Core. Then, Li Su released his aura. Gradually, the sect leader's expression changed. Chapter 46, Golden Core Patriarch takes a concubine. Wow, my darling, you have already reached the second level of the Golden Core. Su Yun's voice echoed in the hall. After being married to Li Su for a few years and giving birth to 3 children, Su Yun became quite infatuated with Li Su. Li Su hadn't informed Su Yun about reaching the second level of the Golden Core. He naturally didn't need to reveal his aura to his family. Exposing the aura of the Golden Core stage would create a strong sense of oppression for those below that stage. There was no need to do that in front of his loved ones. The sect leader couldn't understand Li Su's actions. It had only been 4 years, and Li Su had already reached the second level of the Golden Core stage. This speed was quite astonishing. The elders in the Flying Immortal Sect's Golden Core stage had already broken through the core more than 100 years ago. However, 3 elders were still in the early stage of the Golden Core, and only 1 elder had reached the mid-Golden Core stage. This indicated just how slow cultivation in the Golden Core stage was. There were cases of faster progress, but they were rare in the regions of the 3 major immortal sects. It required exceptional spiritual roots, talent, understanding, resources, and more. Li Su's progress was truly remarkable. If the sect leader found out that Li Su had broken through to the second level of the Golden Core over a year ago, they would likely be even more surprised. The sect leader was starting to suspect whether she had accurately assessed Li Su's spiritual roots. But if Li Su had exceptionally strong spiritual roots, it raised another question. Why did Li Su establish his foundation at the age of 100? Or did Li Su obtain something that enhanced his spiritual roots as part of his opportunities? However, things that enhanced spiritual roots were incredibly rare, and even if they did exist, the extent of improvement was limited, and they couldn't be used continuously. So, the sect leader was finding it increasingly difficult to understand Li Su. Don't worry, sect leader. I won't neglect my cultivation. I entrust Su Yun to you. Li Su reassured the sect leader. Husband, I will do my best to cultivate and reach the Golden Core as soon as possible. Su Yun was full of confidence. Although these years spent with Li Su had been incredibly joyful, Su Yun knew that cultivation was essential. If she couldn't break through to the Golden Core, she wouldn't be able to accompany Li Su for a longer time. Even the elixirs that extended life couldn't prolong it indefinitely. Therefore, Su Yun was even more determined after enjoying these happy years with Li Su. This time, she planned to seclude herself for a few years to focus on improving her cultivation. Li Su gently touched her head. This act of affection caused Su Yun to shyly lower her head. Where is the sect leader? When Li Su looked up, the sect leader was no longer present. She probably left because they had been displaying too much affection. After sending Su Yun back to the Flying Immortal sect, Li Su stayed there for a day to familiarize himself with the spiritual weapon before leaving the sect. Soon after, Li Su began the process of taking concubines. Over the past few years, he had not taken significant concubines. The demand for cultivation increased after reaching the Golden Core stage. In the Foundation Establishment stage, one could advance 1 level with 100 years of cultivation, but this was not the case in the Golden Core stage. The further one progressed, the greater the demand. Moreover, Li Su was a first-grade Golden Core cultivator. Therefore, Li Su had to be more diligent. The descendants with spiritual roots were growing up and practicing, which could provide support for his cultivation. However, the spiritual roots of these descendants were quite poor, so the support was still limited. As the numbers increased, if more talented offspring were born, the support would continue to grow. Li Su had to consider the long-term perspective. His goal was to become an immortal and a god. Senior Li is here. Wow! On Immortal Desolate Peak, the gathering of casual cultivators began again, and there was a sensation as soon as Li Su arrived. After all, Li Su was at the Golden Core stage. He had came to the casual practice meeting once again. Everyone, I intend to take in more concubines. Those who possess both talent and beauty can come to Li's mansion for a meeting. Li Su said. Yes, Li Su came this time to spread the news. This way, female cultivators interested in becoming his concubines would came to him voluntarily. This news quickly spread among the casual cultivators. It was no secret that Li Su liked to take concubines in the world of cultivating immortals in the Three Kingdoms. In the past, when Li Su was in the foundation building stage, some young female cultivators would hesitate. Now, as a Golden Core stage cultivator, even female cultivators who had not seen Li Su in the Chi refining stage were intrigued. Many of them went to Li's mansion to assess the situation. Now, the female cultivators of the Three Kingdoms are really going to be taken over by him. Some immortal cultivators who were also seeking companions wore bitter expressions on their faces. Chapter 47, Digging into Development. It's already reaching 70 so quickly. On this day, Li Su's descendants with spiritual roots reached a total of 70. Su Yun went into seclusion at the Flying Immortal sect to cultivate. Li Su decided to focus on his own development for a few years and increase the number of descendants with spiritual roots. The probability of having descendants with spiritual roots increased for every additional 10,000 rewards received by Li Su's descendants. Although 0.1% might not seem like much, the cumulative effect has shown some results. Up to this point, 1 or 2 descendants with spiritual roots were born every few years among Li Su's descendants. This continuously increased the number of Li Su's descendants with spiritual roots. After reaching 70, the rewards hadn't changed significantly. It seemed that new changes in rewards would only occur after reaching 100. Li Su didn't mind and continued to choose the experience in formations. He had over 400 years of experience in formations. Ding, an ancient longsword shattered a piece of mysterious iron without affecting Li Su's composure. Li Su threw dozens of mysterious iron blocks at once, resembling raindrops, into the range of the killing formation. Ding ding ding, the sound of metal clashes echoed as the mysterious iron blocks were crushed almost simultaneously. Li Su's hand moved again, simultaneously throwing in hundreds of mysterious iron blocks. Ding ding ding, the hundreds of mysterious iron blocks were also shattered. After throwing hundreds of mysterious iron blocks, Li Su gazed ahead with a pensive expression. Here was the killing formation that trapped the demonic cultivator. With over 400 years of formation experience, Li Su had gained some insights into this formation. Li Su didn't pay much attention to the rewards and continued to focus on gaining more experience in formations. He also intended to improve his crafting skills and collect materials to set up a formation in his mansion. Setting up such a formation would require a considerable investment, as the materials for the formation flags were quite rare. These materials could be found in places like Blackwood Forest or King Mountain, and Li Su intended to search for them using his enhanced spiritual awareness. His spiritual awareness could cover a radius of 100 to 200 miles around him, and by condensing his consciousness into a focused direction, he could extend the range even farther. Li Su spent several days studying the killing formation before leaving to focus on cracking it. Upon his return, Li Su continued to take concubines regularly. The number of concubines he took each year increased compared to before. Due to his status as a Golden Core cultivator, many female cultivators from the 2 secular countries sought to marry him. Li Su's descendants with spiritual roots continued to be born yearly, and their chances of having spiritual roots had increased since he reached the Golden Core stage. The quality of the spiritual roots also began to improve. In just a few years, the number of Li Su's descendants with spiritual roots reached 80. Li Su once again chose to cultivate in formations and gained new insights from revisiting the killing formation. After his descendants' numbers exceeded 80,000, Li Su finally reached the 3rd level of the Golden Core stage. It had been less than 5 years since he sent Su Yun back to the Flying Immortal sect. Chapter 48, Encounter with a Demon Cultivator again. 4. On the other side, upon learning that Li Su continued to take concubines, the sect leader felt a bit worried again. Although concerned about Li Su, the sect leader had lost the bet made with Li Su in the past. It had only been a little over 10 years, and the sect leader couldn't go back on her word. He's still young anyway, the sect leader thought. While from a mortal perspective, Li Su was no longer young, in terms of a Golden Core stage cultivator's lifespan, Li Su was still considered young. As a first-grade Golden Core cultivator, Li Su's lifespan was longer than that of ordinary Golden Core stage cultivators. Moreover, 4 years ago, Li Su reached the second level of the Golden Core stage, further extending his lifespan. Late-stage Golden Core cultivators already had lifespans approaching 1,000 years, and with a higher-grade Golden Core, breaking the 1,000-year mark was achievable. This was without considering life-extending pills and elixirs. The difficulty of extending the lifespan of Golden Core stage cultivators was greater, but obtaining such pills was easier for them. If Li Su continued his rapid progress even after reaching the age of 300, the sect leader decided that intervention might be necessary. Elder Zhu, can you get these things for me? Li Su soon appeared at the Flying Immortal sect, seeking materials for crafting array flags. Elder Zhu recognized the materials and asked, Spirit Stone Mine, Profound Soul of Infinity, Purple Gold Stone. Elder Li, are you going to set up a large formation? Li Su nodded, yes, I plan to enhance the formations at the Li Mansion. Elder Zhu offered to find the materials, but Li Su would need to exchange some spirit stones and contribution points. After a while, Elder Zhu returned, and Li Su noticed that a few items were missing. He suggested alternatives for those missing items. Elder Zhu found some replacements, and Li Su obtained the required materials. Li Su checked on Su Yun and found her in seclusion. He decided not to disturb her. He also observed that the sect leader seemed to retreat to the back mountain, likely aiming to achieve nascent soul cultivation. Li Su checked on the Li family's descendants, realizing that dozens had been sent to the Flying Immortal sect. The progress of these descendants was average, but each of them was diligently practicing. They were aware that entering the Flying Immortal sect depended on Li Su. Li Su had stated that he would adhere to the sect's rules once admitted and not take on any duties if eliminated. Many descendants were putting effort into their cultivation to not disgrace Li Su. After a thorough look, Li Su left the Flying Immortal sect. Returning to the Li Mansion, he rearranged the mountain protection formation. This process took about a year, but the Li Mansion's mountain protection formation was eventually successfully set up. Well done. Li Su applauded. While this formation might not rival the Flying Immortal sect due to inferior innate conditions, it still held its own. Even a cultivator at the early stage of the Golden Core could not break through. However, the formation would eventually succumb if continuously attacked, as its operation relied on finite spirit stones. One advantage of this formation was its ability to absorb Earth's energy and store it, sustaining its operation. The absorption rate was not rapid, but it allowed Li Su to save a significant amount of spirit stones over time. A cultivator in the middle stage of the Golden Core could also be held at bay for a considerable time. For those in the later stage of the Golden Core, it could withstand some attacks but not for an extended period. Nevertheless, it was sufficient. Establishing this formation underscored Li Su's genuine proficiency in formations. Notably, the Flying Immortal sect's protective formation had undergone continuous refinement by numerous formation masters. The security of the Li family had been further ensured. Li Su also implemented various vigilance formations and concealment techniques in the surrounding areas, showcasing his practical expertise in formations. After a few more years, Li Su's cultivation had not yet broken through the 4th level of the Golden Core, but his experience in formations had increased by another 100 years. 90. Li Su smiled, pleased with the progress. His descendants with spiritual roots had now surpassed 90. Another 10 breakthroughs, reaching 100 years, should bring about a significant reward, although the frequent addition of concubines in recent years reduced the number of female cultivators. Li Su had accepted over 100 female cultivators. While he hadn't been actively taking in mortal concubines without spiritual roots in recent years, there were occasional exceptions for exceptionally outstanding individuals. As a result, the growth rate of descendants with spiritual roots slowed down, but Li Su didn't seem to mind. One day, Li Su received urgent news and swiftly arrived at the Flying Immortal sect. The elders and a bound individual lay on the ground in the main hall. Elder Li. Several elders greeted him. Elder Li Su, is the Holy Order still in your hand? The sect leader inquired. In response, Li Su presented the Holy Order. When the person on the ground saw the Holy Order, his eyes brightened and stared. The sect leader handed the order to the man. Is this what the Heavenly Demon Palace is looking for? Yes, didn't expect the order to be in your hands. You're done. Once the saint arrives, all of you will be finished, ha ha ha. The man on the ground burst into laughter. With a gesture from the sect leader, the man was isolated. His voice couldn't be heard, and he couldn't hear the conversation. Sect leader, how powerful is the Heavenly Demon Palace? An elder inquired. The Heavenly Demon Palace is said to be one of the 3 palaces of the Holy Alliance. Don't worry too much. There's constant turmoil within the Holy Alliance, and their nascent soul stage cultivators won't be easily dispatched. The Heavenly Demon Palace should be casting a wide net and not locking onto us so quickly. The sect leader explained. Sect leader, what do we do now? Another elder asked. Elder Huang, Send people to the Blazing Sun Sect and 7-Star Valley. Have them pay attention to demon cultivators and warn the cultivation families in the Wu Kingdom to be cautious. If anything unusual happens, notify us immediately. The sect leader instructed. Yes. Several elders acknowledged this. Li Su, accompany me again. The sect leader added. Okay. The flying boat headed towards the Blackwood Forest once more. The sect leader stood gracefully in front of the flying boat, her skirt fluttering despite the barriers around the boat. This made her look elegant and refined. The sect leader's intention this time was simple. It had been many years since she brought a cultivator bay, underground. She planned to use the slate to extract information from the captured demon cultivator, gaining insights into the Heavenly Demon Palace. Simultaneously, she wanted to understand the purpose of the Holy Order and why the Heavenly Demon Palace sent magicians to search extensively for it. The captured demon cultivator had a low status and didn't know the Order's role but emphasized its importance. Chapter 49, You had no choice and got shown off again. 5. Which one of the 3 saintesses of the Demon Palace did you meet? On the slate, a few lines of text appeared. Li Su looked at the sect leader. He and the sect leader returned to the ground, and Li Su activated the stone slab with his own blood. The sect leader was going to use her blood but was stopped by Li Su. It was okay for a man to bleed a little. The sect leader planned to pretend to be a monk with a cultivator bay and said that while looking for the blood, he met a saint from the Heavenly Demon Palace. The other party discovered the Holy Order, sent people to hunt him down, and escaped after a narrow escape. In this way, some information about the Saintess and Holy Order of the Heavenly Demon Palace could be obtained. Li Su, what do you think should be the answer? Asked the sect leader. Li Su thought for a while and began to operate on the slate. I don't know him. He's wearing black clothes. Li Su was talking nonsense. The demon cultivator this time was not as cooperative as the Bei clan cultivator. The people from the Flying Immortal sect had to use various methods, such as provocation, to extract some information from him. But more, this guy would not say anything, even if he was killed. As for the reason, the head of the sect knew a thing or two. The magic cultivator had no taboos and even killed his own people when he became ruthless. Therefore, to control the magic cultivators, some larger magic sects would leave some means in the souls of some disciples. If this magic cultivator leaked too many secrets, it might be worse than death. The other party was also extraordinarily arrogant, as if as soon as the saintess of the Heavenly Demon Palace arrived, the Flying Immortal sect would be finished. The leader didn't know much about the Heavenly Demon Palace. He only knew a general idea. Therefore, she made this strip. The sect leader nodded when she saw the words Li Su had said. Li Su withdrew his spiritual power, and the lines dimmed. After a while, writing appeared on the slate again. Li Su replied, yes. But the next sentence on the slate changed the sect leader's facial expressions. He saw through. Sect leader said. The other party saw that the person using the stone slab was not a monk named Bei. These demon cultivators were indeed extremely cunning, and they found something abnormal in just a few words. It should be a matter of blood, said Li Su confidently, looking at the stone slab. It was very likely that cultivator Bei activated the slate with blood. The other party could detect the difference if he used blood to activate it with Li Su. Don't worry, sect leader, leave it to me, said Li Su confidently. Although the other party saw through, Li Su remained calm. He operated quickly. That's right, Cultivator Bei has been killed by me. Now, you can only rely on me to get out of trouble. You have no choice. Li Su manipulated several words in succession. If you don't cooperate, I will completely seal off the underground passage, and no one will find this place. How much longer do you have to live? A few hundred years? 1,000 years? Even if it's 10,000 years, it's useless. You will be trapped here to die, he said. After Li Su made this sentence, he waited for it to dim for more than 10 seconds and then started to operate again. What do you want to know? Appeared on the slate. Li Su still didn't answer. He also packed the stone slabs into a storage bag and then transported it a mile away with a flying immortal sword. Sect leader, let's wait for a few days, Li Su said. He was not in a hurry at all. Let the other party be anxious first and let him know that his life was in Li Su's hands. Good, said the sect leader, sitting cross-legged on a wide cushion. Li Su, I haven't taught you much in these years. If you have any doubts about your cultivation these days, please ask me. Sect leader, I happen to have some questions, Li Su replied, taking advantage of the opportunity. All of a sudden, he posed some queries of his own. These inquiries, however, didn't pertain to spiritual cultivation. He wasn't concerned about his own progress. Instead, they revolved around certain techniques and distinct combat methods in immortal cultivation. The cultivation base of an immortal cultivator served as the foundation, and achieving a high cultivation base was crucial. Conversely, techniques represented specialized means of combat, such as magic weapons, spells, and talismans, all contributing to the arsenal of a cultivator in battles. Li Su's system consistently rewarded him for cultivation, recognizing its importance. A golden core stage cultivator could effortlessly dominate a foundation establishment stage monk without relying on magical tools or techniques. Nevertheless, potent techniques undeniably enhanced combat prowess. Although the system didn't incentivize it, Li Su took the initiative to learn some techniques. Despite his limited spiritual roots, his commendable comprehension skills facilitated swift learning. Yet, advanced techniques raised many questions, prompting Li Su to spend an entire day seeking answers. The sect leader patiently elucidated these intricacies throughout the day. "Thank you, sect leader." Li Su expressed gratitude. "Li Su, advancing your cultivation is paramount. Do you have any uncertainties about the cultivation process?" inquired the sect leader. "No need to worry about my cultivation, sect leader. Let me share a secret with you." Li Su replied mysteriously, drawing closer to the sect leader. The sect leader emitted a captivating fragrance, a subtle scent that could only be discerned up close. It was Li Su's first encounter with such a fragrance. "What secret do you wish to share, Li Su?" the sect leader inquired curiously as Li Su leaned in. "Sect leader, take a whiff. I have reached the 3rd level of the golden core stage," Li Su revealed, exuding confidence. The sect leader turned, her bright eyes fixed on Li Su. Li Su released his aura, emphasizing, "I am at the 3rd level of the golden core stage, sect leader." Chapter 50, The Holy Maiden's Message, breaking 100 almost there. Li Su's expression was somewhat exhilarated before the battle. Li Su made some progress in interpreting this killing formation in this research. From behind, the sect leader occasionally glanced at Li Su. Even though 3 days had passed, the leader still found it somewhat unbelievable. Li Su's rapid progress might seem too fast if it weren't for the pure and undiluted aura emanating from his body, which he also displayed over a decade ago when he first broke through to the golden core realm. The sect leader couldn't help but wonder if Li Su had used some dark magic methods, but upon closer understanding, it seemed not. In other words, Li Su had reached the golden core's 3rd level. And all of this happened in just a few years. It had been less than 5 years since he was on the 2nd level of the golden core. Such speed was truly astonishing. The sect leader was curious about Li Su's cultivation secrets. At this point, Li Su extended his hand and retrieved the storage bag, then took out the slate, which had now dimmed. Li Su dripped blood on it again to reactivate it. "Kid, impressive move." A voice soon emanated from the slate. After a while, text appeared on the slate. "Now tell me about the situation in the Demon Palace, step by step. I have already destroyed half of the passage, and if I am not satisfied, I will destroy the other half at any time." Li Su didn't waste time with unnecessary words. This demonic cultivator was powerful and not foolish. After being left hanging by Li Su for a few days, he should have come to terms with reality. He truly had no choice. An hour later, Li Su's voice resounded again. The other party revealed a lot of information about the Heavenly Demon Palace. This demon cultivator was indeed cunning. He speculated that the demon cultivators from the Heavenly Demon Palace had likely discovered this area and posed a threat to Li Su. Thus, this guy was eager to describe the formidable strength of the Heavenly Demon Palace. "Young man, the Heavenly Demon Palace thought I was dead and came after the Saint Order. Release me, and I will help you deal with the Heavenly Demon Palace. We can make a blood oath if you don't trust me. I can also provide you with a genuine inheritance of dark cultivation, which can help you reach the nascent soul realm. As for that guy named Bei, I just used some unreliable trash to deal with him." From this magician's description, the Heavenly Demon Palace was extremely powerful. Inside, there was more than one nascent soul stage cultivator. The 3 saintesses of the demon sect were all strong in the golden core stage before he was trapped. One of them had even reached the late golden core stage. After so many years, there was a possibility that she had broken through to the nascent soul stage. The strongest saintess of the Heavenly Demon Palace was called Yayu. There was a moon mark on her forehead when she casted spells, but she preferred to wear silver and white clothes rather than black. As for the Saint Order, it was related to an extremely mysterious place. It was said that only those with the Saint Order could enter it once every 500 years. It was almost time for the next entry. Moxiu didn't specify the exact time, but Li Su estimated it could be anywhere from a few decades to over 100 years. Li Su speculated that the captured demon cultivator in the Flying Immortal sect must have great confidence in the saintess of the Heavenly Demon Palace, and the future saintess who might come could be this Yayu. According to Li Su's deductions, the demon cultivator had been trapped for over 300 years. After over 300 years, Yayu should be at least at the peak of the golden core stage, and at worst, she might have reached the nascent soul stage. "Li Su, destroy this passage," said the sect leader. It seemed that after receiving the news, she intended to trap this magician here to his death. This demon cultivator knew a lot, and he still held the sacred order. His previous strength was undoubtedly above the nascent soul stage. "Sect leader, not for now. I plan to study this killing array," Li Su replied. "Do you still know formations?" the sect leader asked. "I know a thing or two." "Alright, then go ahead and study it. Be careful not to accidentally release him. I will go back to seclusion," the sect leader warned. "Understood, sect leader." With that, the sect leader left, leaving Li Su to continue studying the killing array. A month later, Li Su returned to the Li mansion. The news of the appearance of demonic cultivators had spread, causing many immortal cultivators to become nervous. Many cultivation families and casual cultivators had arrived in the Wo City area. Some cultivating families moved near the Flying Immortal sect, while others settled in Wo City. The city became bustling with the increased presence of cultivators. This also led to more opportunities for people in Wo City to catch a glimpse of immortals. Female cultivators who wished to marry Li Su also increased. In the following years, the situation remained calm, and no more demonic cultivators appeared. It seemed that the Heavenly Demon Palace had indeed cast a wide net but had not pinpointed the exact location of the sacred token. After a few years, Li Su received very good news. The number of offspring with spiritual roots had finally reached 100. Chapter 51, Great Rewards. The rewards are excellent, Li Su thought as he observed the descendants with spiritual roots breaking through 100. First, it granted 1,000 years of cultivation, a substantial upgrade from the previous 100 years. Li Su doubted there would be such generous rewards when the number of spiritual root descendants reached 110. It would likely revert to 100 years. Having gained 1,000 years of cultivation, Li Su's cultivation base soared from the 3rd level of the Golden Core to the 5th level, which was a tremendous leap. However, he couldn't advance 2 levels in one go, even with this boost, due to his current 8th grade spiritual root and 1st grade Golden Core. The advancement from the 1st grade Golden Core to the next level required a significant amount of cultivation. The higher the grade, the more potent the Golden Core, but it also demanded greater effort. The sect leader's earlier concern was justified. Ascending from one Golden Core level to another took considerable time, over 300 years from the 1st to the 2nd level and around 500 years from the 2nd to the 3rd level. The requirements for progressing from the 3rd to the 4th, and then from the 4th to the 5th level, would be even more demanding. Despite this, Li Su acquired hundreds of years of scattered cultivation in recent years, in addition to the 1,000-year reward, which pushed him directly to the late stage of the 5th level of the Golden Core. Looking ahead, when the descendants' population surpassed 100,000, it should entail a reward of 1,000 years of cultivation. Another 1,000 years of cultivation would easily propel Li Su to the 6th level of the Golden Core and perhaps even the 7th level. Li Su currently had over 90,000 descendants, and it would not be long before it reached 100,000. Due to his numerous female cultivator recruits and personal advancements, the rate of his descendants with spiritual roots exceeded the overall growth rate of the descendants. These substantial rewards would greatly enhance Li Su's strength and propel him to new heights. If I could push myself to the 7th level of the Golden Core in one go, I would be in the late stage of Golden Core, Li Su thought. Li Su was over 180 years old. It's been a little over 20 years since he broke through to the Golden Core stage, and in this short time, he had advanced from the 1st floor to the 7th floor. This speed was simply astounding. Of course, without these 2 significant rewards, it would have taken Li Su many more years. He spent over 160 years accumulating the reward of 100 offspring with spiritual roots and another 100,000 descendants. However, having 100,000 descendants with a millennium cultivation base might not guarantee to reach the 7th level of the Golden Core. Advancing each level in the Golden Core stage was no easy task, especially with an 8th grade spiritual root like Li Su's. A heavenly spiritual root with a millennium of cultivation would easily reach the nascent soul stage. Even with a 9th grade Golden Core instead of a 1st grade, and considering the 2 significant rewards along with the previous ones, Li Su would probably reach the peak of the Golden Core stage. Despite this, Li Su didn't regret concealing a 1st grade Golden Core. He clearly felt the power of his 1st grade Golden Core when casting spells. It enhanced his spellcasting speed, amplified his power, and strengthened his endurance in prolonged battles. This time, the reward for descendants with spiritual roots breaking 100 was impressive. There was an additional optional reward of 1,000 years of experience. Wow, that's fantastic. 1,000 years of experience, Li Su exclaimed. Moreover, Li Su could choose from several options, which had been expanded to 7 types with 3 new ones: talismans, puppets, and secret manuals. Talismans, puppets, And secret manuals? That's intriguing, Li Su mused. Talismans involved crafting spiritual symbols or talismans, while puppets were advanced mechanism techniques used to create spiritual puppets. As for secret manuals, they granted a unique experience. After Li Su received a secret manual, he could use the secret book experience. However, there was a limitation, and he could not select cultivation or kung fu secret manuals to improve his cultivation. This experience allowed Li Su to study a chosen secret manual for a specified time, similar to having the knowledge of that manual for the duration. That sounds like a great opportunity to learn powerful techniques, Li Su thought. The reason for excluding cultivation and kung fu secret manuals was likely that the system's reward for Li Su's cultivation was pure and not influenced by any specific technique, making it the most authentic form of cultivation. I guess that's why they don't want me to mix it with any specific technique, Li Su reasoned. During the qi refining period, Li Su felt that his true energy was more potent than that of cultivators at the same level. Li Su contemplates using this experience for powerful cheats he might encounter. He decided to allocate 400 years of experience to enhance his formation skills to a remarkable level. With 1,000 years of formation experience, Li Su's proficiency in formations became formidable. He believed that he could better understand that killing formation if he were to encounter it again. Li Su was not in a hurry to act, nor was he in a hurry to use the remaining experience. He decided to wait until he faced the killing formation to see if the 1,000 years of formation experience would be sufficient. If it proved enough, Li Su planned to allocate the remaining experience to alchemy. As a senior elder of the Flying Immortal sect, Li Su had access to better medicinal materials, and his alchemy skills had improved significantly. He could craft superior elixirs to aid his women, especially Su Yun. It might even be helpful to the sex head, who was finding it challenging to break through to the golden core stage due to age. Compared to the alchemists in the Flying Immortal sect, who were at most at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage, Li Su's attainments in alchemy would far surpass them once he allocated the experience to alchemy. After absorbing all the experience and 1,000 years of cultivation, Li Su felt he had the whole world in his eyes. After spending a few days at home consolidating his newfound strength, Li Su didn't wait for his descendants to break 100,000 but set off again. He was determined to face the killing formation head-on and completely crack it. With this accomplishment, Li Su was confident he could control the killing array, and all the initiative in dealing with the demon cultivators inside would be in his hands. Moreover, understanding the killing formation thoroughly would give Li Su the power to arrange it effectively. Chapter 52, Entering the Killing Formation, Great Void Sword Formation Husband. My dear, I have reached the 8th stage of Foundation establishment, Su Yun said to Li Su. Before heading to the killing formation, Li Su visited the Flying Immortal sect. He received news that Su Yun had finally come out of seclusion. Li Su was delighted to see that Su Yun had advanced to the late stage of the Foundation establishment. Not only that, but she had also broken through to the 8th level of Foundation building in one go. Her seclusion this time had yielded significant results. With the nourishment of love, Su Yun's progress was much faster than before. At this rate, Su Yun wouldn't take many more decades to break through to the golden core stage. It might not even take that long. With the 1,000 years of formation experience, Li Su could allocate the remaining experience to alchemy and create some useful pills for Su Yun to consume. The Flying Immortal sect possessed many alchemy recipes, such as the Qinyang pill and Gyuan pill, which were beneficial for the mid to late stages of the golden core. Many alchemists in the sect couldn't produce them, but Li Su could. He could easily refine the recipe and the appropriate medicinal herbs as long as he had the recipe and appropriate medicinal herbs. The sect had some rare medicinal herbs, which could be used to refine certain elixirs that even the alchemists in the sect couldn't make. So, it was the perfect opportunity to utilize those herbs. Li Su spent several days with Su Yun in her cave. This time, Li Su advised Su Yun to take precautions and avoid getting pregnant again. For Su Yun, focusing on cultivation and advancing to the golden core stage as soon as possible was a priority. After spending time with Su Yun, Li Su went to the back mountain and discovered that the sect leader was still in seclusion. Thus, Li Su proceeded alone to the Blackwood Forest. After more than 10 hours, Li Su arrived at the underground killing formation. With 1,000 years of formation experience and his previous research on the formation, it appeared different to him this time. 1,000 years of formation experience should be sufficient, Li Su thought. It was enough, and he didn't have any more experience. Instead, he began studying the formation. The eyes. Li Su identified the location of one formation eye. There was more than one eye in this killing formation. He focused his gaze there. He naturally wouldn't destroy the formation eye. It was not that easy to break. If it was destroyed, there would be a loophole in this killing formation, and the demon cultivator inside might exploit this loophole to escape. Even with the threat from the Heavenly Demon Palace, Li Su was unwilling to collaborate with this individual. Cooperating with demonic practitioners was as dangerous as trying to get skin from a tiger. This person might possess the nascent soul stage cultivation. Releasing him would make him change his mind immediately. Li Su wouldn't be able to handle him. Therefore, Li Su's initial plan was to eliminate this person. As for the Heavenly Demon Palace, it depended on when they decided to strike. Even if the Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Demon Palace reached the nascent soul stage and came to attack with great force in a few years, and the sect leader hadn't reached that stage yet, Li Su would have a way to deal with it as long as he could set up this killing formation. If used properly and the opponent was lured into the killing formation, their threat would be significantly reduced. There's a gap here. After studying the killing formation outside for several days, Li Su entered the cave. Anything that entered this cave would be attacked, but Li Su was not attacked this time. He found a deliberate gap between the killing formation and the cave stone wall. It is possible that the expert who sets up the killing array intentionally leaves it to give future generations a chance to crack it and deal with the magician. Li Su thought about this possibility. Thinking of this, he followed the gap and soon reached the depths of the cave. Inside, it still appeared empty, and even his divine sense couldn't detect anything. Li Su continued studying there for a long time. Then, he took a few steps toward the center of the cave. No swords attacked him. Li Su stopped and continued his investigation. After constant research, walking, and stopping for a month, Li Su finally reached the cave center and took another step. In the next second, he disappeared from that spot. When he reappeared, he found himself in another space, still within the cave and the killing array's control area. Li Su saw two skeletons on the ground and an array of plates surrounded by many formation flags. These flags seemed to be the energy source for the array. There was also an inner formation that appeared to be drawing the Earth's energy to provide a continuous power source for the array. Many spiritual stones were used here, but most of them had been consumed over the years. After so many years, a substantial amount had been depleted. The place where this killing array is set up is ultimately not ideal. If the demon cultivator becomes aware of the truth, he can use some means to continuously weaken the killing array, and it won't be able to trap him for too long. Li Su thought. This killing array was very formidable, and the demon cultivator might not dare to attempt to break it easily. Alternatively, the demon cultivator possessed some special treasure that could only help him protect himself within the killing array, and he might not have many other means. If that was the case, the demon cultivator was probably not in good shape after encountering this killing array. Two skeletons indicated that two people joined forces to deal with the demon cultivator. Li Su didn't immediately touch the array plate but searched beside the two skeletons. Soon, he found a piece of paper with two storage bags. The paper was filled with densely written words. After a few minutes, Li Su finished reading the words. This guy is indeed a demon cultivator in the nascent soul stage, and he's at the mid-stage nascent soul level. Li Su thought. The difference between the mid-stage nascent soul and the early stage was immense, similar to the gap between the early and mid-stage of the golden core. Even 2 or 3 early-stage nascent soul cultivators cooperating might not match a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. These two skeletons consisted of a golden core stage formation master and a strong cultivator at the early stage of the nascent soul. A cultivator's own cultivation level was crucial, but it didn't equate to their proficiency in formations. Similarly, this applied to alchemists as well. A golden core stage alchemist could already refine the golden core stage pills. Their cultivation level should not be too low. Otherwise, their lifespan would not be long, and their formation mastery would not improve. This golden core stage formation master was indeed a master of formations and quite renowned. The two of them teamed up and ambushed a team from the demon sect, even preventing the mid-stage nascent soul demon cultivator from escaping the killing formation they set up. However, they eventually attracted the pursuit of this mid-stage nascent soul demon cultivator after snatching the holy order that the team was carrying. After almost getting caught, they found this cave, and the mid-stage nascent soul demon cultivator successfully tracked them using evil methods. A fierce battle erupted, and this massive cave deep underground was formed during that fight. The early-stage nascent soul cultivator was no match for the demon cultivator, but fortunately, the formation master set up the killing array. Nonetheless, both of them were already under the control of the demon cultivator. The demon cultivator was extremely fierce, using all his means to resist the killing array. The formation master and the early-stage nascent soul cultivator had a chance to escape the killing array. Still, they hesitated because the formidable demon cultivator might break free from the killing array if they escaped. So, they were left with no choice but to stay here. The formation master presided over the killing formation, and the cultivator in the early stage of nascent soul had no choice but to engage in battle because this demon cultivator was exceedingly powerful and possessed numerous treasures that rendered the killing formation ineffective against him. The demon cultivator also sustained severe damage as their injuries worsened, but he protected himself using a unique treasure. At this critical moment, the two of them were nearly defeated. The demon cultivator attacked their souls, making it futile for them to escape or attempt to use secret methods to possess other bodies. On his deathbed, the Array Master recorded these events. This was the consequence of their actions. As for how the holy decree ended up in the hands of the demon cultivator, it was not written on paper. Perhaps during the most intense battle, the two used the holy decree to distract the demon cultivator and inflict heavy damage upon him. There was a possibility that with their lives hanging by a thread, the importance of the holy decree diminished. After reading it, Lee Su kept the paper and then picked up 2 storage bags, emptying their contents. One of the bags belonged to the formation master, containing various colored formation flags and materials for arranging formations. But Lee Su's attention was drawn to a rectangular piece of jade. On the jade stone, there were 4 words: Great Diffraction Sword Formation. This is the one, Lee Su thought and smiled. The Great Diffraction Sword Formation was the killing formation. This was incredibly potent and consisted of multiple layers. The Array Master set up the 4th layer of the Great Diffraction Sword Formation, enough to deal with cultivators in the mid-stage of nascent soul. However, arranging this sword formation was no easy task. Even gathering the necessary materials for the formation flags was challenging. For example, the array flags could not be casually refined and require specific materials. The ancient-looking long swords were also self-grafted after collecting the necessary materials. To reach a level capable of handling the nascent soul stage, the grade requirements for those long swords were quite high. The Array Master spent many years acquiring the necessary items with the help of nascent soul stage cultivators. Now, all these materials could be in Lee Su's possession. But first, he needed to deal with the demon cultivator inside the formation. Chapter 53, Magic Cultivation in Nascent Soul Stage. Lee Su placed the jade on his forehead and quickly read its contents. The jade was a spiritual jade capable of recording information, which would remain intact as long as it wasn't broken, no matter how many years passed. Add note, the term spiritual jade typically refers to a precious and mystical gem or stone with spiritual or magical properties. After reading for a while, Lee Su smiled. The jade contained the content of the first 5 layers of the Great Diffraction Sword Formation, which was a significant factor in his rise. He realized that the content of the 5th layer was even more profound, making the arrangement of the Great Diffraction Sword Formation more complex. The 4th layer could handle the mid-stage nascent soul, but the 5th layer might deal with the late stage or even peak stage. However, he also noticed that the formation master hadn't fully grasped the content of the 4th layer. Moreover, the materials used for the formation were not ideal, resulting in reduced power of the Great Diffraction Sword Formation. The 4th layer likely corresponds to the nascent soul stage, and the 5th layer might be for stages above nascent soul. He was confident that he could understand the 4th layer thoroughly with his current experience in formations and study the 5th layer and beyond. But the killing formation had a major problem: the lack of suitable formation tools. Even if Lee Su understood the 5th layer completely, without the right equipment, the Great Diffraction Sword Formation might not even threaten a peak nascent soul cultivator. The required formation tools for the arrangement were extremely rare. The formation master spent many years collecting the materials needed for just the 4th layer of the Great Diffraction Sword Formation with the help of a nascent soul cultivator. Lee Su might need quite some time to collect them. Not urgent, he said calmly. Lee Su wasn't in a hurry. He wasn't rushing to study the 5th floor. A ready-made array could be used to set up the Great Diffraction Sword Formation on the 4th floor. Although the quality of this ready-made array was compromised, it was still very good for Lee Su. Once he took this ready-made array, Lee Su would have a powerful tool. If used well, this method could handle opponents at the nascent soul stage. Other matters could be dealt with later. There was no need to rush. Lee Su began studying the 4th floor, starting from the 1st floor, allowing him to fully comprehend the Great Diffraction Sword Formation. With 1,000 years of formation experience, Lee Su's research speed increased significantly. After about 6 months, Lee Su had a solid understanding of the 4th floor. As for the 5th floor, Lee Su didn't rush to delve into it. He estimated that he might need more formation experience before attempting it. Moreover, touching it would be pointless without the necessary array and could cause interference. After thoroughly understanding the 4th floor, Lee Su approached the array. "Senior, I swear to you, I will bring your bones back to Fallen Cloud Sect and Senior Rukongai's bones back to Purple Extreme Sect. I will kill this demon cultivator to avenge you," Lee Su solemnly vowed. This was the requirement of the formation master. Lee Su vowed to accomplish 2 tasks to gain control of the array. One was to bring the bones of the senior back to Fallen Cloud Sect, and another nascent soul cultivator's bones back to Purple Extreme Sect. The second one was to kill a demonic cultivator to avenge them. Lee Su didn't find these 2 tasks unreasonable, and if they were, he would seek alternative solutions. As for the first task, Li Su didn't know the locations of the two immortal gates, but fortunately, the dying cultivator hadn't set a time limit or provided any specific information. Regarding the second task, killing demonic cultivators was already part of Li Su's plan. Compared to his significant gains this time, these two tasks were worth the effort. The other nascent soul cultivator's name was Liu Chuan, and there were some items in his storage bag, though the spiritual stones were already used up. The elixir had become ineffective, and the medicine bottle was empty, indicating that they had consumed all of it. There were no herbs or any other resources left. The struggle of the two before their death suggested that they tried to consume everything edible. Even a nascent soul cultivator exhibited the same strong desire to survive as an ordinary person. Inside the place were some books with valuable knowledge and secrets, as well as a few rare materials. Additionally, there were several magic weapons, two of which were exceptionally good spiritual weapons. However, a broken sword was also on the ground, which seemed to have been the wielder's weapon before it was damaged. The opponent, a powerful magic cultivator, was formidable. In addition to these items, there was an identity token with the grandiose sword's purple pole gate on the back and the name Liu Chuan on the front. After Li Su finished swearing, the formation plate emitted a faint light, and he gained control of the formation after a while. However, he noticed that the formation itself was already damaged, with some formation flags destroyed during the intense battle with the demonic cultivator. The formation could still function despite the damage, thanks to the accumulated earth energy over the years. Li Su then noticed an old man dressed in tattered black clothes sitting cross-legged nearby. A shadow constantly revolved around him. The man appeared quite aged. A nascent soul stage demon cultivator, whose attire couldn't be ordinary clothing, appeared battered like a beggar's clothes, indicating that he had suffered serious injuries. This individual should be the demon cultivator. But it was unclear how much strength he had left. The killing formation wasn't actively attacking him. The reason for this was that the formation master intended it that way. He wanted to trap the opponent here. If he kept attacking, the spiritual stones would not last long, and he wouldn't have time to oversee the killing formation. They wouldn't be attacked if the opponent remained within that area. In this way, the killing formation also had time to absorb the Earth's energy and maintain its operation. Li Su moved on the array, and in the next second, several ancient-looking long swords appeared, all directed at the demon cultivator. Clang, clang, clang. A shadow spinning around the demon cultivator quickly moved to block the incoming ancient long swords. The nature of this shadow was unclear, but it clashed with the swords, producing the sound of metal meeting metal. Huh? The demon cultivator furrowed his brow. As long as he remained still for hundreds of years, the killing formation wouldn't initiate an attack. However, it unexpectedly activated this time. Of course, he had no idea that Li Su had deciphered and gained control of the killing formation. At this moment, more ancient long swords appeared. The shadow was having trouble blocking this new wave of attacks. Damn it, my mysterious golden soul has been reduced to only one. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in such a passive situation. The demon cultivator cursed and had no choice but to fend off the incoming long swords. His strength seemed to have returned to the nascent soul stage, probably just reaching the threshold of that stage. 300 years had passed, and this guy had restored his power to the threshold of the nascent soul stage. He could barely unleash the strength of that stage, but he still carried visible injuries. 300 years ago, although he had managed to protect himself with treasures, those items had suffered significant damage. One of the treasures was the shadow revolving around him, which he referred to as the mysterious golden soul. If I repair this killing formation and gather more spiritual stones, I should be able to deal with him, Li Su thought. The killing formation was incomplete, and its effectiveness had been compromised. Killing this opponent posed some risk. While Li Su was reasonably confident in resolving the situation, there was a chance that things might go awry and the demon cultivator could seize the opportunity. There weren't many spiritual stones left in this place, but using the absorbed Earth's energy to sustain the entire killing formation and keep this guy trapped wouldn't be an issue. In short, defense was adequate, but offense was lacking. Chapter 54, Secret. After understanding the current situation, Li Su started thinking about a solution. The materials required for the diffraction killing formation were extremely rare, and many Li Su had never even heard of them. It was highly unlikely that they could be found in the warehouses of the three major immortal sects. Repairing this killing array would not be easy for him. Although the diffraction killing formation could be enhanced with advantageous terrain, the current location was not particularly suitable. The previous formation master and the early nascent soul cultivator had to hurriedly take refuge underground without the luxury of selecting a proper battlefield. The killing array relied heavily on the use of formation weapons to maintain its flexibility. Fortunately, some of the array flags had not been completely destroyed, and Li Su believed they could be repaired. After collecting these damaged array flags with the help of an array disc, Li Su realized that a few of them could be restored. After repairing these array flags and obtaining some spiritual stones, I can deal with this guy. Li Su murmured. The demon cultivator was on the verge of recovering to the nascent soul stage. Allowing him to escape could lead to swift recovery, possibly surpassing his previous strength. However, within the diffraction killing formation, no spiritual energy was left, and the demon cultivator's supplies were already depleted. So, even with the limited number of spiritual stones in the formation, it would be difficult for him to break free. After observing the demon cultivator for a few more days, Li Su quietly exits the killing array. Leaving the array, Li Su went to the Flying Immortal sect. He found a skilled foundation building stage refiner there and was impressed by their exquisite craftsmanship. I am not skilled enough to create such powerful formation flags, but repairing them shouldn't be a problem. Let me give it a try, Li Su thought. He was cautious not to attempt repairing the flags himself, as his 100 years of experience in refining might not be sufficient. Instead, he planned to seek the help of the foundation building stage refiner, who seemed more adept at this aspect. If the refiner could not repair the flags, Li Su would consider allocating more experience points to his refining skills. However, he intended to focus on alchemy, as even the most experienced refiner without good materials would not achieve much. They could not create a dish like a world-class gourmet chef without ingredients. After prioritizing his alchemy pursuits, Li Su would tackle the refining matter later. As the craftsman seemed capable of repairing it, Li Su handed over 5 formation flags to him. The 5 array flags had suffered minor damage and could be fixed without Li Su's presence. However, given the flag's advanced nature, the repairs would take a considerable amount of time. It will likely take 1 to 2 years, but I will notify you once it's done. The refiner said. Thank you, Master Mu. Li Su replied gratefully. The refiner was pleased to hear the recently acclaimed Golden Core Elder of the Flying Immortal sect address him as Master. Not a problem, not a problem. Rest assured, I will take care of it. Mu assured him. After handing over the array flag to the refiner, Li Su checked the back mountain and found that the High Master was still in seclusion. He then spent some time with Su Yun before receiving a message and returning to Li's residence. Brother Li. Kenzio, another disciple of the headmaster and the Wu Kingdom's Grandmaster, greeted Li Su. Li Su noticed that Kenzio seemed to have completed the foundation establishment after more than 20 years since their last meeting. However, she had not yet broken through to the Golden Core stage. Congratulations on completing the foundation establishment, and breaking through to the Golden Core stage is within your reach. Li Su said sincerely. Thank you, Brother Li. However, I am running out of time. Could you do me a favor? Kenzio asked with a serious expression. Please tell me, Kenzio. Li Su said attentively. Kenzio revealed that she could glean some information from a wordless stone tablet in the Imperial City. The information mostly consisted of opportunities and occasionally some incomplete exercises. She wanted Li Su to accompany her to a secret place where rare herbs and spiritual plants were said to abound. However, only those at the Golden Core stage could open the entrance and handle its dangers. She sought Li Su's assistance as she could not break through to the Golden Core stage. A secret place was the opportunity Kenzio saw from the wordless stone tablet. In her subsequent explanation, Li Su learned that it was indeed a chance she had discovered on the wordless stone tablet. The stone tablet was unique, and only those destined could see the information it presented. Kenzio had learned the location of the secret place and the method to enter it from the stone tablet. The specific entry time was 8 months later. Kenzio realized that she couldn't break through the Golden Core stage during these 8 months, so she sought help from Li Su. She didn't approach the sect leader. It was because that secret location had restrictions, and even Golden Core cultivators couldn't enter it in the later stages. She also didn't consider asking other elders from the Flying Immortal sect. Instead, she chose to ask Li Su for assistance. Brother, if you are willing to help me, I will share the contents inside with you equally. Kenzio said. Li Su pondered for a moment and agreed, okay, the array flag will take 1 to 2 years to repair. Once it's fixed, I will deal with the demon cultivator, and in the meantime, I can visit the secret realm. Thank you, brother. Kenzio expressed her gratitude and left Li's residence. In the following months, Li Su focused on the important task of increasing his descendants. After just 6 months, the number of Li family descendants successfully surpassed 100,000. 100,000. Li Su smiled, pleased with the achievement. This time, he received a reward of 1,000 years of cultivation and a 1% chance of his offspring being born with spiritual roots. A 1% increase was significant. Li Su didn't rush to claim the 1,000 years of cultivation because he worried that if he did, he might miss the chance to enter the secret place if he reached the 7th level of the Golden Core. With only 2 months left, Li Su could afford to wait and decide whether to claim the 1,000 years of cultivation after he entered the secret place. As the 8th month approached, Kenzio returned. Li Su had already made all the necessary arrangements. He had improved and strengthened the array at home during these months. As for the threat from the Heavenly Demon Palace, the Flying Immortal sect had dispatched a large number of disciples to guard the perimeter, and there was no news yet, so they were unlikely to arrive so soon. Thus, Li Su and Kenzio left the Li Mansion, flying north in Kenzio's flying boat towards the location of the secret place, which seemed to be in the northern part of Wu country. Chapter 55, Treasure Lawn Senior Brother, it should be in this area, said Kenzio as they rode on the flying boat. Li Su looked ahead. It was situated in the northern part of the Wu Kingdom, surrounded by continuous mountains. Further within 1 or 2,000 miles lay the territory of the North Yan Kingdom. These 3 secular countries covered an exceptionally vast area, and around them lay some dangerous uninhabited regions where low-level monsters occasionally emerged. The monsters were mostly concentrated in the Mingking Mountain area. The absence of disturbances by these creatures among ordinary people was due to the efforts of the 3 major immortal sects and cultivators who actively hunted them down. Li Su couldn't see any obvious signs of a hidden secret place, and the spiritual energy in the area was not particularly strong. It must have been well concealed and undiscovered if there was a secret place. Senior brother, it's not time to enter yet. We will have to wait a few days. In the meantime, I will teach you the spell to open the entrance. Kenzio said. Okay. Li Su replied. Shortly after, Kenzio imparted the spell to Li Su. The spell wasn't too complex, but it would have been difficult to figure out on his own without guidance. Once learned, Li Su sat down and waited patiently. Kenzio, who appeared more mature than Su Yun, also sat down, exuding an alluring charm. They both waited silently on the flying boat for quite some time until Kenzio finally stood up and announced that the time had come for them to enter. It was a night with a full moon, and the moon appeared unusually large and round, with a faint red glow, a rare red moon that occurred only once every 100 years. This red moon would greatly benefit the monsters, as it often facilitated breakthroughs for those stuck at bottlenecks in their cultivation. As a result, a large number of monsters would likely become more active during this time. In some areas with numerous creatures, there might even be a surge of beasts attacking human gathering places. No wonder this secret place can only be accessed at this time, Li Su thought. The soft reddish moonlight descended, casting a faint red hue over the entire world. This night, many ordinary people in the secular country chose to stay indoors. Even the children refrained from being noisy. The red moon held numerous terrifying legends in the eyes of common folk. Elders often recounted these stories to children to frighten them. To immortal cultivators, the red moon held no venom. It contained special energy beneficial to monsters, helping them break through their cultivation barriers. Nonetheless, these tales had their purpose among ordinary people, instilling a sense of respect and fear for the red moon. Consequently, people would be more cautious when the red moon appeared, and even children wouldn't cry. In case of a monster attack, the hidden individual's chances of survival would be improved. Kenzio took action. She conjured 12 mirrors, swiftly flying into the sky, arranging themselves into a mystical formation. The 12 mirrors promptly reflected the moonlight, focusing on a specific location. Let's go, senior brother. Kenzio said as she flew toward that place. Li Su followed closely behind. As they reached the destination, Li Su performed a technique by forming a hand seal. The area illuminated by the 12 mirrors suddenly revealed a passage. The entrance to the secret place was opened. Kenzio gestured, swiftly recalling the 12 mirrors, and then both she and Li Su entered inside. Monsters. As soon as they entered, a monster charged toward Li Su. This demon beast's strength was not weak. It was at the peak of the second stage, equivalent to the later stage of the Foundation establishment. Li Su raised his hand and killed the monster instantly. So many monsters. Just after killing one, another monster approached. Li Su continuously took action, slaying these monsters one after another. Finally, the surrounding area was devoid of monsters. Li Su looked inside and noticed a crimson moon shining in the distance, likely a reflection of the red moon outside. Below was lush vegetation, and the aura was abundant, but there were numerous creatures that seemed to be monsters. This place is like a den of monsters. Spiritual herbs. Li Su's keen perception spotted several mature spiritual herbs. Junior sister, this way. Li Su called out as he flew towards the spot. With the flying immortal sword at his disposal, he swiftly dealt with a hidden third-order monster lurking nearby. Kenzio's expression changed upon realizing that a golden core stage monster guarded the spiritual grass. Li Su's expression remained composed as he unleashed a series of attacks with the flying immortal sword, quickly slaying the third-order monster. It wasn't much of a challenge for someone at the 5th level of the golden core. Brother, You should keep these spiritual herbs. We will divide them later when we get out. Kenzie-o suggested. Okay. Lisu agreed, collecting the surrounding spiritual herbs and extracting the valuable inner alchemy from the monster, which could be useful for alchemy and held high value. Lisu continued to search with his spiritual sense while advancing, fusing with his 1,000-year cultivation. Soon, he found more spiritual herbs and elixirs, a considerable number of them. However, many of the older and rarer herbs were guarded by monsters. These creatures seemed to wait for the herbs to mature fully before eating them. These powerful monsters possessed a significant level of intelligence. Chapter 56, Unexpected Encounters and Confusion. Boom. The corpse of a massive monster fell heavily. With a swift move, Lisu extracted its core. It was another demonic beast at the second level of the golden core. The quality of the spiritual herbs guarded by the golden core stage monster beasts was excellent, and a considerable quantity of them was suitable for refining elixirs for the golden core stage. It was such a good harvest. This secret place seemed to be a den of monsters but also contained many valuable spiritual herbs and 2 golden core stage demonic beasts. Their inner alchemy and other items valued for alchemy and refining purposes. Lisu's cultivation increased to the 6th level of the golden core after absorbing the accumulated power for 1,000 years. He continued searching with Kenzie-o. As the night wore on, they approached the central area. Though vast, the secret place wasn't boundless. Lisu's spiritual consciousness covered about half of it, facilitating their search for treasures and herbs. However, Lisu's consciousness hit an obstruction, alarming a powerful monster. Thousands of birds flew into the sky, and the trees shook violently around the monster. Roar! A monster surrounded by purple lightning emerged and charged directly at Lisu. The sky darkened as dense black clouds appeared, concealing the faint light of day. Lightning crackled within the clouds, brewing its fury. Be cautious, senior brother. It's a purple lightning spray cloud beast, and its purple thunder is extremely powerful, warned Kenzie-o, who recognized the creature. Lisu hadn't heard of this beast before, but its name suggested it excelled in using thunder and lightning. As Kenzie-o spoke, a bolt of lightning struck from a distance. When Lisu raised his head, a dark iron shield blocked the attack. Boom! The black iron shield trembled, and it was charred. It was impressive. A few more strikes and this high-grade spiritual weapon black iron shield won't hold up. This guy is approaching the later stage. Ken, you should retreat first. Okay. Kenzie-o knew she would only be a burden and quickly stepped back. Lisu activated his true energy, facing a formidable monster for the first time. In battles between cultivators, many factors came into play, such as cultivation level, combat techniques, manuals, magic tools, and talismans, among others, all of which could influence the outcome. Spellcasting speed, reaction time, the application of techniques, and skillful use of magic tools were also crucial. When facing monsters, sometimes the fight could be relatively simple. However, monsters were born fighters, and though they might not have many skills or magic tools, their combat experience was vast. Therefore, Lisu remained vigilant. His most potent magic tool was the set of low-grade spiritual weapon-level flying immortal swords. Lisu wielded them, launching relentless attacks. The purple lightning spray cloud beast closed in quickly, releasing powerful purple lightning that occasionally struck Lisu from the black clouds in the sky. Furthermore, its claws were razor-sharp, but Lisu's flying immortal sword kept it at bay. Lisu's 24 flying swords kept attacking continuously. His first-grade golden elixir provided ample true energy, and Lisu went all out. Brother Li is truly powerful. Kenzie-o thought from a distance, having realized the immense strength of the monster. Despite battling for some time, Lisu uttered a long cry, and his 24 flying swords moved in unity. Although the purple lightning spray cloud beast reacted swiftly, it couldn't defend or evade this time and was beheaded by a sword. Watching the corpse of the purple lightning spray cloud beast fall from the sky, Lisu smiled. After absorbing the cultivation of 1,000 years, Lisu broke through to the 7th level of the golden core in one fell swoop. He was just short of making the breakthrough, but the recent battle enlightened him. After realizing he was almost there, Lisu took out a decent spiritual herb and consumed it directly. By converting the herb's essence through the battle, Lisu reached the 7th layer of the golden core. Ideally, the spiritual herbs should be refined into pills, as their efficiency would be low when eaten raw. Moreover, they were difficult to preserve once picked. Therefore they were usually used as alchemical materials. Only monsters preferred to eat them raw as they didn't know how to make pills. Lisu was the genuine golden core late-stage elder. He approached the corpse of the purple lightning spray cloud beast and stored away its inner alchemy. Senior brother Li, there's still a thunder pill inside the purple lightning spray cloud beast's body. Kenzie-o said. What's that? Thunder pill? Kenzie-o quickly found the thunder pill, took it out, and handed it to Lisu. Besides that, there are quite a few valuable items on the purple lightning spray cloud beast. Kenzie gathered all the usable things and gave them to Li Su. Finally, she retrieved an item from the beast's body. Brother Li, this is the love capsule of the purple lightning spray cloud beast. After some processing, it could be used to refine a pill that enhances physical fitness. Oops, it broke. No wonder it smells so good. Halfway through her sentence, Kenzie realized something was wrong. The purple lightning spray cloud beast's love capsule had already broken, and a strange fragrance filled the air. Trouble, she thought. She suddenly realized something, but it was too late. Her eyes became confused, and a strange feeling spread throughout her body. At this moment, Kenzie was overwhelmed with intense feelings for Li Su. On the other side, even Li Su was affected without any defenses. Brother. Kenzie's affection for Li Su surged, and then she threw herself into his arms. Chapter 57 Sister Disciple. Senior brother, I don't blame you. In a covered location, the voices of Li Su and Kenzie sounded successively. Kenzie had already dressed, but a faint blush lingered, and her voice carried a hint of vulnerability. The sack of the purple thunder-spewing cloud beast and some other herbs could be used to craft a pill that enhanced one's physique. However, it was important to note that the primary purpose of this sack, especially when it encountered female counterparts, was to stimulate their sexual desire. If ruptured without prior breath-holding, the scent detected by humans could be as potent as the strongest aphrodisiac. It was worth mentioning that this purple thunder-spewing cloud beast was comparable with the 5th or 6th level of the Golden Core stage, amplifying its effects even more. Li Su barely resisted the effects, but Kenzie only couldn't. Consequently, Li Su couldn't resist either. A whole day passed, but fortunately, the battle between Li Su and the purple thunder-spewing cloud beast deterred other monsters from approaching this area, allowing Li Su and Kenzie their intimate moment. Ken Jr. Sister, once we escape this place, I will formally propose to our master for your hand in marriage. Li Su vowed as he gazed at Kenzie's delicate appearance. Kenzie's cheeks flushed, and she neither accepted nor declined. Her feelings for Li Su were intricate. Over a century ago, when Kenzie first laid eyes on Li Su, she couldn't help but steal a few extra glances at him due to his striking appearance and remarkable temperament. However, she didn't pursue any romantic notions once she discovered Li Su's exceedingly poor spiritual roots. Nevertheless, she occasionally inquired about Li Su's well-being when he emerged from seclusion, but that was the extent of their interaction. Indeed, it wasn't about romantic feelings. Despite her initial curiosity and brief interest in Li Su, their connection evolved into mutual respect and admiration. However, it never developed into anything deeper. Yet, as Li Su's strength grew over the years, he once again caught her attention, not with ulterior motives, but simply because this was how cultivators were. Furthermore, Kenzie had no intentions of gaining anything from Li Su. Had Li Su not reached the foundation establishment stage and lived only 100 years, she might not have paid much attention to him. It wasn't until Li Su successfully formed his golden core that Kenzie took notice, leaving a lasting impression on her heart. Nonetheless, at this moment, Kenzie's priority was not romance but reaching the golden core stage, a monumental milestone for cultivators that opened up a world of possibilities. Unexpectedly, an incident occurred between her and Li Su. Kenzie had maintained her purity for over a century and never developed feelings for anyone. When this unexpected incident happened, she didn't blame Li Su. The extra glance she had given him over 100 years ago had ultimately played a role, making Li Su's position in her heart unique. When Li Su expressed his desire to marry her, she remained silent. Her heart was in turmoil. In reality, marrying Li Su didn't seem like a bad idea. Su Yun had married Li Su and was leading a very happy life. However, she wasn't prepared for it at all. Furthermore, she was solely focused on reaching the golden core stage. Sister Disciple, rest assured, I won't pressure you to join the Li family. You can choose to live wherever you like. As for children, we can wait until you reach the golden core stage to have them, and I can wait until you reach the golden core stage before marrying you. Li Su reassured her. At this moment, Li Su's voice brought up the topic of childbirth. Kenzie's heart grew even more tumultuous, but Li Su's gentle yet firm tone gave her a sense of security for some inexplicable reason. This was a responsible man. Senior brother, let me think about it a bit more. Kenzie said softly. Alright, take a rest here for now. I will gather the items in this place. Li Su replied. He then produced a formation flag and set up a concealed spell formation for Kenzie. Afterward, he began searching the secret area on his own. There's hardly anything left. 2 days later, Li Su had thoroughly combed through the secret area, finding almost everything of value. The stolen goods were substantial, including numerous spiritual herbs, medicinal ingredients, and materials for crafting tools. He had also slain several monsters, including 5 golden core stage beasts, with the purple thunder-spewing cloud beast being the most formidable among them. The others posed no real challenge to Li Su. Even after sharing half of his findings with Kenzie-o, Li Su still had an abundance of spiritual herbs and medicinal ingredients to refine many pills. After considering his options, he allocated the remaining 600+ experience points exclusively to alchemy, pushing his alchemy experience well past 800 years. Li Su could craft rare pill recipes within the Flying Immortal sect with his expertise. These pills weren't for his personal use, as he didn't need them due to the support of the system. Instead, they were intended for his concubines with poor spiritual roots, helping them reach the foundation establishment stage. Li Su could expedite Su Yun's advancement to the golden core stage with low-grade and high-grade herbs. Moreover, he planned to create a specialized pill to help Kenzie-o's breakthrough to the golden core stage, more potent than the crown-gathering pill but beyond the capabilities of the Flying Immortal sect's alchemists. This time, he believed he could gather all the necessary ingredients with the herbs acquired. As for a pill recipe suitable for the sect leader's nascent soul stage breakthrough, Li Su knew he would have to diligently search for it upon his return. This secret area primarily contained herbs useful for those at the golden core stage. Senior brother, you don't need to share the monster's spoils with me. Since you defeated them, go ahead and select the herbs first. Kenzie-o's voice came from outside the secret area. This time, they had only spent 3 days within the secret area, uncertain if it was a natural formation or artificially created. Despite the long history of the 3 major sects, they had no prior knowledge of this hidden place. Li Su divided the herbs, and after completing the distribution, they began their journey back. They knew the 3-day limit and that they would have to wait for the next red moon to exit if they didn't leave within that time. Regrettably, they didn't have the luxury of further investigation, although Li Su had contemplated delving deeper to uncover the secrets of this mysterious place. Senior brother, please give me time to respond after I break through to the golden core stage, alright? Kenzie-o looked at Li Su with a complex expression at the capital of the Wu Kingdom. Of course, sister disciple, don't burden yourself mentally. If you are not willing, then so be it. Focus on reaching the golden core stage with all your might. Li Su replied understandingly. Senior brother, then I will take my leave. Farewell, senior brother. Li Su departed, and Kenzie-o remained in a daze on the flying vessel until Li Su's vessel disappeared into the horizon. After a considerable amount of time had passed, she finally turned around and returned to a tall tower near the capital of the Wu Kingdom. Chapter 58. On the other side, Li Su returned to the Flying Immortal sect. His trip to the secret area hadn't taken much time this time, just a few days. He first checked on the progress of the formation flag repairs and found that the artificer had already repaired 2 of them, with 3 more left to go. Elder, it's progressing well. At most, it will take another 10 months. The artificer reported. After checking on Su Yun, Li Su went to the sect's library to search for alchemical recipes. After spending quite some time there, he noted numerous recipes. Then, he headed to the alchemy room of the Flying Immortal sect. I need to use the alchemical furnace. Li Su stated. We are not very busy lately, Elder Li. Feel free to use it as you wish. The alchemist in charge replied. So, Li Su began alchemy in the room. This time, he was working on more advanced pills, and his alchemical furnace at home couldn't meet the requirements. Elder Li, are you making 3-element pills? The most skilled alchemist in the Flying Immortal sect was astonished when he saw the pills Li Su was crafting. 3-element pills were superior to crown-gathering pills and were beneficial for foundation establishment. Although the sect had the recipe, this alchemist couldn't produce them due to the high level of expertise required. Li Su didn't even have all the necessary herbs, but unexpectedly, he produced a batch of 3-element pills. He collected the 3-element pills in a pill bottle. Elder Li, you are truly amazing. Can I become your disciple? The alchemist asked cautiously, realizing that Li Su's proficiency in alchemy likely far exceeded his own. Li Su shook his head and said, no need to become my disciple, but you can observe from the side. He wasn't interested in teaching disciples, as it would be a waste of time, but allowing someone to observe was acceptable. Thank you, Elder Li. The alchemist was overjoyed. Being able to observe was already a great opportunity for him. In the following days, Li Su spent considerable time in the alchemy room, producing many pills. The herbs he had harvested couldn't be stored for an extended period, and when plucked, they needed to be replanted promptly. Alternatively, they could be preserved using special formations. However, Li Su decided to first convert some of the herbs into pills. This process took him 3 months, during which Li Su produced many pills. I never expected Elder Li to be so proficient in alchemy. I truly admire your skills. The alchemist praised him. The alchemist who had observed Li Su's work for 3 months was also greatly impressed. It's a pity. Just a few ingredients are missing. The pills Li Su had produced this time were beneficial for cultivation at various stages, including Qi condensation, foundation establishment, and golden core. However, he had found a recipe that could significantly increase the success rate of breaking through to the nascent soul stage, but he was still missing some herbs. These particular herbs weren't available within the Flying Immortal sect either. While the secret area had a wide variety of herbs, there happened to be 3 specific ones that were missing. Wow, husband, where did such amazing pills come from? Husband made them himself, do you believe it? Husband, you are so talented. In Suyun's abode, their conversation could be heard. After spending time with him, Suyun became a devoted fan of Li Su. After staying with her for a day, Li Su left the Flying Immortal sect and arrived at the capital of the Wu Kingdom several hours later. Sister disciple, these pills are for you. They should help you break through to the golden core stage. The 3 white ones are 3-element pills. If one doesn't work, continue taking them, but don't exceed 3. Li Su said to Kenzio. These pills can enhance your golden core level. Take them before attempting to break through. Li Su handed 2 pill bottles to Kenzio at the top of the tower. Kenzio still hadn't successfully broken through to the golden core stage. Although she had obtained a significant amount of herbs in the secret area, she didn't possess the knowledge of alchemy to refine them. Consuming herbs directly wouldn't provide as significant of an improvement. When she saw Li Su brought the pills, Kenzio was deeply moved. She didn't doubt the authenticity of these pills. Your cultivation has already reached its peak. Adjust your state and make your breakthrough. Li Su advised. Li Su encouraged her. Kenzio had already successfully reached the foundation establishment stage but had been struggling to break through to the golden core stage. With Li Su's pills and her adjustments, there was a good chance she could achieve this breakthrough. Kenzio nodded vigorously. Once you reach the golden core stage, I will marry you. Li Su added. His words made Kenzio pause momentarily, her face red. However, this time, it seemed she wasn't dwelling on it anymore. She lowered her head and softly responded with a shy mm. Li Su left the top of the tower but didn't go far. Instead, he remained nearby to support Kenzio. He also noticed the wordless stone monument right below the tower. It seems I am not the destined one. Li Su remarked as he glanced at the stone monument, finding no information. He wasn't concerned about it. Kenzio, now his woman, could see the information that mattered. It should be soon. He added, indicating that Kenzio's breakthrough was imminent. Around the tower, the spiritual energy began to shift. Li Su patiently waited. After about a month, within the tower, a faint golden light shot up into the sky. Kenzio had succeeded in breaking through to the golden core stage. Li Su couldn't help but smile. He finally had a wife at the golden core stage. While he had taken in concubines, he cared for each of them as his wife. Inside the tower, after breaking through to the golden core stage, Kenzio's gaze turned towards the outside, and she spotted Li Su. A radiant smile blossomed on her face. Zio, are you going to marry Li Su? The voice of the sect leader echoed within the Flying Immortal sect a few days later as she emerged from seclusion. Based on Li Su's perception, she should be close to achieving a perfect golden core stage, if she hadn't already reached it. Typically, cultivators at the perfect golden core stage would try the nascent soul breakthrough. Yes, sect leader. I want to marry senior brother Li. Kenzio replied with determination. The sect leader's gaze shifted between Li Su and Kenzio. Today, she received both good and surprising news. The good news was that Kenzio had successfully broken through to the golden core stage. The surprising news was that Li Su wanted to marry another of her direct disciples, Kenzio, and she was willing to marry him. The sect leader didn't know a special relationship existed between Li Su and Kenzio. Chapter 59. The sect leader had only accepted 3 direct disciples in total. Now, one of her direct disciples wanted to marry the other 2. All of her disciples had been taken as wives by Li Su. However, seeing that Kenzio was willing, the sect leader couldn't stop them. She looked at Li Su with a hint of helplessness in her eyes. Li Su, as cultivators, we should prioritize our cultivation. The demon sect could attack at any time. If I can't break through to the nascent soul stage soon, I may have to find a way to send the sacred command out. The sect leader said. She planned to send out a sacred command, creating some commotion to alert the demon sect if she couldn't break through to the nascent soul stage in time. She also intended to subtly remind Li Su that the threat of the demon sect was real, and he should focus on cultivating to be prepared. Don't worry, sect leader. After I marry Qin Jr.'s sister, I will take care of this matter. Li Su replied. You? The sect leader's gaze scanned Li Su's figure again. Then, she seemed to have noticed something. Li Su, have you made progress in your cultivation recently? Li Su hadn't released any aura, But the sect leader still managed to discern some clues. Li Su nodded. I have made a little progress, sect leader. This time, Li Su didn't flaunt his cultivation. Mainly because the progress he made this time was too significant and astonishing. The last time he displayed his cultivation, he was only at the 3rd level of the Golden Core stage. It had only been a few years since then. Li Su's cultivation had soared rapidly with the 2 significant rewards he had received. If the sect leader were to find out that Li Su had reached the 7th level of the Golden Core stage in just a few years, she would likely be extremely shocked. Indeed, Li Su decided to take it slow for now. He would first marry Kenzie-o before considering other matters. The sect leader was pleased to see Li Su's continued progress in his cultivation. Even though Li Su had married all of her disciples, his cultivation had not suffered. If she knew the extent of Li Su's recent progress, her sense of relief might become astonished. Excitement once again swept through the Flying Immortal sect and the Li family, creating a lively atmosphere. This time, it was especially spirited. The Li family patriarch is set to wed the Golden Core Immortal. The Li family patriarch is truly remarkable, marrying even a Golden Core Immortal. Golden Core Immortals can live over 1,000 years and possess unmatched strength. Wow, 1,000 years. I wish I could live for a century. Word of this event had already spread throughout the kingdom of martial arts. Due to Li Su's successive marriages with female cultivators, the classifications of immortals near Luo City had become more diverse. There were Qi-refining immortals, foundation-building immortals, and Golden Core immortals, each more powerful than the last. While ordinary folks didn't know the specifics of their abilities, they were well aware of their formidable nature. Golden Core immortals, in particular, were highly regarded merely because of their 1,000-year lifespan. Most of the common people, especially those around Luo City, had grown up hearing tales of the Li family patriarch. Li Su, approaching 200 years of age, had witnessed several generations pass by Luo City. Each new generation brought forth fresh stories and legends. Among them all, the most prevalent were those about the immortal figure, the Li family patriarch. The entire kingdom of martial arts revered him with awe and admiration, thanks to Li Su. The region around Luo City had prospered more than the imperial city itself, all due to the presence of the Li family. Recently, many cultivation clans, including newly formed ones, had relocated to the vicinity of Luo City. Over the years, some wandering cultivators Li Su had encountered on Immortal Jade Ridge had returned to settle down. These new cultivation clans had a common characteristic: the female cultivators in their first generation lacked exceptional physical beauty. In recent decades, the most attractive female cultivators had been taken into Li Su's Li family. This left other cultivators with limited options. While the kingdom of martial arts had its fair share of cultivators, only a few possessed exceptional beauty among the females. For these women, Li Su was the first choice for marriage. Knowing Li Su was unlikely to show interest in them, they formed families with other wandering cultivators. Witnessing Li Su's ability to marry even a Golden Core stage female cultivator left these cultivation clans in awe and amazement. They all brought gifts and attended Li Su's wedding, making it even more festive than Su Yun's nuptials. Representatives from the other 2 immortal sects also sent envoys to partake in the ceremony. On the day of the grand wedding, it was also a celebration of Kenzie-o's achievement of the Golden Core stage. Members from the 2 immortal sects were particularly curious about Li Su. Ziluo, look, that's Li Su over there. No wonder so many female cultivators want to wed him. But I can't quite understand how someone as inconsistent as him won the heart of Kenzie-o, who has reached the Golden Core stage. 2 female cultivators engaged in a curious conversation among the representatives from one of the immortal sects. Ziluo. After the wedding ceremony concluded, Li Su gently lifted the crimson veil within the bridal chamber that had concealed Kenzie-o's face. Despite their existing connection, Kenzie-o remained incredibly bashful. Even though she had already reached the Golden Core stage, her beauty seemed even more captivating. Li Su couldn't resist and leaned in for a kiss. The following day, Li Su still basked in the afterglow of their wedding night. After their honeymoon, Kenzie-o stayed in the Li family's residence for a month before returning to the imperial city of the Kingdom of Martial Arts. Her presence there served to oversee the kingdom and, more importantly, to tend to the unmarked stone tablet. Since Kenzie-o's advancement to the Golden Core stage, the stone tablet occasionally revealed new segments of potent cultivation techniques. Husband, recently, a rather potent segment of a cultivation technique has emerged. I must return to guard it and ensure its completion. She informed Li Su. Li Su nodded and replied, Kenzie-o, you must go. With their journey being just a few hours by flying boat, Li Su understood the importance of her mission. After Kenzie-o's departure, he spent time with his other concubines in the household. Generations of descendants continued to multiply, with each branching out and the number steadily increasing. While the rewards of cultivation halved every other generation, they became fixed after reaching a certain point, avoiding diminishing to zero. With a growing number of descendants, Li Su's cultivation steadily increased. He now gained over 100 years of annual cultivation, similar to a small yearly reward. At this rate, even without the rewards of reaching 1,000 years of cultivation, Li Su would soon reach the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. Chapter 62 months later, Li Su departed from the Li family and returned to the Flying Immortal sect to continue refining pills. Since Kenzio had married him, she had provided him with all the herbs she had obtained in the secret realm. Li Su planted some of these herbs in an array he had set up and brought the rest to the Flying Immortal sect for pill refinement. Properly sealed in pill bottles, these pills could be preserved for a long time. After 2 months of refining pills, one day, the sect's master craftsman completed the repair of the 5 formation flags for Li Su. "Elder Li, please inspect them. How do you find their condition?" the craftsman asked. Li Su examined the repaired formation flags and found them in excellent shape. "Thank you, Master Mu." Li Su expressed his gratitude. Master Mu smiled and replied, "It was my pleasure." These were minor tasks. With the formation flags repaired, the next step was to gather spirit stones. Li Su had some spirit stones, receiving 1,000 annually, which he primarily used for his concubines. He also had 10,000 spirit stones given by the sect leader. Initially, he had borrowed 5,000 spirit stones from the Blazing Sun sect, with some going to Suyan and a few of his concubines for potential breakthroughs after taking the pills. The rest he stored in the family's warehouse to reward promising descendants with spiritual roots. It's time to consult with the sect leader. Li Su decided. After careful consideration, Li Su decided to approach the sect leader. He believed the 10,000 spirit stones stored within the Grand Extending Sword formation should be sufficient for their upcoming task. Still, he couldn't ignore the possibility of significant consumption. What if it wasn't enough? Li Su planned to bring the sect leader with him to ensure their preparedness. She had already reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, making her a formidable asset in case of unexpected circumstances during the activation of the Grand Extending Sword formation, especially if they encountered demonic cultivators. Li Su went to the back mountain where the sect leader was. She was not secluded this time, as further cultivation wouldn't significantly increase her true essence. Instead, she was focused on preparing for the critical breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, adjusting her state of mind and readiness for this pivotal step. "Do you need spirit stones?" Li Su inquired upon his arrival. "Yes, Master." The sect leader replied. "I have managed to decipher that formidable killing formation. With enough spirit stones, I can control the formation and eliminate the demonic cultivators lurking underground." "Deciphered it?" The sect leader's skeptical gaze settled on Li Su, hinting at her suspicions. While she believed in his integrity, the power of the killing formation she had witnessed was staggering. It surpassed even the protective formations of the Flying Immortal sect and was beyond the capability of ordinary formation masters. It had the potential to severely harm and trap a nascent soul cultivator. To understand such a formation required immense expertise, and even a talented practitioner guided by a formidable master would need centuries to grasp its intricacies. Li Su's swift cultivation advancement was already remarkable, but claiming to have deciphered the formation was indeed cause for doubt. Li Su was under 200 years old, and his numerous concubines and offspring would have consumed much of his time. From the sect leader's perspective, where would he find the time to study formations? "Yes, Master. If you accompany me, you will see for yourself." Li Su responded without engaging in further debate. After scrutinizing Li Su's expression again, the sect leader fell silent and proceeded to the sect's warehouse. She collected a substantial quantity of spirit stones, demonstrating her willingness to investigate the matter personally. This journey was solely for Li Su and the sect leader, and they took a flying boat to the Blackwood Forest before descending underground. "Master, please follow me closely and be careful not to stray," Li Su cautioned. "Understood," the sect leader replied. Li Su led the way deeper into the cave. They couldn't enter directly because Li Su had left the formation disc inside, and no one was within to control the killing formation. The entire formation operated automatically. Indeed, if Li Su attempted to enter from a different location, the killing formation would attack him, as it didn't recognize individuals without active control. Bringing the formation disc with him was also not an option, as it would leave the formation vulnerable if any demonic cultivator attempted to breach it. Some formation marks could be carried to avoid the formation's attacks, but they would hinder Li Su's ability to reach the control area while carrying them. Moreover, bringing these marks into the formation could lead him to the area where the demonic cultivators were. As they ventured further into the cave, the sect leader observed that Li Su was not being attacked by the killing formation, causing her initial suspicions to wane. Could it be that he truly deciphered this formation? She pondered. In the eyes of the sect leader, Li Su became an even more enigmatic figure. "Master, be cautious." Li Su's voice suddenly broke the silence. The sect leader turned her attention and realized that her ancient sword had vanished. Her thoughts about Li Su had momentarily distracted her, causing her to stray from the correct path. Fortunately, Li Su had promptly guided her back on course. Li Su released his hand from the sect leader's waist, and at that moment, he couldn't help but notice the softness of her waist. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, the waist of a woman, the blade of a killer. The sect leader sensed Li Su's touch on her waist and initially felt somewhat uneasy, but the feeling quickly faded. "Master, the path into the formation is difficult. Would you like me to lead the way?" Li Su suggested. Indeed, entering the formation was no simple task. The path was narrow, and any misstep could trigger the deadly formation. The sect leader agreed, maintaining her composure and saying, "Very well." Li Su then grasped the sect leader's small hand, causing her to momentarily pause. However, she swiftly regained her composure, ensuring she appeared unaffected. "Master, follow in my footsteps and keep your body from veering off course," Li Su instructed. With a firm grip on the sect leader's delicate hand, Li Su led the way, cautiously taking each step. The sect leader followed closely behind, and the two slowly progressed towards the control area of the deadly formation. While they no longer needed to decipher the formation, their progress was slow due to Li Su's careful pace while guiding the sect leader. The reach of this deadly formation was quite extensive. After nearly 20 minutes of cautious advancement, Li Su and the sect leader finally entered the space within the formation. Upon entering, the sect leader's gaze fell upon two skeletal figures. "Master, these are the ancestors who trapped the demonic cultivator," Li Su explained, providing a detailed account of the situation. The sect leader now understood the origins of the deadly formation, the demonic cultivator, and the sacred command. "Master, are you familiar with the whereabouts of the Fallen Cloud sect and the Purple Pole sect?" Li Su inquired, taking the opportunity to ask so that he could retrieve the skeletal remains of the two individuals later. "I have heard of them. You should be able to inquire about their locations once you cross Mangking Mountain. However, it's advisable not to attempt crossing Mangking Mountain until you have reached the later stages of the Golden Core, if not the nascent soul stage," the sect leader advised. Chapter 61 Mangking Mountain was hazardous, inhabited by 4th-stage demonic beasts equivalent to the Genesis stage. The mountain peak was said to have a unique magnetic field, and magnetic storm sealed off a significant portion of the area. Only specific regions were accessible, and flying too high was impossible. In the accessible areas, there was still a risk of encountering formidable demonic beasts, so ordinary Golden Core cultivators were reluctant to venture too deep into Mangking Mountain, let alone attempt to cross it. "Do we need to continue onward?" the sect leader asked. Upon hearing this, Li Su released his grip on the sect leader's hand. He had been holding it unconsciously, enchanted by its softness and smoothness. The sect leader's reminder brought him back to the present. Li Su arrived at the formation disc, with the sect leader following suit, and he began to operate it. As he did, the mist in front of them dissipated, revealing the situation within the killing formation. "Master, look, that's the demonic cultivator," Li Su said, pointing to the still cross-legged figure with closed eyes. The demonic cultivator's composure appeared remarkably stable. At this point, he had no means of cultivation, lacking even spiritual energy as all his spirit stones and spiritual items had been depleted. The passage of time for cultivators was swift, but sitting without cultivating for months, let alone hundreds of years, could drive anyone insane. It was a testament to his remarkable mental fortitude. The shadow continued to swirl around the demonic cultivator, and the sect leader's gaze remained fixed on him. "Master, I can now control this killing formation, but I am concerned that I might not have enough spirit stones. Let me demonstrate it for you first," Li Su explained as he manipulated the formation disc. Not everyone could control a formation disc, especially one as complex as the Grand Expansive Sword formation. Different formations had distinct nuances, and defensive formations like this were intentionally made more intricate by the formation master. With Li Su's control, several ancient-looking longswords materialized and rushed towards the demonic cultivator. "Here they come again." The expression on the demonic cultivator's face displayed a mix of surprise and suspicion. Being imprisoned for centuries had taken a toll on his mental state. His mysterious golden soul moved to intercept the long swords, but it had a limit. Beyond 10 swords, it would be overwhelmed. However, the formation had over 30 active long swords out of the original 96, some of which were damaged and unusable. "He has control of this killing formation." The sect leader watched in genuine surprise as Li Su manipulated the formation to attack the demonic cultivator. She was now certain of his abilities. Her eyes revealed a sense of awe and shock at his success in deciphering and controlling such a formidable killing formation that could trap a cultivator in the nascent soul stage. Even after observing Li Su's journey for almost 2 centuries, the sect leader was amazed and couldn't understand how he had achieved this level of mastery. The mystery behind his rapid progress in cultivation and formation mastery remained elusive to her, especially since he reached foundation establishment at a young age. "Master, how many spirit stones have you brought?" inquired Li Su. Suppressing their surprise, the sect leader handed a storage bag to Li Su. Li Su peered inside, finding a substantial quantity of spirit stones, totaling 100,000 pieces, forming a small mountain. Initially, spirit stones weren't cut so uniformly. They were shaped this way in the three major immortal sects for convenient trading. However, in this array control area, these spirit stones were larger, each the size of a bar of soap, equivalent to 20 or 30 from the Flying Immortal sect. The larger stones indicated that the region where these two cultivators operated likely held more spirit stones and more powerful sects and cultivators. "Master, please wait a moment. I will repair this killing formation," Li Su said. Could Li Su repair the killing formation? This statement convinced the sect leader of Li Su's exceptional expertise in formations. Otherwise, how could Li Su undertake this task? The sect leader's gaze remained fixed on Li Su, eager to witness the repair process. Li Su placed the spirit stones he had taken out into an area surrounded by several formation flags, serving as the central hub of the killing formation's energy. Then, he removed 5 black formation flags and activated the formation disc, sending each flag in different directions. Although more than 5 formation flags had been damaged, Li Su could only repair 5 of them now. The positioning of these 5 formation flags was crucial, as incorrect placement might yield unfavorable results. Li Su carefully manipulated the flags, sending 1 to the north, 2 to the east, and 2 to the south. These flags were swiftly inserted into the ground, and Li Su once again used the spirit stones as a catalyst to activate them, integrating them into the entire Giant Sword formation. Finally, Li Su manipulated the formation disc, causing the flags to flutter. As a result, the entire Giant Sword formation was repaired and enhanced. Though not fully restored, it was now sufficient to confront the demon cultivator. After completing these actions, Li Su clapped his hands and stated, "It's done, Master." The sect leader was surprised by the apparent speed of the repairs. Huh? Within the Giant Sword formation, the demon cultivator sensed something was amiss. The formation appeared to have changed in his perception, and 2 consecutive attacks from the Giant Sword formation had put him on edge. For hundreds of years, as long as he remained at the formation's center, it wouldn't attack him. He speculated that the one who set up the formation was either dead or had fled. Given the damage he had inflicted on their souls, he believed they were likely dead. His malevolent cultivation technique was particularly effective against cultivators' souls. If the formation's creator was indeed deceased, switching the Giant Sword formation from an offensive stance to a defensive one would be wise, as a killing formation wasn't designed for containment. When a killing formation lacked an operator, its attacks were less potent but could still effectively ensnare people. The demon cultivator suspected that the 2 individuals might be running low on spirit stones, but he was severely injured at the time and focused on healing. His cultivation recovery was slow, with no spiritual energy available and his supplies dwindling. After reaching the early stage of the Yuan infant realm, he attempted to break free. Still, the Giant Sword formation had absorbed years' worth of earth energy, making it incredibly resilient. So when the cultivator Bei received the message on the stone tablet, he saw it as a lifeline. Without the confidence to break free easily, he refrained from wasting spiritual energy. Now, as the Giant Sword formation unexpectedly launched attacks on its own, it seemed someone was actively controlling it. "Who is it?" the demon cultivator demanded, scanning the surroundings. "Kid, is it you?" He suspected Li Su, as they had communicated through the stone tablet, and Li Su's actions had been unpredictable. The demon cultivator hoped that Li Su would cooperate under the threat of the Heavenly Demon Palace, but Li Su's silence left him uneasy. Chapter 62 Li Su remained silent, preparing to unleash the Giant Sword formation at its maximum power to eliminate the demon cultivator. The spirit stones were rapidly depleting, absorbed by the formation. "I can make a blood oath with you right now," proposed the demon cultivator. Despite the demon cultivator's continued attempts, Li Su remained unresponsive. The increasing turbulence within the formation unsettled the demon cultivator, who, though outwardly calm, began to panic secretly. In his former mid-nascent infant stage strength, he wouldn't fear, but now, depleted of treasures and with regressed cultivation to the early nascent infant stage, panic set in. In the end, strength was a cultivator's backbone. No matter his past power, his current depleted state induced panic. Maintaining calm on the surface was an accomplishment. "Kid, think it through." The demon cultivator spoke again, shaking slightly. "Even if you obtain the legacy of those 2 and control this killing formation, you can only deal with me. Once the Heavenly Demon Palace comes, they won't be lured by you. They will slaughter all cultivators and even mortals here to force you out." "Your words are excessive," retorted Li Su. Li Su snorted, activating the entire Daeon sword formation decisively. Boom. The cave trembled as the remaining 30-plus ancient long swords, the Daeon swords, simultaneously attacked. The unique method of refining these ancient swords made setting up the Daeon sword formation challenging, requiring a skilled artificer's cooperation. Many Daeon swords had been destroyed in battles 300 years ago, but what remained was indestructible for the demon cultivator. Damn it. The demon cultivator, caught off guard, could only engage in the battle. Kid, you will regret this when the heavenly demon palace arrives. He shouted before fully immersing himself in the battle. Over 30 Daeon swords unleashed a stunning attack inside the formation, creating the illusion of countless swords surrounding the demon cultivator due to their incredible speed and numerous afterimages. Moreover, the Daeon swords themselves could project the Daeon sword formation to a certain extent, creating illusions. Damn it, damn it. The demon cultivator's roars persisted, showcasing his remarkable strength as he withstood the numerous Daeon sword attacks. Against Foundation Establishment or early Golden Core cultivators without advanced defensive techniques, a single strike might prove overwhelming. This battle, designed for nascent infant cultivators, consumed extraordinary spirit stones. With the sect leader providing ample spirit stones, Li Su spared no expense, unleashing the full power of the sword formation. The Daeon swords frenziedly attacked, obscuring the demon cultivator from view due to their sheer numbers. However, his overwhelming demonic aura remained palpable, distinct from the usual blood-red spiritual energy, having a blackish gleam. His cultivation method apparently differed from what he imparted to the cultivator Bay. It seemed he deliberately withheld valuable knowledge to prevent the cultivator from leaving once he obtained something truly valuable. At that time, lacking meant to restrict the cultivator within the killing formation, he possibly left hidden tricks in the cultivation technique but didn't disclose them. The battle raged, a clash between Daeon's sword formation and the demon cultivator. Li Su couldn't directly intervene, but the sect leader began channeling true energy, considering joining the battle. Yet, Li Su sensed the sect leader might not need to intervene. The demon cultivator's cries echoed, significantly injured. After Li Su enhanced the Daeon sword formation, its power surged, while the demon cultivator's strength waned, with few treasures remaining. Strike while the iron is hot. Li Su controlled the Daeon sword formation, launching a frenzied attack. The sky brimmed with sword light within the entire Daeon sword formation, and an overwhelming wave surged towards the demon cultivator. Kid, you will regret this. Ah! The demon cultivator emitted one final, wretched scream, and then the sounds of battle dwindled. Over 10,000 spirit stones had been consumed. Is he dead? Li Su questioned. He gestured, and the multitude of Daeon swords ceased their attacks, condensing back into 36 swords hovering within the formation. Within the formation, there was no trace of the demon cultivator. He hadn't escaped. His body had been pulverized by the Daeon swords, leaving no remains. This was true obliteration, with only a faint blood mist lingering in the air. On the ground, occasional slightly larger shreds of clothing remained. Even his nascent infant was nowhere to be seen, indicating its pulverization. This individual couldn't have escaped, so the only possibility was that he had been killed, along with his mysterious golden soul. This outcome didn't surprise Li Su. It would have been unexpected if he couldn't handle this individual, even with the Daeon sword formation at full power. It would have meant the individual had many hidden cards, requiring Li Su to wait until he became stronger. Li Su, let me use my divine sense to search, just to be sure. The sect leader suggested. All right. Li Su replied, preparing to open a gap for the sect leader. However, he recalled something and stopped. Master, this demon possesses extremely malicious soul-attacking techniques. His soul is probably exceptionally strong. Let's not use divine sense to search right away. He might be waiting for us. Li Su cautioned. His vigilance stemmed from recalling that both the formation master and the nascent infant cultivator named Liu Chuan had suffered fatal soul injuries at the hands of this individual. This guy's soul is probably incredibly powerful. When a soul reaches a certain level of strength, even if his physical body dies and his Yuan nascent infant is destroyed, his soul can still persist, allowing him to attempt body possession or use soul-related techniques. In such a situation, using divine sense to search would play into this guy's trap. Li Su, these heavenly thunder pearls can threaten someone at the early golden core stage. Take them. The sect leader offered, presenting several heavenly thunder pearls forged from collected thunderstorms. Li Su recognized them, acknowledging their considerable power against souls vulnerable to thunder. He tossed two into the Daeon sword formation, filling it with raging thunder and lightning. Damn it! The demon cultivator's voice echoed from a corner, indicating his soul had survived and was hiding. Blasted by Li Su using the heavenly thunder pearls, the demon cultivator's soul agilely avoided the assault. Li Su reactivated the Daeon sword formation, but the demon cultivator hit again, revealing a weakness, ineffectiveness against souls. The formation struggled against entities like ghost cultivators who voluntarily or involuntarily lost their physical bodies. While ghost cultivators were rare, those losing physical forms couldn't last long with just their souls. Although a potential candidate for ghost cultivation, this demon cultivator faced a perilous path. Li Su tossed another heavenly thunder pearl but couldn't harm the demon cultivator. The sect leader's pearls were slightly less potent. Use the thunder pill, Li Su suggested. This potent item from the purple thundercloud beast was more formidable than the pearls. The demon cultivator threatened, claiming Li Su's formation couldn't harm him anymore. Li Su retaliated with a thunder pill, unleashing formidable purple thunder that annihilated the demon cultivator's soul, body, and spirit. Now, this guy is gone for good, Li Su declared. Where did you get this thunder pill? The sect leader inquired, eyeing the potent item. Li Su casually mentioned obtaining it by killing the purple thundercloud beast, inadvertently revealing more than intended. The purple thundercloud beast's level likely surpassed the 5th golden core stage, a detail the sect leader might have deduced. Li Su, are you already at the 5th level of the golden core stage? The sect leader asked. Li Su displayed a guilty expression, confirming it. The sect leader was surprised again, marveling at his swift progression from the 3rd to the 5th golden core stage. Her amazement would likely intensify if she knew he was actually in the late golden core stage. Chapter 63 Li Su, he's deceased. The sect leader's voice resounded within the lethal formation. After releasing his grip, Li Su scanned the formation using his divine senses. He repeated this process multiple times, maintaining a vigilant stance to ensure the demonic cultivator was unquestionably eliminated, leaving no room for escape. Even the possibility of the opponent surviving as a lingering soul was unacceptable. Had they scanned earlier, there would still have been a threat because this individual possessed an exceptionally potent spiritual soul. It would have been a dire situation if they followed his divine sense and took control of him. This person's spiritual soul surpassed Li Su and the sect leader in power. At the mid-gold core stage, the purple lightning spouting cloud beast wielded a thunder pill capable of confronting a demonic cultivator's spiritual soul. However, this didn't imply that the spiritual soul of this particular cultivator was at the mid-gold core level. His spiritual soul lacked the protection of a physical body, and he no longer possessed a nascent soul, rendering him highly vulnerable and unnaturally fearful of thunder and lightning. Thunder and lightning attacks could amplify their power against unprotected spiritual souls several times, making a single strike sufficient to obliterate his spiritual soul. If his spiritual soul had infiltrated the sect leader's mind via their divine sense, it would have resulted in a fierce battle. Even if the sect leader emerged victorious, his spiritual soul would have incurred significant damage. Following the thunder pill's assault on his spiritual soul, even if remnants remained, he would no longer pose a threat to the sect leader and Li Su. Thus, they continued their search confidently, confirming that this individual was indeed deceased, with his body and soul completely extinguished. In this battle, Li Su emerged triumphant. He reappeared within the Great Yang Sword formation, joined by the sect leader. Something has been ejected, he noted, observing items scattered on the ground. These appeared to be the contents of the demonic cultivator's shattered storage bag. Most of the treasures from the battle 300 years ago had already been depleted, so there wasn't much value left. Among the items were refining materials, a few secret manuals of demonic cultivation, an identity token, and several sets of clothing, but their supplies were now gone. Li Su gathered these items, leaving the Great Yang Sword formation almost empty. He reached out, and the array of flags soared towards him. He prepared to dismantle the formation. Li Su's most significant gain from this encounter was undoubtedly the formation itself. Despite some damage, this set of formation tools remained largely intact and potent enough to confront nascent soul stage cultivators. Li Su could relocate and deploy it if necessary. Li Su, do you intend to keep this killing formation? The sect leader inquired. Li Su responded, Master, rest assured, I can set it up elsewhere. This statement piqued the sect leader's interest once again. Mastering a killing formation and being capable of relocating it were two distinct achievements. The sect leader grew increasingly intrigued by Li Su's remarkable expertise in formations. She pondered how Li Su had achieved such rapid progress in cultivation and formation mastery after a century of foundation establishment. Given her familiarity with him from their occasional meetings over the years, these developments raised questions in her mind. She couldn't help but wonder if a powerful entity had influenced Li Su. Soon, Li Su gathered all the formation tools from the Great Yang Sword formation. There were many of them, over 100 formation flags, dozens of large Yang swords, several sets of formation bases, some formation markers, and most importantly, the formation disc. Once Li Su had gathered these formation tools, the underground cavern's lethal formation vanished completely. Li Su retrieved a specialized storage bag and placed the 2 bones inside. He marked each set of bones for future identification. "Master, please accept these remaining spirit stones," Li Su suggested, extending a respectful gesture. The sect leader shook her head and replied, "No, Li Su. I am entrusting them to you. You will likely have a significant need for spirit stones in the future." The decision to give the spirit stones to Li Su surprised him, but he accepted the offer. In truth, the Flying Immortal Sect's warehouse wasn't under the sole control of the sect leader, but her authority within the sect was unquestionable. With the looming threat from the demon sect, Li Su's ability to set up the killing formation elsewhere would be a valuable asset. Li Su wasted no time and collected all the remaining spirit stones. The Great Yang Sword formation indeed had a voracious appetite for spirit stones, but its consumption could be significantly reduced with proper placement and terrain selection. A well-arranged Great Yang Sword formation possessed greater power and lower resource consumption. The existing formation had been hastily set up by a Golden Core stage formation master and had already shown remarkable endurance. This formation master, approaching nearly 900 years of age, possessed impressive expertise in formations. Otherwise, a nascent soul stage cultivator wouldn't have sought cooperation with him. "Let's depart, master," Li Su suggested. "Very well." After a lengthy endeavor, they re-emerged on the surface, and night had already fallen. Boarding a flying vessel, they began returning to their sect headquarters. During the journey, Li Su handed a piece of paper to the sect leader and asked, "Master, could you acquire these herbs for me?" The sect leader examined the paper, which listed the names and included images of various herbs, as herbs could have different names in different regions. "These are Wuexoanzai, Yakwa grass, purple heart bamboo core. Raw materials for crafting the Nurture Infant Pill. Why do you need these?" the sect leader inquired. She must have noticed something. It made sense, considering she was on the verge of breaking through the nascent soul stage, likely researching alchemical formulas for the breakthrough. The Nurture Infant Pill was known for aiding this process in the Flying Immortal Sect. Chapter 64. Paying attention wasn't enough, as the pill required over 10 extremely rare herbs and more than 20 less rare ones. Crafting such a pill was no small feat. Li Su explained, "Master, I have already gathered nearly all the other herbs I need. I am only missing these 4. If you procure them for me, I can craft the pill for you." The hidden place they had discovered held many types of herbs, but 4 rare ones were still missing. The less rare ones had already been collected. Some are in the Flying Immortal Sect's herb garden, and others are elsewhere, Li Su added. Upon hearing this, the sect leader looked at him with curiosity. "You are an alchemist too?" she inquired. Li Su nodded modestly. "I dabble in alchemy, to some extent." "To some extent." The sect leader couldn't help but recall that Li Su had similarly claimed to know only a bit about formations earlier. Yet, he had deciphered the complex underground killing formation and asserted he could set it up. She had a growing sense that Li Su's abilities exceeded his modest descriptions. Over the years, he had rarely boasted, and most of his claims had been proven true. Now, he was offering to craft Nurture Infant Pills, a task beyond the capabilities of most alchemists. In the other 2 immortal sects, anyone was unlikely to craft Nurture Infant Pills. The sect leader couldn't help but wonder about Li Su's true capabilities and wanted to know how much he knew. She began to doubt whether Li Su's achievement of foundation establishment at 100 years of age was solely due to his dedication to these pursuits. A suspicion gnawed at her. Perhaps there was an issue with the test that assessed Li Su's spiritual roots, or his spiritual roots were so extraordinarily rare that the standard testing instruments used in the Flying Immortal Sect couldn't accurately detect them. She mused. It's quite likely. These thoughts raced through the sect leader's mind as she contemplated the possibilities. This explanation seemed the most plausible after confirming that Li Su wasn't a demonic cultivator or following unorthodox paths. How else could she explain Li Su's rapid progress, reaching the 5th layer of the Golden Core in less than 200 years, displaying remarkable skills in formations, and boasting about concocting Nurture Infant Pills? Less than 200 years, a mere blink of an eye in the cultivation world. Leaving aside cultivation, achieving such mastery in formations and alchemy in such a short span was astounding. The formation masters and alchemists of the Flying Immortal Sect were nearly 200 years old, and Li Su had surpassed them. Li Su had also condensed a first-grade Golden Core, which further intrigued the sect leader. It was almost impossible to condense a first-grade Golden Core, something even true immortals found challenging. Yet, Li Su had accomplished it. Did this mean his spiritual roots weren't as deficient as she had initially assumed? The more the sect leader thought about it, the more convinced she became that Li Su's spiritual roots were exceptional. Coupled with his high talent and comprehension, he could advance his cultivation while excelling in studying formations and alchemy. Though some aspects of this theory still eluded her, it felt like the closest approximation to the truth. As she considered the possibilities, the sect leader couldn't help but feel a sense of regret for Li Su. With his outstanding spiritual roots, he had chosen to divert his focus to formations, alchemy, and even romantic pursuits, taking numerous concubines. It felt like a tremendous waste of potential. Although she had initially promised not to interfere with Li Su's cultivation, the sect leader now found it increasingly difficult to stand by. She strongly contemplated guiding Li Su onto a more virtuous path. However, if Li Su resisted, would she forcibly bring him back to the Flying Immortal sect? Her previous attempt to use Su Yun to refocus Li Su's attention had backfired, with Su Yun becoming one of Li Su's admirers and giving birth to 3 children for him. Even her other personal disciple, Kenzo, had fallen under Li Su's charm after reaching the Golden Core stage. Her disciples had succumbed to Li Su's charisma, leaving the sect leader somewhat flabbergasted. At this point, she couldn't think of an effective way to redirect Li Su's focus to his cultivation. With the looming threat of the demon sect and Li Su's recent rapid growth, even if she called him back to the Flying Immortal sect for cultivation, reaching the nascent soul stage in a short time would be impossible. Therefore, the sect leader decided to set aside this matter temporarily. If Li Su could set up the killing formation elsewhere, they would have a means to counter the demon sect's holy maiden when she arrived. However, using the killing formation required luring someone into it, which carried inherent risks. It would be safer if she could advance to the nascent soul stage first. The sect leader responded to Li Su, saying, "I have 3 of these 4 herbs. I will need a few days to check the other 2 immortal sects for the remaining 1. She handed over 3 of the 4 herbs to Li Su, choosing to trust him and giving him a chance. 3 days later, Li Su met with the sect leader again. "How's it going, master?" he inquired. "I found it," the sect leader replied, handing over the missing herb. Li Su received it with a smile. He now had all the necessary ingredients. "We can start the alchemy process now," Li Su said, leading the way to the chamber with the sect leader following. She was eager to witness Li Su's alchemy skills, and Li Su had no objections. Li Su began by arranging the herbs neatly and then using his spiritual energy to purify them individually. His purification techniques far surpassed those of the sect's alchemists, which took considerable time due to the large quantity of herbs. Following purification, Li Su placed the purified herbs into the alchemy furnace one by one, precisely controlling the furnace's temperature. The sequence and temperature control were crucial. A minor mistake could lead to a failed pill. This process continued for days, and then, on a particular day, Li Su gently touched the alchemy furnace, causing a burst of pill light to emanate from it, filling the chamber with the rich fragrance of the pill. Several pills flew into Li Su's hand, and he handed them to the sect leader. "Master, I have successfully refined them," Li Su announced. "You did it." The sect leader's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 65 In the alchemical chamber, the sect's leader stared at the infant cultivation pill held by Li Su. While she hadn't encountered this pill before, her close examination confirmed its authenticity. Given her proximity to breaking through to the nascent soul stage, she believed that the infant cultivation pill's assistance would significantly boost her chances of success. As she watched Li Su successfully refine the infant cultivation pill, she couldn't help but wonder about his extraordinary talents, his rare and almost invisible spiritual potential. Her gaze lingered on him, and Li Su, noticing her scrutiny, quipped, "Master, is there something on my face?" Li Su blinked and interrupted her as she began to speak, thrusting the precious pill into her hand. "Master, this is for you. Please accept it. All right, if you need anything, just inform Elder Huang. I am going into seclusion now," the sect leader responded, setting aside the infant cultivation pill. Her top priority was advancing to the nascent soul stage. Everything else could wait. In the journey of immortality cultivation, every stage, starting from the foundational period, marked a critical turning point. The foundation building phase was particularly crucial, as it determined the success of one's cultivation. More foundation stability could hamper progress in all aspects of cultivation. Li Su's foundational cultivation was undoubtedly rock solid. The Golden Core stage acted as a bridge between earlier and higher levels of cultivation, and the nascent soul stage was another significant milestone. Cultivators typically enjoyed extended lifespans at this stage, often reaching 1,000 years. Nevertheless, some could reach up to 5,000 years through techniques and rare celestial treasures. While such longevity was rare, most nascent soul cultivators usually lived around 3,000 years. Their strength and abilities saw a substantial improvement, allowing them to wield formidable power and harness the forces of heaven and earth. After the sect leader's departure, Li Su extinguished the alchemical flame and checked Su Yun's progress. She had been catching up to him, having recently witnessed Kenzo's breakthrough to the Golden Core stage. Therefore, she redoubled her cultivation efforts. Li Su, not wanting to disturb her, continued refining elixirs within the Flying Immortal sect before heading to the Martial Kingdom's Imperial City. Husband, I have achieved success. Kenzio's voice echoed, bringing good news upon his arrival in the Imperial City. She had accomplished her goal, and Lisu hadn't pressured her to bear his child. Considering her recent Golden Core breakthrough, he had emphasized the importance of stabilizing her cultivation first. However, Kenzio only couldn't forget Lisu's words about having a child after marriage. Her love for him deepened, so she didn't take any measures to prevent pregnancy. Soon, she discovered she wasn't just expecting one child. She was pregnant with twins. This news delighted them both. But with Kenzio's pregnancy, they couldn't stay in the Imperial City. Lisu tried to move the wordless stone tablet, but it was too heavy and could be damaged. Kenzio shook her head, saying it couldn't be moved. However, after reaching the Golden Elixir stage, Kenzio discovered she could move the stone tablet. The catch was that she had to ensure it made contact with the ground within a certain time frame. It seemed her connection to the stone tablet was fated. Lisu decided to bring Kenzio back to the Lee family and relocated the wordless stone tablet to their residence. Inside the Lee residence, life became bustling. Lisu had refined a significant quantity of elixirs, and his concubine's cultivation levels continued to improve. He had also crafted longevity-enhancing elixirs, extending the lifespan of some of his women. When the family's population exceeded 100,000, the system's rewards became even more potent. The longevity elixir could now add 50 years to one's lifespan, and the rejuvenation elixir had more significant effects on maintaining physical condition. In the second year, Kenzio gave birth to twin daughters for Lisu, one with a 4th-grade spiritual root and one with a 5th-grade spiritual root. This thrilled Lisu, as more children with spiritual roots meant his spiritual roots would improve. His spiritual root was close to reaching the 7th grade, promising even faster cultivation progress. Lisu allocated 32 years of cultivation and refining experience to the child with a 4th-grade spiritual root and 16 years of each to the child with a 5th-grade spiritual root. He was determined to enhance his alchemy skills, realizing the 1% increase was highly effective. As time passed, the number of descendants with spiritual roots among Lisu's descendants rose significantly. The total number of his descendants had exceeded 100,000. In 1 year, there were 3 descendants with spiritual roots, a remarkable increase compared to before. Lisu soon noticed that the cultivation reward had increased to 200 years when the number of his descendants with spiritual roots surpassed 110. This advantageous change allowed his cultivation to become even more potent and rapid. Husband, I am pregnant again. Kenzio found herself expecting once more. Inside the Flying Immortal sect, there was still no word about the sect leader's progress in reaching the Yuan-infant stage. Even with the existence pill, achieving this breakthrough was far from guaranteed. It might take several years to prepare and reach the right conditions. As Kenzio's second child was not yet born, the number of Lisu's descendants with spiritual potential had grown to more than 110. Furthermore, their ranks were steadily increasing. On this particular day, in the main hall of the Lee family, a gathering of hundreds of descendants, the most exceptional among Lisu's progeny, took place. Their excellence extended beyond their spiritual potential. Each of them showed promise in becoming a capable assistant to Lisu. Lisu generously distributed numerous elixirs, primarily those for extending lifespans. He also crafted elixirs to enhance their physical constitutions, ensuring that at least his descendants could become proficient in either acquired or innate realms. While achieving immortality was nearly impossible without spiritual potential, those born into the Lee family generally enjoyed longer lifespans, increasing their chances of success. With a growing number of descendants possessing spiritual potential, especially those with high-grade potential, the Lee family gradually evolved into a powerful clan of cultivators. Lisu was patient and took it one step at a time. He understood that some of his outstanding daughters preferred not to marry and wished to remain in the family to contribute. He didn't force them, knowing that independent cultivators in the martial world were eager to marry Lisu's exceptional daughters due to the family's reputation. However, these daughters had little interest in such suitors, as their father set a high standard. They admired him deeply and found seeing anyone else as a suitable match challenging. Feeling content in the Lee family, they were willing to remain unmarried if necessary, and Lisu respected their choices. Husband, how did this happen again? Kenzio was feeling overwhelmed. After giving birth to their second child, she became pregnant again. In a little over 3 years, she had given birth to 4 children for Lisu, including a pair of twins. Among these children, 3 possessed spiritual potential, while 1 did not. Despite the rapid succession of births, the efficiency was notably higher than Su Yun's. The twins were particularly special, both having 4th-grade spiritual potential. I have reached the 8th layer of the Golden Elixir stage. Lisu shared his current cultivation level. His spirit root had also improved to the 7th grade, a significant achievement. With around 120 descendants possessing spiritual potential, he was approaching 130. The twin daughters with 4th-grade spiritual roots were outstanding, and Li Su cherished their time together. With such exceptional spiritual roots, these daughters might not be willing to marry. Li Su was hesitant to let them go, as their marriages wouldn't significantly enhance his strength due to the distant bloodline connection. With a 7th-grade spiritual root, Li Su's cultivation was advancing rapidly, and he was on track to reach the 9th layer of the Golden Elixir stage in a few years. Has Master not yet broken through to the Yuan Infant, Nascent Soul, stage? Li Su inquired again, concerned about his master's progress. It had been almost 4 years with no news of a breakthrough. The transition from the Golden Core to the Yuan Infant stage was challenging. While moving from the Foundation establishment to the Core Formation stage might sound simple, cultivators often achieve the Golden Core stage for many years or even their entire lifetimes. He hoped the master would succeed. The sect leader had also not reached the Yuan Infant stage. However, at this moment, new information emerged. Spies of the Flying Immortal sect discovered traces of a daring demonic cultivator who had annihilated an entire small city, leading to tens of thousands of casualties. Furthermore, the Flying Immortal sect's investigating disciples had gone missing. Chapter 66 Elder Li, all the disciples sent to investigate have vanished, including one at the mid-stage of Foundation building. It seems likely that the demon cultivators deliberately destroyed the city to lure our disciples into a trap. Elder Huang, second only to Li Su in strength within the Flying Immortal sect, voiced his concerns. Upon receiving news of the city's destruction by demon cultivators, the Flying Immortal sect promptly dispatched disciples for investigation. However, these disciples, led by one in the mid-stage of Foundation establishment and several in the energy refinement stage, never returned and seemed to have completely disappeared. The sect then sent an energy refinement stage disciple to gather information cautiously, but he vanished as if he had evaporated. This led Elder Huang to suspect that the demon cultivators intentionally destroyed the city and lured the Flying Immortal sect's disciples into investigating, aiming to capture them all in one fell swoop. It was highly likely that the captured disciples were now enduring torment at the hands of these demon cultivators. Using this brutal method, these malevolent cultivators sought to assess the strength of the immortal sects in the region. While Li Su possessed knowledge about the Flying Immortal sect's situation, his insights were limited, and wandering cultivators knew little about the 3 major immortal sects. Even those expelled from the sects lacked comprehensive information. Ordinary disciples rarely had the chance to witness their sect leaders, let alone discern their true strength. These demon cultivators couldn't rely on capturing wandering cultivators for information, so they initiated a large-scale operation. By targeting Immortal City and involving tens of thousands of casualties, they drew the Immortal Sect disciples' attention and inadvertently fell into their trap. Elder Huang emphasized the likelihood that the captured disciples might not possess in-depth knowledge of the high-ranking members of the Flying Immortal Sect, which could work in their favor. Demon cultivators were known to employ excruciating torture methods, often beyond the endurance of ordinary cultivators. It was uncertain whether they were affiliated with the Heaven Demon Palace. Regardless, their audacity was concerning. Elder Zhu interjected, cautioning against disturbing the sect leader in seclusion, attempting to reach the nascent soul stage. Another elder suggested activating the sect's grand formation, sealing the mountain gate, and adopting a defensive posture until the sect leader emerged from seclusion. The consensus among the elders was to take a cautious approach, especially if nascent soul stage demon cultivators were involved. The decision was made to fully activate the sect's protective formation, seal the mountain gate, and await the sect leader's emergence, making dealing with the situation more manageable. Elder Huang sought Li Su's opinion, who had been listening attentively to the discussion. However, before he could respond, another urgent report was interrupted. Elder Li, another city has been destroyed. The disciple urgently reported. The news of yet another city's destruction by the Heaven Demon Palace had just arrived, causing a dark expression on Elder Huang's face. This time, it was the second city to fall within a short period, and the audacity of the Heaven Demon Palace was becoming increasingly concerning. The Flying Immortal Sect, as cultivators, couldn't remain indifferent to such events, even if they occurred in the realm of ordinary people. Moreover, this was the Flying Immortal Sect's territory, and the Heaven Demon Palace's actions directly threatened them. While ordinary people had their uses, the sect couldn't continually produce new disciples. The Heaven Demon Palace has gone too far. I will investigate and see how strong they truly are. Elder Zhu exclaimed with righteous anger, fueled by his youthful enthusiasm despite his injuries and his cultivation stagnating at the mid-golden core stage. Elder Zhu, please don't fall into their trap. Elder Huang cautioned, well aware of Zhu's limitations. The Heaven Demon Palace could easily dispatch cultivators at a higher level of the golden core stage to deal with him. The other 2 elders shared the frustration and stifling feeling of helplessness. It was infuriating to witness the Heaven Demon Palace acting so audaciously on the flying immortal sect's territory, destroying cities one after another in the martial nation. At the same time, they were unable to take direct action. Clearly, the demon cultivators were trying to lure the sect's disciples into a trap. This time, given the magnitude of their actions, it was highly likely that the Heaven Demon Palace had deployed cultivators at or above the Golden Core stage, with the potential presence of their Holy Maiden. Rushing into action without a plan would be foolish and could easily lead to falling into the demon cultivator's trap. You should seal the mountain gate and wait for the sect leader to emerge from seclusion. I will investigate. Li Su's calm voice cut through the discussion. Elder Li, you mustn't. Yes, Elder Li, this is a trap set by the Heaven Demon Palace. Elder Li, even if we must take action, can't we inform the other two immortal sects and face this threat together? The four elders continued to advise against Li Su's plan. The Heaven Demon Palace's interest in the sacred command remained unknown to the other two immortal sects, and their willingness to assist might not be guaranteed. Li Su had no intention of surrendering the sacred command, as it held substantial potential advantages. Li Su responded firmly, now that this matter has occurred within the martial nation and involves the Heaven Demon Palace, those two immortal sects may not be willing to assist. So be it. Seeing that Li Su had made up his mind, the other elders had no choice but to accept his decision. The flying vessel embarked in a specific direction, with Li Su standing at the bow, his demeanor composed, and his spiritual awareness scanning the surroundings. After some time, they approached the location of the second destroyed city, a relatively short distance in Li Su's terms but considerable for ordinary people. Li Su's spiritual awareness meticulously swept the area for any anomalies. Finding none, he identified a favorable terrain nearby and swiftly arranged array flags, establishing an array base embedded directly into the ground. Numerous spirit stones were placed in various directions. This marked the third time Li Su had set up the Great Expansive Sword formation. After dismantling it, he practiced it twice to enhance his proficiency. This time, he established the formation quickly. Before long, a new and improved Great Expansive Sword formation was in place, benefiting from the terrain and more meticulous setup. This version of the formation was larger in scale and exhibited greater power, as Li Su's expertise and precision surpassed the previous array master's hasty arrangement. The same formation, when set up by different array masters, could yield significantly different results. Over the past few years, Li Su had fully mastered the fourth level of the Great Expansive Sword formation. However, he hadn't dared to attempt the fifth layer because it had a fundamental requirement to reach at least the peak of the Golden Core stage, and possibly even nascent soul cultivation, to set it up. Additionally, it demanded the expenditure of some true energy during the setup. Apart from spirit stones, manipulating the formation disk to enhance the power of the sword formation also necessitated the use of true energy. After arranging everything meticulously, Li Su didn't immediately activate the lethal formation. Instead, he conducted another thorough inspection and then departed from the area. Before long, he approached the ruined small city. Hey, it seems there are still some hidden adversaries. Though the small city was still a considerable distance away, Li Su had already detected the presence of demon cultivators lurking in the shadows. Their numbers were few, just a handful, each concealing themselves in different directions. The enemy remained oblivious to Li Su's reconnaissance. Chapter 67. These demon cultivators didn't seem exceptionally formidable. From Li Su's estimation, they were likely at the foundation establishment stage. There's probably more than just these few. Li Su speculated. In his assessment, the Holy Maiden of the Heaven Demon Palace might not have accompanied this expedition. Over the years, the Heaven Demon Palace had likely narrowed down the general area but still lacked knowledge about who possessed the sacred command. Consequently, these individuals were probably dispatched as potent Golden Core cultivators to gather information. Once they acquired more concrete intelligence, the Holy Maiden of the Heaven Demon Palace would likely make her move. Even if the enemy arrived, given Li Su's current cultivation level, he might still be able to escape into the Great Expansive Sword formation. So upon arriving, he took immediate action, regardless of whether the enemy remained hidden. His goal was to lure them out. He suppressed his cultivation to the early Golden Core stage and started capturing them individually. Uh-oh. The demon cultivators in hiding were shocked as Li Su apprehended them successively. A Golden Core cultivator. Haha, fortune is on my side. From a remarkably concealed formation, a 2-meter-tall demon cultivator burst into laughter. Around him stood more than 10 demon cultivators, mostly at the foundation establishment and energy refinement stages, but one of them exuded an imposing aura. 2 Golden Core cultivators. The one who charged forward possessed an exceptionally formidable presence, and according to Li Su's assessment, he might have reached the peak of the Golden Core stage. It was no surprise that the Heaven Demon Palace had launched the attack on the city right from the beginning with 2 Golden Core cultivators, one at the peak of the stage. They probably carried numerous magical treasures, and even if the Flying Immortal sect had a nascent soul cultivator, they could easily withdraw while lurking in the shadows. Upon seeing the peak golden core cultivator, Li Su didn't hesitate and swiftly retreated. "Do you think you can escape?" The peak golden core cultivator snorted and pursued him, launching an attack. Boom! A blood-red lightning bolt shot towards Li Su, but due to the distance, Li Su managed to evade it. The cultivator's true energy vibrated, doubling his speed, yet Li Su's speed increased accordingly. "Concealing your true strength? Humphrey, it won't change the outcome. You can't escape." The peak golden core demon cultivator sensed something unusual but didn't pay it much attention. Given Li Su's proficiency in formations, if the great expansive sword formation had been laid but not activated, it was unlikely that this peak golden core cultivator would have detected any abnormalities. Even a more cautious nascent soul cultivator might only perceive subtle irregularities. Nevertheless, the great expansive sword formation wasn't only suitable for ambushes. The formation could be deployed during combat if one side had sufficient strength to hold off the other. That was how the previous array master had set it up, after all. The peak golden core demon cultivator attacked confidently. Seeing his opponent make a move, Li Su no longer concealed his strength and released his full aura, indicating he was at the 8th level of the golden core stage. Who cares how strong you think you are? Just a golden core cultivator at the 8th level. The demon cultivator burst into laughter. But as they engaged in battle, he soon found himself unable to laugh anymore because Li Su was proving to be a formidable adversary despite being at the 8th level of the golden core stage. This was inconceivable. He was a peak golden core cultivator with numerous formidable techniques. In no time, another golden core stage demon cultivator arrived. "Quick, help me. This guy is really strong." The peak golden core demon cultivator called out. The other golden core stage demon cultivator rushed into the fray while the other demon cultivators behind them fanned out to stay on alert. Recognizing that these demon cultivators were trapped, Li Su didn't waste time and activated the great expansive sword formation. His first-grade golden core indeed wielded substantial power. Even the peak golden core demon cultivators struggled to match him. However, preventing the enemy from escaping was challenging, so he eliminated them directly. In the next instant, the scenery in the area underwent a dramatic transformation. "This is bad, it's a formation." The peak golden core demon cultivators sensed something was amiss and desperately attempted to break through the formation to escape. But Li Su wouldn't allow him to get away. The great expansive sword formation was fully activated after momentarily delaying the peak golden core demon cultivator. Li Su vanished, and countless sword shadows materialized all around. The faces of all the demon cultivators turned ashen. "Curse it all, you will better release me, or when the Holy Maiden arrives, you will all pay with your lives." Soon, on the flying vessel, the voice of the peak golden core demon cultivator echoed. His condition was pitiable, his body was now only half intact, and he had very little true energy left. He was completely restrained and bound by Li Su. Besides him, the other golden core stage demon cultivator had also been captured alive. Li Su's control over the great expansive sword formation was considerably improved this time. The ability to manipulate the sword formation allowed Li Su to spare some of them. Of course, during the earlier encounter, Li Su hadn't intended to spare the nascent soul demon cultivator. His initial intent had been total annihilation. These individuals frequently invoked the name of the Holy Maiden, indicating that aside from her formidable cultivation, she might possess some peculiar qualities. Li Su didn't engage in conversation with the demon cultivator and instead silenced him with a gesture. The flying vessel continued its course towards the Flying Immortal sect. After a while, they neared the sect, and Li Su noticed that its protective formation was active but not concealed. "Elder Li, the sect masters of the Radiant Sun sect and the Seven Stars Valley have arrived and are ready to join forces against the demon cultivators," a disciple reported upon entering the Flying Immortal sect. The leaders of the Radiant Sun sect and the Seven Stars Valley had come. No wonder the Flying Immortal sect hadn't concealed their protective formation. In the cultivation world, demon cultivators were universally detested. Imagine dedicating his entire life to cultivation, only to have someone who hadn't cultivated at all watch his progress and then, at his peak, capture him and refine him into a pill to boost their cultivation. Would he be willing? So, except in regions where demon cultivators held sway, any appearance of demon cultivators prompted a united front against them. The disciple concluded his report and cast a curious glance at the individuals bound behind Li Su. One of them had lost his lower body and was dragged by Li Su with a rope. This individual's eyes were resentful, and he desperately tried to speak, but his mouth couldn't open. If he could speak, I am sure he would have much to say. The foundational stage disciple remarked. "They are the demon cultivators." Li Su replied simply. The disciple was shocked. "What? Chapter 68. We three sects teaming up should be able to handle even a nascent soul stage demonic cultivator. Master Liu declared. Master Liu, we mustn't be careless. Someone at the nascent soul stage should not be underestimated, especially when facing a demonic cultivator. They might have many cunning tricks up their sleeve. Cautioned another member. As long as we can hold out until Master Shangwen breaks through to the nascent soul stage. Added a third. Several individuals had gathered in the Flying Immortal Sect's main hall. Representatives from the Blazing Sun Sect and the Seven Star Valley were present, along with the 4 elders of the Flying Immortal Sect. They were engaged in discussions, formulating their plans together. A golden core cultivator from the Blazing Sun Sect inquired, Elder Huang, what about Elder Li from your sect? Where is he? Elder Li? He went to gather information, and we couldn't stop him. Replied Elder Huang. Elder Huang sighed and expressed his trust in Elder Li. Elder Huang, don't worry too much. Elder Li has been growing rapidly, and he has an unconventional approach. His accomplishments in alchemy are also outstanding. There might be some hidden talents we don't know about. Elder Zhu showed confidence in Elder Li. Are you all talking about me? At that moment, a voice interrupted their conversation. Inside the Grand Hall, many cultivators turned their gaze and saw Li Su, leading a group of individuals as he appeared at the entrance. Elder Li. Several elders of the Flying Immortal Sect were delighted to see Li Su return safely. Li Su returned unharmed, drawing the attention of the members from the other 2 sects. This time, the leaders of the 2 sects were present, each accompanied by Golden Core Stage cultivators and Foundation Establishment Stage cultivators. Soon, everyone noticed the individuals Li Su was dragging along with him. Elder Li, who are they? Elder Huang inquired. Are they the demonic cultivators who came this time? Li Su led them into the Grand Hall. The Golden Core Stage demonic cultivator at the peak had his mouth sealed but was still angrily cursing. He had an arrogant expression, prompting Li Su to stomp on his face promptly. The Golden Core Stage demonic cultivator's face filled with rage. He was no ordinary cultivator, even within the demon sects, where powerful nascent soul stage cultivators were abundant. He was considered a significant figure. Few held a higher status than him within the demon sects, and his name carried fame within the Holy Alliance. Yet now, he was being stepped on by someone, causing him immense humiliation, and his eyes burned with fury. He tried to activate his golden core, intending to fight Li Su with all his might. Although this golden core stage cultivator was subdued and practically helpless within the Grand Sun Sword formation, it didn't mean he was weak. The Grand Sun Sword formation was specifically designed for nascent soul stage cultivators, and once trapped inside, he had no room to resist. However, with his desperate struggles, he managed to break free from Li Su's restrictions, and his true energy surged once more. Golden Core Peak! Exclaimed the head of the Blazing Sun Sect in the Grand Hall. The head of the Seven Star Valley's expression also changed. Both sect leaders possessed significant strength and were likely close to reaching the Golden Core Peak. They could gauge the demonic cultivator's strength based on his true energy. They hadn't expected this seemingly pitiful demonic cultivator, dragged back by Li Su like a dog, would become a Golden Core Peak powerhouse. What? This demonic cultivator is at the Golden Core Peak. The words of the Blazing Sun Sect's leader stirred commotion among the other cultivators in the Grand Hall. Li Su had captured a Golden Core Peak demonic cultivator in such an unconventional manner. Li Su quickly subdued the demonic cultivator again, who did not resist this time but instead stared at Li Su with icy eyes. You are doomed, he said coldly after Li Su removed the seal from his mouth. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. Oh? Are you planning to self-detonate your golden core? Li Su raised an eyebrow. At this point, the only real threat this guy posed was if he were to self-detonate his golden core. However, with 2 sect leaders, numerous golden core cultivators, and Li Su himself present, even if this guy managed to detonate his golden core, at most, it would result in minor injuries that could be quickly healed. Additionally, Li Su wasn't inclined to offer him a chance. Once we disappear, the Saintess will hone in on this location. When she arrives, you will all meet your demise. The demonic cultivator said icily. Your Saintess is at most in the nascent soul stage, right? Just nascent soul? We have got that covered, too. Li Su replied, attempting to mislead him. Humphrey, don't assume you can dupe me with words. If you intend to kill, then do so. Cease the pointless banter. The demonic cultivator growled. The Golden Core Peak demonic cultivator raised his head defiantly and commented, this guy's got some grit. Li Su's calculated efforts to provoke him and extract information had failed since he wasn't taking the bait. Those who had reached the Golden Core Peak in their cultivation were not simpletons. Because he couldn't extract any information from him, Li Su sealed the demonic cultivator's mouth and ears to prevent the other demonic cultivators from overhearing the conversation. Elder Wu, these individuals are now under your custody for questioning. Concentrate on the ones in the rear. If you can't glean any information from them, simply eliminate them and dispose of their remains. Li Su instructed, addressing one of the elders. This elder typically oversaw the punishment hall and reprimanded disciples who violated sect regulations. When it came to interrogations, it was best left to the experts. Understood, Elder Li. They are in my charge now. Elder Wu responded. Elder Wu reassured them and then produced a pill, compelling the Golden Core Peak demonic cultivator to swallow it against his will. Chapter 69. The demonic cultivator resisted consuming it, but resistance proved futile. Following that, Elder Wu administered a distinct pill to the other demonic cultivators, one that was poisonous and would further debilitate them. In reality, even a Golden Core Peak demonic cultivator wouldn't pose much of a threat in these circumstances. After completing these actions, Elder Wu summoned some disciples to confine these demonic cultivators in the underground dungeon for further interrogation. He intended to question them personally. Who could have guessed that among the leaders of the Heavenly Demon sect, there were 2 Golden Core cultivators, including one at the Golden Core Peak. Elder Li, we are greatly indebted to you this time. Elder Huang said, his eyes filled with amazement as he gazed at Li Su. It wasn't just him. The other nearby cultivators also stared at Li Su with absolute astonishment. Venturing alone this time, Li Su had captured even the Golden Core Peak demonic cultivator. In the eyes of everyone present, Li Su had only recently advanced to the Golden Core stage, as the sect leader had not disclosed his true cultivation level. Most elders still considered Li Su to be in the early stages of the Golden Core realm. But who could have anticipated that Li Su would make such a remarkable display this time, dealing even with a Golden Core Peak demonic cultivator in this manner? How powerful had Li Su become? Elder Li, if I recall correctly, you achieved the Golden Core stage around 40 years ago, correct? A voice inquired. It was the sect leader of the Blazing Sun sect addressing Li Su. This marked the first encounter between Li Su and the sect leader of the Blazing Sun sect, and although they had not crossed paths previously, Li Su immediately recognized the sect leader's identity. It has been approximately 40 years, and I vaguely remember. I can hardly believe how swiftly your strength has surged, Elder Li. Have you, perchance, reached the Golden Core Peak? The sect leader of the Blazing Sun sect questioned. The sect leader of the 7-Star Valley also chimed in. Both of these sect leaders were somewhat shocked by Li Su's performance. They had come specifically to deal with the demonic cultivators. However, shortly after their arrival and while they were still deliberating their strategies, Li Su single-handedly handled the vanguard of the Heavenly Demon sect, which was quite formidable. The notion that Li Su might have attained the Golden Core Peak was somewhat astounding to them. It typically took over 40 years to achieve the Golden Core stage. How could reaching the pinnacle of the Golden Core be possible? The key here was that Li Su still established his foundation at the age of 100. The 2 masters haven't reached the Golden Core pinnacle. Currently, I am at the 8th level of the Golden Core, and I can handle this demonic cultivator. I have also utilized some secret techniques. Li Su revealed confidently, letting his aura shine. Now that the truth was out, the puzzle was almost solved. It had been several years since his last confrontation with an underground demonic cultivator. During that time, his strength had grown significantly, making it challenging to conceal. As for the rapid progress, he left it to these cultivators to speculate and deduce. He had taken the right path in his cultivation, so there was no need to fear. Furthermore, with his increased strength, he was no longer intimidated by anyone in the 3 major immortal sects. In this area, aside from the influence of formations, only 3 sect masters had higher cultivation levels than him. Of course, the world was vast, with more powerful immortal and demonic sects out there, but at least locally, Li Su no longer needed to be overly cautious. Golden Core 8th level. Li Su's aura left the sect masters of the 2 major sects visibly amazed. Their earlier assumptions were now confirmed. Although Li Su had defeated a Golden Core pinnacle demonic cultivator, there was uncertainty about whether the demon cultivator possessed powerful treasures, talismans, or secret techniques. Exceptional opportunities, like discovering a Grandmaster's cave with potent talismans inside, might even challenge Foundation establishment cultivators against nascent soul cultivators. Using talismans also required cultivation, but potent talismans could give a late-stage Golden Core cultivator a fighting chance against a nascent soul cultivator. However, such opportunities were exceedingly rare in the regions of the 3 major immortal sects. Li Su's achievement in defeating a Golden Core pinnacle demonic cultivator was already astonishing to the sect masters, even before he unveiled his current cultivation level. Reaching Golden Core 8th level in just over 40 years. Muttered the sect master of the Fiery Sun sect, and those around him were equally stunned. The 2 sect masters were deeply impressed as they recollected the rumors surrounding Li Su. Starting with Foundation establishment at 100 years old, taking multiple wives, and then rising rapidly after reaching foundation establishment. Li Su was now only a few years away from turning 200, yet he had already attained the Golden Core 8th level. It was simply unbelievable. Could his spiritual roots be even rarer than heavenly spiritual roots? Pondered the sect master of the Fiery Sun sect. Perhaps his spiritual roots aren't as mediocre as the rumors suggest, but rather an uncommon and extraordinary type. The sect master of the Fiery Sun sect speculated. Even the sect master of the Seven Star Valley began to entertain wild theories. The elders of the Flying Immortal sect joined in their speculations. Going from Golden Core 1st level to Golden Core 8th level in over 40 years was extraordinary. Everyone found it incredibly difficult to believe, considering they were all Golden Core cultivators who knew the immense effort required to advance on the stage. Even those with decent spiritual roots struggled to reach the Golden Core. So, the only plausible explanation was that Li Su had concealed his cultivation or possessed exceptional spiritual roots. He must have encountered incredible strokes of luck, might even hide his cultivation in the past, to account for his astonishing progress. In the Great Hall, amazement filled everyone's faces as they speculated about various scenarios. Li Su knew he didn't need to explain. He had no intention of doing so. He would let them arrive at their reasonable conclusions through their speculations. Chapter 70. In that case, it appears we don't have to be concerned this time, echoed the voice of the Blazing Sun sect master in the Grand Hall. While they were somewhat surprised by Li Su's rapid progress in strength, both sect masters were relieved now that the threat from the attacking demonic cultivator had been resolved. Despite the competition among the three immortal sects in this region, they often united when facing common enemies like demonic cultivators. However, the likelihood of the saintess mentioned by that demonic cultivator arriving is still high. We should prepare in advance. If you require assistance, simply inform us. When you detect any signs, use the communication stones to notify us, and we will arrive promptly," added the sect master. "The crisis is temporarily averted, and night is falling. I have arranged a dinner. I hope both sect masters will honor us with their presence," stated the Seven Star Valley sect master. Immediately, Elder Huang extended the invitation. While Li Su currently displayed greater strength, many matters were overseen by Elder Huang when the sect master was in seclusion. Li Su naturally didn't concern himself with these minor affairs. As night descended, the banquet commenced within the Flying Immortal sect. Even after reaching the energy refinement stage, cultivators still required sustenance. Only after reaching the foundation establishment stage could they go without food for extended periods. Nevertheless, they still needed to eat occasionally or consume pills that helped extend their fasting periods. After reaching the Golden Core stage, cultivators mostly freed themselves from dependence on food, though they could still indulge in delectable meals if they wished. An array of delicious dishes were served during the banquet hosted by the Flying Immortal sect. Some low-level spirit plants grown in the spirit herb garden, while not particularly potent for alchemy, were excellent ingredients for crafting tasty dishes. Furthermore, many immortal sects often possessed immortal brew, a beverage that could make many mortal wine enthusiasts consider their lives fulfilled after a single taste. "Elder Li, please," Elder Huang requested during the banquet. This time, Li Su became the center of attention at the gathering. The sect masters of the two immortal sects seemed to hold a favorable impression of him. Additionally, some female cultivators in their entourage couldn't help but be drawn to Li Su during the feast. After the banquet concluded, Li Su stumbled back to his cave dwelling. He had been toasted by many, and while the wine was delightful, it left him feeling woozy. Of course, Li Su could circulate his true essence to sober up, but he decided to let himself enjoy the rare experience of being inebriated for a change. During the banquet, something unexpected occurred. A core disciple named Zuaner from the Seven Star Valley secretly handed Li Su a handkerchief with a small note written inside. This was the first love letter Li Su had received since his arrival. With his senses slightly dulled by the alcohol, he boldly entered Zuaner's room. As a result, that night, he felt even more intoxicated, as if he were floating in a dream, unsure if he were in heaven or on earth. So, on the second day, when the sect master of the Seven Star Valley was preparing to depart, he discovered that one of his disciples had left willingly with someone else. This disciple possessed a 5th-grade spiritual root, a rare and highly valued talent in the three major immortal sects. Such a spiritual root made reaching the Golden Core stage relatively easy. However, the person who had taken her away was Li Su. The sect master of the Seven Star Valley couldn't help but feel somewhat resigned. He thought, well, Li Su's progress has been so rapid, there shouldn't be any problems with his nascent soul cultivation. It's not a bad idea to befriend him. With this in mind, the sect master smiled and said, "Zuaner, since you are so fond of Elder Li, you can make your own choice. Whether you return or stay with Elder Li, the Seven Star Valley will remain your home. If you decide to return, you are welcome at any time." The sect master of the 7-Star Valley extended a generous gesture to Li Su by allowing Zhu Weiner to make her own choice. Unsurprisingly, Zhu Weiner chose to stay with Li Su. Although she had been treated well in the 7-Star Valley for many years, he had frequently occupied her thoughts ever since she had first seen Li Su at his Golden Core celebration decades ago. Initially, it had been nothing more than the typical adolescent infatuation, but Li Su's impression had only deepened in her heart as time passed. It was like meeting someone briefly, initially feeling that the person left a favorable impression. Then, as time went on and anyone spent more time in seclusion cultivating, the person's image continued to surface, and their feelings towards them remained positive. When this situation persisted for decades, even for cultivators, the person in their hearts would become incredibly special. During this process, not seeing the person would deepen your feelings. The next time you met, you would find yourself deeply moved if the person had become even more outstanding. This was what led to Zhu Weiner's impulsive decision. Observing that Zhu Weiner had made her choice, the sect master of the 7-Star Valley departed with his group. Senior Li has even attracted disciples from other immortal sects, remarked one of the Flying Immortal Sect's core disciples. The admiration for Li Su among the Flying Immortal Sect disciples grew even stronger. With both major immortal sects gone, the Flying Immortal Sect returned to its usual tranquility. Li Su didn't hurry to leave the sect. Elder Wu faced difficulties interrogating the demonic cultivator from the Demon Devil Palace, as the cultist refused to reveal any more information. Li Su decided to step in, focusing on a relatively young Foundation Establishment stage demonic cultivator who seemed eager to stay alive but was too afraid to speak. Li Su's hunch was correct. These demonic cultivators had been implanted with control mechanisms by the Demon Devil Palace. Leaking information meant certain death for them. Every method has its flaws, its loopholes. I can spare your life if you cooperate obediently, but you must forfeit your cultivation. I swear by the heavens that I will let you go and ensure no one comes to kill you. Li Su said to the demonic cultivator, wearing a seemingly harmless smile. Li Su was sure he would release the cultivator. The question was how, and that would depend on the cultivator bay. Then, Li Su produced a thick book, each page containing a single character. Let's play a word-guessing game, he suggested. Several hours later, Li Su extracted some information from the Foundation Establishment demonic cultivator. The Demon Devil Palace's control mechanisms were formidable, rendering these demonic cultivators too terrified to speak. However, Li Su found a way to bypass these controls. Li Su effectively circumvented the control mechanisms by deliberately confusing and breaking up the information the cultivator wanted to convey and then reassembling it in a different order. As I suspected, it's nascent soul stage, Li Su noted. Li Su learned from the Foundation Establishment demonic cultivator that the saintess sent by the Demon Devil Palace this time was indeed the saintess of the Ethereal Moon sect, and she possessed nascent soul initial stage cultivation. She had already locked onto this area but was not entirely certain. Recent conflicts within the demonic sects had made it difficult for her to leave the Demon Devil Palace for an extended period. She needed to confirm matters before taking action. Therefore, she had dispatched a Golden Core Pinnacle demonic cultivator as a vanguard for the initial survey. Her mysterious secret technique made the Ethereal Moon Saintess formidable, which allowed her to temporarily boost her combat power significantly. She was not at the early stages of nascent soul cultivation, and it was likely she had reached nascent soul's second stage. She also possessed numerous treasures. No big problem, Li Su concluded. After digesting this information, Li Su wasn't overly worried. He had confidence in the Great Yang Sword formation, and his strength was formidable. Chapter 71 The strength of a first-grade Golden Core cultivator lay in the fact that Li Su believed he could handle a nascent soul initial stage opponent, and if not, he could escape unscathed. I need to improve my alchemy skills quickly, Li Su thought. His current treasures were low quality, and even the Flying Immortal Sword was only a low-grade spiritual weapon. Li Su could use the Great Yang Sword formation as a treasure, given the quality of the 30-plus Great Yang Swords, each being at least of high-grade spiritual weapon quality, with some even being top-grade spiritual weapons. Typically, Golden Core cultivators used low and medium-grade spiritual weapons. Nascent Soul cultivators used high and top-grade spiritual weapons, and those above Nascent Soul used even higher-level treasures. While the Great Yang Swords could be used as treasures, they didn't feel as comfortable as a true spiritual weapon when used as such. Suppose Li Su had better treasures, even just top-grade spiritual weapons when he reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. In that case, he might be able to contend with ordinary nascent soul initial stage cultivators or at least hold his ground against them. That would be quite impressive. Having slightly better treasures would make Li Su even more formidable. The power of a first-grade Golden Core cultivator was indeed remarkable. However, overly exaggerated challenges across realms were still difficult to overcome due to the substantial gap in cultivation levels. Aside from treasures, techniques and secret arts could also enhance one's combat abilities. Li Su possessed various techniques, and the Flying Immortal sect had its secret art. Now, what could provide a rapid boost to his combat power was the acquisition of a new treasure. Coincidentally, just a few days later, Li Su's descendants reached another complete unit, totaling 140,000. After reaching another complete unit of descendants, Li Su's experience in artifact forging had accumulated to over 700 years. Elder Huang, I need to find some materials for artifact forging in the sect's storage. Li Su said. No problem, Elder Li. You can go and look. Elder Huang replied. Li Su went to the Flying Immortal sect's storage first to find materials for artifact forging. In the secret location, he had acquired numerous high-quality materials, as they were not edible for magical beasts and had been preserved perfectly. Unlike herbs, the issue with many wasn't their lack of quality but the insufficient time they had to grow. Many magical beasts guarding herbs would often eat them themselves after guarding them for some time. The problem of refining materials does not exist. Those refining materials were not discernible when Li Su had low refining skills. However, from Li Su's current perspective, he could refine high-quality spiritual tools and even 1 or 2 top-grade spiritual tools. Soon, Li Su found some materials. So, he once again immersed himself in the refining room of the Flying Immortal sect. The refining materials he obtained could finally be used in that secret place. The process of crafting magical treasures was different from alchemy. Some fixed magical treasures had fixed crafting methods. However, skilled craftsmen could also tailor magical treasures according to the needs of cultivators, unlike alchemy, where he needed to follow a specific recipe. In alchemy, if he didn't have a recipe, how many medicinal herbs he would need to experiment with would be a considerable amount. Those alchemical recipes were passed down through generations by predecessors and were the result of countless alchemists' time, effort, and the consumption of numerous medicinal herbs to develop. Li Su wouldn't waste time experimenting independently if there were readily available recipes. On the other hand, crafting spiritual tools was much simpler. Li Su had experience in crafting, which he could use. He could tailor the crafting process to suit his own needs. Of course, he couldn't just haphazardly craft without any reference. It was best to have some reference. If there was none, he would need to figure it out. However, common spiritual tools were already within Li Su's grasp. For example, the Flying Immortal Sword, the most commonly used tool in the Flying Immortal sect, was something Li Su was very familiar with. This time, Li Su spent several months in the crafting room. His face was filled with a smile when he emerged from the crafting room after those months. During these past few months, Li Su's gains were quite substantial. With over 700 years of crafting experience, he was capable of crafting high-quality spiritual tools, even top-grade spiritual tools. Li Su crafted 2 high-quality spiritual tools and 1 top-grade spiritual tool. The 2 sets of Flying Immortal Swords were meant for his personal use and a sect leader. Cultivators in the middle stage of the Yuan-Ying realm could use high-quality spiritual tools. Top-grade spiritual tools were preferred for those in the later stages of the Yuan-Ying realm. Of course, if higher-level artifacts were available, that would be even better. If the sect leader managed to break through to the later stages of the Yuan-Ying realm, Li Su could give her these Flying Immortal Swords as a present. The sect's craftsmen were only capable of crafting low-quality spiritual tools. It had taken Li Su over a year to repair the 5 low-grade spiritual tool-level formation flags he had found previously. However, Li Su's crafting skills have improved significantly since his previous attempts, which showed that time could significantly affect one's abilities. This set of high-quality spiritual tools consisted of 48 items, which were incredibly flexible and sharp. 4 Flying Immortal Swords had reached the standard of top-grade spiritual tools. The reason there were only 4 was due to a shortage of materials. Li Su crafted 4 for himself and 4 for the sect leader. This way, both sets of high-quality spiritual tools, Flying Immortal Swords, contained 4 top-grade spiritual tools useful in critical situations. Another item was a pure top-grade spiritual tool, which was a mirror. Li Su crafted this mirror based on Su Yun's green light mirror as a prototype. It served as a defensive spiritual tool, but Li Su refined it to the standard of a top-grade spiritual tool. The best approach for Li Su to leverage his experience in refining tools was to use a prototype and refine it to improve its quality. This was faster and more effective than trying to create something from scratch. Let's call it the Green Room Mirror. Li Su added the character Yun from Su Yun to the name, making it Green Room Mirror. With this, he became quite versatile. He had formations tailored for the nascent soul stage, his strength had increased, and he possessed a set of high-quality spiritual tools and an excellent defensive spiritual tool. If the sect leader advanced to the nascent soul stage, the Saintess of the Hidden Moon wouldn't dare to challenge them. She wouldn't even have a chance to retreat. Elder Li, you are truly amazing. You are the master. The artifact refiner from the Flying Immortal sect admired Li Su greatly. Seeing how skilled Li Su was in artifact refining, he even considered becoming his disciple, although Li Su didn't accept him. He naturally wouldn't resent Li Su for not accepting him as a disciple. He was incredibly grateful for the fact that Li Su allowed him to visit. After successfully refining the spiritual tools, Li Su went to a secluded and uninhabited place to test them. After a day of testing, there was a commotion within the Flying Immortal sect. Our sect leader has broken through to the nascent soul stage. When Li Su returned to the Flying Immortal sect, the entire sect was filled with joy. A burst of radiant light shot into the sky in the rear mountain, shaking the entire sect. The sect leader had successfully broken through to the nascent soul stage. A smile appeared on Li Su's face. This news was truly a piece of good tidings. Their sect leader had finally made the breakthrough. The commotion in the rear mountain continued for quite some time before subsiding. About half a day later, a figure soared into the sky. It was the sect leader. She was still dressed in white, but now she appeared much more powerful than before. Her entire presence had become even more remarkable. Chapter 72 Congratulations, Sect Leader, on achieving the nascent soul stage. May you now enjoy endless skies and a 10,000-year life. Within the Flying Immortal sect, the elders offered their congratulations. The sect leader's attainment of the nascent soul stage was a cause for great jubilation for the entire sect. With the looming threat of the demon sect, despite Li Su's success in eliminating their formidable members this time, it was certain that the next wave of demonic cultivators from the demon sect would be even more formidable. Especially the troublesome Saintess of the Hidden Moon. Her arrival would undoubtedly lead to a fierce battle. In this context, the sect leader's breakthrough became exceptionally crucial. Having a nascent soul cultivator on their side and Li Su's formidable strength significantly alleviated the pressure from the demon sect. Li Su's gaze remained fixed on the sect leader among the crowd. The sect leader's gaze scanned the elders and numerous disciples of the Flying Immortal sect, finally settling on Li Su. At this moment, she sensed something unusual about him. There was something off about Li Su's aura. Even though he didn't actively release his aura, he didn't conceal it either, making it impossible to escape the notice of someone in the nascent soul stage. This aura was nothing like that of a mid-golden core cultivator. It carried the genuine presence of a late golden core stage cultivator. No, it was even more potent than a cultivator who had just entered the late golden core stage by 7 layers. The sect leader found it hard to believe, filled with doubt. However, she didn't show any reaction for the time being. After some time, the disciples dispersed, leaving only the elders behind. The sect leader then inquired, "Have there been any recent developments from the demon sect?" Suppressing her curiosity, the sect leader asked again, "Have there been any sightings of demonic cultivators from the demon sect?" Elder Huang explained the situation, and as the sect leader listened, her expression gradually changed. Her gaze once again fell upon Li Su. So, Li Su handled the initial wave of demonic cultivators from the demon sect. The sect leader recalled Li Su's use of the killing formation and wasn't overly surprised. It's thanks to Elderly breaking through to the 8th layer of the golden core and employing a secret technique to capture all those demonic cultivators. Elder Huang clarified. One sentence from Elder Huang made the sect leader restless. 8th layer of the golden core. The sect leader had sensed that something was amiss all along. Therefore, she hadn't inquired earlier, especially with many people around. Now, hearing Elder Huang's words, she couldn't restrain herself any longer. Li Su, have you reached the 8th layer of the golden core? The sect leader questioned, and Li Su nodded, saying, "Yes, sect leader, I recently achieved this breakthrough." The sect leader took a deep breath. During her years in seclusion, Li Su had advanced to the 8th layer of the golden core. Sect leader, I have also gathered some information about the Saintess of the Hidden Moon. Li Su continued and proceeded to share his information about the Saintess. This information would have caused significant apprehension in the past, considering that the Saintess was in the early nascent soul stage with formidable abilities, numerous techniques, and potent secret arts. However, the people present didn't seem too anxious at this moment. The sect leader also appeared composed. Strength was the key, now she was also a nascent soul powerhouse. Of course, the Saintess had reached the nascent soul stage earlier and possessed more techniques and treasures. However, Li Su had a formidable killing formation. The sect leader suddenly realized that, unknowingly, Li Su had grown to the point where he could be her pillar of support. Thinking about the young man who had been nothing more than a mortal, impulsive and audacious, over 100 years ago, the sect leader couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. For some reason, she was reminded of the first time she had met Li Su over 100 years ago. In her eyes, an inexplicable shyness seemed to emerge. All the disciples of the Flying Immortal sect knew that Li Su owed a great debt of gratitude to the sect leader. However, aside from Li Su and the sect leader, no one knew the nature of this debt. After all, When Li Su first encountered the sect leader over 100 years ago, she was already at the Golden Core stage, while he was just a mortal who had recently entered this world. For over 100 years, Li Su had never divulged how he had helped the sect leader during their initial encounter. At that time, he had been nothing more than a recent arrival from another realm, while the sect leader was already an accomplished Golden Core cultivator. The question remained, how could a mortal have aided a Golden Core cultivator? This matter was known only to Li Su and the sect leader. The truth was that over 100 years ago, while the sect leader was cultivating in the rear mountain, she encountered an unusual occurrence. She had developed a rare inner turmoil, similar to a martial cultivator experiencing a deviation in their cultivation. At that time, while the sect leader was in seclusion and under the influence of this inner turmoil, she had come close to losing all her cultivation. During this critical moment, Li Su, who had recently crossed over into their world, happened to encounter her. Even though the sect leader struggled fiercely against her inner turmoil, her condition was dire. Furthermore, at that time, her body temperature had risen excessively due to the turmoil in her true essence, and the fluctuating energy had torn apart her clothing. Li Su, who had never expected such a situation, likened it to the experience of being hit by a car while peacefully crossing the street, only to suddenly find a stunning beauty standing before him, completely nude. Li Su instinctively thought this was just a hallucination before his death. At that time, he felt like he was on the brink of death. If it was indeed a hallucination, then encountering such a beautiful woman he had never seen in his entire life and getting a kiss before dying wouldn't be too bad. So, during that moment, driven by madness, Li Su rushed forward, embraced the sect leader, and kissed her. Under normal circumstances, he would never have gotten so close to a Golden Core cultivator. But during that moment, it happened without him even realizing it. Little did he know that his actions helped the sect leader. Her proximity allowed her to regain control and eliminate her inner turmoil in one fell swoop. Naturally, there were no further developments. When she regained her senses, she found Li Su sitting in a daze, completely bewildered. Li Su was truly at a loss during that time. Fortunately, the sect leader hadn't used much of her spiritual energy then. Otherwise, Li Su would have died again right after crossing over. When Li Su finally regained his senses, the sect leader had returned to her normal state. Your spiritual roots are quite poor, but you helped me. I can make an exception and allow you to enter the Flying Immortal sect. You can stay here for as long as you like. She had told him. Don't mention what just happened to anyone. Li Su still remembered those words from the sect leader after he had snapped out of his daze. At that time, the sect leader had emanated an icy aura, appearing as the quintessential cold and aloof beauty. As Li Su gradually adapted to having crossed over and acquired his golden finger, he also accepted the situation. The matter between him and the sect leader had become a shared secret. Li Su never revealed it to anyone. However, that incident where he had embraced and kissed the sect leader had left an indelible mark on both of them. Li Su couldn't help but think about the sect leader whenever he saw her, and he often fantasized about having children with her. In the past, he knew such thoughts were nothing more than dreams. Now, though, in the short term, it was likely still just a dream. However, Li Su could see a glimmer of hope. Chapter 73. For over a century, Li Su had guarded the secret of how he had assisted the sect leader during their initial encounter. Over more than a century, Li Su had nurtured his longing for the sect leader, and now, time had swiftly passed, leaving its mark only subtly on him. He remained youthful and handsome, but his strength had grown exponentially, a transformation that had gone unnoticed by most. In a bit more time, it occurred to him that he might even catch up to her. Elder Huang, you may depart for now. I have matters to discuss with my disciples. The sect leader announced. Several elders responded affirmatively and withdrew, but two individuals stayed behind, Suyun and Kenzio. Kenzio had returned as soon as she received word of the sect leader's breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. Her gaze, however, was locked on Kenzio's belly for a straightforward reason. In just over 3 years since giving birth to 4 children for Li Su, Kenzio had, astonishingly, become pregnant again. This marked her 5th pregnancy, which left her feeling somewhat embarrassed under the sect leader's scrutiny. As for Suyun, she had been completely absorbed in her quest to advance to the Golden Core stage, dedicating herself entirely to her cultivation. Even when Li Su occasionally showed affection, she remained diligent, needing reminders to balance her focus. The sect leader shifted her gaze away from the topic and inquired about the recent developments in their lives. She was genuinely pleased to learn that Suyun had already reached the 9th layer of the Foundation establishment stage, a remarkable feat. You two may leave now. I need to discuss something with Li Su. The sect leader instructed. The 2 women complied and exited the grand hall, leaving only Li Su and the sect leader inside as the doors slowly closed. The Saintess of the Hidden Moon will likely arrive soon. Do you have any plans? The sect leader inquired. Li Su responded, Sect leader, I propose sealing off the Flying Immortal sect. Your advancement to the nascent soul stage should not be divulged to the disciples. Furthermore, I have already placed a unique mark on a demonic cultivator, which will lead them to the Flying Immortal sect. Li Su had pushed a cooperative foundation establishment stage demonic cultivator to the limits, extracting information about the saintess of the hidden moon from him. He then had the cultivator leave markings pointing towards the Flying Immortal sect and fabricated false intelligence about the sect. This scenario was designed to make the Flying Immortal sect detect unusual activity, set an ambush, and capture the Golden Core demonic cultivator. The Foundation establishment demonic cultivator, following from a distance, would subsequently lead them to the Flying Immortal sect. Li Su intended to have the sect take proactive measures rather than waiting for the saintess of the hidden moon to attack, potentially causing destruction. Your plan sounds reasonable. Let us proceed with it. The sect leader agreed after hearing Li Su's proposal. It was a straightforward but effective plan. Regarding the Foundation establishment demonic cultivator who had cooperated with them, after extracting all the necessary information and using him to stage the scenario, Li Su kept his promise and stripped the cultivator of his cultivation, sparing his life. However, he was handed over to 2 Flying Immortal sect disciples and left in the Blackwood Forest. This particular demonic cultivator, due to his involvement in the attack on the city and his significance, was not someone they could afford to release. With the plan in place, the sect leader was ready to take action based on Li Su's guidance to confront the impending threat posed by the saintess of the hidden moon. The demonic cultivator was indeed not a fool. However, given that the saintess's command emblem was in the Flying Immortal sect's possession, and considering that the demonic cultivators had attacked the city to capture sect disciples, they were almost certain to follow the path Li Su had outlined. Never mind. The most crucial matter is dealing with the heavenly demon sect. I will focus on consolidating my cultivation. The preparations are in your capable hands. The sect leader began to say something but halted. She understood that priorities had to be set, with the imminent threat from the heavenly demon sect taking precedence. Li Su called out to her as she was about to leave, prompting the sect leader to turn and face him. Li Su presented her with a set of flying immortal swords. Sect leader, these are high-grade spiritual weapons that I have crafted. I offer them to you as a gift. Li Su said. High-grade spiritual weapons. These 4 words immediately captured the sect leader's attention. She had been using a middle-grade spiritual weapon acquired from sources outside the sect, which had become inadequate since her advancement to the nascent soul stage. Middle-grade spiritual weapons sufficed for the later stages of the Golden Elixir realm. Often, magical treasures could correspond to multiple realms and meet the needs of 2 levels. However, transitioning to the second realm might leave them somewhat lacking. For example, a low-grade to middle-grade magical treasure sufficed during the chi refining stage. During the Foundation establishment stage, high-grade to top-grade magical treasures were suitable. Spiritual treasures ranged from low-grade to middle-grade for nascent soul cultivators and high-grade to top-grade for those in the nascent soul stage. However, these were not strict correspondences but rather indicators of the degree of suitability. Skilled artisans who could find the right materials could even use Taoist and immortal treasures during the nascent soul stage. Though unable to fully unleash their power at that stage, they could dominate opponents at the same level and even those several stages above. Upon reaching the nascent soul stage, the sect leader had been concerned about the insufficiency of her middle-grade spiritual weapon. Li Su's gift of a set of top-grade spiritual weapons, and even a few supreme-grade spiritual weapons, came as an extraordinary surprise. Top-grade spiritual weapons were already rare in the 3 major immortal sect regions, while supreme-grade spiritual weapons were exceptionally scarce. Gathering the materials for such weapons was an arduous task, and over the years, the sect leader had only managed to collect a small portion. Where Li Su acquired such abundant materials puzzled her. It was worth noting that although the Great Yan Formation contained numerous top-grade spiritual weapons, many had been destroyed, and some even descended to the level of middle-grade spiritual weapons. The Formation Master had gathered these materials over many years with the help of nascent soul cultivators. However, the Great Yan Formation required even more resources, especially for the Great Yan Sword, which consumed a considerable amount. This time, Li Su had nearly exhausted the higher-quality crafting materials from that secret place. Discovering such secret places was no easy feat. With a wave of the sect leader's hand, she summoned the set of flying immortal swords to her. Upon closer examination, she confirmed they were top-grade spiritual weapons, with a few surpassing this rank and qualifying as supreme-grade spiritual weapons. Li Su had crafted this set of top-grade spiritual weapons, demonstrating expertise in formations and alchemy and mastery in weapon crafting. This revelation left the sect leader in profound admiration. It appeared that there was little Li Su couldn't accomplish. Chapter 74 Li Su. Said the sect leader, top-tier spiritual weapons are rare treasures, so keep them for yourself. She summoned the flying immortal swords and sent them flying towards Li Su. While tempted by this set of high-quality spiritual weapons, she couldn't help but think of Li Su's rapid growth in strength. He might reach the nascent soul stage someday, and top-tier spiritual weapons were exceedingly rare, especially considering the scarcity of the materials required to craft them. Li Su would undoubtedly need them. The sect leader hadn't realized that reaching the nascent soul stage was incredibly challenging. Even with Su Yun's 5th-grade spiritual roots, whether or not she could achieve nascent soul depended on fate and circumstances. The difficulty was immense. However, at this moment, she couldn't shake the feeling that Li Su might ascend to the nascent soul stage at any time. "Master, your disciple also has some," Li Su replied. Seeing that the sect leader still hesitated to accept the swords, Li Su brought out another set of flying immortal swords. "Master, take a look. I have another set," he said. "Another set?" The sect leader's gaze shifted towards the second set of flying immortal swords that Li Su had presented. To her surprise, this set was also made of high-quality spiritual weapons. Amazement welled up in her heart once more. Li Su had managed to craft 2 sets of top-tier spiritual weapons. She couldn't help but wonder where Li Su had obtained so many materials. Furthermore, Li Su's level of craftsmanship in weapon forging was exceptionally high. Top-tier spiritual weapons were not something an ordinary weaponsmith could easily create. The path of weapon forging required significant time and dedication to achieve such results. The sect leader couldn't help but reflect on how much time Li Su must have spent delving into these unconventional methods in the past. "So, Master, please accept them," Li Su urged again. Li Su nodded, and the sect leader didn't refuse his gift this time. After all, she genuinely needed top-tier spiritual weapons. With a wave of her hand, she sent an object flying towards Li Su. Li Su examined the object and noticed it emitted an incredibly pure spiritual energy. This is a spirit crystal, usually only found in major spiritual stone mines. The spiritual energy inside is even purer, and it will be more effective when you are breaking through to a higher realm, the sect leader explained. A spirit crystal. It was even better than spiritual stones but exceedingly rare. This small piece of spirit crystal was equivalent to tens of thousands of spiritual stones, yet its worth far exceeded that. If he tried to exchange it for tens of thousands of spiritual stones, most people wouldn't even consider it. The spiritual energy within it was incredibly concentrated and pure, making it an excellent aid when breaking through to a higher realm. Of course, Li Su himself still had no use for it. This was probably intended for the sect leader's personal use, as Li Su had given her highly valuable top-tier spiritual weapons, and she might have felt it was awkward to accept them. Li Su had previously gifted her the infant nurturing pill and these high-quality spiritual weapons. Therefore, she decided to present the spirit crystal. "Master, please take it back. I give you gifts not as a repayment," Li Su insisted. However, Li Su didn't accept it. He had no use for the spirit crystal himself, so he thought it would be better to let Su Yun and the others use it at a more appropriate time. Using a spirit crystal during the foundation building stage would be wasteful. As for Su Yun's attempt to break through to the golden elixir realm, Li Su had already prepared many elixirs for her. The sect leader reluctantly took back the spirit crystal when she saw Li Su's refusal. However, she couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy under Li Su's gaze. Over the past few years, there had been a growing intensity in his eyes, a light that seemed to shine even brighter. Several decades ago, Li Su had been very restrained in her presence. However, as Li Su's cultivation grew, some of his thoughts unconsciously manifested in his gaze. The most noticeable change was that Li Su was now speaking to her much closer, and sometimes, he even dared to directly grasp her hand, although it was usually to pass something to her forcefully. This transformation occasionally quickened the sect leader's heartbeat, though she never let it show. "I will go consolidate my cultivation," she said after stowing away the top-tier spiritual weapons. With formidable enemies on the horizon, she needed to make the most of her time to improve herself further. After breaking through to the nascent soul stage, she had plenty of tasks ahead, such as learning nascent soul stage attack techniques, refining her combat skills, and enhancing her true essence, among other things. Li Su escorted Kenzie-O back to the Li clan residence. The upcoming battlefield would be the Flying Immortal sect. Although Kenzie-O was a formidable golden elixir cultivator, her current pregnancy made it inappropriate for her to participate in combat. "Husband, this is for you," Kenzie-O said, handing Li Su a jade scroll. It contains a secret technique from the wordless stone tablet. It has been fragmented for 100 years, but I finally managed to piece it together. Li Su accepted the jade scroll, which contained the teachings of a unique secret technique. This technique explained how to gather thunderstorms and create a treasure called the Purple Dawn Divine Thunder. The Purple Dawn Divine Thunder was a disposable item. The more thunderstorms one collected, the higher the quality, and the more advanced the crafting techniques, the more powerful the resulting Purple Dawn Divine Thunder would be. This secret technique was profound, and some crafting methods described within were beyond Kenshi's understanding. It was essentially another form of craftsmanship. It's quite impressive, Lee Su remarked after scanning it briefly. While he didn't delve deep into the details, he recognized the value of this secret technique. Previously, the sect leader had gathered celestial thunder and crafted thunder beads, which could threaten even early golden elixir cultivators. However, thunder beads couldn't compare to the power of the Purple Dawn Divine Thunder. To some extent, thunder beads compressed and condensed the thunder, gathering it with true essence before releasing it. It was like an intense refinement process for the thunder, which wasn't particularly complex. Once a more skilled golden elixir cultivator understood the method, they could create thunder beads. However, the crafting process for the Purple Dawn Divine Thunder, as described in the secret technique, was on a whole different level of complexity and power. Foundation building cultivators who knew the method could create thunder beads, but their power would be limited. The higher the cultivation level, the more powerful the thunder beads they could create because their stronger true essence allowed them to compress more thunder into the beads. However, collecting celestial thunder itself was time-consuming, and a considerable amount was needed to craft thunder beads. The Purple Dawn Divine Thunder was significantly more potent than thunder beads. Unfortunately, time was running short. If Zio soon arrived, there wouldn't be enough time to craft a 4th-rank Purple Dawn Divine Thunder. It would have been a valuable asset. The only drawback is that the Dark Moon is probably coming soon, and time is limited. Otherwise, Lee Su mused that creating a 4th-rank Purple Dawn Divine Thunder would have been quite an advantage. Chapter 75 Lee Su contemplated the Purple Dawn Divine Thunder, which was divided into 9 ranks, much like the levels of demonic beasts, each suitable for different realms. A 4th-rank Purple Dawn Divine Thunder could already threaten those in the nascent soul stage, but it required a vast amount of thunderstorms to create. A few years of collection time might not be sufficient. By the way, why didn't the master experience a thunder tribulation? Lee Su wondered. He had read in novels and seen in movies before his reincarnation that cultivators in the nascent soul stage usually underwent a thunder tribulation. However, the sect leader hadn't faced one after her breakthrough. After spending several days at home and making all the necessary arrangements, Lee Su strengthened the formations in the Lee clan residence. While at the Flying Immortal sect, he had also crafted some formation tools. He repaired several flags for the Great Yan Sword formation. As for the Great Yan Sword itself, Lee Su refrained from crafting it. It required scarce materials, and the consumption of those materials was extensive. Lee Su didn't have many of those materials on hand. The Lee clan didn't have to worry too much since the demon sect wasn't targeting them, and it was highly unlikely that the Saintess of the Moon clan knew it was Lee Su who had captured her. After Lee Su strengthened the family's formations, their concealment abilities were greatly enhanced. In case of any unexpected events, Lee Su could quickly return. The likelihood of anything unexpected happening was low. The Lee clan's location was in the south, and the demon sect's path to the Lee clan was farther than the Flying Immortal sect and not in the same direction. As Lee Su prepared to leave, another piece of good news arrived. The number of descendants with spiritual roots had reached 150. This unlocked another reward, a 200-year increase in soul cultivation. After some consideration, Lee Su didn't choose to increase his soul cultivation but instead opted for the experience from manuals. He allocated this 200 years of manual experience to the Purple Dawn Divine Thunder. While the Purple Dawn Divine Thunder was somewhat profound, it didn't require as much time to learn as techniques related to alchemy or weapon forging, which were both time-consuming disciplines. The experience gained from studying manuals in alchemy or weapon forging was also useful for the Purple Dawn Divine Thunder. Therefore, Lee Su used a 200-year manual experience to learn a significant portion of the Purple Dawn Divine Thunder technique. This efficiency was also related to his current cultivation level. The 200-year manual experience would have been far less effective if he were still in the foundation building stage. However, even if Lee Su fully mastered the Purple Dawn Divine Thunder, it would be useless without thunderstorms. The key was still in collecting the thunderstorms. After arranging things at home without the news from the demon sect, Lee Su returned to the Flying Immortal sect. When asked about Thunder Tribulation, he replied, "Thunder Tribulation? Of course, I have had it. I was planning to use it when the people from the demon sect arrived to deal with them using Thunder Tribulation." The sect leader spoke in the back mountains of the Flying Immortal sect. Lee Su understood the situation. The protective array of the Flying Immortal sect had been fully activated, effectively creating a small world within it. The sect leader was now isolated within this world. From Lee Su's perspective, while this protective array wasn't exceptionally high, it was exceptionally well developed, having been refined for hundreds of years. It had some formidable qualities. However, the sect leader couldn't remain inside it indefinitely. If she continued to postpone her Thunder Tribulation, as her cultivation increased, the Thunder Tribulation's power and danger would grow exponentially. Li Su was surprised to learn that the sect leader had plans to use her own Thunder Tribulation to deal with the demonic cultivators from the demon sect. While it was indeed a unique approach, it was not without risk. Master, there's no need for that. I would like to utilize your Thunder Tribulation to refine a special treasure. Li Su proposed. Li Su explained the concept of the Purple Dawn Divine Thunder to the sect leader, who initially found the idea of using Thunder Tribulation to refine it somewhat risky. However, she decided to cooperate with Li Su. Boom. Underneath Mount Mangkang, thousands of miles from any signs of civilization, the sky crackled and thundered. Even the surrounding demonic beasts kept their distance. Though fierce, they weren't foolish enough to approach when a golden elixir cultivator was undergoing a thunder tribulation. The sky was filled with menacing black clouds, creating a sense of impending doom. Li Su, it's coming. Are you prepared? The sect leader's voice echoed. Ready. Li Su clapped his hands. Despite his nightly activities, he still made significant progress on his main tasks. Li Su wasn't just idly wasting his time. He refined numerous thunder-attracting artifacts and even set up a special thunder attraction formation, a technique recorded in the secret manuals. This formation improved the collection of thunderstorms, allowing him to draw the thunder directly to his location. Once gathered, Li Su could use them to craft the Purple Dawn Divine Thunder in one go. Boom. The first thunder tribulation had arrived. Wow! Li Su exclaimed, looking at the massive thunderbolts. It wasn't just one. As one fell, more thunderbolts followed, pouring down in rapid succession. These thunderbolts were far more formidable than the lightning during a typical thunderstorm. Even the weaker ones posed a significant threat to chi refining cultivators. The power of these thunderbolts was such that even a golden elixir cultivator would be severely injured if struck by one. The sect leader had already moved forward, channeling her true essence through the flying immortal sword to disperse the successive thunder tribulations. As each thunderbolt was dispersed, its energy scattered and was collected by Li Su's artifacts and formation. While Li Su intended to use the sect leader's thunder tribulation, he had no intention of confronting the tribulation head-on. Instead, he chose to stay below and collect the thunderbolts using his formations and artifacts. This way, he wouldn't interfere with the sect leader's tribulation process and could efficiently gather the necessary thunderstorms. Interfering with the tribulation might amplify its power manifold, which could endanger the sect leader. The sect leader was well prepared for this thunder tribulation and had the assistance of top-grade spiritual weapons, making it a manageable challenge for her. Thunder tribulations were both trials and tests of strength. Li Su continued his work below, compressing the gathered thunderbolts and placing them into a special large cauldron. Boom, boom, boom. The thunder tribulation intensified. Even the fierce demonic beasts on Mountain Mangkang retreated farther, trembling in fear of the thunder tribulation, which was at the golden elixir stage. After an hour, the sect leader let out a sigh of relief, thinking it was almost over. However, just as she relaxed, a fearsome bolt of thunder struck from the sky. What? Another one. The sect leader's eyes widened, quickly attempting to respond, but this time, the power of the tribulation was significantly greater, and despite her efforts, she couldn't fully defend against it. Master, continue. Li Su urged her. Chapter 76. Li Su promptly threw the green cloud mirror up to the sect leader. While he couldn't directly intervene, he could assist by providing her with artifacts. The sect leader quickly activated the mirror and formed a disc-shaped barrier just in time to intercept the incoming thunder tribulation. The barrier quivered but managed to block the tribulation. The thunderbolts within the tribulation scattered in all directions and were collected by Li Su's artifacts. As the terrifying tribulation concluded, the dark clouds in the sky began to dissipate. The sect leader breathed a sigh of relief. "Where did you get this top-grade spiritual weapon?" she asked curiously. "I crafted it myself, but unfortunately, I didn't have enough materials. Otherwise, I would have made one for you as well," Li Su replied as he continued to refine the thunderbolts. He had found that converting top-grade spiritual weapons into defensive tools was often more effective, especially when one already had a variety of offensive techniques at their disposal. In such cases, having a means of protecting oneself became paramount. The sect leader returned the green cloud mirror to Li Su and gazed at him with increasing curiosity. Li Su gradually became the center of her attention whenever he was in her presence. "It's done," Li Su exclaimed after several hours of collecting thunderbolts. With a wave of his hand, a purple lightning-colored sphere, about the size of a volleyball, floated up from the large cauldron. "I believe this should be at the 4th level," Li Su speculated. It was a 4th-level purple twilight divine thunder, far from an ordinary 4th-level one. Its power was likely to be quite astonishing. It was important to note that not all the thunderbolts from the sect leader's thunder tribulation were consumed during the process. Since the tribulation arrived in successive waves, Li Su had collected at least half of them. Li Su had meticulously collected and combined the thunderbolts to create this single purple twilight divine thunder. It posed a significant threat even to mid-stage nascent soul cultivators. While it was just one thunderbolt, and recreating it without the aid of the sect leader's thunder tribulation would be challenging, it was a potent tool in Li Su's arsenal. With these formidable techniques at his disposal, Li Su's confidence grew. He was now ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, particularly the impending arrival of the Moonlit Maiden. Meanwhile, a jet-black flying ship rapidly moved in one direction, followed closely by several other ships. Suddenly, a massive, winged, armored fish leaped from below, heading straight for the flying ship. On board the ships, several streaks of light were cast in response, but they were all shattered by the charging fish. "It's a peak third-rank winged fish," someone on the ship exclaimed. As the fish was about to reach the ship, a streak of light shot out from the ship, cutting the fish into two pieces before it could react. Soon after, the numerous flying ships descended onto the land below. In the Flying Immortal sect, Li Su considered, the Great Extinction Sword formation, combined with our sect master's power and the formidable purple twilight divine thunder, should suffice. Li Su was calculating within the sect. The Great Extinction Sword formation had grown significantly stronger than its previous state underground. Our sect master had ascended to the nascent soul stage and wielded a top-tier spiritual weapon. The purple twilight divine thunder was another potent asset, although Li Su had refined it using the sect master's tribulation lightning. Its usage was limited, and he needed to wait until he reached the nascent soul stage to create another one. Gathering heavenly thunder took a long time, so Li Su preferred to reserve it for dire situations since it was a one-time consumable. While the sect master continued consolidating on the back mountain and Su-Yun diligently cultivated to reach the golden core stage, Li Su had some leisure time, which he used to have secret rendezvous with Zhu Weiner. Although Zhu Weiner had reached the Foundation establishment stage peak, Li Su had no intention of bearing his child. Her primary goal was reaching the golden core stage, guaranteeing excellent spiritual roots for any future child. Despite Li Su not taking any measures himself, Zhu Weiner implemented some contraceptive measures with her spiritual powers. Another month passed, and the Wu Kingdom remained tranquil. However, Li Su's heart skipped a beat on a particular day when one of the warning formations he would set up was triggered. The disciples of the Flying Immortal sect couldn't leave, and this specific formation was beyond an ordinary cultivator's capabilities to trigger. "They have arrived," Li Su whispered to himself. "The marker ends here, and judging by its direction, the Flying Immortal sect should be just ahead." In proximity to the sect, a large group of demonic cultivators suddenly appeared within the dense forest. Li Su had successfully lured them near the Flying Immortal sect using the mark left by a Foundation establishment stage demonic cultivator. "They have captured Elder Bay, who's at the peak of the golden core stage. Does the Flying Immortal sect have a nascent soul cultivator?" one of the demonic cultivators inquired. "It's unlikely in this low spiritual energy area. Even if they did, with the presence of the Saintess, they would hesitate to come out." Another replied. "Right. Let's consult with the Saintess and proceed with a direct approach. We will force the Flying Immortal sect to reveal itself." After a brief discussion, the demonic cultivators devised a plan. Soon, numerous flying boats ascended into the sky from within the dense forest. The cultivators unleashed their full power on these boats, saturating the area around Flying Immortal sect with a menacing demonic aura. The flying boats spread out in various directions. Then, black beams of light shot into the sky from the flying boats. "Attack together!" a powerful demonic cultivator ordered. On numerous flying boats, the cultivators initiated their assault, directing formidable attacks towards the Flying Immortal sect's location. Simultaneously, the black beams in the sky formed a blood-red light curtain that enshrouded the entire area. It was a formation set up with the flying boats as its foundation, making it flexible and hard to counter. While not suitable against extremely powerful cultivators, it could effectively block the majority. The attacks relentlessly surged towards the Flying Immortal sect's concealed location, gradually leveling the surrounding mountains. Realizing that their attacks couldn't reach the sect, a towering demonic cultivator, marked with blood-red patterns on his face, ascended into the sky. He wielded a disc-shaped magical tool, from which blood-red energy collected and targeted the formation composed of the flying boats. "Reveal yourselves!" he roared and unleashed his power. A blood-red beam descended from the sky, dispelling the sect's concealment and revealing its protective formation. "Break this formation!" the demonic cultivator commanded, launching another attack. On the surrounding flying boats, ferocious assaults battered the Flying Immortal sect's protective barrier. The sect's formation quivered under the relentless onslaught, constructed from the surrounding mountains terrain and not easily breached. Such formations could be overcome by depleting their energy or quickly delivering attacks exceeding their defensive limits. Another approach involved deciphering the formation to open a direct entrance, requiring advanced knowledge of formations. Chapter 77. It would be arduous to break this formidable formation, even with a peak Golden Core stage cultivator exerting their full power. Nascent soul cultivators could maintain their attacks for a while, but not indefinitely. The formation masters of the Flying Immortal sect, however, were somewhat lacking in expertise. Without centuries of continuous improvement, this protective sect formation might have been swiftly overwhelmed, even by peak Golden Core stage cultivators. This purely defensive formation could have been highly effective, given more time for refinement. However, the proficiency of the formation masters had its limitations, and regardless of the enhancements, it remained insufficient against nascent soul cultivators. Surprisingly, the enigmatic saintess of the Flying Immortal sect remained in hiding, allowing her disciples to endure the relentless bombardment of the formation. There are many followers with the saintess of the Silent Moon. It may not be realistic to expect her to deal with the formation. Master, I suggest I go out first to lure her. Li Su proposed from within the Flying Immortal sect after the demonic cultivators had been assaulting the formation for some time. Li Su secretly hoped the saintess of the Silent Moon would attack the protective formation. In recent days, he has dedicated time to improve and fortify the formation to the best of his abilities. Nevertheless, the foundation of this formation remained its weakness. No matter how much he strengthened it, it couldn't rival a completely reconstructed formation, a task that would take years to achieve. A luxury Li Su didn't possess. If the saintess of the Silent Moon were to intervene, the protective formation would inevitably crumble under her assault. However, it would also deplete a significant portion of her power. Most importantly, it would reveal her true strength to Li Su and the sect master. Yet, she remained astute, refraining from launching an attack. Among the demonic cultivators in her company, 6 were at the Golden Core stage, with the strongest likely at the peak. The power of the Demon Palace overshadowed that of the 3 major immortal sects combined by a substantial margin. These 6 Golden Core stage demonic cultivators and numerous Foundation Establishment stage cultivators were causing considerable strain on the protective formation through their relentless assaults. If this continued, the formation would eventually crumble. Therefore, it was highly improbable that the Saintess of the Silent Moon would personally engage in the formation. Elder Li, I will accompany you. Several elders volunteered. This time, Li Su didn't see the need to inform the other 2 immortal sects because it had become unnecessary. After dealing with these demonic cultivators, there would be many spoils, including the Golden Core stage cultivators' storage bags containing a substantial quantity of spirit stones and refining materials. Li Su was not interested in other items like demonic artifacts or martial techniques. His focus was on the impending battle. Rely on the formation and unite against the enemy. Li Su didn't decline and confirmed their strategy to confront the enemy. The 4 elders from the Flying Immortal sect, led by Li Su, included their strongest elder, Elder Huang, who was currently at the mid-Golden Core stage. This formation of 4 was their best bet. After creating a small opening in the protective sect formation, Li Su and the 4 Golden Core stage elders boldly charged out. The demonic cultivators wasted no time directing their attacks at them. Li Su's expression remained unwavering as he employed one hand to deflect the attacks with the green cloud mirror and the other to control the Flying Immortal sword for counterattacks. The remaining 4 Golden Core stage elders positioned themselves around the protective formation, with 2 focusing on defense and the other 2 launching attacks. A mere 8th level Golden Core stage cultivator dares to come out. Eliminate them. The peak Golden Core stage demonic cultivator had initially underestimated Li Su's strength but soon realized his error. He couldn't comprehend Li Su's remarkable power. Despite being only at the 8th level of the Golden Core stage, Li Su displayed exceptional combat prowess. The radiance of the Flying Immortal sword filled the sky, turning it into a sea of flowing light as it unleashed relentless attacks. The peak Golden Core stage cultivator was overwhelmed and struggling to hold his ground. Not only was Li Su remarkably strong, but his Flying Immortal sword was also a top-grade spiritual weapon typically wielded by nascent soul cultivators. The peak cultivator was finding it increasingly challenging to maintain his position. Quick, come and assist me. 2 Golden Core stage demonic cultivators rushed to aid their comrade. They launched a coordinated assault against Li Su but soon found themselves shocked. Li Su's green cloud mirror transformed into a circular light barrier, effectively shielding him from all their attacks, no matter how cunning or relentless. They couldn't break through the formidable defense of the green cloud mirror. Elder Li is incredibly powerful. Voices of astonishment resounded within the Flying Immortal sect as many disciples watched the battle outside. Li Su was not only holding his own against a Golden Core stage peak cultivator but was also managing to withstand the onslaught of 2 Golden Core stage demonic cultivators. In a 1-on-3 situation, Li Su was on the verge of making the Golden Core peak cultivator falter. Despite the peak cultivator's array of treasures and secret techniques, He struggled to withstand Li Su's attacks, especially the might of the top-grade Flying Immortal Sword. Elder Huang and the other 3 Golden Core Stage Elders were forced into a defensive stance against 3 Golden Core Stage Demonic Cultivators. One of these cultivators was even mightier than Elder Huang himself. These Demon Palace cultivators possessed magical treasures that suited their abilities perfectly, and their demonic techniques were potent. Given these circumstances, the 4 Flying Immortal Sect Elders were already accomplishing a feat by holding their ground. In the skies above the Flying Immortal Sect, the Sect Master observed the battle. Li Su's strength did not surpass her expectations, as she knew he was a first-grade Golden Core cultivator equipped with a set of top-grade spiritual weapons and an exceptional defensive artifact. This defensive artifact could rival those used by nascent soul cultivators in the middle or later stages. Although a Golden Core cultivator couldn't fully unleash its potential, since Li Su had personally crafted the artifact, he could extract even more power from it. With a swift sound of air breaking, one of the Flying Immortal Swords had already pierced through the peak Golden Core Stage Demonic Cultivator. How can this be? The peak Golden Core Stage Cultivator's face turned pale, utterly bewildered by Li Su's sudden breakthrough. He had just managed to hold his ground, but now, he couldn't resist. Chapter 78. Unbeknownst to him, Li Su had unleashed 4 top-grade spiritual weapons from within the Flying Immortal Sword. Even without their activation, it wouldn't have been long before this cultivator succumbed to Li Su's relentless assault. His considerable treasures proved no match for the overwhelming power of the Flying Immortal Sword. More Flying Immortal Swords joined the fray from behind, and the peak Golden Core Stage Demonic Cultivator hastily employed a high-level talisman while tending to his injuries. Being impaled by the Flying Immortal Sword had dealt him a severe blow, and defending against it with regular magical treasures was impossible. He had talismans at his disposal, which, unlike conventional magical treasures, were simpler to use and required less energy, especially in dire situations. The talisman offered him temporary protection, granting him some respite. "Saintus, save me!" The peak Golden Core Stage Cultivator desperately cried out as he continuously retreated. His talisman could no longer withstand the ceaseless attacks, and more Flying Immortal Swords closed in on him. The speed they approached was too rapid, especially given his injuries. Just as it seemed, he was about to be riddled with holes, a black streak of light shot towards him and formed a spherical shield around the peak Golden Core Stage Cultivator, repelling all incoming attacks. Numerous Flying Immortal Swords struck the shield but failed to break through. Observing this, Li Su let out a light snort and gestured. In the next instant, the Flying Immortal Swords dispersed in all directions. This isn't good. The expressions of the other Golden Core Stage Demonic Cultivators shifted rapidly as Li Su renewed his assault. At this moment, the Sect Master appeared and intercepted the attack. "Nascent Soul." The Saintess of the Silent Moon declared, acknowledging the Flying Immortal Sect's Nascent Soul Cultivator. Despite this, her demeanor remained cold and devoid of emotion. Her gaze exuded a chilling intent to kill. A Nascent Soul Cultivator? So what? Nevertheless, she silently donned a pair of black gloves, her entire essence fully mobilized, indicating her serious intent. "Sect Master, I leave her to you." Li Su's voice echoed at this moment. Inside him, energy ripples persisted, and his head buzzed from directly confronting the Saintess of the Silent Moon's attack. While he had managed to withstand it, the impact felt similar to crossing over 99 speed bumps at 80 miles per hour. Li Su suppressed the discomfort in his body and unleashed the Flying Immortal Sword once more. Simultaneously, the Sect Master proactively engaged the Saintess of the Silent Moon. Not good. The faces of several Golden Core Stage Demonic Cultivators underwent drastic changes as Li Su launched another assault. The Saintess of the Silent Moon's visage remained frosty as she moved her hands, wearing the black gloves. Suddenly, the vision of several elders became blurred. Li Su's gaze flickered. Soul-type magical artifact. Li Su forcibly calmed himself and scrutinized the situation. He realized that, at some point, the sky had become densely threaded with black threads, each adorned with numerous bells. As the Saintess of the Silent Moon moved, the sound emitted by these bells filled the entire space. "Quick, cover your ears." Outside and inside the Flying Immortal Sect, disciples were affected, albeit to a lesser extent, thanks to the protective formation. The sound from the bells reached them despite the formation's protection. The protective formation still played a role. Otherwise, the ordinary disciples inside the Flying Immortal Sect would have been severely affected. Ring, 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 ring. The ominous tolling of the bells persisted, its strange sound deeply affecting one's spiritual awareness. Even Li Su had to exert all his strength to resist, preventing his spiritual consciousness from blurring. "Please, go inside first." Li Su urged the several elders at the Golden Core Stage. They were struggling, and remaining here would likely harm their spiritual consciousness, leading to a long recovery period. Slowed progress and difficulty advancing could follow. The Golden Core Elders wisely entered the protective formation, recognizing the importance of safeguarding their spiritual consciousness. High in the sky, the Saintess of the Silent Moon's hands quivered delicately. Her graceful movements and dance-like posture concealed a hidden menace. "Sect leader," came the voice of their leader, "I will attack her. You focus on dismantling those threads." Numerous flying immortal swords transformed into streaks of light, hurtling towards the Saintess. The sect leader had joined the battle, but her enhanced nascent soul stage spiritual consciousness struggled against the onslaught. She fought to withstand the tolling sound while launching her attacks. However, the flying immortal sword's power had noticeably diminished due to her divided energy. This was inevitable, as the tolling sound severely affected their spiritual consciousness, which hindered the flow of their true essence. Li Su, in particular, was greatly impacted, but his prior 100 years of strengthening his spiritual awareness had reinforced his spiritual consciousness. Li Su's hand moved swiftly, sending a barrage of flying immortal swords towards the threads in the sky. Suddenly, the gold core stage demonic cultivators, who had scattered earlier after his attack, reappeared. For the next rewards, I must prioritize strengthening my spiritual consciousness, Li Su decided. Demonic cultivators possessed techniques that targeted spiritual consciousness, and the Saintess had her spiritual consciousness attacking artifact. As of now, when there were 10 descendants with awakened spiritual roots, there were rewards for spiritual consciousness cultivation, too. Li Su recognized that bolstering his spiritual consciousness was paramount, even though the rewards were only half those for spiritual awareness. Strengthening spiritual consciousness was fundamental, as it also fortified spiritual awareness. Improving spiritual awareness was easier than enhancing spiritual consciousness. Typically, practitioners needed special techniques, pills, and rare materials or, like demonic cultivators, relied on plundering to enhance their spiritual consciousness. Li Su concentrated on using the flying immortal sword to sever the threads while defending against attacks with the green cloud mirror. Beside him, the sect leader gave her all. The Holy Maiden of Silent Moon brandished a crescent moon-shaped treasure, leaving behind ethereal afterimages as she engaged in a fierce duel with the sect leader. The tolling of the bells grew ever louder. However, Li Su's flying immortal sword soon began to cut through the silk threads one after another. These silk threads were formidable treasures, but they couldn't withstand the relentless assault of Li Su's flying immortal sword. Simultaneously, the Holy Maiden of Silent Moon activated 2 treasures and launched a magical attack amid the battle. However, the sect leader held her ground, blocking the attack with impressive resilience. It seems the sect leader's golden core is quite potent, Li Su observed. The sect leader had recently attained the nascent soul stage, and her strength didn't match the Holy Maiden of Silent Moons. The sect leader blocked her attacks even with the Holy Maiden using a soul-enhancing treasure. This indicated the high quality of the sect leader's golden core, which promised an even stronger nascent soul. Li Su didn't want to fall behind, so he gritted his teeth and fully activated his true essence, aware that this battle would somewhat affect his spiritual soul. He remained undeterred, planning to compensate for the damage with future rewards. More silk threads were severed, and golden core cultivators tried to assail Li Su, but he paid them no mind. He refrained from activating the Great Yan Sword formation as the timing wasn't right. Starting the formation required time, and the Holy Maiden was currently dominant. If he initiated it prematurely, she might sense the danger and escape. Frustration brewed among several golden core demonic cultivators as Li Su's green cloud mirror effectively shielded against their attacks. The silk threads continued to be severed. Chapter 79 The Holy Maiden of Silent Moon changed her strategy, letting the bells emit sounds and attacks independently, possibly entering an automatic mode. These treasures were auxiliary means to weaken her foe's combat abilities, with even more powerful techniques in her arsenal. She summoned countless slender black magic needles, attacking alongside her crescent-shaped artifact, targeting the sect leader and Li Su. Streaks of light rushed towards Li Su's flying immortal sword, hindering his efforts to destroy the silk threads. Seeing the dire situation, Li Su handed the green cloud mirror to the sect leader and made a decision. He launched a sudden attack, directing his flying immortal swords at 2 weaker golden core stage demonic cultivators, catching them off guard and striking them down with deadly precision. 3 others, further away, reacted quickly and were injured but survived. The golden core peak stage cultivator retreated and narrowly escaped. The Holy Maiden of Silent Moon's expression turned murderous. She hadn't anticipated such formidable resistance from Li Su and the flying immortal sex leader. Despite her spiritual soul treasure's attacks, the nascent soul cultivator managed to entangle her. Li Su's unpredictable actions further confounded her. Initially targeting her spiritual soul treasure, he now attacked the golden core cultivators under her command. The Holy Maiden of Silent Moon intensified her assault with countless magic needles, but the sect leader, holding the green cloud mirror, deftly blocked them all. Supreme grade spiritual weapon. The Holy Maiden deduced, realizing the mirror's exceptional quality. Demonic cultivators often lacked skilled craftsmen, relying on plundered treasures and dark enchantments. Exceptions were rare, mainly found in larger demonic sects. Meanwhile, Lisu continued to confront the remaining golden core demonic cultivators. Despite their efforts to gather and resist, they bore visible injuries and suffered greatly. The Holy Maiden of Silent Moon could no longer restrain herself. The moon-shaped mark on her forehead glowed, and her demonic energy surged as she rapidly formed hand seals. 8 forms of the Silent Moon. In an instant, a terrifying attack surged towards the sect leader. It appeared as if a silver moon had materialized in the sky, carrying the immense might of heaven and earth, crashing down with tremendous force. The sect leader's expression turned serious, and the green cloud mirror emitted a brilliant light. Boom! The shock wave from their collision rippled through the surroundings. Now is the time. Seizing the opportunity amid this intense confrontation, Lisu didn't hesitate. He swiftly deployed several formation flags he held, a method he devised to prevent the Holy Maiden of Silent Moon from detecting the Great Yan Sword Formation. Deploying the Great Yan Sword Formation during battle was a last resort. It was better to set it up in advance and activate it as needed. However, setting it up beforehand risked the Holy Maiden detecting anomalies in the area due to her extensive spiritual awareness. Lisu's approach was to initially leave the Great Yan Sword Formation incomplete, ensuring its imperfections were purposeful and precise. He would figure out the critical points to establish in advance. The Great Yan Sword Formation was already perfected as he deployed these formation flags. Lisu produced the formation disc and boldly initiated it. Around him, the formation curtain of the Great Yan Sword Formation began to rise rapidly. As the Great Yan Sword Formation ascended, the defensive formations upheld by several flying boats above shattered swiftly. Formation. The Holy Maiden of Silent Moon, engrossed in a battle with the sect leader, immediately sensed it. This formation made her uneasy. She quickly dashed towards the outside, but the sect leader, without a word, launched another fierce attack. The sect leader wielded 4 top-tier spiritual weapons she had not previously used, unleashing an immensely powerful strike. The Holy Maiden had to stop and defend herself with all her might. Her formidable cultivation and magical techniques helped her fend off the attacks, but this brief delay allowed the Great Yan Sword Formation to take shape. The Holy Maiden and the demon cultivators she had brought were suddenly trapped. Only a few of the demon cultivators on the periphery avoided being enclosed by the formation as the surroundings transformed. Almost simultaneously, Lisu and the sect leader seemed to vanish. In the hazy surroundings, numerous ancient longswords materialized. These swords didn't target the Holy Maiden of Silent Moon but the bells suspended in the sky. The Holy Maiden acted swiftly, but she couldn't prevent it this time. The ancient long swords destroyed many bells, filling the entire sword formation as if they were everywhere. At least it's over. Lisu let out a long sigh. After the Great Yan Sword Formation was activated, the sound of the bells was no longer heard from outside. Yet, Lisu and the sect leader were now controlling the formation. Although they had isolated themselves within the Great Yan Sword Formation, the soul technique used sound as a medium for transmission, making it impossible to block out the unsettling sensation when it attacked at close range. But it was finally destroyed, and dozens of Great Yan swords launched an assault on the Holy Maiden of Silent Moon. Lisu whispered to the sect leader, "This saintess is incredibly strong." Beside him, the sect leader nodded in agreement. The Holy Maiden of Silent Moon possessed exceptional strength and many treasures, although not top-tier spiritual weapons. Her collection included various life-saving and auxiliary items, such as talismans and runes, many of which seemed to have been plundered by the demon cultivators from various sources. Despite her resources, the Holy Maiden of Silent Moon found herself in an incredibly challenging situation. The power of the Great Yan Sword Formation surpassed her expectations. "Saintess, save us!" cried the other demon cultivators, but their pleas went unanswered as they perished in agony. The Holy Maiden of Silent Moon did not heed their cries and instead focused on launching a secret technique. Lisu gripped the purple twilight divine thunder, and the sect leader's true essence quivered once more. A peculiar aura emerged within the formation as the silver moon on the Holy Maiden of Silent Moon's forehead shone brightly. Her power surged, and she formed hand seals, launching an attack towards the Great Yan Sword Formation. Boom! The formidable formation, capable of entrapping even a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator, trembled under her assault. The Holy Maiden immediately launched another attack, switching her treasures from offense to defense. With her increased power, their might rose once more. It would take some time for the Great Yan swords to break through their defenses. Lisu couldn't help but exclaim, "How can this technique be so terrifying?" Even the sect leader struggled to counter the Holy Maiden's might. The Holy Maiden continued to fend off the sect leader and the sword formation while attacking the Great Yan Sword Formation to break through and escape. "Master, come inside," Lisu called out, deciding to be cautious. The sect leader didn't insist and promptly returned to the inner space of the formation. As soon as the sect leader was inside, Li Su tossed the purple twilight divine thunder into her hands. The Holy Maiden of Silent Moon sensed the impending danger but couldn't evade it in time. She used all her true essence to protect herself as the terrifying thunder surged. The Great Yan Sword formation turned into a sea of thunder, temporarily disabling the Great Yan Swords. The Holy Maiden was submerged by the thunder, unable to evade as she focused solely on escaping and didn't notice when these potent treasures enveloped her. The thunder raged for some time before gradually diminishing in intensity. Li Su couldn't help but regret using such a powerful item, but his primary concern was the outcome of the battle. Upon inspection, Li Su saw that within the Great Yan Sword formation, the Holy Maiden of Silent Moon had fallen to the ground and appeared unconscious. She had indeed suffered greatly. The purple twilight divine thunder shattered all her protective treasures, and her aura had weakened significantly. At this moment, she seemed weaker than a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator. If one were to appear now, they could easily capture her. Chapter 80 Master, let's not rush. We should be cautious. This could be a trap. Li Su's warning resonated within the Great Yan Sword formation. Despite the pathetic state of the Holy Maiden of the Silent Moon after Li Su's relentless assault, her sorry appearance might have been an act. Even though she was undeniably seriously injured, there was a chance she had hidden tricks up her sleeve, aiming to catch Li Su off guard and turn the situation around. Speaking of the Holy Maiden of the Silent Moon, she was formidable primarily due to her powerful secret techniques. Without her secret techniques, the Great Yan Sword formation alone could have dealt with her. When she unleashed her secret techniques, even without Li Su resorting to the purple twilight divine thunder and with the cooperation of the sect leader, she would still be defeated in the end. Such secret techniques that allowed for a sudden burst of power within a short period were unsustainable. When her secret techniques wore off, she would indeed be defeated. Otherwise, why would she be so anxious? If it weren't for her facing the attacks of the sword formation and the sect leader, she would have adopted a defensive stance to break through the formation with all her might. The purple twilight divine thunder might have already killed her. Li Su's main concern was the possibility of unexpected complications. Her secret techniques were already terrifying, but what if she had additional hidden resources and used them when Li Su wasn't vigilant, creating an opening in the formation? She only needed a small opening, not a substantial gap, to break free. Just a tiny, pinhole-sized opening would suffice for her escape. She could escape because she could abandon her body and flee with her nascent soul. That would be a successful escape. As long as her nascent soul remained intact, she could find a way to possess another being and stage a comeback. Possessing another body was a rare and often once-in-a-lifetime opportunity in cultivation. Even if someone had an exceptionally high cultivation level, attempting possession a second time was typically impossible. Moreover, one couldn't possess just anyone. Trying to possess an ordinary mortal was not feasible since their bodies lacked spiritual roots and were physically weak. If an immortal tried to possess such an individual, their body would likely collapse. Even if it didn't collapse, it was highly unlikely for a cultivator to possess an ordinary mortal, unless they were exceedingly foolish. Li Su's concern about unexpected events led him to decisively use the purple twilight divine thunder to eliminate any chance the Holy Maiden of the Silent Moon escaped. Allowing her to escape would have given rise to endless future problems. Sometimes, one had to employ available means without hesitation to eliminate threats and pave the way for a new era. Indeed, treasures are meant to be utilized. Inside the Great Yan Sword formation, the Holy Maiden of the Silent Moon lay motionless, showing no signs of activity. Li Su waited for over an hour, but there was still no sign of movement from her. Then, Li Su's hand moved, and several flying immortal swords were launched. Beside him, the sect leader remained silent. Although she had significantly contributed to the battle, the key figure remained Li Su. The Holy Maiden of the Silent Moon was undeniably powerful, and given time to grow, the sect leader might eventually not fear her. However, there were no ifs in this situation. It could be said that without Li Su in this battle, the difficulty would have been significantly higher, and there might have even been a defeat. If they had truly faced defeat, besides the Holy Maiden of the Silent Moon making her escape, it was likely that the people of the Flying Immortal sect wouldn't have survived. This drastically altered how the sect leader perceived Li Su. As the next steps unfolded, the sect leader was prepared to follow Li Su's lead wholeheartedly. Soon, several flying immortal swords flew towards the Holy Maiden of the Silent Moon, but the distance between the two groups was still considerable, spanning several miles. When the flying immortal swords approached, they delicately cut away at the Holy Maiden of the Silent Moon's clothing. Li Su expertly controlled the flying immortal swords for this task, ensuring that the Holy Maiden of the Silent Moon's skin remained unharmed. Both of them being at the 8th layer of the Golden Core realm meant Li Su possessed the required level of precision. This action left the sect leader in awe, and she couldn't help but inquire, Li Su, what is your intention here? She had a hunch about Li Su's motives, given his reputation for enjoying the company of beautiful women among his numerous concubines. She couldn't help but wonder if he had ulterior motives. Master, please just observe. Li Su replied with a simple request. Meanwhile, the flying immortal swords continued their work. Her suspicions grew. At this moment, inner turmoil peaked within the Holy Maiden of the Silent Moon. She had indeed been feigning unconsciousness. At the critical moment, she had shifted to a purely defensive stance, utilizing all her hidden resources to maximize her defenses. This allowed her to block the devastating power of the purple twilight divine thunder and narrowly escape disaster, after which she pretended to lose consciousness. Unfortunately, even though she had successfully thwarted the attack, the cost had been immense, and she remained injured. If the purple twilight divine thunder had been unleashed in an open area, she could have easily evaded it by putting some distance between herself and the attack. However, Li Su had left her with no space to evade within the confines of the Great Yan Sword Formation. His tactics were cunning and malicious. He had hurled the purple twilight divine thunder at her and immediately activated the formation, directing it straight towards her side. Li Su's timing was impeccable, and the explosion was imminent once it reached her. Fortunately, her quick reflexes had saved her from certain doom. Now heavily injured and with little combat strength remaining, she contemplated whether to abandon the pretense of unconsciousness and launch a desperate battle. She had one more card to play, intending to catch Li Su off guard when he approached her closely. However, to her surprise, Li Su didn't fall for her ruse. He avoided it and employed the flying immortal swords to shred her clothing, exposing her as her already tattered garments were further torn apart. Li Su appeared to be on a mission to undress the Holy Maiden of the Silent Moon completely. At this point, it was impossible for her heart not to be in turmoil. As a prestigious Stark sect Holy Maiden, she found this treatment utterly humiliating, especially while feigning death. However, she couldn't deny that Li Su's suspicions had grown, and if he had no intention of capturing her, he could have easily killed her. With these thoughts weighing on her, the Holy Maiden of the Silent Moon abruptly stood up, glaring towards the flying immortal swords. Even as a Dark sect Holy Maiden, she wouldn't endure such humiliation, even in death.